At 2 in the morning, on a bridge in Jiang City, a young woman slowly climbed onto the railing. Just as she was about to leap into the abyss, a car screeched to a halt behind her, and a man, reeking of alcohol, rushed out and grasped her tightly. "Let me go. I want to die," she screamed, her voice laced with desperate struggle. Instead of releasing her, the man tightened his grip and pulled her down, shoving her into the car. Gazing at her exquisite features and alluring figure, he swallowed hard and, feeling a mixture of anxiety and concern, said, "You are so beautiful and young. What could possibly make you want to end your life? What does beauty matter? I was abandoned. He promised to love only me, yet he turned to someone else. Why did he have to do this to me? Why? Let me go. I want to die." The girl insisted, desperately tugging at the car door. The man held her firmly, feeling the warmth of her body and inhaling her faint, delicate fragrance, which, combined with the alcohol coursing through his veins, sent his heart racing and ignited an uncontrollable fire within him. His breathing became heavier. "If you truly wish to die, then why not? Why not just be with me? What did you say?" The girl paused, bewildered by his words. As he reflected on his own life, a man who had never even held a woman's hand in over 20 years, now confronted with someone as stunning as her, jealousy and desire surged within him, and he disregarded the potential consequences. "You bastard. What do you want? Let me go," she cried, thrashing against him. Yet her strength was no match for his, and in the confines of the car, she found herself with no room to resist. Tears streamed down her face as she succumbed to despair. Suddenly, the man's excitement turned to agony as he clutched his chest, collapsing forward, lifeless, in her anguish. The girl failed to notice his lack of breath, and the car was enveloped in a brief silence. Moments later, he stirred, seemingly regaining consciousness, though confusion clouded his eyes. "What is this place?" he wondered aloud. His name was Bai Chu. He remembered buying a scratch-off lottery ticket and, after years of futile attempts, finally winning 200,000. Overcome with joy, he had fainted, only to awaken in this unfamiliar situation. A strange sensation under him prompted him to look down, and his breath caught in his throat as he comprehended the shocking reality. A sudden, painful jolt of memory flooded his mind, revealing that he had crossed over into another existence. The body he now inhabited also bore the name Bai Chu, a beleaguered worker whose life had been marked by unfulfilled aspirations, failed relationships, and financial woes. Today, after a scolding from his supervisor, he had sought solace in alcohol, only to find himself here after attempting to rescue a girl from despair. Ironically, fueled by drink, he had acted boldly, something the ordinary, bashful version of himself would never have dared. The absurdity of his situation was not lost on him. Having died from excitement over a lottery win and subsequently inhabiting a new body with its own burdens was almost laughable. Yet, as he assessed the current predicament, Bai Chu felt a mix of embarrassment, tension, and exhilaration. In his previous life, he had barely experienced romance, and the girl before him was far more enchanting than any he had known. He contemplated apologizing and seeking her forgiveness, but realizing the gravity of the situation, he decided to embrace the consequences of the original Bai Chu's actions. After all, he had inherited not just the body but the deeds of the previous owner. Half an hour later, Bai Chu gazed remorsefully at the girl. Noticing her expression of desolation and the venomous glare she cast upon him, he finally spoke. "I apologize. I lost control. Now that this has happened, I shall take responsibility. If you wish to report me, I will accept that." "You beast," she spat, clenching her teeth. "You've already taken what you wanted. Now, can't you just let me go?" Bai Chu, recognizing the emptiness in her eyes, understood that if he released her, she would undoubtedly leap into the river without hesitation. Such an act would haunt him forever, and should her body be discovered, he would face dire consequences. "I cannot allow that," he declared resolutely. "What else do you intend to do?" she demanded. "Since I have wronged you, I must take responsibility. From this moment on, you are mine. I will not permit you to end your life." Without waiting for her to protest, he drove her to his residence. His home was in an older, less desirable neighborhood, far from the company, yet affordable. For the same rent, one could scarcely secure a single room downtown, but here he could rent a 2-bedroom apartment. Upon arriving, he found the girl had succumbed to exhaustion, her sorrow rendering her unconscious. Observing her furrowed brow, his heart ached, and he gently lifted her. Noticing a crimson stain on the seat, his guilt deepened. Once inside, he locked all doors and windows, hastily cleaned up, and lay down beside her, fully clothed, surrendering to sleep. The following morning, he was jolted awake by a piercing scream. As he groggily opened his eyes, a sharp slap landed on his face. "You scoundrel! Pervert! Rogue! Scum!" she shouted. Recalling the events of the previous night, Bai Chu recognized his culpability and remained still, allowing her to berate him. Once her fury waned, he smiled gently and said, "You must be hungry. Let me prepare breakfast for you." "Untie me first," she retorted, her eyes ablaze. Suddenly, Bai Chu remembered that, fearing she might attempt to harm herself during the night, he had tied one of her hands and feet to himself while he slept. He scratched his head sheepishly. "Well, I can release you, but you must promise me that you will not entertain any thoughts of ending your life." "Who are you to control me?" she shouted back. "I was already heartbroken from being dumped. I never intended to live, and now you've ruined everything. What purpose remains for me in this life?" Bai Chu gazed intently at the girl, his eyes unwavering. "I have already stated that I will take responsibility for everything I do. You are now my woman, and I will not allow you to consider ending your life." She scoffed. "Responsibility? What can you offer me in that regard? Do I need you to be responsible for me? Let me go immediately, or I will call the authorities." "I won't hinder you from contacting the authorities, but you must promise me that you will not seek to end your life. I have said I will take responsibility, and although I currently possess nothing and am unsure of your desires, I assure you that I, Bai Chu, will dedicate myself to ensuring your happiness from this point forward. If you report me and I end up in prison, then you can wait until I am released to hold me accountable." Hearing Bai Chu's earnest words and seeing the determination in his eyes stirred something within her. After a moment of silence, she replied, "First, let me go. I need to use the restroom." Seeing her demeanor soften slightly, Bai Chu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly untied her. While she was occupied, he went to the kitchen and prepared a simple breakfast for the two of them. When the girl emerged from the restroom and noticed the steaming breakfast on the table, she paused in surprise. Throughout her life, aside from the breakfast her mother made for her during childhood, no one had ever prepared such a meal for her. Reflecting on the person she once loved, she realized that not only did he never make breakfast for her, but she was the one who typically bought breakfast for him. "Are you hungry? Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and eat," Bai Chu said, his face radiating warmth as he looked at her. Caught in the gaze of the man before her, she felt a flicker of emotion, but recalling his past misdeeds, her heart was soon filled with resentment. Despite her deep affection for her ex-boyfriend, whom she had been with for nearly a year, she had never taken that final step with him. She remained somewhat conservative, hoping to give herself completely to her partner on their wedding night. Yet this odious man before her had taken away her most cherished possession at a moment of vulnerability. The thought ignited a fierce desire within her to call the authorities and have this scoundrel apprehended. However, considering her own despair, she reasoned that even if she had him arrested, what difference would it make now that she no longer wished to live? "If I won't eat," she declared coldly, turning to walk toward the door. Bai Chu was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward to embrace her. "You scoundrel, let me go." "I won't. I know that if I let you leave, you will likely think of doing something foolish. I have told you that you are my woman, and I intend to make you the happiest woman in the world. I will not allow you to act rashly." The girl scoffed at his words. "Oh, really? You think you can make me the happiest woman in the world? You're just afraid I'll report you. Rest assured, I won't report you. Now can you let me go?" Bai Chu shook his head. "I will not let you go. I speak from the heart. You are my first woman, and I hope you will be my last. I will not let anything happen to you, and I am truly not afraid of you reporting me. If you don't believe me, I can let you call right now." With that, Bai Chu pulled out his phone and dialed the authorities. "Hello, this is the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. How may I assist you?" The voice on the line stunned the girl. She had not anticipated Bai Chu's lack of fear regarding her potential report. Bai Chu handed the phone to her and then turned to return to the bedroom. Holding the phone, she realized that with a mere word, she could bring this man severe punishment. Yet, recalling his earlier words, she hesitated for a moment. "Sorry, I dialed the wrong number," she said before hanging up the call. At that moment, Bai Chu reemerged from the bedroom. Looking at the man before her, the girl's expression was complex. "You." She wanted to say something but was at a loss for words. Bai Chu smiled at her. "I have said I will take responsibility for you, And no matter what causes you to feel this way, I want you to know that you are the most precious person in this world, and no one is worth your despair. If anyone truly deserved such a fate, they would never allow you to feel this way. This world can continue to function without anyone. Perhaps losing someone will bring you temporary pain or even despair, but those feelings are fleeting. Why not give yourself some time? If, after a few months, you still feel the same, I will not stop you. The girl stared at Bai Chu for a while, her lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately, no words came forth. However, she no longer seemed inclined to leave. Bai Chu felt a surge of joy. Well then, let's eat. Tell me if you like it. If not, I'll go out and buy you something you do. She said nothing and quietly approached the table, beginning to eat. Indeed, she had not had a bite to eat since yesterday, and after such a tumultuous experience, she was famished. Seeing her actually eat brought relief to Bai Chu. He had gambled that she would not report him, and now, reflecting on his earlier fear, he was grateful that he had won that gamble. Ding. System binding object detected. Would you like to bind? At that moment, an electronic voice echoed in Bai Chu's mind. A system? Finally, I have awaited your arrival. Bai Chu felt a surge of excitement and replied without hesitation, bind. Ding. Binding successful. This system is a true heart retribution system. As long as the host spins on the bound true heart object, they will receive returns. Ding. System detected a true heart object. Would the host like to bind? Upon hearing this, Bai Chu paused for a moment, then was overwhelmed with joy. Spending would yield returns? This meant he could forego the drudgery of working tirelessly for money. Currently, aside from him, the only person present was the girl before him. It appeared the system had identified her as the true heart object. He had already intended to take responsibility for her, and now with the system, it was perfectly aligned. Bai Chu would not refuse binding. Successfully bound true heart object Qinshinyu. For further details, please check the system panel. Open system panel. Bai Chu commanded in his mind, and immediately a system panel appeared in his consciousness. Host, Bai Chu. Age, 26. Physique, 38. Skills, none. True heart object, Qinshinyu. Age, 22. Host's favorability level, -5. Return multiplier, none. Returns will activate. Once the true heart object's favorability towards the host exceeds 0, the higher the favorability, the greater the return multiplier. Oh, upon seeing this, Bai Chu could no longer smile. Currently, the system was of little use to him. To unlock its benefits, it seemed he would need to elevate the girl's favorability towards him. This realization. He gazed at the girl with intense fervor. She was truly his goddess, in every sense of the word. Qinshinyu. What a lovely name. Bai Chu mused happily to himself. That moment. It seemed Qinshinyu sensed his gaze, her expression slightly flustered and annoyed. What are you staring at? You're simply too beautiful. In my entire life, I have never encountered someone as stunning as you. Bai Chu exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Qinshinyu was already exceptionally beautiful, and with the aura of the system's returns, it could be said, without exaggeration, that even the most beautiful women in the world would pale in comparison to her in Bai Chu's eyes. After all, to Bai Chu, no matter how beautiful other girls might be, they are merely ornamental vases. However, Qinshinyu is different. She is a vase filled with immeasurable wealth. Upon hearing Bai Chu's words, Qinshinyu felt a flicker of anger, her cheeks slightly flushed. Though she possessed a striking appearance, it was the first time she had encountered such blunt remarks that, smooth talker. It's evident you're not a good person. Bai Chu scratched his head and chuckled. By the way, I'm Bai Chu. I still don't know your name. Qinshinyu, she replied with a cool, distant tone. Years of languishing and despair, then a gentle breeze of tranquility arrives like a dream. Qinshinyu, such a lovely name. Bai Chu earnestly praised. Qinshinyu scoffed. Your name is also quite nice, clear and bright. But unfortunately, it's your sole merit. Bai Chu was not offended. After all, he had indeed acted inappropriately, and it was only natural for her to retaliate with words. He felt his cheeks warm, clearing his throat. Well, I notice your clothes are dirty. After we finish our meal, let me take you shopping for some new clothes. Qinshinyu remained silent. After dinner, Bai Chu spent 2 hours persuading Qinshinyu, eventually convincing her to accompany him to shop for clothes. They casually purchased an outfit at a nearby store, and Bai Chu grabbed some groceries on the way back to their residence. Bai Chu took on the task of cooking while Chun Xinyu took a shower. Once Bai Chu had arranged a table laden with dishes, Chun Xinyu emerged from the bathroom clad in fresh attire. With her natural beauty accentuated, she resembled a water lily, leaving Bai Chu momentarily mesmerized. "Have you had your fill of staring?" Chun Xinyu said, her tone still frosty. Bai Chu felt a pang of embarrassment. Neither he nor the original owner of this body had ever been so close to such a stunning girl, and it was no wonder he was captivated. As he prepared to explain, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the few abrasions on Chun Xinyo's pristine arms. Though not severe, they were quite conspicuous against her porcelain skin. He recognized these were injuries sustained from her leap off the bridge the previous night, and a surge of compassion washed over him. "Hurry and sit down to eat," he urged before dashing out. A few minutes later, he returned, breathless, clutching 2 tubes of ointment. Without hesitation, he knelt beside Chun Xinyu and opened the ointment to tend to her wounds. "No, it's unnecessary. I'm fine." Chun Xinyu attempted to refuse, but Bai Chu replied earnestly, "What do you mean you're fine? You are my woman, and even the slightest injury to you pains me. Please, remain still. It will only take a moment." Hearing his words and witnessing his gentle actions, Chun Xinyu felt a wave of confusion. She sighed inwardly, wishing that the person who treated her with such kindness had been him. Unconsciously, her thoughts drifted to the man she had loved for a year, who had cast her aside without hesitation when faced with difficulties. A fresh wave of heartache washed over her. She shook her head, trying to dispel the thought from her mind. Beep, the affection level of the sincere target towards the host has increased by 10 points. Current affection level, 5 points. The host is eligible for a 0.5x rebate. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in her mind. Bai Chu nearly wept tears of joy upon hearing this. Finally, the path to his ascent could unfold. Beep, the affection level of the sincere target has surpassed 0. The reward for the host is a mysterious gift package. Does the host wish to claim it? What? A mysterious package? Claim it. Bai Chu felt a thrill of excitement. The system had yet to provide a novice gift package, and now he was curious about the contents of this mysterious one. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 nourishing kidney pill. To win the heart of your sincere target more swiftly, a good physique is essential. Does the host wish to consume it now? Nourishing kidney pill. The name alone sounded remarkably precious. Chapter 3. The kidney nourishing pill. Take it immediately. Bai Chu exclaimed with impatience. In the next moment, a warm current surged from his lower abdomen, spreading throughout his body, enveloping him in a delightful sensation. After a brief while, as the warmth dissipated, Bai Chu felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, internally praising the remarkable efficacy of the pill. Yet, he was curious about the tangible benefits it would bestow upon his physique. He quickly accessed the system panel. Host, Bai Chu age, 26 physical condition, 52 skills, none true affectionate object. Chun Xinyu age, 22 affection level, 5 rebate speed, 0. 5x, his physical condition had indeed risen by 14 points. Although the significance of this increase eluded him, he could not shake the feeling of empowerment that accompanied it. By the way, system, what does a physique score of 36 indicate? Is it extraordinarily impressive? Ding. The standard physique for a regularly exercising young male is 50. Hearing this left Bai Chu somewhat disheartened, realizing that his physique was only marginally superior to that of an average individual. However, there was no need for concern. With the system at his disposal, enhancing his physical condition would be a breeze. He chuckled at the thought. What are you laughing at? Chun Xinyu, who had initially felt a sense of gratitude, was abruptly put off by Bai Chu's inappropriate laughter, her demeanor turning icy. Ahem, I'm just overly joyous. Never thought I would have the chance to tend to my goddess, Bai Chu replied, unfazed. Upon hearing this, Chun Xinyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Nonsense. Who is your goddess? Though her words were dismissive, the system's notification chimed in Bai Chu's ear. Ding. Affection level of true object increased by 1 point. Current affection level, 6 points. Internally, Bai Chu rejoiced, realizing that women often speak contrary to their hearts. While her words were frigid, she secretly relished compliments. He continued to converse, yet soon discovered that her affection level stagnated, and her demeanor grew increasingly aloof. He sighed, recognizing that excess could undo his efforts. A more measured approach was essential. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, He was surprised to find it was his supervisor calling. In the past, this would have instilled a sense of anxiety. But now, as someone endowed with a system, he regarded his supervisor with indifference, dismissing any threats the other party might possess. "Hello, Supervisor Zhang. What can I do for you?" He answered coolly. "What can you do for me? Where have you been today? How dare you abandon your post? If you don't want to work, just pack your things and leave. You have half an hour to return to the office, or I will deduct your performance bonus for the month." Zhang Yong's furious voice echoed through the line. "My apologies, my girlfriend was injured, and I am staying home to keep her company. I want to be able to make it today," Bai Chu replied calmly. "Is your girlfriend more important than your work? I don't care who gets hurt. Come back to the company immediately. If you don't, you'll be looking at termination before half an hour passes. The company certainly won't miss you." Upon hearing this, Bai Chu scoffed, pondering the absurdity of the notion that a girlfriend holds more significance than a job. "In my heart, this wretched job pales in comparison to even a single toe of my girlfriend. Frankly, I have no desire to remain in this miserable company." Without waiting for a response, Bai Chu hung up the phone. On the other end, Zhang Yong was momentarily stunned, followed swiftly by an eruption of rage. How dare Bai Chu speak to him in such a manner and even hang up? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He quickly dialed again, only to be met with the disheartening message that the call could not be completed. Had he been blocked? Bai Chu, just wait to be fired. Meanwhile, Bai Chu, having ended the call, noticed Chen Qingyu staring at him in a daze. Surprised, he touched his face and asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Qingyu averted her gaze and replied, "It's impossible between us. Losing my job for me is not worth it." Bai Chu offered a gentle smile. "It's not a particularly good job. I didn't want to stay anyway. Besides, no job could ever compare to you." His words rang true, having already bound himself to her as his true love. He believed that as long as he continually spent money to increase her affection, the returns would be boundless. Nothing could rival that. Yet, Chen Qingyu's expression grew complex, as if she were lost in thought. Bai Chu, however, paid little mind, confident that in time, he could win her heart. For the remainder of the day, Bai Chu remained quietly by Chen Qingyu's side, ensuring she would not take any reckless actions. As night fell, and with only one bed in the two-room accommodation, Chen Qingyu suggested, "I'll go stay at a hotel." "No way," Bai Chu insisted firmly. This was his golden goose. He could not allow her to leave his sight. What if she did something drastic? Who knew what kind of punishment the system would impose? "I promise you, I won't do anything foolish," she insisted. "No." Bai Chu shook his head emphatically, holding onto her arm. Chen Qingyu, growing irritated, asked, "Then where am I supposed to sleep?" "Right here," he replied. "And what about you?" she retorted, casting an annoyed glance at him. While she had previously allowed him to take liberties under special circumstances, she could not permit him to overstep again now. "I'll sleep beside you. Rest assured, I won't lay a hand on you. If I do, consider me a beast," Bai Chu said with utmost seriousness. "Given the current situation, I cannot rest easy if you're out of my sight. Once you've fully moved past any thoughts of despair, I will agree to whatever you wish." Hearing his words, Chen Qingyu realized there was no way around it. She fixed him with a cold stare and warned, "You'd better remember what you've said." Having spoken, the two of them lay down fully clothed, separated by a slender gap. Although they had shared the same bed the previous night, exhaustion and alcohol had quickly ushered them into slumber. However, today was markedly different. It was, after all, his first experience lying on the same bed as a girl, and a particularly beautiful one at that. Despite the fact that Bai Chu possessed a system, he could not help but feel his heart race, finding it difficult to succumb to sleep. He sensed that Chen Qingyu, lying beside him, was equally restless. An hour later, he heard the soft sound of her snoring, which prompted him to suppress his inner desires and attempt to sleep earnestly. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, a delicate arm unexpectedly reached out. Bai Chu quickly recited a calming mantra in his mind, striving to quell his impulses. Yet, while he battled his inner turmoil, the sleeping Chen Qingyu unknowingly stirred in her dreams, her limbs moving restlessly, and her head nuzzling against his neck like a cat. Unable to endure any longer, he surrendered to his primal instincts. With a silent roar of frustration, he lunged towards her. A soft sound escaped Chen Qingyu's lips, shattering Bai Chu's last vestiges of reason. The night was filled with the incessant croaking of frogs. The following morning, Bai Chu gazed at the sleeping Chen Qingyu. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. He gently leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her cheek, internally reasoning that he could not be blamed for the events of the previous night. After all, She had been the one to lean in. He then rolled out of bed, stretched lazily, and felt invigorated. He mentally praised the system, realizing that the true merit of the nourishing kidney pill lay not merely in enhancing physical constitution, but in strengthening vitality. He recalled that he had only managed to sleep for 3 or 4 hours, yet he awoke feeling more refreshed than he had ever felt before. Thoroughly satisfied, he completed his morning routine and ventured into the kitchen, where he busied himself. Half an hour later, a lavish breakfast was ready. At this point, Chen Qingyu showed no signs of waking. It was not until 2 hours later that she finally opened her eyes, only to be met with by Chu's gentle gaze. Chapter 4. Encountering a classmate, Chen Qingyu paused, suddenly recalling the events of the previous night, and her already rosy cheeks deepened in color. She shot Bai Chu an indignant glare. "You beast." Bai Chu scratched his head sheepishly and murmured, "At least that is better than being less than a beast." "What did you say?" Chen Qingyu retorted, her irritation flaring as she sat up and grabbed her pillow, ready to hurl it at him. In that instant, a flash of white light appeared. "Ah!" she exclaimed, hastily pulling up the blanket and scolding him. "Get out. I need to get dressed. Not like I haven't seen before." Bai Chu mumbled under his breath as he reluctantly exited. He braced himself for her wrath, contemplating how best to appease her. Just then, Chen Qingyu emerged from her room. Now fully dressed, Bai Chu, with a bold face, approached her, urging, "Come on, wash up and let's eat. The food will get cold." Chen Qingyu cast a fleeting glance at the table laden with dishes, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes, only to dissipate just as swiftly. Strangely, she refrained from lashing out at Bai Chu, letting out a cold huff before retreating into the bathroom. Throughout the meal, unlike the previous day filled with anger and sorrow, Chen Qingyu maintained a stoic demeanor, leaving Bai Chu perplexed about her thoughts. However, noticing that she no longer seemed to contemplate despair, Bai Chu, despite his lingering unease, felt a measure of calm. After finishing their meal, Bai Chu recalled that the system was now capable of offering rebates, prompting him to propose an outing for shopping to lift Chen Qingyu's spirits. It is often said that shopping can alleviate a woman's unhappiness, and although his own funds were limited, the system's potential for rebates provided hope. Regrettably, Chen Qingyu's current affection for him was rather low, were it to improve even slightly. Shopping could become a profitable venture rather than a costly one. Nonetheless, even a modest sum could accumulate over time, so he decided to proceed at a leisurely pace. With this in mind, he opened the system panel. Host, Bai Chu age, 26 physical condition, 52 skills, none true love interest. Chen Qingyu age, 22 affection level, 21 rebate multiplier, 21. Upon seeing the affection level displayed, Bai Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. He recalled that it had been merely 6 the previous night. How could it have surged to 21 overnight? A memory of last night's fervor flitted through his mind, and a grin involuntarily spread across his face. He had feared his actions would repulse her. Yet not only had her affection not diminished, it had surged by 15 points. Indeed, women often say one thing while feeling another. Had it not been for the system, he would still be fretting over how to console her. It appeared that further efforts were necessary. Lost in thought, a smile crept back onto Bai Chu's face. "What are you smiling about?" Chen Qingyu, recalling last night's events, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and annoyance as she glared at him. Bai Chu cleared his throat awkwardly. How about we take a stroll today? It might help improve your mood." Chen Qingyu did not refuse. Remaining in one place could lead to unforeseen troubles from that scoundrel. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she had indeed felt something last night. However, that rascal was too formidable. If he were to pursue her again, she wouldn't know how to cope. Bai Chu was slightly taken aback by Chen Qingyu's willingness to agree. It seemed his efforts had indeed dulled the sting of her heartbreak. He drove them to the Yida Mall in the heart of Jiang City. While not the finest in the mountainous region, it undeniably boasted a vibrant atmosphere. They arrived at the clothing section of the mall, where Chen Qingyu browsed through various stores, with Bai Chu quietly following in her wake. She tried on numerous outfits, and whenever Bai Chu inquired if she wished to purchase anything, she always declined. Bai Chu was well aware that she was reluctant to spend her own money, so he generously declared that he was not financially constrained and could buy whatever he desired. How could he refrain from spending? With a remarkable return rate of 21 times. Spending money was tantamount to earning it. To impede his own expenditures would be to obstruct his financial prospects. However, observing her stubborn demeanor, he sighed inwardly, realizing that patience was essential. Eventually, after they had grown weary from their shopping, The pair arrived at the food court, ready to indulge in lunch. After surveying the options, Bai Chu did not consult Chen Qingyu, but instead took her by the hand and led her into an upscale Western restaurant. It was not that he found Western cuisine particularly delectable. On the contrary, he believed that it paled in comparison to the culinary treasures of Huaxia. The sole reason for his choice was its exorbitant prices. Indeed, he had ventured out with the intent of making a profit, and the more costly the meal, the greater the potential earnings. He surmised that if Chen Qingyu had been given the choice, she would have opted for something more economical, particularly given that everything about him, from his attire to his living conditions and even his vehicle, betrayed his modest means. Despite having committed numerous transgressions against her, she still seemed to be unconsciously attempting to save him money, a testament to her innate kindness. Such a remarkable girl was a rarity in this day and age. Bai Chu silently vowed that even without the system's influence, he would go to great lengths to treat her well. As Bai Chu had anticipated, once they were seated, Chen Qingyu merely ordered a plate of Western noodles and a glass of juice before handing the menu back to him. He sighed and ordered the same. Just as they were about to enjoy their meal, a voice laced with derision pierced the air from a nearby table. "Oh, if it isn't Miss Chun, what a fall from grace. Coming to a Western restaurant and ordering just noodles? Huh. It seems Wang Yida's words hold true. You've really been cast out from the Chen family. No wonder he dumped you." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's brow furrowed tightly, a flicker of anger crossing her face. Though she chose to ignore the taunt, Bai Chu, noticing the shift in her expression, turned to the source of the voice. At the adjacent table sat a young man and woman. The man was clad in a sharp suit, exuding an air of authority, while the woman, heavily made up, although less attractive than Chen Qingyu, possessed a curvaceous figure that drew attention. It was the woman who had spoken. As Bai Chu's gaze met hers, a flash of disdain crossed her eyes, and she continued her mockery. "I never imagined that being expelled from the Chen family and dumped by Wang Yida would hit you so hard. Reduced to dining with such a pauper. How impressive." Bai Chu's expression hardened for an instant before he relaxed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chen Qingyu, however, slammed her hand on the table, rising abruptly with cold resolve. "Let us go." Bai Chu grasped her hand firmly, soothing her with a few calming words, urging her to sit back down. Upon witnessing Bai Chu grasping Chen Qingyu's hand, the girl's countenance bore a peculiar expression, which soon erupted into laughter. "Oh, Chen Qingyu. I initially thought your relationship with him was merely platonic, but it appears there is something more profound between you two. Truly, you are the illustrious Miss Chun. Exhibiting remarkable adaptability, just as you fell from grace, you found solace with a less fortunate soul. However, this is quite normal. Birds of a feather flock together, do they not? Are you perhaps struggling to afford meals? If you find yourself in dire straits, do not hesitate to inform me. I would be willing to treat you, out of camaraderie. By the way, about your boyfriend, judging by his attire, he likely lacks employment. My boyfriend, on the other hand, is a manager at Tianqing Media. Should you seek my assistance, I could certainly have him secure a position for him, lest our esteemed Miss Chun be deprived of a decent meal. Su Qian, enough of this. My circumstances are none of your concern, and your so-called goodwill is better kept to yourself." Chen Qingyu retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Now, no need to be upset. We merely wish to extend a helping hand, given our shared academic history. It seems you, Miss Chun, are still holding on to your pride. One wonders how long you can maintain that facade before you find yourself in need, remarked the man accompanying Su Qian. "Miss Chun, I am Zhao Yuanji, Su Qian's boyfriend. I understand there exists a certain pride within you, but the world can be harsh. Here is my business card. Should you find yourselves genuinely in need, simply reach out, and I can assist in securing employment for your boyfriend." Chen Qingyu shot a frosty glance at the pair. No need. Bai Chu noticed a glint of malice in Zhao Yuanji's gaze directed at Chen Qingyu, and irritation surged within him. With a sardonic smile, he queried, "Are you quite affluent?" Zhao Yuanji adjusted his suit. "I wouldn't say affluent. My monthly income is merely a few thousand." "Wow, a few thousand a month. How impressive." Bai Chu exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment. "Pray tell, what kind of job could you possibly offer?" "How dare you, Bai Chu?" Chen Qingyu felt a surge of anger. Yet upon reflection, she found solace in the realization that Bai Chu's current predicament, having lost his job, rendered his acceptance of any opportunity quite understandable. Nonetheless, a flicker of disdain flickered within her heart towards him. Zhao Yuanji's eyes glimmered with mockery as he continued, "Our company is currently hiring security personnel. The standard salary is 3,000 a month. However, considering Miss Chen's standing, I could negotiate it up to 4,000. For a security position, that is indeed a generous offer. Would you find it satisfactory? Very satisfactory. Bai Chu chuckled. Indeed, I am fortunate to have encountered such a generous person today. We should celebrate this delightful turn of events. Don't you agree? Qingyu? With a stern demeanor, Chen Qingyu rose from her seat. Since you are so elated, do celebrate without me. I shall take my leave. As she attempted to exit, Bai Chu grasped her arm. You are my girlfriend. Without you, what is there to celebrate? Sit down. Let go. Chen Qingyu's voice was frigid as she replied. Bai Chu naturally would not relent. He beckoned to a nearby waiter. Bring forth your restaurant's signature dishes and a bottle of your finest wine. Remember, do not serve the best, only the most expensive. Are you certain, sir? Our finest red wine is the 1972 Lafite Rothschild, priced at 100,000 per bottle. Are you truly sure you wish to proceed? Absolutely. Very well. Please wait a moment while I prepare your order. The waiter responded eagerly before scurrying away. Although Bai Chu was dressed in unremarkable attire, he was unconcerned about his ability to pay, once ordered. Even if he could not afford it, the establishment's reputation would ensure a means to settle the bill. Chen Qingyu stared at Bai Chu in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Bai Chu chuckled. Did your classmate not just say she would treat us? Simply ask her to cover the bill. They are wealthy enough to manage it. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's face turned pale. Earning only a few thousand a month, she realized that the cost of just that bottle of wine alone surpassed her annual salary. You must be joking. I merely suggested treating you to 2 bowls of noodles. And yet you all are so insatiable. If that is the case, I shall not treat you to noodles. Bai Chu scoffed, then turned to Zhao Yuanji. Given your wealth and eagerness to assist me in finding a job, surely treating me to a meal would pose no issue? Zhao Yuanji snorted in disdain. Are you out of your mind? Miss Chen, I advise you to choose your companions wisely. It's one thing to associate with a loser, but a fool among them could very well lead to your downfall. Su Qian added mockingly. Miss Chen was once a socialite, although now cast out. Surely her beauty holds some value. Perhaps when the bill arrives, she could resort to bartering her charm for release. At this moment, Chen Qingyu was so enraged she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. Her vision blurred, and an internal lament echoed within her. Indeed, she had been naively optimistic. Perhaps she should have perished yesterday, sparing her dignity from this scoundrel's taint. Noticing Chen Qingyu's expression, Bai Chu realized he had gone too far. He quickly reassured her, No, please do not be upset. I merely intended to provoke them and vent your frustrations. Rest assured, I have the means to cover the expenses. Please do not be angry. Where do you even procure such funds? I understand your intentions, but are you aware of the consequences of your impulsiveness? Are you genuinely concerned for me? Bai Chu asked, his face lighting up with excitement. He was truly delighted, although they had only spent 2 days together. He was well aware that he had fallen for this girl he had teased. No wonder you're a loser. Your intellect is lacking. Even now, you still concern yourself with such trivialities. Perhaps you should ponder how to manage the bill when it arrives. Su Qian remarked with contempt. Silence. How I handle the payment is none of your concern. Bai Chu retorted coldly, pointing a finger at Su Qian. Upon hearing those words, Su Qian's expression turned a shade of iron, astonished that a mere nobody dared to insult her. She had initially thought him simply impoverished. However, it now appeared he lacked even basic decorum. Humph, a person of your ilk contaminates the very air of this fine dining establishment. Did you not hear me tell you to be silent? Speak once more, and I shall not hesitate to strike you. At that moment, the waiter approached, bearing an array of dishes, 10 exquisite courses, enough to fill the entire table. Finally, upon presenting the wine, he courteously remarked, All the dishes are served. Please enjoy your meal. Ignoring the derisive glances from the 2 nearby, Bai Chu promptly opened the red wine, pouring a glass for both Chen Qingyu and himself. He raised his glass and downed it in one go, smacking his lips in delight. Is this truly a 100,000 yuan bottle? The taste is rather agreeable. Suddenly, he noticed Chen Qingyu glaring at him with a hint of annoyance. He chuckled. What is the matter, you? Don't just sit there. Let us drink and enjoy the food. Bai Chu, what exactly do you intend to do? Do you even realize? Bai Chu interrupted her with a smile. Worry not. I promised you that I would make you the happiest woman in the world. How could I possibly squander all my money on just one meal? Trust me, this is but a trifle for me. Though Chen Qingyu wished to voice more, she sighed upon hearing Bai Chu's words and chose to remain silent. Despite his despicable nature, It seemed that everything he did, apart from that one incident, was for her benefit. Even this lavish meal was, in a sense, for her sake. She still had some savings. If necessary, she could offer him a little help. The two of them indulged heartily in their meal. Although Bai Chu was not particularly fond of Western cuisine, he acknowledged that the expense was justified. It was far more delectable than anything he could whip up at home. Meanwhile, Su Qian glared with a face of discontent at the two gluttons. During their school days, she had been envious of Chen Qinyu's affluent background, which afforded her a far superior lifestyle. Though she had felt jealousy, she had remained speechless. Yet now, this woman had been cast out from her family and was no longer the lofty heiress she once was. Even her choice of boyfriend was that of a pitiful pauper. So how was it possible for her to dine on such extravagant dishes and sip such expensive wine? That bottle of wine alone cost a staggering 100,000 yuan, something she had never even tasted. What right did these two, who were beneath her in every regard, have to indulge in such luxury? The more she pondered, the more discontented she became. Her boyfriend was young and accomplished. She too should partake in such indulgences. Thus, she turned to Zhao Yuanji and suggested, "Darling, why don't we order a bottle as well?" Zhao Yuanji, though equally incensed, had not lost his reason. Earning only 30 to 40,000 a month, the thought of spending his entire salary on a single bottle of wine was ludicrous. He would not be foolish enough to inflate his image with such ostentation. With a cold snort, he replied, "While that bottle may be insignificant to me, I drove here today. It's common sense not to drink and drive. I have no desire to be like certain individuals who can drink freely because they took a taxi." Zhao Yuanji, noticing Su Qian's lingering anger, smiled and remarked, "By the way, weren't you interested in a particular LV handbag? After our meal, I shall procure it for you. Although I possess wealth, I must not squander it frivolously. It ought to be spent on what truly merits it. Unlike some individuals who deplete their savings for a single meal, such a mindset is that of the impoverished, and we ought not to emulate it." Upon hearing that Zhao Yuanji intended to buy her a bag, Su Qian's previous displeasure dissipated immediately, and a haughty smile returned to her face as she cast a disdainful glance at Bai Chu and his companion. After all, she naturally preferred a handbag over a mere bottle of wine. Chapter 6. Do you need me to buy it? Bai Chu raised his glass and drained a generous portion of red wine, gazing at Zhao Yuanji with surprise. "Are you implying that my selection of wine is not worthy?" Zhao Yuanji, upon hearing this, was about to retort, but paused upon noticing a nearby waiter, opting instead to silence himself. This young man was clearly digging his own grave with such a question. Should he declare the wine unworthy, it would certainly offend the establishment's owner. With a cold snort, he chose to remain silent. Seeing that he had not taken the bait, Bai Chu remained unfazed and continued to enjoy his meal. After indulging in a satisfying feast, he called over the waiter and promptly settled the bill. Dinging, the system notified him, the host has spent 1.32 million, triggering a 21-fold rebate, totaling 27.72 million, which has been credited to your Huaxia Bank card. Note, the source of funds is legal and compliant. The host may use it with confidence. Mere seconds later, a text message indeed arrived. Your account ending in 7520 has received 27.72 million, with a cumulative balance of 43.66 million. Upon reading the message, Bai Chu's smile nearly split his face in two. He had struck gold. After toiling for 4 or 5 years, he had managed to save a mere 300,000. Yet now, after just one meal, he found his account swelling with an additional 100,000. His eyes gleamed with delight as he turned to Chen Qinyu beside him, unable to resist planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. "You truly are my lucky star." "Bai Chu, what are you doing?" Chen Qinyu glared at him in annoyance, acutely aware of the many onlookers around them. "My Qinyu is simply too beautiful. I couldn't help myself." "Heh. Humph." Chen Qinyu stomped her foot in frustration and turned to leave the mall. At that moment, Su Qian approached briskly, a teasing expression on her face as she glanced at Chen Qinyu. "I initially thought your boyfriend was a mere distraction to provoke Wang Yida, but it appears your relationship is rather solid, isn't it? Why should that concern you?" Chen Qinyu had no intention of engaging with her. However, Su Qian was determined not to let Chen Qinyu off the hook. Although this impoverished individual may have spent all his savings on a meal, they had just been showboating in front of her, and she needed to reclaim her pride. Thus, she turned to Bai Chu. "Bai Chu, is it? It seems you are quite enamored with her?" "Naturally," Bai Chu replied without a moment's hesitation. Hearing this, Chen Qinyu, who had intended to leave, halted in her tracks. Su Qian's lips curled into a victorious smile at this revelation. Since you cherish her so dearly, it is only natural to provide her with the finest. Look at how exquisite Chen Qingyu is, yet she is adorned in garments that are far from elegant, lacking even a single accessory. You can easily afford meals that cost tens of thousands. Surely, you would not hesitate to purchase her more refined clothing and jewelry. Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Bai Chu's heart blossomed with joy. He had feared that Chen Qingyu might refuse if he were to impulsively buy her something, but with Su Qian's encouragement, he could now justify his spending without hesitation. Of course, I am willing. Haha, I was just about to buy Qian a bag. Since they are classmates, why not go together? I wonder, though, if you have enough funds, as even the most modest bags can cost several thousand. Zhao Ziyuan remarked with a tone of sarcasm. If she can afford a bottle of wine that costs 100,000, how could she possibly be unable to buy a bag? All right, let us proceed together. Su Qian insisted, not allowing Bai Chu a moment to reconsider. She surmised that he likely had little money left and relished the thought of their potential embarrassment when they could not afford the bag. Bai Chu gently took Chen Qingyu's delicate hand, speaking softly. If it weren't for your classmate's reminder, I would have overlooked how these clothes do not do you justice. Let us procure something splendid. Chen Qingyu attempted to shake off his grip, finding it too firm to escape, and, feeling frustrated, retorted, Can't you discern her intentions? Of course. But why fall for it? Even if her motives are questionable, I find her reasoning compelling. Now, let's hurry along to avoid giving your classmate any reason to mock. I have declared that you are mine. I shall spare no effort in providing you with the best. How could I allow you to be ridiculed by others? They can only stand before you with envy and jealousy. Bai Chu's words struck Chen Qingyu like a heavy hammer, leaving her momentarily dazed as she was quietly led forward by him. Ding! The system's notification echoed in Bai Chu's mind, indicating an increase of 10 points in his affection for the host, now totaling 31 points, with a corresponding rebate multiplier of 31 times. This revelation further elevated his already buoyant spirits. The quartet soon arrived at the Louis Vuitton store, where the staff eagerly welcomed them. Welcome, sir. Are you here to purchase a bag for your girlfriend? You two are quite the attractive pair. Please, take your time browsing, and let us know if you require any assistance. The employees warmly greeted Zhao Ziyuan and Su Qian, while Bai Chu and Chen Qingyu received only a cursory welcome. As their attire suggested, they were not the type of clientele the store typically catered to, warranting a more reserved approach from the staff. Witnessing this differential treatment, Su Qian's smile grew ever more triumphant. She approached the shelf, picked up a beautifully crafted handbag, and remarked to the attendant, I admired this bag during my last visit. I simply adore it. Please wrap it up for me. The bag cost a staggering 88,000, a purchase she had long desired. Yet Zhao Yuanji had never consented to buy it for her. Had she not encountered Chen Qingyu today, it is quite possible that Zhao would still have withheld his approval. In light of this, she felt a flicker of gratitude toward Chen Qingyu. Zhao Yuanji, without hesitation, settled the payment. Su Qian eagerly slung the bag over her shoulder and, with a beaming smile, approached Chen Qingyu. Qingyu, do you think this bag is beautiful? Humph. Chen Qingyu scoffed, turning her face away in disinterest. Su Qian, witnessing Chen Qingyu's demeanor, felt no offense. Rather, she reveled internally, thinking, oh, don't assume this fairy is unaware. Deep down, you are undoubtedly envious. She then turned to Bai Chu. Bai Chu, didn't you promise to buy Qingyu the best? Why are you standing there in silence? Oh dear. If you truly cannot afford something exquisite, they do have bags priced at 10 to 18,000. Surely, you can manage a few thousand? Before Bai Chu could respond, Zhao Yuanji feigned a tone of counsel, addressing Chen Qingyu. Miss Chun, when selecting a boyfriend, one must be discerning. Just look at the awkwardness of the current situation. How about this? In light of your friendship with Qian Qian, I can gift you an item, but only if you agree to part ways with this fellow. No need. I have no interest in the bag. Chen Qingyu retorted coldly. Bai Chu let out a scoff, directing his gaze at Zhao Yuanji. What do you think you are? Do you really believe you can dictate whether Qingyu should break up with me? Besides, my girlfriend requires nothing from you. You worthless person. Who are you calling worthless? Zhao Yuanji erupted with fury. Guess who I am referring to? Why must I guess? Zhao Yuanji suddenly realized you. He then turned to the attendant. How can your store allow such uncouth individuals to enter? Aren't you concerned about tarnishing your establishment's reputation? A group of attendants, engrossed in the unfolding drama, were momentarily taken aback by Zhao Yuanji's outburst. Chapter 7. If you love her, give her everything. However, since Zhao Yuanji had purchased from his own store, he was considered a customer, while Bai Chu's attire, clearly of dubious quality, suggested he was not sincerely there to shop. It was evident whom they ought to favor. One of the attendants addressed Bai Chu, "Sir, if you are not planning to make a purchase, we kindly ask you to leave." Bai Chu found this amusing. "What? Are you asking customers to leave? We would never dismiss customers, but you are not making a purchase and thus cannot be considered one of ours. How do you know I am not buying?" "Humph, you've been here for quite some time and have yet to make a purchase. Then, in the time I've been here, have you even acknowledged my presence? Since you do not welcome us, let us find another store." Bai Chu, unwilling to engage further in conversation, took Qin Qingyu by the hand and began to exit. Just then, a young woman rushed over from behind, slightly bowing as she approached. Excuse me, may I ask if you two need any assistance? They say if one cannot afford it, they should leave. What else could they possibly want?" An older woman nearby teased her. "I said, Cheng Xiaoxiao, are you foolish? Can't you tell who the customer is?" Cheng Xiaoxiao's face flushed with indignation. After all, they were all workers. Why did they always bully their own kind? Clients dressed in fineries were not meant for her to serve. Yet she was mocked for attending to those who were less fortunate. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself and sincerely looked at Bai Chu, saying, "Sir, feel free to browse. It's perfectly fine even if you don't make a purchase. Please wrap up your most expensive handbag for me." Cheng Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. She merely intended to apologize for her colleague to maintain the shop's reputation. Could it be that she had encountered a low-key scion from a wealthy family? Our most expensive handbag costs 280,000. Are you certain you can afford it? A nearby staff member remarked with a knowing smile. Cheng Xiaoxiao hesitated. "Sir, are you serious?" "Absolutely." After contemplating for a moment, Cheng Xiaoxiao nodded. "Please hold on." She then hurried towards a glass display case within the store. Moments later, she emerged holding an exquisite handbag. "Sir, this is our store's prized possession, the only one of its kind. Given how lovely your girlfriend is, this bag perfectly complements her elegance. Little girl, this person could never afford a bag worth over 200,000. You shouldn't have recklessly brought it out. If anything happens to it, you'll be responsible." Su Qian interjected with a sardonic tone from the side. "Wrap it up, and let us use the card," Bai Chu said, handing over a bank card nonchalantly. He was there to make a profit, and after acquiring the bag, he intended to purchase more, not wishing to squander too much time there. This? Cheng Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, then took the card and dashed to the counter. "Sir, please enter your password." Bai Chu tapped a few buttons. Beep. A small receipt printed out. Upon witnessing the successful transaction, everyone stood in disbelief. Su Qian was nearly frantic. How could a nobody like him afford such expensive items? Ding. The system detected that the host had spent 280,000, triggering a 31-fold rebate totaling 8.68 million. The reward has been credited. Bai Chu glanced at his phone. Indeed, his bank balance had now reached 1.02 million. He was a millionaire now, feeling quite pleased. He handed the bag to Qin Qingyu, saying softly, "This is for you. Do you like it? Where did you get so much money?" Qin Qingyu couldn't help but ask. Perhaps he sold his house? Su Qian retorted jealously. Yes, you're absolutely right." Bai Chu's dismissive comment, however, convinced Su Qian, bringing her some sense of balance. No wonder he was so willing to spend money. She just wondered if, after spending the money from selling his house, he would still have enough to rent a place. She hoped he wouldn't drag Qingyu into sleeping on the streets with him. Zhao Yuanji stood nearby, sneering. "Allow me to remind you, this LV is an international brand. Once you leave the store, you cannot return it. Pretending to be affluent comes at a price." Upon hearing this, Qin Qingyu felt a pang of anxiety. She had indeed intended to return the bag the following day. The notion that it could not be returned made her tense. Everything this man had done was for her benefit. How could she let him squander the money from selling his house? "Bai Chu, perhaps we should." Bai Chu smiled reassuringly at her. Turning to Su Qian, he remarked, "Rather than concerning yourself with our dear Yu, why not focus on your own situation? Though I am impoverished and currently unemployed, my love for Yu compels me to offer her the best. Yet, your boyfriend, clad in fine attire and with a seemingly stable job, couldn't he even splurge on a decent bottle of wine earlier, and now he buys you such a subpar bag? Do you truly believe he loves you?" Bai Chu feigned a sympathetic sigh. "Sister, when seeking a boyfriend, one must be discerning. If he is unwilling to spend money on you, it is clear he does not love you. If he does not love you, what is the point? The rest is for you to ponder. Though Su Qian was aware that Bai Chu was attempting to sow discord, the more she listened, the more she found merit in his words. Indeed, Chen Qingyu had to settle for expensive wine and a fine bag even when dating someone less fortunate, while her own boyfriend, who was far superior, had made her plead numerous times for such an inferior bag. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. The bag she had long desired suddenly lost its allure. Zhao Yuanji smirked at the ludicrous attempt at manipulation. It was utterly laughable. Just as he was about to disparage Bai Chu, he heard Su Qian express her discontent. Darling, I also want a bag like Chen Qingyu's. Why don't you buy me one? He was momentarily taken aback. Was this woman lacking in common sense? Although he felt a surge of irritation, he patiently reassured her. Qian, do not listen to his foolishness. How could I not love you? This bag you have is quite good, is it not? There is no need for us to compete with such fools. After all, they will find themselves on the streets after their purchases. We have just acquired a new home, and my finances must prioritize the mortgage. When they are homeless, we will be residing in luxury. Who is truly better off is clear, is it not? Is that so? Bai Chu continued to incite. Mr. Zhao appears to be around 30, having worked for nearly a decade, with a monthly salary of at least 50,000. His earnings over the years would total 600,000. Moreover, given Mr. Zhao's impressive credentials, he likely has numerous additional streams of income, amounting to at least 10 million. Yet, he only buys his girlfriend a bag worth a few thousand. This suggests that Miss Su holds merely 1% of his esteem. Unlike me who, after 4 years of work earning 5,000 a month without extravagance, has saved 240,000, yet is willing to purchase a 280,000 bag for Yu. That is true love, giving her the best and everything I can, even without selling a house. As Bai Chu's analysis unfolded, Su Qian's gaze towards Zhao Yuanji grew increasingly discontented. Zhao Yuanji, sensing the mounting tension, felt a wave of panic wash over him. Although he dismissed Bai Chu's words as sheer nonsense, he could not ignore the faith his girlfriend placed in them. Silence. He barked at Bai Chu. Turning to Su Qian, he implored, Qian, do not listen to his nonsense. How could I possibly possess such wealth? We just purchased a house. Oh, it seems young Master Zhao is feeling a bit guilty? Bai Chu quipped, reveling in the discord. Or perhaps the job you boast of is merely a fabrication. Miss Su, you must open your eyes. Young Master Zhao just mentioned repaying a mortgage. If he were truly affluent, why would he not pay in full for the house? Moreover, is the property registered in your name, Miss Su? If I were to buy a house, it would undoubtedly bear only my beloved's name. That is what true love signifies. Huh, Bai Chu, do not presume that your ludicrous remarks can sow discord between us. Zhao Yuanji retorted, his voice laced with fury. No sooner had he spoken than Su Qian's icy tone interjected. Zhao Yuanji, today I demand to know if you will buy me a bag identical to hers. Qian, do not be foolish. You are falling right into this scoundrel-esque trap. Trap? In truth, I owe Bai Chu my gratitude. Without him, I might have believed you truly loved me. With that, she hurled her bag at Zhao Yuanji and stormed away in anger. Zhao Yuanji was beside himself with rage. Though he was not irrevocably tied to this woman, he had invested so much in her. After finally winning her affection, it seemed that Bai Chu had disrupted everything before it could truly flourish. Now, even if he managed to placate her, it would require considerable sacrifice. Regret washed over him as he wondered why he had provoked this insufferable sycophant. He bent down to retrieve the bag, trembling as he pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Chu, declaring, You. Very well, but let me impart a piece of wisdom. Those who grovel will invariably meet a dismal fate. With a huff, he hurried after Su Qian. Chapter 8. Culinary mastery in Zhao Yuanji's eyes. Bai Chu was nothing more than a pathetic sycophant, the kind that would sell their home to win a woman's affection. A sycophant, you say? Bai Chu scoffed, dismissing the term. Those who desperately cling to unattainable affection are the true sycophants. My situation is entirely different, as I have already secured what I desire. At most, I am simply a devoted husband. Besides, why would I lavish affection on others when my own beloved deserves it? After Zhao Yuanji and Su Qian departed, the patrons of the establishment regarded Chen Qingyu with envy. Had anyone else spoken the words Bai Chu had just uttered, they would have scoffed derisively. Yet, coming from Bai Chu, they carried weight, for he genuinely embodied his sentiments. What woman does not yearn for her partner's unwavering, wholehearted love? Thus, despite Bai Chu being perceived as a mere impoverished wretch, the others could not help but envy Chen Qingyu. After all, A man willing to spend over 200,000 on a bag for his girlfriend, even if deemed a poor fellow, elicited their collective desire. We want some of that too. Bai Chu, they have already left. Let us return this bag. Chen Xingyu spoke up. At this moment, the staff had cast aside their previous sarcasm and began to offer their consolation, saying, Sir, if you wish to return it now, we can refund you at the original price. It is impossible to return it. How could I possibly give back money that has already lined my pockets? Bai Chu waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, What are you talking about? How can I return something I bought for you? It's merely a bag. I am not lacking in funds. He glanced at Cheng Xiaoxiao beside him, acknowledging, I was remiss earlier. One bag for 7 days simply will not suffice. Bring me 6 more of the same caliber, so my girlfriend can change her bag every day. Sir, you do not wish to return it, but rather continue purchasing? Cheng Xiaoxiao thought she had misheard. Of course. Hurry up, I am pressed for time. All right. Cheng Xiaoxiao felt a surge of joy, having feared that her sales would go to waste, only to discover an even greater surprise. By the way, sir, we only have this particular model at this price point in our store. If you need more, we will have to source them from elsewhere, which will take some time. There is no need for such trouble. Simply select the more expensive ones from your store. And remember, they must not be cheaper than the 2 that the previous customers bought. Understood. Other staff members eagerly rushed to assist, having realized that this individual was not the impoverished person they had initially assumed. He was likely a wealthy scion masquerading as someone less fortunate. If he were truly destitute, how could he so boldly indulge in luxury items without a hint of hesitation? Chen Xingyu stepped forward, grasping Bai Chu's arm and questioning, Bai Chu, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? I am buying you bags, he replied. Chen Xingyu, with an earnest expression, stated, I do not know if you are genuinely wealthy, but even if you are, there is no need for this. Firstly, I do not require these bags at all. Secondly, I am not your girlfriend, so you need not treat me this way. I do not need your compensation. Bai Chu gazed at her tenderly. I have said I will take responsibility for you. You may not be my girlfriend, but you are my woman. Thus, it is only right that I treat you well. Moreover, this is not mere compensation. I truly care for you, and I believe that one day you will reciprocate my feelings and agree to be my girlfriend. While Chen Xingyu was still in a daze, Bai Chu had already completed the payment, carrying several packages as he led her out of the store. The total cost of the 6 bags amounted to 750,000, and his card balance had now reached 2.6 million. Next, he took Chen Xingyu shopping for several outfits, a watch, and a few pieces of jewelry, successfully elevating his card balance to a satisfying 10 million before he departed. Upon returning to their residence and surveying the numerous large and small bags, Chen Xingyu regained her composure. The total cost of these items exceeded 3 million. Surely, this amount could purchase a decent apartment in Jiang City. Bai Chu, what is your true identity, and how do you possess such wealth? She is not foolish. If Bai Chu truly were as she initially believed, he would never squander so much money on items lacking cost-effectiveness. My family resides in a rural area of Qing County. As Bai Chu spoke, he handed his identification card to Chen Xingyu. My parents still toil in the fields back in the countryside. And when you eventually agree to become my girlfriend, I shall take you to meet them. Chen Xingyu glanced at Bai Chu's ID, then fixed her gaze upon him, inquiring, How could you possibly possess such wealth? Did you really sell the house in your hometown? Impossible. That house is so undesirable that not even 300,000 would entice a buyer. All this money is undoubtedly earned by me. Rest assured, my means of acquisition are entirely legitimate. Your man would never engage in unlawful activities, Bai Chu assured her. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu felt a blush creeping to her cheeks and scoffed. How shameless. Who are you calling my man? Whether it was due to being touched by Bai Chu's actions or simply having spent the day outside, Chen Xingyu suddenly found her mood considerably lifted. The shadows of heartbreak dissipating significantly. She observed Bai Chu for a moment, and for the first time in days, she regarded him without a trace of resentment. Abruptly realizing that this man was, in fact, quite handsome. While he may not possess striking features, there was an undeniable allure, one that made her want to gaze at him even more. Noticing Chen Xingyu's appreciative glance, Bai Chu felt a surge of pride within. Could it be that she has suddenly realized my charm? As if. Chen Xingyu, seemingly reading his thoughts, clutched her clothes and made her way toward the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. Ding. Affection level of the true-hearted target increased by 5 points. Current affection level, 36 points. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully moved the true-hearted target. Reward: a mysterious gift package. Would the host like to open it? Open. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired top-tier culinary skills. To elevate the affection level of the true-hearted target, begin by satisfying her palate. The host is encouraged to continue striving. In the next moment, a warm surge coursed through Bai Chu. An array of culinary knowledge inexplicably flooded his mind, as if it had always existed within him, seamlessly integrated. Not only did he possess an understanding and experience of culinary arts in his mind, but his hands also bore a familiar dexterity, as if they had spent years chopping vegetables and stirring pots. An impulsive desire to experiment surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the kitchen. Half an hour later, a rich aroma filled the entire room. Gazing at the two dishes and a pot of noodles laid out on the dining table, Bai Chu could not suppress his saliva. After tasting his creation, he realized, in all his life, he had never savored anything quite so delectable. Although he had never dined in a five-star hotel, he speculated that the meals served there could hardly rival his own culinary prowess, especially considering his skills were bestowed upon him by the system as top tier. The mere mention of the term top-notch evokes an image of extraordinary excellence. He sat quietly at the table, occasionally glancing towards the bathroom. Once Chen Xingyu emerged to taste the dishes he had prepared, her astonishment would surely be delightful. The thought of her shocked expression made a smile creep onto Bai Chu's lips. Moreover, it was quite likely that his efforts would elevate his standing in her eyes. With this in mind, he could not resist standing up and heading toward the bathroom to urge her along. Just as he reached out to knock on the door, it swung open from within. "Ah!" A shrill scream erupted. "Bai Chu, you rogue! What do you think you were doing?" I merely wanted to inquire when you would be finished. I didn't expect you to open the door," he stammered. "Humph, do you think I would believe that?" Bai Chu realized that no explanation would suffice, so he simply refrained from clarifying. Let the misunderstanding linger. After all, he had seen what he shouldn't have seen long ago. He reached out to take Chen Xingyu by the hand and led her towards the dining table. "You rogue! Let go of me. Do not be alarmed. I have prepared 2 dishes and wish for you to sample them," he replied. "Humph, you continue to deceive me." Chen Xingyu rolled her eyes. Although this scoundrel had already taken advantage of her twice, she still found it difficult to accept and was quite resistant. "I am not lying to you. Have you not caught a whiff of something delicious?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu finally noticed the delightful aroma wafting through the air. Bai Chu, with a sense of pride, guided her to the dining table, his expression brimming with anticipation. "Quickly try it." After a long afternoon, she was already hungry, and the enticing scent and vibrant colors of the dishes were irresistible. Chen Xingyu picked up her chopsticks and took a piece of the tomato scrambled eggs. After a few bites, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. After a few more mouthfuls, she gazed at Bai Chu in disbelief. "This, you made this?" She could hardly believe how delicious a simple dish of tomato scrambled eggs could be. Growing up in a wealthy family, she had dined in 5-star hotels and various specialty restaurants. Yet this was the first time she had tasted such exquisite tomato scrambled eggs. Of course. "Now, try this Kung Pao chicken." Witnessing Chen Xingyu's astonishment filled Bai Chu with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Once she expressed satisfaction with the dishes, he served her a bowl of noodles, and the two of them devoured the meal with great enthusiasm. Although Chen Xingyu was not a glutton, the delectable food undeniably whetted her appetite. The 2 plates of dishes and a pot of noodles were consumed without a trace left behind. After the meal, Chen Xingyu fixed her gaze on Bai Chu and questioned, "Now, tell me, how did your cooking become so remarkably delicious all of a sudden?" In the past few days, she had eaten more than one meal prepared by Bai Chu, and compared to this one, she could confidently say that those earlier meals were akin to swill. Naturally, it is the result of years of gradual learning and research. Bai Chu, with a calm demeanor and an unwavering heart, remarked that he could hardly admit to possessing a system. Even if he did, Chen Xingyu would never believe him. More crucially, the existence of his system must remain a closely guarded secret, lest he be subjected to dissection for research purposes. "Why was yesterday's meal unsatisfactory?" he inquired, feigning ignorance. "Was it truly unpalatable?" "Well, in truth, it was tolerable. I simply refrained from showcasing my true culinary prowess." Bai Chu continued his charade. Chen Xingyu, her eyes filled with curiosity, pressed for an explanation. "Because," he hesitated, casting his gaze thoughtfully, "to savor the dishes I prepare with utmost sincerity, one must be of paramount importance to me. Yesterday, I was overwhelmed with a sense of guilt, but after spending 2 days in your company, I have come to realize that I am deeply in love with you. I am convinced that you are the most significant person in my life, which is why I desire to reveal my culinary skills to you. You are the first to know of my talent. Even my parents are unaware. If you are willing, I wish to dedicate my culinary endeavors to you for a lifetime. Without your consent, I would never cook for another. Bai Chu had never uttered such sentimental words before, and even he felt a twinge of embarrassment at his own declarations. However, upon hearing his confession, Chun Qingyo's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. She shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "Bai Chu, I do not deserve such devotion." He gently grasped her hand, asserting, "You are my first love, and I hope you will be my last. If you deem yourself unworthy, then surely no one else in this world could ever be worthy." Chun Qingyo appeared to recollect something and quickly withdrew her hand. "Please, do not say such things. We have no future together." With that, she turned and fled into her room. Ding. The affection level of the heartfelt counterpart has increased by 14 points. Current affection level, 50. Ding. It has been detected that the heartfelt actions of the counterpart have deeply moved the host, rewarding a vial of Holy Spirit liquid, which upon consumption can significantly enhance physical strength. Would the host like to consume it immediately? Upon receiving the notification from the system, Bai Chu smiled with satisfaction, realizing that he was drawing closer to the pinnacle of his aspirations. Consume. In the next moment, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, flooding his limbs. A momentary sensation of pressure enveloped him, followed by an exhilarating tingling sensation that made him want to moan with pleasure. This feeling persisted for a while before gradually subsiding. At that moment, he sensed an immense power within him, an impulse to unleash his newfound strength, and he could not resist striking the wooden stool before him with a punch. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as he stood in shock. The thick wooden stool shattered into splinters. "This is astonishing," Bai Chu marveled inwardly. Not only had his strength significantly increased, but his body felt unprecedentedly light. With a mere leap, he could touch the ceiling. If he were to participate in a 100-meter dash at this moment, he was confident he could complete it in under 5 seconds. Previously, he had harbored concerns that earning too much wealth might be difficult to safeguard. Yet now the system has graciously enhanced his physical strength. Consequently, he is free from any lingering worries. "Open the system panel," Bai Chu commanded. Host, Bai Chu, age, 26, physical constitution, 112 skills, culinary mastery, true affectionate partner. Chun Qingyo, age, 22, affection level towards host, 50, rebate multiplier, 5. A single divine night had remarkably augmented his physique by more than double. No wonder he felt so powerful. System, what level does a physical constitution of 112 represent? The system elucidated, the average physical constitution for a typical male is 50. Each increment of 10 points results in a doubling of overall strength, while the physical limit for Blue Star humanity is set at 100. The system's response filled Bai Chu with further exhilaration. "So, my constitution surpasses the physical limits of Blue Star humanity? By the way, what does it mean that each increment of 10 points doubles strength?" Bai Chu inquired once more. The system replied plainly. "This means that without any martial arts training and without the aid of weapons, an individual can defeat 2 opponents whose strength is 10 points lower." Bai Chu's eyes sparkled with realization. In his mind, he calculated that his current combat prowess could allow him to single-handedly defeat over 60 ordinary individuals without a loss. "By the way, system, is there any existence akin to immortal cultivation on Blue Star?" Ding, the system responded. "No such entities have been detected as of yet." Bai Chu was now utterly exhilarated, trembling with excitement. Could it be that he was invincible at this moment? Ha ha ha, how splendid. He could not restrain his laughter, filling the room. Chun Qingyo, hearing Bai Chu's clattering and fits of laughter, assumed he was reacting to her words and felt a pang of guilt. She considered going out to comfort him, but reflecting on her current circumstances, she resigned herself, silently apologizing. Bai Chu turned to glance in her direction, a confident smile gracing his lips. From Su Qian's words today, he discerned that Chun Qingyo's background was extraordinary, seemingly a scion of a prominent family. However, it appeared that some incident had led to her expulsion from that lineage. Through the sweet words and genuine actions of the past 2 days, Chun Qingyo's affection for him had surged from negative to a solid 50. If this trend continued, success in winning her heart seemed tantalizingly close. Though he was uncertain whether the system would rebind her to someone else upon reaching an affection level of 100. He silently resolved that even if the system did sever their bond, he would not pursue another. His principles dictated a steadfast loyalty to love. For him, a lifetime devoted to one person was sufficient. Having now chosen to cherish Chinchinu, he vowed to protect her fiercely, eliminating anyone who sought to disrupt their union or harm her. As for the secrets behind Chinchinu, he felt no need to inquire or worry. He believed that challenges would be met with appropriate responses. What he should be concerned about were those who bore animosity towards Chinchinu. It would be wise for them to tread carefully, for he harbored no reservations about resorting to violence if provoked. He tidied up the shattered remnants of the bench, then hurried into the bathroom for a cold shower, brimming with enthusiasm as he entered the bedroom. To his surprise, he found Chinchinu curled up under the covers, softly sobbing. Just as he intended to comfort her with an embrace, she looked up at him and murmured, "Bai Chu, could you please not touch me today?" Bai Chu almost declined, but upon seeing the deep concern reflected in her eyes, he felt a pang of sympathy and nodded gently, "All right." He noticed that the desolation in her gaze from the previous day had shifted to a yearning suppressed by helplessness. He resolutely declared, "Whether you believe it or not, from this moment forth, I shall never allow anyone to bully you again." With that, he spread a blanket on the floor and lay down beside the bed. In the middle of the night, he was in a drowsy slumber when suddenly a soft body nestled into his arms. Blinking awake, he noticed that Chinchinu had kicked off the covers and rolled onto the floor, seeking warmth from him. Just like the day before, her limbs draped over him, and her head nestled against his neck, rubbing affectionately. Due to his enhanced physical condition, he was already simmering with unspent energy, and the flames of desire, once subdued, were now reignited. He felt a twinge of frustration, thinking, "You are truly testing my resolve." Yet, recalling the look in Chinchinu's eyes before they slept, he stifled his inner flames once more. Now, her fondness for him had reached a threshold of 50, indicating she had begun to harbor feelings for him. With that in mind, he chose not to exploit her vulnerability. He wished to win her heart through genuine effort and mutual consent. For such connections are far more profound when both parties willingly engage. His enhanced physique granted him greater control over himself. Although his desire burned brightly, he was still capable of restraint. Having acted impulsively the previous night, he decided to maintain composure once again. The night passed quietly. The following morning, Bai Chu awoke to find Chinchinu still curled in his embrace. Fearing to disturb her, he carefully shifted her arm away and was about to rise when he turned to see her face, along with her ears, flushed with a rosy hue, her eyelashes fluttering lightly. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing that she had been awake for some time. Bai Chu chose not to confront her about it. Feigning ignorance, he leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, then tenderly lifted her, covering her with the blanket before quietly exiting the room. Before long, the kitchen resonated with the cheerful sounds of cooking. Chinchinu, lying on the bed, cautiously opened her eyes. Remembering the earlier incident, her face flushed with warmth. Since childhood, she had never been a tranquil sleeper, always accustomed to sleeping alone and never giving it much thought. Yet, she was taken aback to realize that she had fallen from her bed in her slumber and had engaged in such actions. Now, she understood why Bai Chu had behaved the way he did the previous night. It seemed the primary responsibility lay with her. However, she could not help but revel in the warmth of his embrace, which instilled an inexplicable sense of security and comfort. Suddenly, she recalled the accidental touch upon awakening, and her heart raced. It appeared that this scoundrel truly cared for her. Despite his evident discomfort, he had restrained himself from taking advantage of her. If she were to become his girlfriend, happiness would surely follow. Yet, as these thoughts crossed her mind, she sighed and suppressed the chaotic musings as she stepped out of the room. Chapter 10. Purchasing a car. In the days that followed, Chinchinu seemed transformed, as if she had cast aside all her unhappiness. Like a devoted girlfriend, she joyfully accompanied Bai Chu in conversations and outings, savoring the delectable meals he prepared. Due to Bai Chu's culinary prowess, she had gained a few pounds in just a short span of time. This was the first time Bai Chu had witnessed her smile, and it was truly enchanting. Of course, during the nights that followed, Bai Chu exercised remarkable restraint, never crossing the line. Thus, a week of unadulterated joy passed. Chinchinu's fondness for Bai Chu quietly soared to a level of 60. That evening, after dinner, as Bai Chu was preparing to lay out his bedding, Chinchinu called out to him, "Tonight, you should sleep on the bed." Her voice trembled slightly. Bai Chu thought he had misheard, but upon receiving confirmation, He was filled with elation. As soon as he lay down, Chen Qingyu instinctively nestled closer. Before Bai Chu could fully comprehend the situation, he was enveloped by a fragrant aura, and his lips were graced by a gentle touch, akin to a dragonfly alighting on water. It seemed that his efforts over this period had finally borne fruit, and Bai Chu thought with excitement that he no longer needed to suppress his desires. The following morning, after they awoke, Chen Qingyu cast a complex glance at Bai Chu, her expression gradually cooling. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Bai Chu, I must return home. Thank you for these past few days. Let us not remain in contact, and please forget about me." With that, before Bai Chu could utter a word, she turned and walked away. Bai Chu was momentarily taken aback, then grasped her hand firmly. He found it somewhat amusing. No wonder she had been so forward the night before. She had intended it as her farewell dinner. However, he had no intention of letting her go. "Let go," he implored. "You saved me, yet you also tormented me. We are even now. I harbor no affection for you, only disdain and resentment. You should abandon any hopes of my ever liking you." Observing the indifference in the other's voice, she would have dismissed it as mere pretense had it not been for the system indicating a favorability rating of 60. "I refuse to believe it." Bai Chu replied with a smile that was neither here nor there. "You," Chen Qingyu exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. "Let me go? It's impossible for us. Being with me will only bring you harm." "You are mistaken. It is your departure that would bring me harm." Bai Chu responded calmly. How could he hope to grow rich and powerful if she were to leave? Chen Qingyu struggled to free herself, but found it futile. Glancing at Bai Chu's composed demeanor, she could no longer restrain herself and shouted, "What do you know? You have no idea the troubles being with me will bring you. Do you know why I contemplated jumping into the river? Do you know why my ex-boyfriend broke up with me? You know nothing." Taking a moment to gather her emotions, she continued, "Bai Chu, I know you are a good person, and I cannot let you suffer because of me. Please let me go. Forget about me and find a better girl to live a good life." Upon finishing her plea, Bai Chu stepped forward, lifted her effortlessly, and placed her on the sofa in the living room. Looking deeply into her eyes, he spoke with unwavering conviction, "I do not wish to be merely a good person. I aspire to be your man. Furthermore, do not even consider leaving me unless I am no longer alive. As for the troubles you speak of, I have vowed to never allow anyone to bully you. Therefore, whatever difficulties arise, I shall assist you in overcoming them. Trust me." He then broke into a warm smile. Gently kissing her forehead, "Go wash up. I will prepare dinner." With that, he hummed a little tune as he entered the kitchen. Watching Bai Chu busily at work in the kitchen, Chen Qingyu felt a sense of disorientation. If only things could remain this way, but alas. The thought of her family members brought a deep sigh to her lips. Through these past few days of interaction, she had gained some insight into Bai Chu's character. Although he was often self-centered, his stubbornness was equally apparent. She believed that if she were to leave secretly, he might indeed become despondent and seek vengeance. Never mind. Since he had saved her life, she reasoned that if it came to that, she would be willing to trade her life for his safety. Perhaps once he witnessed the true nature of her family's power, he would, like Wang Yida, recognize the wisdom in distancing himself from her. Having come to terms with her own existence, she decided it was time to return to work. After all, she needed to live. To care for her parents and younger brother. After dinner, Chen Qingyu quietly told Bai Chu, "I wish to return to work tomorrow." Bai Chu pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, where do you work? I shall take you." "No, it's unnecessary. I can go by myself," she insisted, adding, "I promise I will return after work. Let me drive you. After all, I have been dismissed from my job and have nothing but time now. I might as well be your full-time chauffeur." Hearing this, Chen Qingyu sighed, knowing she could not argue with Bai Chu, and refrained from further protest. In the afternoon, the two of them visited her previous residence and collected all her belongings. The following morning, Bai Chu drove Chen Qingyu to the entrance of her company. Her workplace was situated approximately 5 to 6 kilometers from Bai Chu's residence, nestled within an industrial park not far from the city center. The company, named Jinshin Culture, specialized in advertising design and planning. As soon as the car came to a halt, Bai Chu hurriedly exited to open the door for Chen Qingyu. "Well, if it isn't Chen Qingyu, have you been absent for a few days, and now you have a chauffeur?" As soon as Chen Qingyu stepped out, two young women approached her. "I am her boyfriend," Bai Chu interjected, asserting his claim now that they had arrived at her workplace, lest any indiscreet individuals covet his partner. No sooner had he spoken than he was met with a derisive laugh. "No wonder you've been absent for so long. It seems you've upgraded your boyfriend." But unlike others who improve with each change, you seem to have taken a step back. Not only does he lack the looks of the previous one, but he also drives this old clunker. How amusing. I am quite content, and it is none of your concern. Chen Qingyu retorted coldly, casting a glance at Bai Chu. I need to get to work now. You can head back. All right. I shall return to pick you up after work. After watching Chen Qingyu enter the building, he lingered for a moment before returning to his car, preparing to leave. At that moment, a sharply dressed middle-aged man approached the vehicle. He glanced at Bai Chu and inquired, "Are you Chen Qingyu's boyfriend?" "Yes, what of it?" Bai Chu replied. "Young man, one must possess self-awareness. Do you truly believe you are worthy of her?" The man's face bore a hint of mockery as he pressed a button on his key fob, causing a nearby Mercedes-Benz to beep in response. With that, he strode confidently into the company. Bai Chu was somewhat speechless. Indeed, the more beautiful his partner, the more complications arose. Merely accompanying her to work had already led to such peculiar encounters. Although the car was somewhat lacking, it had accompanied its previous owner for several years, and Bai Chu had not intended to replace it. Yet now, it seemed a change was necessary. Besides, he had been pondering how to earn some rebates. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity. Aside from taking a meal break, Bai Chu remained vigilant at the company entrance. Despite enduring a few more jabs, he felt it prudent to stay, especially on Chen Qingyu's first day back to work. At long last, when the workday concluded, Chen Qingyu emerged alongside several colleagues. Bai Chu noticed her expression was less than favorable. Just as he was about to inquire if something had transpired, he overheard a few mocking remarks. Who would have thought Chen Qingyu's boyfriend cared for her so much? Waiting here all day, once said. What good is that care? Can it be eaten? With his attire and that vehicle, I'd be afraid to ruin my clothes if I were him, another chimed in. Who knows? Perhaps Qingyu has unique tastes? Chen Qingyu shot them an icy glare before huffily getting into the car, slamming the door behind her. Bai Chu, you need not drive me tomorrow. I can manage on my own. Is it that you find me embarrassing? No. I do not wish for you to be ridiculed by others. Bai Chu, upon hearing this, chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair. Then let them not dare to mock you. Come, let us go purchase a car. With a balance of 10 million in his account, he could easily acquire even the most luxurious vehicle in Jiangqing. After a brief search on his phone, he drove to a Mercedes dealership located several kilometers away. Earlier that morning, a middle-aged man had flaunted his Mercedes key, and Bai Chu decided he would buy a Mercedes as well, and he would opt for the finest model available. Upon arriving at the dealership, Chen Qingyu hesitated. You really need not spend extravagantly on my account. I can simply take the bus to work. How could it be deemed wasteful spending? Do not worry. This sum is trivial for me, Bai Chu reassured her, pulling her into the store. Good day, sir. Are you here to view cars? What would you like to see? I can assist you, greeted a female salesperson at the entrance. However, upon scrutinizing Bai Chu's attire, the spark of excitement in her eyes dimmed slightly. Which is the most expensive car you have? Please, lead me to it, Bai Chu inquired. The salesperson's smile faded immediately upon hearing this. She called over a male colleague. Xiao Lu, please show these customers around. After that, she stepped aside to observe. Based on her years of experience, she doubted that someone so young could truly afford the most expensive car in their showroom. Even if a wealthy young man were merely seeking a novel experience, his demeanor would not resemble that of the individual before her. The girl accompanying him was somewhat well-dressed, yet merely decent. While purchasing a standard Mercedes would pose no issue, the desire to view the most extravagant model suggested to her that they were simply naive individuals wishing to gawk at luxury cars. Hence, she felt little motivation to attend to them. Under normal circumstances, her assumptions would have been sound. However, she happened to encounter Bai Chu, a remarkable individual with a unique advantage, and thus, her misjudgment was her own misfortune. The male salesperson, although skeptical of Bai Chu's intentions, maintained a degree of professionalism befitting a high-end dealership. He escorted the pair to a private exhibition room in the back. Good day, sir. This is our finest vehicle at the Shanxing Mercedes dealership, the Maybach S800, which also happens to be the most expensive model in our brand, priced at 6 million yuan. Currently, there is only one in all of Jiangqing. Bai Chu glanced at the car and nodded in satisfaction. I'll take it. Please process the payment. He promptly produced his bank card and handed it to the salesperson. Chapter 11, A Misjudgment. The salesperson was evidently taken aback by Bai Chu's declaration. You truly wish to purchase it? Of course. Otherwise, what am I here for? Bai Chu responded with growing impatience. Hurry, please. I hope to drive the car away today. Please wait a moment. I need to summon the manager to handle this, she said. This vehicle had been in Jiangxing for nearly 6 months, and the individual before her was intent on purchasing it without hesitation. Such a wealthy buyer necessitated the manager's involvement. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man approached briskly. He regarded Bai Chu with a hint of surprise, yet having navigated through numerous encounters over the years, he was not one to underestimate an individual based solely on their attire. With a warm smile, he greeted, "Good day, sir. I am Zhao Changjun, the manager of this establishment. May I inquire if you intend to purchase this vehicle?" Bai Chu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I needed to take my girlfriend to work tomorrow. Can you complete all the paperwork today? Will you be paying in full or financing?" "Certainly in full. Let us proceed with the card payment." "Sir, this model is the top configuration, priced at 6 million. If you are indeed purchasing, I can offer you a slight discount." Before he could finish, Bai Chu interjected, "Do I appear to be someone who is concerned about such a trivial amount? The original price will suffice." Zhao Changjun was momentarily taken aback. In all his years, he had never encountered such a generous individual. Even the wealthiest clients typically sought some form of concession. This man had voluntarily declined a discount. Clearly, he had misjudged the situation. He nodded. "May I ask how you would like to be addressed?" "Bai. Mr. Bai, please follow me." Zhao Changjun led Bai Chu into the office, and upon the transfer of 6 million, he became convinced of this man's extraordinary wealth. "Sir, please provide your identification. We assure you that all paperwork will be completed by tomorrow morning at the latest. You may take the car today, and I will personally deliver the documents to you." Zhao Changjun spoke with utmost respect. A person capable of effortlessly purchasing a 6 million luxury vehicle was certainly not one to be trifled with. Exemplary service was imperative. Bai Chu nodded and turned to the still-dazed Chen Qingyu. "Hand me your identification." "Huh. Oh." Chen Qingyu instinctively retrieved her ID. Bai Chu took it and handed it to Zhao Changjun. "Please finalize everything for her tomorrow. Are you placing this in the name of the lady?" "Of course." Bai Chu also handed over the keys to his previous vehicle to Zhao Changjun. "By the way, when you deliver the paperwork tomorrow, please return my old car as well. I will send the address to your phone shortly." After exchanging contact details, Bai Chu took the car keys and led the still bewildered Chen Qingyu out of the dealership. Once they departed, a saleswoman stationed by the door stood in a state of shock, rushing to Zhao Changjun with disbelief. "Manager, did they really purchase the most expensive vehicle?" Zhao Changjun nodded. "Mr. Bai is undoubtedly a remarkable individual. He must belong to some prominent family from another city. After all, a young man capable of casually gifting his girlfriend a luxury car worth over 6 million is unlikely to bear the surname Bai in Jiangxing. How could this happen?" The female salesperson, Su Muyu, 28 years old, has been engaged in automobile sales since her graduation from university. She believed that with her extensive experience in sales, it was impossible for her to make a mistake. However, the current situation forced her to acknowledge her misjudgment. Instantly filled with regret, she realized that the commission from just this one vehicle amounted to a staggering 1 to 200,000, now seemingly given away in vain. She glanced at Zhao Changjun with a smile and said, "Manager, this gentleman hasn't completed the purchase procedures yet, has he? Would it be acceptable for me to handle it?" Zhao Changjun seemed to see through her intentions and replied with a smile, "Unfortunately, he already has a girlfriend, and considering your age, I advise you not to overthink it." Su Muyu was not offended, although she considered herself reasonably attractive. She knew that relying on her looks to secure a wealthy man was a gamble she was not prepared to take. The manager had misunderstood. She was self-aware enough to recognize that such young, affluent individuals were exceedingly rare in Jiangxing. Understanding her dedication after having worked under him for several years, Zhao Changjun decided to give her an opportunity. "I need to personally handle the paperwork, as Mr. Bai is in a hurry. How about this? Once the procedures are completed, you can deliver the materials to Mr. Bai." Su Muyu's eyes sparkled with excitement at this prospect. Meanwhile, outside the Mercedes dealership stood a man and a woman. As Bai Chu drove past, they immediately halted in their tracks. They were Su Qian and Zhao Yuanji, whom Bai Chu had encountered a few days prior. Bai Chu's remarks at the LV store had created a significant rift in their previously affectionate relationship. Zhao Yuanji had spent several days trying to appease her, eventually agreeing to buy her a luxury car to mend their differences. As Zhao Yuanji noticed Su Qian gazing intently at the passing Maybach, a pang of unease struck him. Fearing she had taken a liking to that vehicle, he quickly explained, "Qian, that car is the most luxurious model from Mercedes. Purchasing it would require at least 5 to 6 million. Not even our company's boss would easily part with such an amount. How much are you saying? Su Qian asked, thinking she had misheard. It's at least 5 million, if not more. All right, let us not linger here. Let us go inside, Zhao Yuanji urged. Su Qian's expression shifted several times as she followed Zhao Yuanji into the store, her mind elsewhere. Welcome. What type of vehicle are you interested in? Would you like me to recommend something? The cheerful Su Muyu quickly approached them. We saw a C288 online. Do you have it in stock? If you do, we are ready to buy it now, Zhao Yuanji declared with a flourish. Yes, we do. Please follow me, Su Muyu responded, leading them to a red C288. This car, originally priced at 420,000, is currently on promotion. If you purchase it today, we can offer a discount of 30,000. Does that satisfy you? Absolutely, Zhao Yuanji nodded. I'll make a down payment of 200,000, and the remainder can be financed over 3 years. By the way, this car is for my girlfriend, so please register it in her name. Upon hearing those words, Su Muyu felt a surge of joy. Indeed, sir, your girlfriend is truly fortunate. Just then, Su Qian suddenly interjected. May I inquire if the vehicle that just left was purchased by a client here? Upon hearing this, Su Muyu's expression turned envious. Indeed, just before you arrived, a wealthy gentleman purchased a car for a staggering 6 million, without batting an eye, even declining our discounts. She shook her head with a hint of self-mockery. To be honest, when that young man first walked in, dressed in what appeared to be thrift store attire, I mistakenly thought he was merely browsing. Little did I know he was a concealed millionaire. At this, Zhao Yuanji felt a twinge of discomfort. It seems some are simply born into wealth, something we cannot envy. All right, Qian, let us not dwell on them. Would you like to sit in the car for a test experience? He approached the vehicle and opened the door. Su Qian suddenly shot a cold look at Zhao Yuanji. Zhao Yuanji, I've thought it through. We are not suited for one another. Let us break up. With that, she turned away without a hint of regret. Su Muyu was momentarily stunned. Had she misspoken? Zhao Yuanji's expression darkened. That wretched woman, despite his humble demeanor, showed no regard for their feelings, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. If not for the money he had already spent, did she think he was so devoted to her? It was all that scoundrel Bai Chu's fault. He clenched his fists and exited the Mercedes dealership. Meanwhile, Su Qian's emotions were tumultuous. Ever since she had heard Bai Chu's words that day, jealousy towards Chun Qingyu had resurfaced within her. Why did she have such luck? Abandoned by her family, reduced to seeking a poor man, yet that very man adored her so deeply, while her own boyfriend was miles ahead of him. The benefits she received paled in comparison to what that poor fellow offered Chun Qingyu. Yet, the thought that Chun Qingyu might soon find herself destitute brought her a sense of balance. It was a pity Bai Chu was too impoverished, otherwise, such a devoted man would have stirred her interest. However, just moments ago, she had witnessed the very poor fellow she had spoken of purchase a luxury car worth 6 million, and it was for Chun Qingyu. Looking at her own situation, after throwing a tantrum for days, her boyfriend only reluctantly agreed to buy her a car worth over 300,000, and even that required financing. The equilibrium she had maintained shattered instantly, leaving her unable to bear it any longer. As she walked away, she thought fiercely, why should Chun Qingyu be entitled to such a remarkable man? I, Su Qian, want one too. Bai Chu, of course, remained oblivious to all this. As he drove away from the dealership, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! The host has spent 6 million on a sincere partner, earning a 6-fold rebate, totaling 36 million now credited. With 36 million in rebates, and the 4 million still in his account, he now possessed a staggering fortune of 40 million. At this moment, Chun Qingyu cast a complex gaze at Bai Chu, her expression a blend of curiosity and expectation. After a brief silence, she inquired, are you truly from the countryside? Surely, you cannot be the scion of some illustrious family? She found it hard to believe that he had accumulated such wealth on his own, especially after he had purchased numerous luxury items for her. Today, he had acquired an extraordinarily expensive car, and his nonchalant attitude towards spending made her doubt his claimed origins. It was inconceivable that someone of humble beginnings could be so extravagant. Even she, a former heiress, could not afford such lavishness. The only plausible explanation was that Bai Chu hailed from a family even more affluent than her own. If that were the case, perhaps her troubles could indeed be alleviated by him. As a flicker of hope ignited within her, it was quickly extinguished by her own skepticism. How could she be so fortunate as to encounter a privileged heir merely indulging in life experiences? even if such a person existed. What interest could he possibly have in her? As if to confirm her doubts, Bai Chu's subsequent response shattered her expectations. What are you imagining? If I were truly an heir, I would simply admit it. Why would I deceive you? Observing her suddenly dimmed expression, he assumed she doubted his words and hastily fabricated an explanation. In truth, I have been trading stocks for years. The reason I drive a modest car and rent an apartment is that I have invested all my money in the stock market. Just when I met you, the market surged unexpectedly, and I made quite a profit. You are my lucky star. Had I not encountered you, I might never have earned so much. Therefore, it is only right that I spend generously on you. Chen Qingyu blinked in disbelief, her skepticism evident. Really? Absolutely. To alleviate her doubts, Bai Chu showed her a bank notification on his phone. This is the amount I just withdrew today. The stocks I bought recently have skyrocketed, so I still have plenty left. From now on, feel free to tell me what you wish to purchase. Do not hesitate to spend. If you ever wish to stop working, I can support you. Upon seeing the notification for 36 million, Chen Qingyu's mouth fell agape. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary man possessed such a substantial sum. However, she sighed, realizing that while 36 million was indeed a fortune for an ordinary person, it paled in comparison to the wealth of a family with a publicly listed corporation. She shook her head. I do not need your financial support. Please refrain from unnecessary expenditures in the future and save your money. The stock market can be unpredictable. One must tread carefully. Moreover, if you suddenly possess such wealth, it could attract unwanted attention. Bai Chu's eyes sparkled with delight. So you care about me? Chen Qingyu, taken aback, felt a surge of irritation. I am discussing serious matters. This is serious. There is nothing more important in this world. You. The night was filled with the incessant croaking of frogs. The following morning, after breakfast, Bai Chu drove Chen Qingyu to work. As Chen Qingyu stepped out of the car, a momentary hush enveloped the entire company entrance. Being in advertising, they frequently collaborated with prominent companies and were well acquainted with luxury car brands. The vehicle's value was unmistakable, and although they might not have known the exact price, it was evident that this Mercedes far surpassed their manager Zhu's vehicle, which was worth over $1 million. Initially, they assumed a major client was visiting. But upon seeing Bai Chu and Chen Qingyu emerge, disbelief swept through the crowd. Chen Qingyu? How could it be her? Didn't her boyfriend drive a modest car worth only a few thousand yesterday? How did he suddenly acquire such a luxurious vehicle? Some colleagues murmured in astonishment. This is a Maybach, worth 5 to 6 million. Who would have thought Chen Qingyu's boyfriend was a wealthy man? Upon hearing this, a male colleague's words left everyone around astounded. Moments later, two young women approached with smiles. Qingyu, is this car your boyfriend's? It's stunning. I knew it. With your beauty, you wouldn't settle for less. I was right all along. Bai Chu rolled his eyes at their remarks, recalling how this very woman had mocked him just the day prior. How quickly the tides had turned in a mere day. This car doesn't even have its license plates. It's clearly a temporary rental. Some people are quite amusing, so desperately trying to maintain appearances despite their obvious poverty. At that moment, a mocking voice emerged from behind. Bai Chu turned to see the middle-aged man from the previous day. Good morning, Manager Zhu. The employees greeted him in unison. The man nodded in acknowledgement. It's almost time to start work. Why are you all just standing around? Get inside. He then turned to Chen Qingyu, stating, this is a workplace, not a venue for flaunting wealth. If he truly had money, would he require you to work so hard? As someone who has been through this, let me advise you to be discerning when choosing a partner. Without another word, he strode into the building. After Manager Zhu's comments, the flattering expressions of Chen Qingyu's colleagues morphed into derision. Chapter 13. Buying a house. Chen Qingyu's expression darkened slightly, but upon seeing Bai Chu's teasing demeanor, she felt reassured. Given her current circumstances, she had no desire to concern herself with others' ridicule. Since Bai Chu remained unfazed, she decided to let them say whatever they wished, unwilling to engage in futile arguments. She looked at Bai Chu and said, you can go back now. I need to get to work. Bai Chu nodded in response. During lunch, he sat in his car, lost in thought, when his phone rang. As he answered, the voice of Su Muyu from the Mercedes dealership greeted him. Hello, Mr. Bai. This is Su Muyu from the Mercedes 4S store. Your vehicle purchase paperwork has been completed. May I deliver it to you now? Due to the presence of that modest vehicle, Bai Chu contemplated and said, I reside in the Binhu Road community. Please deliver it here. When Su Muyu arrived at the Binhu Road community, Bai Chu was already waiting at the entrance. Upon observing the surroundings, Su Muyu expressed her surprise. Mr. Bai, do you truly live in this place? Bai Chu nodded. Yes, it's a rented apartment. Rented? You are indeed quite low-key. Had Bai Chu not been so generous as to purchase a mahir outright, she would never have believed that this man could be a concealed millionaire. The disguise was remarkably effective. From his attire to his residence and vehicle, even the demeanor he exhibited, had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have associated Bai Chu with affluence. Bai Chu smiled as he accepted the dossier handed to him by Su Muyu, stating, "Just park the car in the roadside parking space." After parking, Su Muyu respectfully approached Bai Chu, saying, "Mr. Bai, my name is Su Muyu. Should you wish to purchase a vehicle or have any other requests in the future, feel free to contact me. Here is my business card." Bai Chu nodded and glanced at the card, suddenly recalling something as he spoke. "I wonder if Miss Su knows anyone in real estate. I plan to take my girlfriend to buy a property tomorrow, as it is the weekend." Su Muyu's eyes lit up. "Yes. I have a classmate who happens to work in real estate. What specific requirements does Mr. Bai have for the property?" Of course, she had no such classmate in real estate, but that was of little consequence. It was a rare opportunity to assist a wealthy individual, and she could easily fabricate a connection. "My girlfriend works at the Zhanyu Industrial Park. Ideally, we would like something nearby, with a budget of around 40 million. How much?" Su Muyu was somewhat taken aback. 40 million, is there a problem? "Mr. Bai, are you looking to buy a villa or an apartment?" Bai Chu was curious. Can 40 million buy a villa? He was unaware of villa pricing. He had previously seen on television that villas often commanded 9-figure prices. Absolutely. Even in the city center, 40 million is more than sufficient for a decent villa. Very well, then let's proceed with the villa purchase. I appreciate your assistance, Miss Su. Not a bother at all. I will contact you shortly. Su Muyu left, visibly excited. After work, Bai Chu discussed this matter with Qin Xinyu. She did not oppose it. After all, given Bai Chu's considerable wealth, living in a rented apartment seemed rather unreasonable. Furthermore, purchasing a home was a necessity, not an extravagant expense. More importantly, although her relationship with Bai Chu was unique, they were not officially a couple. So she had no grounds to object to his decision to buy property. The next morning, after breakfast, Su Muyu called. Qin Xinyu initially had no intention of accompanying him, but the decision was not hers to make. Reflecting on the situation, she felt a sense of frustration. Since meeting Bai Chu, her actions had begun to seem quite absurd. Cohabiting with a stranger was one thing. Despite the fact that this individual seemed to act solely for his own benefit, she appeared to passively accept her circumstances, devoid of even the power to refuse. Although she relished the life of being pampered, thoughts of her family situation inevitably stirred a sense of dread within her. She understood that this was merely a transient illusion, and perhaps before long, she would find herself plunged back into despair. The two of them drove to a villa district in the city. This area, named Zhuyuan, was situated beside a lake within the city. Though located at the heart of the metropolis, it stood in stark contrast to its bustling surroundings. Here, amidst the chaos of the urban sprawl, tranquility reigned supreme. At this juncture, Su Muyu had already arrived at the entrance, accompanied by a young man in a suit. Upon spotting Bai Chu's vehicle, they quickly approached. "Mr. Bai, Ms. Chun, this is a real estate agent introduced by a classmate of mine, Lu Bin, who specializes in this villa district. Please feel free to convey any requirements you may have." Lu Bin promptly stepped forward to greet them and continued, "Mr. Bai, we currently have 6 villas available for sale in Zhuyuan. 3 of them are located near the lakeside, with a relatively lower elevation, each priced around 15 million. Additionally, there are 2 more priced between 20 to 30 million, set on slightly better terrain. The finest villa is situated closer to the center, albeit at a higher price. However, a client just placed a deposit yesterday. If you are truly interested, I could negotiate with him. There is also another owner willing to sell, but they are currently abroad. So that might take some time. Shall we view them one by one before making a decision?" Lu Bin suggested. Bai Chu shook his head, dismissing the notion of perusing villas priced in the millions. He directly inquired, "How much is the one already reserved?" "The agreed-upon price is 36 million, Lu Bin replied. Bai Chu felt a sense of relief and said, "I will offer 40 million, but I need to move in by tomorrow. Is that feasible?" "I assure you I will finalize the deal." Lu Bin was elated. An additional 4 million would yield a substantial profit even after paying the penalty for breach of contract. Securing this deal would allow him to forego work for the remainder of the year. Su Muyu's assessment was indeed accurate. This man was a veritable tycoon. Chen Qingyu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration. She wanted to admonish Bai Chu for his extravagant ways, yet realizing she was not in any position to do so, she could only simmer in her own ire. At that moment, she was finally convinced that Bai Chu was not from a distinguished family. Individuals from affluent backgrounds, while wealthy, never behaved so foolishly. This man clearly belonged to the category of those who, having suddenly acquired wealth, had become excessively inflated and lost their way, resulting in such imprudent actions. Bai Chu immediately placed a 10 million deposit and then returned home with Chen Qingyu to await further news. Once back at their rented apartment, Chen Qingyu could no longer contain herself and delivered a thorough reprimand to Bai Chu. He responded affirmatively and, in an effort to placate her, prepared an elaborate meal, which ultimately quelled her anger. Indeed, wealth facilitates matters. Within a mere half-day, Lu Bin made another call, announcing that everything had been arranged and it was time to sign the contract. When the moment to sign arrived, Chen Qingyu discovered, to her dismay, that this individual had once again placed the property in his name. She contemplated refusing, but Bai Chu promptly summoned Sumu Yu, indicating that if she did not affix her signature, the house would be bestowed upon Sumu Yu. This nearly incensed her. Yet, she ultimately opted for compromise. At least the house remained under her name, and she intended to return it to Bai Chu upon her departure. However, the prospect of handing it over to another was unacceptable to her. The following afternoon, as Bai Chu and Chen Qingyu arrived at the villa, they found it immaculately cleaned, furnished with all necessary appliances. The villa boasted 3 stories, encompassing over 600 square meters, with an expansive yard at the entrance suitable for parking. Upon entering, Bai Chu was overwhelmed with excitement at the spacious and bright interior, as it was his first time living in such a splendid abode after all these years. The thought of having such a vast space for just the two of them filled him with exhilaration, liberating him from the concern of disturbing others during their activities. After dinner, Chen Qingyu remarked to Bai Chu, "With so much room, we need not confine ourselves to a single room anymore. From today onward, we shall each have our own room, ensuring you do not turn into a beast." Although her words seemed triumphant, a trace of unnoticeable melancholy flickered in her eyes. Bai Chu nodded in agreement. "You." Chen Qingyu abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "I shall go choose my room." For reasons unknown, upon receiving Bai Chu's straightforward consent, she felt a sudden pang of disappointment. What was happening to her? Did she truly enjoy being? As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned to ascend the stairs, eager to find a room she liked. Watching her retreating figure, Bai Chu could not suppress a smirk of satisfaction. Moments later, Chen Qingyu approached him, visibly irate. "Bai Chu, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" What's wrong?" Bai Chu feigned innocence. "Humph. Stop pretending. What is going on?" Seeing the sincerity in Bai Chu's expression, Chen Qingyu felt a twinge of doubt. Could it be that he genuinely did not know? Thus, she stated, "Among the 9 rooms, only one has a bed and bedding. The others are entirely empty. Are you certain this was not your deliberate arrangement?" Coughing lightly, he responded, "I truly have no idea. Perhaps those who renovated thought we were a couple and deemed it unnecessary to purchase multiple beds." He chuckled, adding, "Well, it seems we will have to make do for now. Humph, I shall buy a bed tomorrow." After a sleepless night, Bai Chu arose energetically the next morning to prepare breakfast for Chen Qingyu and, as usual, accompanied her to work. Only then did he remember that he had not yet received the rebate notification from his system. Upon inquiring, he learned that the transaction would only be considered officially completed upon obtaining the property certificate. Bai Chu hastily dialed Lu Bin's number. "When will my property certificate be ready? I urgently need it." Sensing Bai Chu's impatience, Lu Bin quickly clarified, "I apologize, Mr. Bai. The property bureau was closed yesterday due to the weekend. I will assist you in processing it today. Rest assured, I will strive to have it completed within a week." Upon hearing this, Bai Chu's brow furrowed. A week's delay would hinder his earnings. He expressed his displeasure, "That's too long. Is there any way to expedite it to within a day?" "I'm afraid, Mr. Bai, there are regulations that necessitate a certain amount of time," Lu Bin responded. Bai Chu promptly interrupted him, "If it can be done, I will purchase properties through you in the future. If not, then so be it." Hearing Bai Chu's words, Lu Bin gritted his teeth. "Rest assured, Mr. Bai, I guarantee that the property certificate will be in your hands by tomorrow. Although completing it within a day would pose challenges, as long as the funds were in place, nothing would be insurmountable." The costs involved were trivial compared to the opportunity to maintain a connection with a wealthy patron. Satisfied, Bai Chu ended the call. The following morning, after escorting Chen Qingyu, Lu Bin arrived by car to deliver the property certificate. The moment Bai Chu received it, the system notification chimed, and 2.4 billion in rebates was deposited into his bank account. Thank you. It is my honor to assist you, Mr. Bai. If you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Lu Bin said as he departed. Left in his vehicle, Bai Chu idly played games out of boredom. Just then, someone knocked on the window. Turning to look, he was surprised to find Su Qian. He held no favorable impression of her, so he lowered the window slightly and coldly asked, "Do you need something?" With a charming smile, Su Qian replied, "If there's nothing wrong, can't I just sit in your car for a bit?" "Absolutely not," Bai Chu curtly retorted before raising the window again. Annoyed, Su Qian persisted, knocking once more. Bai Chu, growing impatient, snapped, "If you have business, state it. If not, please leave me be. I'm playing a game." "Am I, a stunning beauty, not more important than your game?" Su Qian provocatively pouted, accentuating her already ample figure. Although she felt her looks paled compared to Chen Qingyu's, she believed her other attributes were unmatched. For men, she thought, such qualities could be even more alluring. And she was confident Bai Chu would not overlook them. Not at all, Bai Chu replied without hesitation. The simplicity of his response nearly drove Su Qian to frustration. Yet recalling the possibility that he was a hidden wealthy heir, she felt somewhat relieved. Indeed, for such affluent individuals, what kind of women had they not encountered? If merely this could capture his interest, it would indeed be unexpected. Taking a deep breath, she stated, "I do have something to discuss regarding Qingyu." Bai Chu's interest piqued instantly. "Oh? Please go on. Must I stand out here to speak?" Bai Chu pondered for a moment and, feeling somewhat apologetic, said, "How about this? There's a restaurant ahead, and it's just the right time for a meal. We can chat while we eat. I'll head over first and wait for you." With that, Bai Chu pressed the accelerator and drove off. Su Qian stood there in a daze, watching Bai Chu's car disappear into the distance without any sign of stopping. She finally realized that this fellow had no intention of letting her in the vehicle. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and, teetering in her high heels, began to chase after him. Fortunately, it wasn't far, only a few hundred meters, but even that distance left her quite exhausted. By the time she entered the restaurant, Bai Chu had already ordered several dishes. He looked at Su Qian and asked, "What is on your mind? You can speak now." Su Qian gazed at Bai Chu with a hint of grievance, remarking that he was utterly lacking in sensitivity towards women, making her run over like this. Her legs were aching. As she spoke, she tugged at her already short skirt, revealing her slender, straight legs clad in black stockings. Bai Chu stole a glance and quickly averted his gaze. He thought to himself, how shameless of her to attempt to entice him. Just a few days ago, she had called him a poor loser, and now, upon seeing him with a new car, her attitude had done a complete 180. Indeed, wealth had the power to transform foes into friends. As a man, and particularly one who had never been involved with women until recently, it was impossible for him to remain unaffected. However, he was someone with a system, and he would not be so easily swayed. Besides, he held a steadfast view on love. Attempts to seduce him were futile. Enough with the pleasantries. If you have something to say, do so quickly, as I do not have time to linger here with you. Noticing that her tactic had failed, Su Qian reined in her thoughts and said, "The primary reason I came to see you today is twofold. First, I want to thank you for your words the other day, which allowed me to see Zhao Yuanji's true colors. As you said, he never truly loved me, so I have ended our relationship. Now, I am single, Bai Chu, and I genuinely wish to repay you. Whatever you ask, I am willing to fulfill." Bai Chu was somewhat taken aback. Although he had intended to annoy the two of them, he had not anticipated that it would lead to their breakup. He couldn't help but admire the strength of women's resolve. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he replied, "That was your choice. I merely expressed my opinion. So there's no need for thanks. You mentioned something regarding Chen Qingyu? Please, go on." Seeing Bai Chu's attitude, Su Qian felt an even deeper jealousy towards Chen Qingyu. Was that Chen Qingyu truly so captivating that she could inspire such loyalty from this man? Why was it that she could never encounter someone like that? After calming herself, she said, "You know that Chen Qingyu is from the Chen family in Jincheng, right?" Bai Chu had never inquired about Chen Qingyu, so naturally, he was unaware of such details. However, he deemed this knowledge unimportant. After all, with his system, he was worthy of any prestigious family. After being expelled from the Chen family, Chen Qingyo's situation was further complicated by rumors that she had offended a family even more powerful than the Chens, inciting their ire. In other words, associating with her might draw the disdain of both the Chen family and another prominent clan. Bai Chu chuckled softly upon hearing this, remarking that their discontent held no relevance for him. As long as they refrained from provoking him, he was indifferent to any family ties. Observing Bai Chu's disdainful demeanor, Su Qian became increasingly convinced that the man before her must belong to a distinguished family. Anyone who could disregard the prestigious Chen family might very well be a scion of one of the aristocratic families in the capital. The prospect of becoming his partner, or even sharing a fleeting moment of intimacy with him, would be an immense privilege for her. This thought ignited a warmth within her. Bai Chu, however, replied nonchalantly, indicating that if that was all there was to it, he had no interest. Su Qian had anticipated that Bai Chu might be a member of a prominent family, indifferent to such matters, so she knew she had to present more than mere words. Thus, she retrieved her phone and played a video for him. Turning to look, Bai Chu saw the interior of a company, where a young woman was running around with a look of distress. She was seen fetching water for others, sweeping floors, and even going downstairs to retrieve takeout, all while being subjected to ridicule from those around her. As the video progressed, Bai Chu's expression darkened. The young woman in the footage was none other than Chen Qingyo. Despite being a top student from the design department, Bai Chu had initially believed she was working as a designer, an occupation that would be both easy and aligned with her interests, which is why he had never opposed it. However, he was now painfully aware that the woman he cherished had been reduced to the status of a servant in her workplace. What infuriated him further was the encounter he had previously had with manager Zhu, who constantly found excuses to summon Chen Qingyu to his office, imposing outrageous demands. When she refused, she was met with threats and insults. Bai Chu's expression turned frigid. This was the first time he felt such intense anger since his arrival in this world. Su Qian, smiling, remarked that she had gone to great lengths to obtain this video, having begged a close friend for assistance. Bai Chu suppressed his fury and smiled at her, thanking her and inquiring what she desired in return. Su Qian, pleased with herself, moved closer, adjusting her already low neckline to reveal more of her alluring décolletage. She removed one of her high heels and draped her enticingly clad leg over his, gently rubbing against him. Leaning closer, she whispered seductively into his ear, suggesting that if he truly wished to show his gratitude, he might consider offering himself in return. Rest assured, I understand the place that Qingyu holds in your heart. I do not aspire to compare myself to her, nor do I wish to let her know, so you may feel completely at ease. With that, she produced a hotel key card from her bag. I have already made the reservation. You may come at your convenience. This exquisite provocation, so meticulously thought out, stirred an undeniable reaction within Bai Chu, even though he would not admit it. Observing the change in Bai Chu's demeanor, Su Qian felt a thrill of excitement. Indeed, her allure was still considerable. Just as Bai Chu was about to speak, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a task. Please select one of the following options. 1. Captivate Su Qian to receive a mysterious gift package, along with 1 billion xia coins. 2. Refuse Su Qian with resolute conviction to receive a mysterious gift package. Bai Chu momentarily froze upon hearing the system's voice. After having the system for so long, he never expected it to issue tasks. However, something about this task felt amiss. Was it intentionally encouraging him to pursue Su Qian? From Su Qian's words, it seemed that indulging in a fleeting encounter came without strings attached, a proposition that most would find hard to decline. The prospect already piqued his interest, and with the system offering such bountiful rewards, there was little reason to refuse, especially with 10 billion at stake. With this thought, Bai Chu no longer hesitated. He gazed intently at Su Qian and said, "What you are doing is quite dangerous, you know. You are enticing me to commit a crime." Upon hearing this, Su Qian's heart leapt with joy as she leaned closer, pressing her ample form against his arm. "As long as you enjoy it, feel free to indulge. I eagerly anticipate it." Bai Chu nodded, "Then I shall not hold back." With that, he stood up and swiftly struck Su Qian across the face. The sharp sound of the slap left her momentarily stunned, her expression blank as she regarded Bai Chu, feeling somewhat disoriented. After a moment, she seemed to realize something. Could it be that he enjoyed such play? The thought stirred a flicker of excitement within her, her cheeks flushing. Just as her mind began to wander, Bai Chu coldly remarked, "Considering your connection to Yu Yu, Let this slap serve as a small lesson. Do not employ such tricks before me, apart from Yu. I harbor no interest in any other woman. Should you dare to attempt this again, I assure you, you will regret it. At his words, the warmth that had just ignited within Su Qian instantly turned to ice. She believed she had misheard. Yet the icy gaze from Bai Chu made her realize he was not jesting. She had no doubt that should she attempt to entice him once more, the consequences would be dire. Faced with his possible connections, all her resentment transformed into resignation. Yes, I apologize. I will not do it again, she said, her voice tinged with fear. Ding. Congratulations, the host has made a choice, and the mysterious gift package has been successfully distributed. May I ask the host if you would like to claim it immediately? Claim it. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired a 100% stake in Jinqing Cultural Media Company. The reward has been successfully issued. Jinqing Cultural Media? Is that not the very company of Yu? Bai Chu was instantly delighted. He had been contemplating ways to acquire it. But it seems there is no need for such troubles now. Having a system indeed proves to be quite considerate. Observing Su Qian's anxious expression, Bai Chu smiled. However, the video you provided earlier is of significant importance to me, and I must repay this favor. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, since it appears you do not have a vehicle, I shall gift you one as a token of appreciation. No, that is unnecessary. Qingyu is my classmate, and I do not wish to see her bullied. A debt is a debt. I prefer not to owe anyone favors. Let us hasten to our meal. Once we are finished, we shall proceed to the car dealership together. After Bai Chu spoke, he dismissed her concerns and resumed eating. Soon, they finished their meal and arrived at Bai Chu's vehicle. Just as Su Qian reached for the passenger door, Bai Chu halted her, gesturing towards the back seat. Please take the rear. This is Yu's designated seat. Su Qian dared not protest and obediently sat in the back. Her heart suddenly filled with anticipation regarding the vehicle Bai Chu would choose for her. Filming that video had indeed cost her a few meals for a familiar acquaintance. Yet no matter how modest the car, it would surely outweigh the value of those meals. Although she could not fulfill her own wish, at least receiving a car was not a loss. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of a Mercedes-Benz dealership. Upon realizing where they had come, Su Qian was taken aback, but soon she felt a sense of relief. Bai Chu was indeed a descendant of a prominent family, and gifting anything less than luxurious would be beneath him. Since it was a Mercedes, the least expensive models would still cost several $100,000. It seemed she was in for a considerable gain. Upon entering the store, Su Muyu hurriedly approached. Mr. Bai, are you looking to purchase another vehicle? Bai Chu nodded, pointing to the rear where Su Qian sat. Please buy her a car. Su Muyu was taken aback upon seeing Su Qian. Was she not the same woman who had recently broken up with her boyfriend in this very store? No wonder she had been so resolute in her breakup. It appeared she had set her sights on Mr. Bai. Indeed, Mr. Bai was a lavish spender. Just days prior, he had bought a car and a house for that girlfriend. And now he had found another companion, immediately bestowing her with a vehicle. Not wanting to pry too much, she smiled and asked, May I inquire what type of car Mr. Bai wishes to purchase for his new girlfriend? Understanding that she had misconstrued the situation, Bai Chu hastily clarified. She is not my girlfriend. She merely assisted my girlfriend with a favor, and I am buying her a car to express my gratitude. He then turned to Su Qian. You may choose whichever car you desire. Upon hearing Bai Chu's earnest explanation, Su Qian felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, but upon hearing his next words, she was suddenly filled with excitement. You mean to say I can choose freely? Certainly, as long as it is available here. You may select any vehicle that catches your eye. Although he harbored no affection for the woman, she had indeed rendered him a significant favor, ultimately leading to his acquisition of Jinqing Cultural Company. Therefore, he was not one to be stingy. Thank you very much, young Master Bai. Upon hearing this, Su Muyu felt a pang of envy as her eyes glistened with emotion. To receive a luxury car merely for assisting Mr. Bai's girlfriend? While envy coursed through her, she maintained a smile as she addressed Su Qian, saying, Miss, please follow me. I will help you with any model you fancy. Miss Su, take your time with her. Once she settles on a choice, just send me the card number, and I will transfer the funds. I must pick up my girlfriend from work shortly, so I shall take my leave. With that, he drove away. Su Qian, her expression brimming with excitement, began to explore the shop, feeling an unparalleled sense of joy as she listened to Su Muyu's introductions. Indeed, breaking up with Zhao Yuanji was the right decision. Otherwise, she would still be wasting time with him, and the luxurious cars before her would likely remain out of reach for a lifetime. Now, Having merely lowered her pride to perform a small favor, she found herself in a position to choose from these extravagant vehicles, which she had previously only dared to dream of. Ultimately, she settled on a model valued at over $2 million. She chose this price range, fearing that a more expensive selection might displease Bai Chu, while opting for something too cheap would leave her unsatisfied. The $2 million mark felt just right. After completing the paperwork and settling into the car, Su Qian felt an instant elevation in her status. At that moment, Su Muyu, curious, inquired by the way, "Miss Su, may I ask what favor you did for Miss Chun that warranted such a generous gift from Mr. Bai?" Su Qian glanced at Su Muyu, a subtle smile curving her lips. It appeared this woman had her own ambitions. However, she would not divulge the truth. Bai Chu is merely joking. I am a classmate of Qin Yu, and he is simply expressing gratitude for my care of her throughout our university years. Chapter 16. Employment after Su Qian departed. The once cheerful Su Muyu's expression turned icy. She could hardly believe Su Qian's words. Mr. Bai's demeanor towards her suggested discontent. Even if Su Qian truly was a classmate of Miss Chun, their relationship could not be particularly close. Furthermore, a man of Mr. Bai's stature would not stoop to deception. It was clear that Su Qian had assisted Miss Chun in some capacity. While the exact nature of the favor remained unknown, it was evident that, given Su Qian's standing, it was unlikely to be of great significance. Yet, even for a minor favor, Mr. Bai's generosity in gifting a luxury car indicated his profound affection for his girlfriend. It seemed that to approach Mr. Bai, winning over his girlfriend might indeed be the most prudent strategy. With this thought in mind, she devised a plan. As Bai Chu drove along the road, he suddenly recalled the earlier task from the system, igniting his curiosity regarding the alternative reward for the choice of pursuing Su Qian. He was eager to discover what else the system would offer in addition to the 10 billion if he had opted to win over Su Qian. Thus, he inquired system, "What is the mysterious gift package for choosing to pursue Su Qian?" He assumed that the system would remain silent, but to his surprise, it responded with utmost clarity. "The host is half short." Bai Chu was momentarily taken aback, bewildered as he inquired, "What do you mean by half short?" "Both time and physiological characteristics are half short." Upon hearing this, Bai Chu felt a chill run down his spine. "What the hell, system? You truly are a trickster. Trying to ensnare me." Fortunately, his resolve was unyielding. Otherwise, his future happiness would have been irrevocably compromised. He had always suspected that this dog system, named the True Heart System, was subtly encouraging him to act against his genuine affections, revealing its true malevolent intentions. Just as Bai Chu arrived at the entrance of Jincheng Culture, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, Mr. Bai. I am Sun Yuhua, the owner of Jincheng Culture. You have just acquired our company, and I was wondering if you have a moment before you leave. I would like to take you on a tour of the company to familiarize you with the situation and facilitate some work-related handover." "Certainly. I am currently at the entrance of Jincheng Culture." Sun Yuhua was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, "Please hold on. I will come to pick you up right away." He dared not exhibit any negligence. After all, this gentleman had purchased the company for double its estimated value without even needing to involve intermediaries, with the process being astonishingly swift. This incident clearly illustrated the immense power wielded by Mr. Bai. A few minutes later, a BMW approached from a distance, and a plump man in his 40s exited the vehicle, hurrying towards Bai Chu. "Greetings, you must be Mr. Bai Chu?" Upon seeing Bai Chu for the first time, he expressed curiosity, for this young gentleman appeared quite casual, entirely unlike a wealthy individual capable of effortlessly producing several hundred million in capital. Bai Chu nodded and shook hands with him, saying, "I would appreciate it if you could show me around, Mr. Sunday." "Not at all. It is my duty. By the way, Mr. Sun, could you assist me with something?" Bai Chu then discussed a few matters with Sun Yuhua. Following their conversation, Sun Yuhua quickly entered the company. Upon his sudden arrival, all employees instantly adopted a facade of diligence, secretly speculating about why this rarely present owner had come into the office today. Everyone greeted him, but Sun Yuhua feigned ignorance, heading directly into the general manager's office. After a while, Bai Chu followed him inside. The receptionist glanced at Bai Chu and coolly remarked, "Aren't you Qin Qingyo's boyfriend? I'm afraid our company prohibits entry to unauthorized personnel. Perhaps you should wait for your girlfriend outside." The receptionist's recognition of him indicated that his recent visits to accompany Qin Qingyu to work had spread throughout the company. "I have just been hired as an intern design assistant and am here to report for duty." The receptionist looked somewhat taken aback by Bai Chu's statement. At that moment, the phone at the front desk rang. She answered it briefly before hanging up and casting a disdainful glance at Bai Chu. You may enter. Design assistant? In their company, the entire design department consisted solely of designers, regarded as the lowest tier within the organization. Chen Qingyu, for instance, was merely a designer, yet found her standing in the company inferior to that of the receptionist, relegated to performing menial tasks daily. Her boyfriend, demonstrating even greater audacity, had secured a position as a design assistant. Were the designers in their company truly in need of assistance? This thought elicited a derisive chuckle from her. Indeed, such a superficial status hardly warranted the luxury of driving an extravagant car. Manager Zhu was correct. It was evident that they were merely putting on a facade for appearances. Sake. Upon witnessing the receptionist's disdainful attitude towards her, it was only logical that she would harbor no goodwill towards Qingyu. Bai Chu shot her a cold glance, resolved to take action shortly. As Bai Chu entered the company premises, a personnel officer approached him, escorting him to a meeting room on the second floor. At that moment, the meeting room was filled with dozens of employees, with Sun Yuhua standing at the front, addressing the crowd. Our company has been acquired by another entity. As of today, I am no longer the owner here. I am uncertain when the new owner will arrive, so please direct any inquiries to General Manager Zhang. With that, he turned and departed, nodding slightly as he passed Bai Chu. General Manager Zhang Yanhui had already received Sun Yuhua's advice to withhold Bai Chu's identity for the time being. Thus, he did not display excessive enthusiasm upon Bai Chu's arrival. He admonished the gathered employees, our company's performance has been lackluster recently. Many of you have been with Sun General for quite some time, and though there may be dissatisfaction, he would not unduly burden anyone. However, with the company now under new ownership, we remain unaware of the new owner's temperament or background. Therefore, I urge everyone to exert greater effort in our work to elevate our operations at Jincheng. If we fail to appease the new owner, none of us can guarantee our positions here. Upon hearing these words, a palpable tension filled the meeting room. Zhang Yanhui then added with a smile, but rest assured, earlier, our General Sun conveyed a message from the new owner. Starting this month, all employees will receive a 20% salary increase. The moment he finished speaking, the room erupted in cheers. Although Jincheng Company was modest in size, its compensation was considered quite favorable within the industry, resulting in a reluctance among employees to leave. With the additional 20% salary increase, they found themselves at the pinnacle of the industry in the entire mountain city, a prospect that stirred excitement among them. Zhang Yanhui raised his hands to quiet the crowd, turning to glance at Bai Chu by the door. Coincidentally, we have hired a new employee today. In the spirit of celebration, let me introduce him. At that moment, Bai Chu stepped through the doorway, positioning himself beside Zhang Yanhui. Zhang Yanhui, beaming with a broad smile, gestured towards Bai Chu. This is our new colleague, Bai Chu. Let us all extend a warm welcome. A round of applause erupted, followed by a flurry of whispered conversations. Isn't that Chen Qingyu's boyfriend? The one who drives a luxury car to pick her up for work every day? Didn't you all say he was just a poor loser pretending to be wealthy by renting a fancy car? Why is Mr. Zhang personally introducing him? Does he have some connection with Mr. Zhang? I have no idea. It's all from Manager Zhu. Those who had often mocked Chen Qingyu now felt a tinge of anxiety. Chen Qingyu, lost in thought with her head down, suddenly heard the murmurs around her. She looked up in confusion, only to meet Bai Chu's smiling gaze. A jolt ran through her. What was this guy doing at the company? Bai Chu greeted everyone with a smile, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Bai Chu. From now on, we will be colleagues. I look forward to your support." He then winked at Chen Qingyu. Curious, Zhang Yanhui asked. Bai Chu cough. Do you know that female colleague? Bai Chu nodded. She is my girlfriend. Zhang Yanhui felt a shock of realization. With nearly 100 employees in the company, he rarely wandered around, so he did not recognize most of them. However, he could clearly see that this female employee did not seem to have a good rapport with her colleagues. By the way, Mr. Zhang, I applied for the position of design assistant, and coincidentally, my girlfriend is a designer. How about I assist her? Sure. Zhang Yanhui was about to agree when he suddenly recalled. Bai Chu, while our company doesn't have a clear policy against office romances, it might not be the best influence. How about? Bai Chu did not oppose this. Nodding. Then which designer would like to have me as their assistant? The designers in the design department exchanged strange glances, yet none spoke up. Bai Chu shrugged. Mr. Zhang, look. They all refuse me. Zhang Yanhui feigned difficulty, saying, Fine, but please be mindful of your conduct and not affect your colleagues. Afterward, he addressed everyone. That's settled then. The meeting is dismissed. As soon as he left, the meeting room buzzed with chatter. Many discussed the new boss's salary raise, while others speculated about Bai Chu. However, their predominant concern was whether Bai Chu had a connection with Zhang Yunhui. At that moment, the HR representative who had brought Bai Chu and led him to where the design department members were gathered. Looking at Chen Xinyu, she announced, Chen Xinyu, Bai Chu will be your assistant from now on. You can directly assign him any tasks you need. Chen Xinyu was taken aback. I. Her face flushed with awkwardness as she struggled to find words. Chapter 17. Reluctant to work, she was still grappling with her own responsibilities and had only been doing minor tasks. Now, she had an assistant to help her with trivialities. She glared at Bai Chu in frustration, thinking to herself how he even thought of applying for this position. Wasn't he just adding to her troubles? Xinyu, congratulations, exclaimed her colleagues, some genuinely, others sarcastically. The reason they refrained from mocking the two individuals was their fear that Bai Chu might indeed be involved with Zhang Yunhui. The personnel officer, with a smile, interjected, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Bai Chu has no relationship with Manager Zhang. He is merely a new recruit in our Human Resources Department, having requested an exceptionally low salary. Given how busy your design department typically is, we decided to bring him on board. After speaking, she nervously glanced at Bai Chu. Upon receiving a satisfied smile from him, she exited with a sense of excitement. Once the personnel officer departed, the group's demeanor shifted dramatically, and they began to ridicule Bai Chu and Chen Xinyu. Bai Chu, with a cold smirk, took note of those who mocked him. The design department manager, Zhu Changshan, cast a disdainful glance at Bai Chu, declaring, since you are a member of the design department, all the menial tasks will be assigned to you from now on. When Bai Chu ignored him, Zhu snorted disdainfully, if you wish to pass your internship smoothly, you must show diligence. Otherwise, our design department has no need for incompetence. He then rallied the 10 or so employees in the design department, speaking passionately about their recent acquisition of a promotional project for Qinming Pharmaceuticals. If we execute this project well, we are sure to earn the new boss's admiration, so I hope everyone can put in the effort in the coming days. With that, the group enthusiastically made their way to the office area. Once everyone had left, Chen Xinyu looked at Bai Chu with frustration. Bai Chu, what exactly do you intend to do by coming here? Bai Chu gently took her hand, saying, I heard someone was bullying you at work, so I came to check on you. I have stated that you are my woman, and no one shall bully you. No one is bullying me, Chen Xinyu replied, deeply touched, yet feeling concerned that Bai Chu, merely a design assistant, could not help her and might even be a burden. Whether anyone is bullying you, I will ascertain for myself. Let us proceed to work. As they entered the design department, they observed their colleagues, faces alight with excitement, conversing at their desks. Bai Chu turned to Chen Xinyu and asked, Yu, where's your desk? I don't have one, she replied, somewhat embarrassed. But you are a designer. Why does everyone else have a desk except you? I used to have one, but Manager Zhu said I had no achievements, so it was taken away. Bai Chu nodded, his expression growing colder. After months of work, Yu Haven T even produced a single design proposal. How could she deserve a desk? Indeed, it's laughable that they even assigned her an assistant. Two colleagues nearby could not help but sneer. Chen Xinyu quickly retorted, the manager has never assigned me any tasks. How could I possibly complete them? TCH, don't you know why no tasks are assigned to you? Enough of the chatter. The water in the dispenser has run out. Hurry and replace it. And later, make me a cup of coffee. Additionally, please retrieve today's delivery for us. Now that you have an assistant, it is convenient to go together. Chen Xingyu's face bore a frown of dissatisfaction, yet after a moment's contemplation, she turned away to prepare for the task. Bai Chu intervened, casting an angry glare at the individuals who had spoken. Do you all lack hands? Can't you manage your own affairs? Are your eyes blind to the fact that we are all working? The entire design department has only you two idling about. We are merely trying to give you something to do. Our department does not accommodate idlers. If you're unwilling to work, you might as well leave. A male colleague mockingly taunted. Among the design department, Chen Xinyu was the most beautiful, drawing the attention of many male colleagues. Now that she had taken a boyfriend, one perceived as inferior, it was no surprise they felt envious. Oh, is this company your family's? You think you can dismiss us at your whim? What are you? Anyway, how dare you insult me? With your lack of decorum, I can hardly fathom how you were even hired. The male colleague seethed through clenched teeth. Others began to join in berating Bai Chu. Chen Xinyu tugged at his arm, saying, Bai Chu, Let us not argue. If it comes to it, we can leave this place. There's no need to get worked up over them. She could endure her colleagues' bullying. But witnessing so many unite against Bai Chu stirred an inexplicable fury within her. Upon hearing Chen Xingyu speak up for him, Bai Chu's expression brightened with a smile. Why should we leave? If anyone should exit, it's them. Just then, the design department manager, Zhu Changshan, emerged from his office. He cast a cold gaze upon Bai Chu, saying, "What are you all bickering about? Do you still wish to work? If not, you can leave right now." Pointing at Bai Chu, he declared, "You may go. Our design department has no need for you." Turning to Chen Xingyu, he continued, "Chen Xingyu, our company has a new owner now, and the benefits we offer are unparalleled in the entire city. If everyone works together, our future is bright. I advise you not to act rashly at this moment. Furthermore, as someone who has been there, I advise you to be discerning when choosing a boyfriend. Some simply do not deserve you and may hinder your future. Thank you for your concern, Manager Zhu, but I can manage my own romantic affairs. If you choose to dismiss Bai Chu, I shall leave with him." Chen Xingyu asserted resolutely. "You," Zhu Changshan, visibly irate, threatened darkly, "though our company may be small, I am acquainted with many in the industry here in the city. If you leave, you may find it challenging to secure another position in the field." Manager Zhu, how can you say such things? Isn't that a bit excessive? Excessive? Huh. Allow me to enlighten you. Reality is rather harsh. So, think carefully about the consequences before making a decision. Zhu Changshan spoke arrogantly. We can always find another path," Chen Xingyu declared, pulling Bai Chu towards the exit. However, upon discovering that Bai Chu remained utterly unmoved, her pent-up grievances surged forth uncontrollably, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Just as she was on the verge of weeping, Bai Chu gently embraced her, urging her not to cry. He then turned to Zhu Changshan and exclaimed, "Who do you think you are? Is this company your family estate? Do you presume to dictate my departure?" With a sardonic laugh, he continued, "Oh, you refuse to let me go? Then summon the security." Zhu Changshan commanded an employee to do just that. Moments later, 2 security guards entered the room. "Who is causing a disturbance?" Zhu Changshan pointed at Bai Chu, declaring, "This individual has already been dismissed. Expel him immediately." One security guard brandished a rubber baton and approached Bai Chu, but the other, upon catching sight of Bai Chu's countenance, abruptly changed his expression. "Goodness, isn't this the young man whom Boss Sun treated with utmost respect previously?" He quickly seized the arm of his colleague, smiling as he approached Bai Chu. "Hello, may I inquire about what transpired?" Bai Chu remained silent, while Chen Xingyu, with a quivering voice, recounted the earlier events. Upon hearing her words, the security guard's expression shifted dramatically. He turned to Zhu Changshan and stated, "Manager Zhu, you have crossed a line. This person has not been dismissed. Why do you insist on having us eject him? Furthermore, I concur with my colleague. Your demeanor is rather unsavory. And I am well aware of how you frequently bully female colleagues in this company." Chapter 18. Fire him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Changshuan's face turned ashen, and he retorted angrily, "What do you mean by that? How dare you, a mere security guard, speak to me like this? Do you wish to resign?" He scoffed. "Though I am but a security guard, I heed only the directives of the boss and General Manager Zhang. Your whims do not dictate my employment." With that, he turned back to Bai Chu, saying, "Bai Chu, if there's anything you need, don't hesitate to let us know. While we are security, we also have our principles." He then dragged the bewildered security guard away from the design department. "Brother Zhang, what are you doing? That is the design department manager. If he mentions this to General Manager Zhang, we might truly be dismissed. I heard from the front desk that salaries are about to increase. I have no desire to leave. I just saved your skin. Otherwise, you would have been in quite a predicament. I warn you, from this moment forth, we shall comply with whatever Bai Chu requests. Do you understand? Why? You will find out soon enough. Rest assured, I will not lead you astray." After the security guards departed, Zhu Changshan nearly succumbed to rage. Typically, these 2 guards greeted him with warmth, yet they had chosen to assist someone else at his behest. He chuckled to himself, vowing to find an opportunity to have General Manager Zhang dismiss these 2 scoundrels in the future. Bai Chu mocked, "Do you see? Even the security guard recognizes that you are not a decent person. I believe the one who ought to leave this company is you." "I leave. Ha ha ha. Do you realize that I joined the company from its inception? The contributions I have made over the years are beyond the comprehension of someone as junior as you. A mere design assistant. You choose not to leave, is that so? Very well, summon the HR department for me." I shall inquire what peculiar individual they have allowed into our midst. Upon hearing of the altercation between the new employee and manager Zhu, the HR representative felt compelled to act without delay and hurried over. As she met Bai Chu's icy gaze, her heart raced. This was troublesome. Zhu Changshan, that scoundrel, had offended the new boss. Should he withdraw his previous decision to raise salaries, it would spell disaster for the entire staff. Just as she intended to explain to Bai Chu, Zhu Changshan coldly interjected, "Zhou Feng, what on earth is your HR department doing? How could you allow such uncouth trash to be hired? Let me make this unequivocally clear. We in the design department do not want this person. Dismiss him at once." Zhou Feng, already incensed, was taken aback by Zhu Changshuan's audacity to insult the new boss. She could no longer regard him as merely a manager and boldly pointed her finger at him, exclaiming, "Zhu Changshan, whom do you dare to call trash? The employees we hire have undergone rigorous assessments. If you believe our process is flawed, perhaps you should take on the task yourself. And as for Bai Chu's demeanor, I have found no fault, but your conduct is truly disgraceful. As a leader of this company, your casual insults towards staff will be reported to General Manager Zhang." At this declaration, Zhu Changshan was left utterly dumbfounded. Had this young woman lost her senses, daring to speak to him in such a manner? As a long-standing core member of this company, he could not fathom being publicly challenged by an HR employee who could be replaced at any moment. "You very well. I see this individual must have some connection to you. No wonder he feels emboldened. Just wait, I shall speak with General Manager Zhang." With that, Zhu Changshan strode towards Zhang Yunhui's office. At that moment, Rong Yao, the marketing manager, approached. Observing the furious expression on Zhu Changshuan's face, he inquired, "What is the matter?" "Lao Zhu, the new boss just granted us a pay raise. You should be pleased, not fuming. Regardless of the situation, we must prioritize our tasks. Qin Ming has been pressing us. You need to expedite your efforts and complete the proposal by the end of the month. This deal has taken me considerable time to negotiate, and if you cause any trouble, I will not let it rest." Zhu Changshan nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will ensure the proposal satisfies the client." "Lao Rong, you've arrived just in time. You must adjudicate this for me. HR has thrust a design assistant upon our department, who not only refuses to follow directives, but also openly insults me. Should I not dismiss him? And yet, this HR representative dares to blame me." Upon hearing this, Rong Yao turned his attention to Bai Chu, his brow furrowing. Wasn't he this the new employee whom General Manager Zhang had personally introduced earlier? However, it was indeed outrageous for a new hire on their very first day to insult a department manager. No wonder Zhu was so incensed. Even he would struggle to contain his anger in such a situation. "Zhou Feng, what is the matter? He is merely a new employee. How could you provoke Lao Zhu to this extent?" "Manager Rong, do not heed his nonsense. Bai Chu did not scold him at all. From the moment I arrived, I heard him berating Bai Chu, and now he is falsely accusing me of using connections to bring Bai Chu on board. Humph, if that is the case, let us take this matter to General Manager Zhang for clarification." Upon hearing this, Rong Yao felt a surge of anger. "Zhou Feng, this is a critical moment for the Qin Ming pharmaceutical project. I do not wish for such trivial matters to disrupt the workings of the design department. Otherwise, the repercussions on the order's success will be beyond your capacity to bear." At Rong Yao's words, Zhu Changshan wore a smug expression. However, Zhou Feng paid no heed to his threats. What does it matter about the order when the new boss is of paramount importance? This new boss is not an ordinary individual. It is said he acquired the company for double its worth. He is not short on funds. It seems this is merely a means to vent for his girlfriend. "Manager Rong, your orders are of no concern to me. He has insulted employees and tarnished my character without cause, and this matter cannot simply be brushed aside." Rong Yao was momentarily speechless with anger. "Very well. You personnel folks are quite formidable, are you? I shall inquire with General Manager Zhang to determine whether your matters are of greater significance or if our order holds more weight." With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. "Humph, just wait. When General Zhang arrives, you will understand whether I, the manager of the design department, hold more importance or if you and personnel do." Zhu Changshan regarded Zhou Feng with disdain. Zhou Feng disregarded him, cautiously observing Bai Chu. Bai Chu, what on earth has transpired? Someone is bullying my girlfriend," he stated coldly. He then swept his gaze across all members of the design department, declaring, "No work is of greater importance to me than this. However, I shall not tolerate anyone bullying my girlfriend. If any of you have mistreated her, I refuse to work alongside you." Now, I wish to inquire if any among you has never mocked or bullied Chinchino, or if anyone believes it is wrong to burden her with tasks that do not belong to her. If so, please raise your hand. I would gladly be your colleague. After speaking, he quietly regarded the dozen or so individuals in the design department. Suddenly, a chorus of derisive laughter and callous taunts erupted from the crowd. Bai Chu felt a wave of disappointment. Is there truly no one? At that moment, two individuals tentatively raised their hands. Yet, upon noticing the looks from their colleagues, one swiftly retracted their hand. The girl who had pulled her hand back glanced at her phone, surprised, and then looked at Zhou Fang. Seeing him urge her with his eyes, she took a deep breath and raised her hand once more. Upon witnessing someone actually raise their hand, Zhu Changshuan's expression soured considerably. What? Do you also believe I am at fault? No, I merely think that if one is hired as a designer, one should focus on their own work. If it were me, I would not perform tasks that do not pertain to my role. A calm male colleague, appearing to be a recent graduate, stated. Is that so? I shall remember you. Zhu Changshan issued a threat, then turned his gaze toward the other girl. And you? I believe the manager is in the wrong. Oh, in what way am I at fault? Zhu Changshan inquired with an icy tone. The girl stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Bai Chu interjected with a smile. Indeed, there are still two rational individuals. Congratulations to you both. Just then, Rong Yao hurriedly entered from outside, and his gaze toward Bai Chu lost its previous condescension. It was utterly disconcerting. The individual before him was his new boss, and he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Chapter 19. Dismiss them all. He was about to say something when Bai Chu addressed him. Manager Rong, could you please assist me by checking with your marketing department to see if anyone has previously mocked or insulted my girlfriend? If so, kindly compile a list and hand it over to Zhou Fang, ensuring thoroughness. All right, I will do that right away. Observing Rong Yao's demeanor, Zhu Changshan suddenly harbored an unsettling thought and quickly inquired, Old Rong, what do you mean by that? However, Rong Yao disregarded him entirely. After years of camaraderie, he realized that in the face of career advancement, such relationships were utterly inconsequential. Zhou Fang, please summon General Manager Zhang. Of course, Zhou Fang hurriedly departed. At this juncture, the design department was in complete disarray as a foreboding sense began to take root within them. Soon, Zhang Yinhui entered the design office. Bai Chu wasted no time, stating, General Manager Zhang, I want everyone in the design department dismissed, except for those two. What? Mr. Bai, this seems rather unwise. Although Bai Chu was the owner, the company's operations heavily relied on the design department. If all these individuals were let go, how could the company function? Are you attempting to defend them, General Manager Zhang? No, you misunderstand, Mr. Bai. I'm merely concerned that terminating all these employees might disrupt the company's normal operations. Upon hearing Zhang Yinhui address Bai Chu as Mr. Bai, the realization dawned upon everyone. The person they had been mocking was, in fact, the newly appointed owner who had just acquired the entire company. How is this possible? Didn't Manager Zhu say Bai Chu's car was rented and that he was merely a poor wretch? How did he suddenly become the new owner? They quickly grasped the situation and scrambled to apologize. Yes, we are so sorry, Mr. Bai. We had no idea you were the new owner. It was all our fault. We will never act this way again. Please don't dismiss us. Indeed, Mr. Bai, we understand our mistakes. And as General Manager Zhang pointed out, if you were to dismiss us all, the design department would be utterly finished. This would jeopardize the company's operations. We implore you for a chance to redeem ourselves. Bai Chu scoffed, who said everyone is being dismissed. There are still two remaining, after all. Furthermore, this company was merely a casual acquisition for me. Even if it were to collapse, I would be entirely indifferent. However, anyone who dares to bully my girlfriend will face consequences. Moreover, I can unequivocally inform you that the reason I acquired this company was to vindicate you, since you dared to bully her. My leniency in not making you pay a price has already been a mercy. Now, I command you all to leave. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yinhui immediately fell silent, fully aware that further persuasion would serve no purpose and would only provoke the wrath of his superior. The employees of the design department and Manager Zhu were utterly panicked. It was clear that Bai Chu was resolute in his decision to dismiss them. Furthermore, the implications of Bai Chu's words suggested that he was not lacking in wealth. Likely hailing from a prominent family, the prospects of following such a boss were undoubtedly bright. Yet now, all of this was irrelevant to them. Chairman Bai, my previous actions were impulsive, and I regret my words and deeds. I implore you to grant me an opportunity for atonement, considering my years of dedication to the company. Additionally, I have recently taken on a project, and if I were to leave, it would surely fail, Zhu Changshan pleaded, his head bowed in earnestness. Are you incapable of understanding plain language? This company is of little consequence to me. Do you still wish to threaten me with a project? As for your contributions to the company, they hold no value for me. If you are dissatisfied, seek out Boss Sun. Zhang, enough with the idle talk. Promptly dismiss them. Chairman Bai, please do not terminate my employment. It was all Zhu Changshuan's instigation. He desired to exploit Miss Chen Qingyu, but was rebuffed, which led him to orchestrate our ostracization of her. Indeed, it was Zhu Changshan who commanded us. As our manager, we had no choice but to obey. I have even been subjected to his advances in the past. You truly possess audacity. I assure you, with my experience, I could secure a better position even if I left this company. I initially intended to bring you along to a superior platform, yet you dared to slander me. Zhu Changshan glared furiously at the group of employees, then turned to Bai Chu. Chairman Bai, I hope you truly do not care about the fate of this company. Regardless of your indifference, since you are determined to expel me today, I shall have no choice but to seek refuge with your competitors. I wish you the best of luck. With that, he turned to leave. Bai Chu glanced at the two security guards by the door. Stop him. The guards swiftly approached and pinned Zhu Changshan against the wall. They were elated, realizing that this man was indeed their new boss, and their gamble had paid off. What are you doing? Let me go? What is this? You think you can just leave so easily and join another company? Bai Chu scoffed coldly. Then turned to Zhang Yunhui. Zhang, investigate him thoroughly. Look into whether he has engaged in any activities detrimental to the company over the years. And also examine the allegations from these individuals regarding his harassment of female employees. It would be best to have him incarcerated. Yes, rest assured. I will take care of it immediately. Zhu Changshan, upon hearing this, was utterly panic-stricken and was subsequently escorted out by the two security guards. Bai Chu turned to the group of employees from the design department and said, All right, I do not wish to make things overly difficult for you. You may resign. Upon recalling Zhu Changshuan's fate, they dared not entertain any further thoughts, each one of them dejectedly walking out. At that moment, Rong Yao approached with a list in hand. As the interactions between the marketing department and the ordinary employees of the design department were infrequent, aside from a few busybodies, no one had ever mocked Chen Qingyu. Bai Chu glanced at the list and remarked, There are only two. Find a way to dismiss them. Understood, President Bai. I will handle it immediately. Once everyone had left, Chen Qingyu gazed at Bai Chu with a somewhat dazed expression. She never imagined that this man before her could truly treat her with such kindness, going so far as to acquire the entire company merely to avenge her against those who had bullied her. One could understand if it were the disciples of affluent families. But Bai Chu's wealth was earned through his own fortunate endeavors. He must have withdrawn all his funds from the stock market to purchase this company. How could he be so foolish, so generous towards her? Noticing the tearful gaze of the enchanting woman beside him, Bai Chu gently ruffled her hair, saying, Am I not avenging you? Why are you crying? Cheer up and smile. Why are you so good to me? She stammered. Because I like you. And you are my woman. If I do not treat you well, whom else should I treat well? Upon hearing these words, Chen Qingyu could no longer contain herself. Throwing herself into Bai Chu's embrace, sobbing, Do I truly deserve such treatment from you? Ding. Detected a 20-point increase in the affection level of the true-hearted subject towards the host. Current affection level, 80 points. Ding. Given the true-hearted subject as profound emotional response to the host's actions, a reward package has been granted. Would the host like to use it immediately? Use it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring advanced singing skills, proficiency in various musical instruments, and top-tier arrangement skills. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Bai Chu's heart soared with joy. The affection level had increased by a staggering 20 points. He pondered for a moment. Since Chen Qingyu's affection level had reached 80, it indicated that she might have developed feelings for him as well. It seemed the time was ripe to formally confess and make her his true girlfriend. With such a development, he could pursue his desires unabashedly, without a shred of guilt. Furthermore, acquiring 3 skills at once meant that if he were to debut, he could effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of popularity in Xia country. With that thought, a smile slowly crept across Bai Chu's lips. After shedding tears for a while, Chen Qingyu wiped her eyes and inquired, Did buying this company mean you've spent all your earnings? Pretty much, Bai Chu replied casually, though in truth, the company was a gift from the system, requiring not a single penny from him. He would have gladly spent money, but alas, there had been no opportunity. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu resolutely stated, "I will work hard in the future to help you manage the company. I will ensure it does not face bankruptcy." Bai Chu initially thought it was merely a failing company, and its collapse was inconsequential, as he had no interest in managing it. However, upon witnessing Chen Qingyu's determined expression, he nodded in acquiescence, realizing that if she found joy in it, it would be beneficial for her to have something to occupy her time. "You are too kind to me, Qingyu. I have no knowledge of design and was at a loss regarding what to do. Henceforth, the company will rely on you." Bai Chu leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on Chen Qingyu's cheek. Her face flushed crimson. After all, they were in the office, and others were watching. In high spirits, Bai Chu took Chen Qingyu by the hand and led her toward the conference room, instructing an employee along the way. "Please summon General Manager Zhang to gather all employees in the conference room. Everyone must attend." Chapter 20. Would you be my girlfriend? Before long, all employees of Jinsheng Culture had assembled in the conference room, totaling over 60 individuals. A palpable tension filled the air as they anxiously regarded Bai Chu, the new proprietor who had dismissed nearly 20 employees upon his arrival. Each person felt a surge of apprehension, fearing he might find a pretext to let someone else go. Bai Chu wasted no time with pleasantries and addressed the gathering directly. "The purpose of summoning you today is to announce two significant matters. First, I am appointing Chen Qingyu as the manager of the design department. As for the current shortage of personnel within the department, HR will immediately issue recruitment notices, offering salaries equivalent to yours with a 20% increase. Furthermore, anyone successfully hired will receive a share of the company upon signing their contract." "What? We can actually receive shares in the company?" The room erupted in astonishment at this revelation. Bai Chu continued, "The second matter is that I have decided to allocate 30% of the shares to be evenly distributed among all employees who have signed contracts with the company. Each one of you will receive a share. Is this truly the case, Chairman Bai?" Zhang Yinhui gazed at Bai Chu in disbelief. Even Chen Qingyu was taken aback by his unexpected decision. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she grasped the rationale behind Bai Chu's actions. The company was in a precarious situation, and Bai Chu lacked operational expertise. If things continued down this path, bankruptcy was imminent. By distributing shares to everyone, the company, in a sense, belonged to each employee, transforming them into stakeholders who would naturally be disinclined to witness its demise. Thus, everyone would be motivated to devote their utmost effort to their work. Moreover, ensure that a draft agreement is prepared. Additionally, I will allocate another 15% of the shares as rewards for employees who contribute significantly to the company in the future. Regardless of your position, those who excel will have the opportunity to earn this reward." As soon as Bai Chu finished speaking, the conference room erupted into exuberant cheers. Following his announcement, the atmosphere within the company underwent a remarkable transformation. Smiles adorned every face, and a newfound seriousness permeated their work ethic. Bai Chu then departed the company. As the workday drew to a close, Bai Chu returned to the company entrance, and the scene was markedly different from before. Now, everyone regarded him with a mixture of respect and trepidation, nodding in acknowledgement and greeting him warmly. Bai Chu smiled and nodded at everyone. He had waited at the entrance for a good half an hour without seeing Chen Qingyu emerge, so he decided to step inside. There, he discovered her engrossed in work at the computer alongside two employees from the design department. Upon noticing Bai Chu's arrival, the two employees promptly greeted him, "President Bai." He waved his hand at them, questioning why they were still working after hours, suggesting that outsiders might think he was exploiting his staff. "Hurry back and rest. From now on, no overtime is permitted in my company." "Yes, President Bai." The two quickly tidied up and departed. Chen Qingyu looked at Bai Chu with evident displeasure. "What are you doing?" "Today I was coordinating with Manager Rong. We need to complete the order from Qinming Company within a week. This order could bring in millions in profit for the company. There are only the three of us in the design department. How can we finish it without working late?" Bai Chu reached out and closed the notebook in front of her. "It's just one order. If it means you have to work overtime, then I would rather forego it. Just do your best. It's time to leave, so let us hurry home." With that, he disregarded any objections from Chen Qingyu and swept her up in a princess carry. Striding towards the exit. "Don't do this. There are still people in the office." Chen Qingyu's face flushed crimson as she buried her head in Bai Chu's chest. "Don't worry. They won't be looking." Indeed, the passing employees all turned their faces away. Just as Bai Chu placed Chen Qingyu in the car, Zhang Yunhui emerged from the company. Good evening, President Bai. You're leaving at this hour? Zhang Yunhui felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had worked a bit longer, or he would have left before Bai Chu, which could have caused trouble. Bai Chu furrowed his brow. Old Zhang, why are you still working late as the general manager? Haha, President Bai, you jest. If you're working late, how can I leave early? Bai Chu felt a twinge of irritation. I'm not working late. I'm only here because my Qingyu is still working. Announce a new rule when we return to the office tomorrow. No one is allowed to work overtime. Everyone must leave the company within half an hour after hours, or they will be dismissed immediately. Having been exploited by previous bosses who demanded unpaid overtime, he had long harbored a deep disdain for such capitalists. Once Bai Chu had walked away, Zhang Yunhui wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking, trying to flatter him backfired. It seems I can no longer rely on traditional assumptions about this new boss. As soon as they returned home, Chen Qingyu was greeted by a table filled with her favorite dishes. Her eyes instantly welled with tears. Noticing her about to cry, Bai Chu urged her, go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. While eating, Chen Qingyu reflected on all that had transpired since meeting Bai Chu, feeling a mix of happiness and bittersweet emotions. At that moment, the lights in the dining room suddenly went out, followed by a burst of colorful lights illuminating the entire space, creating a festive atmosphere. Chen Qingyu looked at Bai Chu with a hint of confusion, only to discover that Bai Chu had produced a guitar from nowhere. He deftly strummed the strings, and a melodious tune filled the air. Chen Qingyu was taken aback. She had not anticipated Bai Chu's exceptional guitar skills. With a tender gaze fixed upon her, Bai Chu began to sing softly. I hear your voice, and it evokes a unique feeling. I love you like a mouse loves rice. As long as it brings you joy, I am willing to do anything to love you in this way. As Bai Chu's song came to a close, Chen Qingyu could no longer contain her emotions, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and leaped into Bai Chu's embrace. Observing this, Bai Chu tossed his guitar aside and wrapped his arms around her. Why are you so kind to me? Why? Do you realize how terrified I am? I fear this is just a dream, and when I wake, everything will be gone. With a sharp sound, Bai Chu playfully slapped her on the backside. Hey, why did you hit me? Does it hurt? A little. Then it can't be a dream. He then said with utmost seriousness, Chen Qingyu, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Although they had already engaged in acts typically reserved for couples, the formal declaration was still necessary. Chen Qingyu paused for a moment, seemingly gathering her resolve before looking at Bai Chu. I want to tell you about my background. If, after hearing it, you still wish for me to be your girlfriend, then I will agree. Bai Chu shook his head. There's no need. No matter who you are, my feelings remain unchanged. But what if this offends someone powerful? I don't care. As soon as the words left Bai Chu's lips, Chen Qingyu was overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down her face. All right, I agree. With that, she wrapped her arms around Bai Chu's neck and kissed him. Feeling the warmth of her lips, Bai Chu was filled with delight. It was his first experience of Chen Qingyu taking the initiative, and truthfully, such moments were far more impactful when initiated by the other party. He disregarded the untidy dining table and carried Chen Qingyu directly to his room. The earlier encounter with Su Qian had ignited a fire within him, and he felt compelled to channel that energy into his time with Chen Qingyu. Now that they were genuinely in a romantic relationship, he felt no guilt. Tonight, they must indulge. The following morning, Chen Qingyu, feeling sore all over, looked at the energized Bai Chu with a hint of frustration. How can you be so lively after last night's exertions? I've read that only a dead ox doesn't break the plow. Yet you've plowed so many fields that I can barely stand it. How do you seem unaffected? Upon hearing this, Bai Chu puffed out his chest with pride. Naturally. If I don't take care of my health, how can I bring you happiness? Upon hearing his words, Chen Qingyu's fair face flushed, and she lightly huffed in annoyance. It's all your fault for making me rise so late. We must hurry, or I shall be late for work. With that, she happily linked arms with Bai Chu and exited. Thanks to the generous provisions offered by Bai Chu, Chen Qingyu's design department rapidly filled its ranks with 10 employees. After several days of diligent effort, she finally completed the order for Qinming Pharmaceuticals. Elated, she approached Bai Chu with the finished proposal in hand. Although Bai Chu could not discern its quality, he nonetheless praised her with genuine satisfaction upon observing the substantial stack of documents. Xiao Bai, I've arranged to meet with the head of Qinming Company for a detailed discussion tomorrow. Would you accompany me? Upon hearing this form of address, Bai Chu felt a twinge of displeasure. Could we perhaps choose a different name? Chen Qingyu pondered for a moment, suggesting, "How about calling you Choo Choo?" Ultimately, she decided to stick with Xiao Bai. As it was her first encounter with a client, it was only natural for her to feel anxious, and Bai Chu, wanting to support her, readily consented. The next day, the two drove to a cafe. After a brief wait, a handsome man in a suit approached them. "Hello, I am Wang Yida from Qiming Pharmaceuticals. May I inquire if you are the representatives of Jincheng culture?" At the sound of his voice, Chen Qingyu, who had been looking down, straightened her posture and gradually raised her head. Upon seeing her visage, Wang Yida was evidently taken aback. How could it be you?" Seeing Wang Yida, Chen Qingyu's complexion turned slightly pale, but recalling her professional obligations, she steeled herself and replied, "Indeed, I never anticipated it would be you, Manager Wang. We are now in a cooperative relationship, so let us review our proposal." Wang Yida, however, disregarded her words, chuckling lightly. "I heard you attempted to take your own life by jumping into a river. I felt somewhat guilty about that. But I see now that you are not only alive and well, but have also become the design manager at Jincheng Culture. This is quite surprising." Taking a deep breath, Chen Qingyu thought to herself that the past need not be revisited. Observing their exchange, Bai Chu felt a stir of discontent. "Who is he, Qingyu?" Before she could respond, Wang Yida scrutinized Bai Chu with some astonishment, then scoffed. "I initially thought he was your chauffeur, given how he addresses you. Is he your boyfriend?" "Yes, he is my boyfriend, Bai Chu," Chen Qingyu stated without hesitation. "Ah, Chen Qingyu, I always assumed you were a woman of deep affection. It appears I have underestimated you. Just recently jilted, and you have already found another." He added with a hint of sarcasm, "I had felt a twinge of guilt for having rejected you, but it seems I was merely being sentimental." Bai Chu's expression darkened immediately. "So, you are the scoundrel who caused Qingyu so much heartache?" Then he smiled gently. "Nevertheless, I must thank you. Had it not been for your actions, I might never have had the fortune of meeting Qingyu." Indeed, had Wang Yida not ended things with Chen Qingyu, the original owner would not have succumbed to excitement, leading to Bai Chu's own arrival and the acquisition of his current abilities. Although he harbored a deep disdain for Wang Yida, in a certain sense, this individual was still his fortunate star. Upon reflecting on this, his anger began to dissipate significantly. Upon hearing Bai Chu's words, Wang Yida wore a mocking expression. "Good fortune? Huh, I fear that for you. This is not luck, but rather a calamity. Out of pity for your plight, allow me to offer you a word of caution. Chen Qingyu is quite aloof. Even if you are her boyfriend, she would never permit you to touch her. Moreover, the troubles lurking behind her could drag you into an abyss from which there is no escape. If you wish to avoid ruin, I suggest you distance yourself from her. Otherwise, do you think I would have cast her aside? Do you honestly believe someone like you could ever attract her? Absurd." Bai Chu, undeterred by Wang Yida's scorn, directly grasped Chen Qingyu's delicate hand, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he addressed Wang Yida. "Thank you for your warning, Mr. Wang. But I fear I might disappoint you. Qingyu and I have long since cohabited. As for the troubles you mentioned, rest assured, I, Bai Chu, am not concerned." Wang Yida gazed at Chen Qingyu in disbelief, and upon seeing her silent acquiescence, his inner fury erupted. This wretched woman, when they were together, she would not allow him to touch her beyond holding hands. He had always assumed it was due to her upbringing and principles, only to realize he had been deceived. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Chen Qingyu, you have always pretended to be a paragon of virtue in my presence. Yet you are nothing but a harlot." As his words hung in the air, Bai Chu seized Wang Yida by the collar. "You seek death. Shall Bai let him go?" Chen Qingyu hastily intervened. Bai Chu sighed inwardly, realizing that Chen Qingyu had not forgotten her ex-boyfriend. He scoffed and released Wang Yida. With a frigid gaze, Chen Qingyu addressed Wang Yida. "We are here to discuss a partnership. I kindly request you refrain from allowing personal emotions to interfere with our professional matters." "Discuss a partnership? Huh, you think you deserve such a privilege?" He glared angrily at Bai Chu. "You, my boy, are likely unaware of the enormity of the trouble you have just invited upon yourself. Prepare for your demise." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Chen Qingyu kept her head bowed, not uttering a single word, her expression betraying profound anguish. It was not until they reached the entrance of the company that she looked at Bai Chu with remorse. "I'm sorry. I not only jeopardized the company's project, but may also have brought you considerable trouble." "Bai Chu, perhaps we should." Bai Chu interrupted her, his expression grave. "From now on, do not entertain such thoughts. Furthermore, I have already stated that a mere company holds no value when compared to you." Upon hearing his words, Tears streamed down Chun Qingyo's face, and she turned to bury herself in Bai Chu's embrace, crying softly. Ding. The true love interest's affection for the host has increased by 5 points. Current affection level, 85 points. Ding. The system has detected that the true love interest is greatly moved by the host's actions and has awarded a special gift package. Would the host like to open it? Chapter 22. Peiyuan Dan open it. Bai Chu's heart leapt with joy, and without hesitation, he replied. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 essence nourishing pills. Would you like to consume them immediately? Essence nourishing pills? System, what effects do they have? The essence nourishing pills strengthen the foundation and enhance one's essence, significantly improving the body's functions at a cellular level. Though Bai Chu couldn't fully grasp the concept of cellular enhancement, it certainly sounded impressive. With his already formidable physique, he felt he didn't require all 10 pills. However, he wondered if they could be given to others. With this thought, he quickly inquired, System, can I give these essence-nourishing pills to others? You may use your items as you wish. However, the potency of the essence-nourishing pills is too strong for an ordinary person's body to withstand even a single dose. Hearing this, Bai Chu felt a surge of excitement. This was splendid news. He planned to administer one to Yu later, allowing him to engage in physical activities with greater abandon. Just as he was reveling in this thought, Chen Qingyu, who had been weeping, suddenly paused upon hearing Bai Chu's mischievous chuckle. With a puzzled expression, she looked up at him and asked, What are you laughing at? You can't possibly be thinking about that here, can you? Her pallid complexion flushed a deep crimson at the implication. Bai Chu was momentarily taken aback before realizing the implications of her words. He inwardly mused that this suggestion was rather appealing. Well, is that possible? Possible. You wish. You big-headed fool, she retorted, swiftly opening the car door and stepping out. This client was painstakingly brought in by Manager Rong, and now I've ruined it. I must go explain, she exclaimed, turning her back and striding into the company. Bai Chu, feeling rather disheartened, immediately accessed the system and retrieved 10 essence-nourishing pills. The pills were a creamy white, each the size of a marble, emanating a faint yet delightful fragrance that invigorated the senses. He picked one up and placed it in his mouth, eager to experience its effects. As the pill dissolved, a warm current flowed down his esophagus. Moments later, a searing heat began to rise from within, spreading across every inch of his skin, testing the limits of his already robust physique. This sensation persisted for a full 10 minutes before gradually fading, leaving his body feeling as if it had been massaged thoroughly by the most skilled of practitioners. An indescribable lightness enveloping him. System, open the panel. Host, Bai Chu age, 26 physical quality, 132 skills, master chef, advanced singing, proficient in instruments, top-tier composition. True affection target, Chen Qingyu age, 22 affection level, 85 rebate multiplier, 85. Indeed, it was extraordinary. A single pill had elevated his physical quality by 20 points. His physique now surpassed the limits of blue star humanity, and to think it could be enhanced by another 20 points. This revealed the immense potency of the pills. It was no wonder the system warned that an ordinary person could not endure even one. Gulp. A sudden rumble emanated from his abdomen, followed by a resounding puff, and then a bang. To his astonishment, Bai Chu released a rather loud and foul-smelling flatulence, the odor so overwhelming it nearly rendered him faint. Hastily, he opened the car door and stepped outside to catch his breath, only to discover that the pain he had endured had caused him to sweat profusely. The sweat had dried, leaving behind streaks of dark grime upon his skin. What is this? Could it be the impurities expelled from the body after a process akin to the legendary refinement in the world of cultivation? Indeed, the system provides nothing short of extraordinary. Upon returning to the villa, Bai Chu spent half an hour on the toilet, thoroughly cleansing his gastrointestinal tract of all impurities. Following this, he indulged in a refreshing hot shower and emerged from the bathroom feeling utterly rejuvenated. As he passed by a mirror, he cast a casual glance and was taken aback by his own appearance. His height, originally 183 centimeters, seemed to have increased slightly, though that was of little consequence. What truly astonished him was how, after just a few days without gazing into a mirror, he had transformed from an ordinary-looking individual into an undeniable handsome figure. He recalled that the original owner of this body had suffered from a pallid complexion due to long hours of work, but now, his skin radiated a luminous, jade-like whiteness, smooth and delicate, What little hair loss he had experienced was replaced by a full head of glossy, dark hair. His face, chiseled like a sculpted masterpiece, boasted bright, starry eyes. Beneath a prominent nose, his well-proportioned lips curved slightly upwards, exuding a sense of carefree charisma. As his gaze descended, he noticed that the flab that had accumulated on his lower abdomen from prolonged sitting had vanished, replaced by the hint of well-defined abdominal muscles. Bai Chu's smile grew ever wider. He had never imagined he could possess such striking good looks. Was this the effect of enhancing his physique at the cellular level? It was far more potent than any cosmetic surgery. Humming a cheerful tune, he made his way to the kitchen and soon prepared a delightful meal. He retrieved a Peiyuan Dan and, using a knife, cut a piece 1/10 of its size, contemplating for a moment before dividing it again into 4. Satisfied, he added one small piece to Chen Qingyu's favorite silver fungus and lotus seed porridge. After tidying up, he drove to the company entrance. As the clock struck 5, dozens of employees hurriedly exited the building, leaving within mere minutes. Bai Chu observed this with great satisfaction. At that moment, Chen Qingyu emerged, looking rather dejected. He was aware that she still felt guilty about the company's contract. With a smile, he pulled her into the car. Now that work is over, let us not dwell on it any longer. We should head home quickly. I have a surprise for you. What surprise? Chen Qingyu turned to look at Bai Chu, her eyes widening slightly. Xiao Bai, you seem to have changed. Have I? In what way? Bai Chu feigned nonchalance. You seem to have become more handsome. Chen Qingyu felt a profound sense of confusion. Despite the fact that Bai Chu's facial features remained unchanged, she sensed a significant transformation. After knowing him for so many days, she had never realized how extraordinarily handsome he was. I have always been handsome, Bai Chu replied playfully. You simply never noticed because you didn't like me. This phenomenon could be likened to the saying that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, while those who are infatuated may see themselves as unworthy. Was it truly so? Chen Qingyu pondered, yet there was merit to Bai Chu's words. When she first encountered him, her heart was heavy with despair and humiliation, leaving her unable to appreciate his appearance. As their relationship deepened, her perception of him improved remarkably. Each time she looked closely, he seemed more handsome than before, and now, in her eyes, his looks surpassed even Wang Yida's. Perhaps she had indeed completely forgotten that person and found herself falling for the man before her. During dinner, as Chen Qingyu took a sip of the lotus seed soup, she noted with curiosity that the flavor seemed different today, fragrant and delightful. Bai Chu smiled. If you like it, finish it quickly. Just as she finished her bowl, her complexion suddenly flushed and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Xiao Bai, I'm so hot and uncomfortable, she uttered in distress. Bai Chu felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had perhaps added too much of something. He guided Chen Qingyu to the bathroom, reassuring her, it's all right, a cold shower will help. Before long, they finally retired for the night, and by morning, Chen Qingyu, expecting fatigue, was astonished to wake up feeling more invigorated than ever. As she washed her face and gazed into the mirror at her baby-soft skin, she was momentarily stunned. She distinctly remembered her complexion being less radiant the previous day. How had it improved so dramatically overnight? Suddenly recalling the events of the previous night, her face flushed with embarrassment. Upon reflection, it seemed that since meeting Bai Chu, her beauty had been enhancing day by day. If not for the stark difference she noticed today, she might have overlooked it entirely. To think that such beauty could be achieved in this manner. With this revelation, she smirked, determining that she would indulge this fellow even more. Later that evening, after work, Bai Chu awaited her at the company entrance, his face alight with happiness as he greeted each departing employee. The staff were taken aback, unsure whether it was Bai Chu's new status as their boss or their own imaginations, but they collectively noted that he appeared even more handsome with each encounter. The female employees were envious of Chen Qingyu, lamenting why such a charming, wealthy, and devoted man did not belong to them. Once everyone had departed, Chen Qingyu finally emerged from the company. Are you tired after such a busy day? Fortunately, the company offers favorable conditions, attracting many candidates for employment. On this day, everyone was preoccupied with interviews. It was arduous, yet if fatigue set in, one could simply delegate the tasks to others, for I harbor no attachment to this company. Its potential bankruptcy would not trouble me in the least. Chen Qingyu shot Bai Chu a disapproving glance, exclaiming, how can you speak so lightly? I understand you have made profits from stock trading, but that is hardly a legitimate career. What if misfortune strikes one day? With unwavering resolve, she declared, I have made up my mind. Regardless of the circumstances, I must elevate this company. Only then can we truly be together. Observing Chun Qingyo's tenacity, Bai Chu felt a mix of helplessness and admiration. He smiled encouragingly, saying, "As long as you are passionate, that is what matters. Press on fearlessly. I am confident you will achieve success. Remember, no matter the obstacles you face, I will always stand behind you." "Yes, thank you, Xiaobai." Chun Qingyu joyfully planted a kiss on Bai Chu's cheek. In the ensuing days, Chun Qingyu seemed to have discovered her purpose, and with Bai Chu's daily support, she transformed entirely, her mood and demeanor remarkably uplifted. She personally evaluated every candidate who came for interviews, and soon all positions were filled, allowing the company to resume its normal operations. Bai Chu, however, appeared indifferent to these developments. As someone endowed with a system, he held no interest in a mere small enterprise like Jincheng. Even the mightiest corporations of Blue Star did not pique his curiosity. For him, earning money was the simplest task. He need not toil to generate income from a company, as his future fortune would undoubtedly surpass the envy of many. Rather than wealth acquisition, his primary concern lay in safeguarding his assets. This world bore resemblance to Earth, yet possessed distinct differences. He currently resided in the Xia Kingdom, officially known as the Great Xia Empire, one of the 6 major empires of Blue Star. These 6 empires maintained a delicate balance of power while engaging in commerce, collectively wielding significant influence over Blue Star. Within the Xia Kingdom, prominent families held dominion, controlling most of its resources and wealth, compelling even the government to act in accordance with their whims. For an ordinary individual, ascending to high society based solely on merit was utterly futile. One could live comfortably if wealthy, yet offending these influential families could easily obliterate one's fortune. Bai Chu could have chosen to disregard such concerns. Yet he was aware that Chun Qingyu had seemingly crossed paths with a powerful family. While he was uncertain of the family's magnitude, he surmised that confronting him would pose no challenge. Therefore, cherishing an untroubled life would be unattainable. To preserve all that he held dear, he recognized 2 paths. The first was to cultivate formidable power, and the second was to forge influential connections. However, neither of these could be easily acquired. Despite his possession of a system, establishing a formidable force of his own was no endeavor to be completed in a short span. As for befriending influential figures to serve as one's support, it is indeed plausible through one's own capabilities. However, the reliability of such connections remains questionable, and he harbors no interest in pursuing them. For ordinary individuals, perhaps there is no better recourse, yet he is different. In his perspective, wealth, power, connections, and backing are merely external possessions. True reliability stems solely from one's own strength. Since conventional paths are no longer viable, he resolves to transcend the confines of this realm, aspiring to grow powerful enough to defy the world's constraints. Although his physique has become remarkably robust, it is still insufficient to combat the rules of this world. He must continue to elevate his abilities. Of course, there is no rush. His current physical prowess should suffice to navigate the immediate challenges. He suddenly realizes that while he possesses immense strength, he has yet to fully master it. To harness this power effectively, he must practice martial arts. Thus, each day, apart from preparing meals and accompanying Chun Qingyu to her workplace, he dedicates the remaining hours in his villa to acclimating to his newfound might, downloading martial arts videos online to practice alongside. While these videos may merely serve to enhance others' physical fitness, for him, even the most rudimentary techniques can yield formidable strength if executed with proper force application. After several weeks of rigorous training, Bai Chu feels immensely empowered. However, the extent of his strength remains to be tested against another. Just as he contemplates whom to challenge, his phone rings. Upon checking, he sees it is Su Muyu, the car salesperson. As he answers, an urgent voice erupts from the other end. "Mr. Bai, something terrible has happened. Manager Chun has been taken away." Bai Chu pauses, bewildered. "Which Manager Chun?" "Your girlfriend, Chun Qingyu." Bai Chu's expression shifts dramatically. "What happened? Explain." "Mr. Bai, I am currently at the reception of Jincheng Culture. Just moments ago, I saw Manager Chun receive a call and leave. I followed her outside and witnessed her being forcibly pulled into a vehicle. They are now heading towards the outskirts, and I have been trailing them. You must call the police immediately. I fear for Manager Chen's safety." Bai Chu, too preoccupied to inquire why Su Muyu is at Jincheng's reception, hastens to start his car, instructing urgently, "Where are you?" "I'm on my way. Please keep close. I will reward you handsomely afterward." After obtaining the precise location, he accelerates without hesitation. He has no doubt that Su Muyu would deceive him. There is simply no motive for such treachery. However, the possibility of Chen Qingyu being abducted is all too real, especially since she has previously mentioned enmities with formidable adversaries. What he did not anticipate was the audacity of such an abduction. Now that Chen Qingyu is his girlfriend, regardless of the assailants' identities, he vows not to show them any mercy. Should they dare to harm her, he swears they will regret their actions. Soon, Bai Chu arrived outside a hotel, where Su Muyu was anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Bai Chu, she hurried over and said, "Mr. Bai, Manager Chen has been taken inside by a couple of men. She seems to be in a poor state." Bai Chu expressed his gratitude and swiftly entered the hotel. Approaching the front desk, he inquired, "Two men brought a girl in just now. Where are they now?" The receptionist glanced at Bai Chu and replied indifferently, "I'm sorry, but we cannot disclose any information about our guests." 10,000. What? The receptionist was momentarily taken aback. "Tell me, and I will give you 10,000. 100,000. 1 million. Are you serious?" The receptionist was bewildered, as Bai Chu's casual attire did not suggest he was a wealthy individual. Yet, the sum he mentioned was astonishing. Although she suspected he was jesting, what if he were genuine? "Give me your account number." Bai Chu had no time for lengthy discussions. He requested her account number and promptly transferred 1 million. Upon receiving the transfer notification, the receptionist swallowed hard, about to speak, when Bai Chu interrupted her. "Just tell me where they are." "Ninth floor, room 909. She had just lowered her head to find the room number when she looked up and discovered that Bai Chu had already vanished. Taking a deep breath, she felt no guilt for breaching her principles. The amount he offered was simply too tempting. With that million, she had no desire to remain a mere receptionist. Chapter 24. Kidnapping. At that moment, in room 909, Chen Qingyu was slowly regaining consciousness. Upon surveying her surroundings, her expression shifted drastically, and she struggled to rise, only to realize she was utterly powerless. "You needn't waste your energy," Wang Yida said mockingly from beside her. "This drug was specially formulated for you. You won't be able to stand for several hours." "Wang Yida, what do you want?" A sense of foreboding surged within Chen Qingyu at his words. "What do I want?" A fervent desire flickered in Wang Yida's eyes. "We've been together for quite some time. Do you still not understand my intentions?" He approached the side of the bed as he spoke. "Let go of me. If you dare to do anything reckless, I will ensure you pay," Chen Qingyu warned, her heart racing with fear. Wang Yida scoffed at her threat. "You think you can intimidate me? Huh. You are no longer the esteemed young lady of the Chen family. In the past, I would have thought twice about touching you, but now you live with another man. Do you realize that young Master Lu has a cleanliness obsession? A woman touched by another man is utterly unacceptable to him. Thus, don't think that merely taking advantage of you would be my only action. I could kill you, and neither the Chen family nor the Lu family would pursue me. In fact, they might even thank me, for you are nothing but a disgrace in their eyes." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing these words, Chen Qingyu was utterly incredulous. "You? How could you possibly know about the Lu family? Why would I not know about the Lu family? Huh? Do you really think I ended our relationship because of some fleeting sentiment for you, the heiress of the Chen family? Wang Yida, it seems you were already aware of my true identity. It appears your affections were not born from love, but rather a desire for my status. Despite our separation, the realization that the man she once loved had been deceiving her all along filled her with a profound sense of sorrow. Consider this. As the esteemed campus heartthrob and a member of the student council, I have countless admirers, many of whom are more beautiful and possess far better character than you. Had it not been for your lineage, do you truly believe I would have been attracted to you?" With that, Wang Yida scrutinized Chen Qingyu once more, his lips curling in an intrigued manner. "I must admit, you have become quite a sight since our last encounter. I find myself quite taken." His eyes flickered with insatiable desire as he grasped her chin. "Now, be a good girl and serve me well." "Ha! You shameless fiend." Chen Qingyu, feeling utterly powerless to resist, could only spit at Wang Yida. He wiped the saliva from his face, inhaling deeply, a lewd grin spreading across his lips. Ah, indeed, the saliva of beautiful women carries a certain allure. "Wang Yida, I have truly misjudged you. I never expected you to be such a despicable cad. Release me at once. Do you not realize your actions are criminal? Furthermore, I currently have a boyfriend. Should you dare to overstep, he will not hesitate to retaliate." Upon hearing this, Wang Yida's expression turned icy. He struck her across the face. "Am I shameless? Huh? Even now, you dare to feign innocence before me? After a year of being with you. And you wouldn't even allow me a kiss. I genuinely believed you were a paragon of virtue. Yet here you are, merely days post-breakup. Already in the arms of another man. His fury intensified as he lamented, if that man were of the Liu family's caliber, it would be one thing. But he is merely a driver. How am I, Wang Yida, inferior to a mere chauffeur? He seized Chen Qingyu by the throat, roaring, tell me, how am I lesser than that pathetic driver? As a man who had spent a year without a chance to touch the woman he desired, only to see her turn to another, especially someone deemed inferior, was a tremendous humiliation for his pride. Chen Qingyu gazed at the nearly deranged Wang Yida, her body reacting increasingly inappropriately to the situation, and she felt a rising terror within her. Struggling, she attempted to reason with him. Wang Yida, please, do not do this. This is a crime. Crime? He chuckled, straightening his posture as he glanced at the camera resting on the table. Do you not feel your body growing warmer? Only then did Chen Qingyu comprehend the source of her unease. What would have you given me? Ahahaha, only the finest of substances. The effects of the drug are taking hold. Let us see how long you can pretend to be virtuous. He inquired, when the time comes and I release this video. Will others claim I coerced you, or that you seduced me? His laughter resonated with arrogance. As for your boyfriend, well, having offended Liu, he surely won't last long. So you might as well obediently follow me from now on. With that, he laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Bai Chu swiftly ascended the stairs to the 9th floor. Upon nearing room 909, he was confronted by a youth who bore the demeanor of a thug. Someone's in here, get lost. Bai Chu glanced at the door number, confirmed it was indeed 909, and without hesitation, delivered a sharp kick. With a thud, the thug was propelled 2 meters away, crashing to the ground and groaning in pain while clutching his stomach. Bai Chu spared him a fleeting glance, then pushed against the door, only to find it locked. He lifted his foot once more. Inside, Wang Yida observed Chen Qingyu, who was on the verge of losing her sanity on the bed, and his excitement grew. Though Chen Qingyu had been beautiful before, she could hardly be deemed breathtaking. However, now she was undoubtedly one of the most exquisite women he had ever encountered. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the door, causing him to furrow his brows, initially assuming it was a lackey at the entrance. Just as he was about to reprimand, the door burst open as if struck by a vehicle. To his astonishment, a man, equally as striking as himself, entered with a grim expression. It took him a moment to realize this was Chen Qingyu's driver. How did you end up here? Confusion clouded his mind, as he believed his actions had been sufficiently discreet to avoid detection. Besides, even if discovered, it was implausible for anyone to find this location so swiftly. Bai Chu disregarded him entirely, striding directly to the bedside and casting a glance at the flushed and peculiar Chen Qingyu, his expression growing even colder. He stood, fixating on Wang Yida, whose eyes reflected a burgeoning fear, prompting him to retreat a few steps. Wang Yida, suppressing his terror, managed a mocking smile. Ah, yes, you. Yet before he could finish, a swift slap connected with his face, sending him spiraling backward. He spat out a few teeth. Terror etched across his face as he gazed at Bai Chu. He had never imagined that a mere driver would dare to strike him with such ferocity. Dare to touch my woman, and I will kill you. Bai Chu's voice was frigid as he approached the fallen Wang Yida. Wait, Bai Chu, don't be impulsive. Chen Qingyu, weak and breathless on the bed, called out. What? Are you still concerned for him? Bai Chu felt a twinge of discomfort within. No. If you kill him, you'll end up in prison as well. This isn't worth it. Just call the police instead. Upon hearing this, Bai Chu halted, and a hint of softness returned to his expression. He cast a cold glance at Wang Yida before turning to the bedside. Concern etched upon his face as he gazed at Chen Qingyu. Are you all right? Chen Qingyu's breaths grew increasingly labored. I feel so unwell. With that, she lunged towards Bai Chu, her complexion flushed a deep crimson, hands desperately attempting to tear at her clothing. Observing this, Bai Chu silently acknowledged his fortune. Had he arrived even a moment later, the consequences could have been dire. Yet, he found himself at a loss regarding how to assist Chen Qingyu in her current state. The only solution that crossed his mind was to find a place to confront the situation physically, believing it might alleviate her affliction. However, both time and circumstance seemed to thwart such an endeavor. Just as Bai Chu felt a sense of helplessness, Wang Yida, now risen from the ground, glared at him with venomous eyes. So you are Bai Chu, huh? Let me tell you, you're as good as dead. Bai Chu whipped around, causing Wang Yida to retreat several steps in alarm. At that moment, a voice echoed from the doorway. What is going on? What are you all doing? Two security officers in uniforms entered the room. Behind them, Su Muyu rushed in, her expression frantic as she approached Bai Chu. Is Manager Chen all right? She's fine, Bai Chu replied, gently lifting Chen Qingyu into his arms. He turned to the officers, stating, Officer, my girlfriend has been poisoned by this man and is in danger. I need to take her to the hospital for treatment. The officers exchanged glances, their brows furrowing as they observed Chen Qingyu in his arms. Su Muyu quickly interjected. This is our company's manager Chen, and Mr. Bai is her boyfriend. She then gestured toward Wang Yida, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Officer, Manager Chen was indeed harmed by this man. Please allow her to go to the hospital. I will cooperate with you on the remaining matters. The officers finally nodded in agreement. Once outside the hotel, Bai Chu drove Chen Qingyu back home, knowing that a hospital visit was out of the question. Such issues could be addressed at home. However, seeing Chen Qingyu's condition worsen beside him, Bai Chu contemplated and then steered the car to a secluded roadside. Chapter 25. Ancient Medical Arts Secure the Doors and Windows. An hour later, after tidying up, Bai Chu comforted the tearful Chen Qingyu with tender affection. At that moment, Chen Qingyu's heart brimmed with dread. Had Bai Chu not arrived in time, she shuddered to think of the depths of despair she would have faced. Just then, the system's voice resonated in Bai Chu's mind. Ding! The affection level of the sincere target towards the host has increased by 6 points. Current affection level, 91. Ding! Due to the host's actions, the sincere target is deeply moved. A reward package has been granted. Does the host wish to open it? Open. Bai Chu replied, a thrill of excitement coursing through him at the prospect of what lay within. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the top-tier ancient medical arts of the Great Xia. As the system's words faded, a torrent of profound knowledge surged into Bai Chu's mind. After a brief moment, Bai Chu felt as if he had practiced medicine for decades. Possessing an intimate understanding of the ancient medical knowledge of the Great Xia dynasty. At that moment, he realized he had several effortless methods to remedy the poison that Chen Qingyu had previously suffered from. However, should he encounter a similar situation again, he would still opt for his previous approach. After all, every remedy carries its risks, and conservative treatment remains the most prudent course of action. He gently pressed several acupoints on Chen Qingyu's head, and she felt her spirit gradually rejuvenating. Suddenly, a thought struck Bai Chu, and he placed his fingers on Chen Qingyu's pulse for a moment. His brows slowly furrowed in confusion. They had been together for quite some time, and logically, she should have been pregnant by now, yet there was no indication of such. His examination revealed that Chen Qingyu's health was entirely sound, so could it be that he was the issue? At this realization, the exhilaration he felt from mastering the medical arts plummeted to despair. Chen Qingyu, after a brief moment of weeping, noticed Bai Chu's pallor and assumed it was due to her situation. Recalling what Wang Yida had told her previously, she summoned her courage and said, Xiao Bai, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Perhaps we should break up. You should leave Jiang City as soon as possible. As far away as you can. Bai Chu, upon hearing her words, snapped back to reality and gently ruffled Chen Qingyu's hair, exclaiming, What nonsense! How could I possibly leave you? Chen Qingyu shook her head vigorously. No, being with me will only bring you harm. Bai Chu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, is it because of that Wang Yida? No, it's not him. It's the Liu family from Jincheng, specifically Liu Huiwang. He won't let you go. You must leave this place immediately, as far away as possible, Chen Qingyu said anxiously. Seeing her concern for him, Bai Chu felt a warmth in his heart. He turned and placed a soft kiss on her forehead, smiling as he reassured her, Do not worry. Your man is resilient. No one can harm me. The following morning, after escorting Chen Qingyu to work, Bai Chu entered his company. At that moment, Su Muyu approached him. Mr. Bai, Wang Yida was taken back to the Public Security Bureau yesterday. However, since you left in haste, there is no direct evidence to prove he drugged you. So he may not face severe punishment. Furthermore, the Bureau has requested your cooperation in their investigation regarding the incident. Bai Chu nodded. Thank you. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I shudder to think of the consequences. You have helped me immensely. How can I repay you? I will do whatever is within my means. Su Muyu shook her head. No need, Mr. Bai. It was merely a coincidence, and as a member of Jincheng, it is my honor to assist you. Let's keep things clear, Bai Chu replied. How about this? Do you prefer a house or a car? Whatever you desire that is available in Jiang City, I can gift it to you. Mr. Bai, truly, it is unnecessary. Well, since you insist on not wanting it, consider it a favor owed to you. Just let me know whenever you need anything. Oh, and there's no need to call me Mr. Bai. Just address me by my name. Su Muyu hesitated for a moment, then said, Shall I call you young master Bai? Bai Chu chuckled. What does a country boy have to do with being called young master? Fine, if you are reluctant to use my name, then Mr. Bai will suffice. All right, Mr. Bai. Once Bai Chu departed, Su Muyu's expression was instantly filled with excitement. Upon arriving at the Public Security Bureau, Wang Yida was seen with his head wrapped in bandages. When he noticed Bai Chu's arrival, a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes before it was quickly concealed. After some discussion, the officer regarded Bai Chu and remarked, Mr. Bai, our investigation has not revealed any particularly severe criminal conduct, and since you also inflicted injury, we would like to propose a reconciliation. What do you think? If you agree, a handshake and mutual apologies will bring this matter to a close. Bai Chu had never anticipated that the Public Security Bureau would assist him, so he simply nodded. Wang Yida also nodded, a hint of mockery curling his lips. True to his character, he would never let Bai Chu's assault go unpunished. However, considering that this individual had already offended Lu Huaihuang of the Lu family, he surely wouldn't live much longer. There was no need to lower himself to the level of a dying man, so he chose to endure the matter. With a provocative gaze, he extended his hand toward Bai Chu. As they shook hands, Wang Yida leaned in slightly and whispered, I'll remember this punch you threw at me. Once you're dead, I'll make sure to repay it doubly on that filthy wench. At these words, Bai Chu's eyes narrowed, and he tightened his grip. When Wang Yida felt the pain and attempted to withdraw his hand, Bai Chu wrapped his other arm around him, seemingly innocently patting his waist a few times. With a chilling voice, he remarked, Rest assured, you will never have such an opportunity again. After saying this, he released his grip just as Wang Yida was about to cry out in pain, distracted by the agony in his hand. Wang Yida failed to perceive any impropriety in Bai Chu's actions, trembling with rage as he glared at him. The nearby officer, witnessing their exchange, assumed his mediation had been remarkably successful and with a satisfied expression announced, All right, since you have reached an agreement, you may leave. Watching Bai Chu's retreating figure, Wang Yida seethed with fury and madness at the memory of Bai Chu's earlier actions. Internally, he vowed, Let us see how many days you have left. Suddenly, a dull ache radiated from his waist, but he paid it no mind as he exited the Public Security Bureau. Just as he stepped outside, a tall young woman approached. Noticing the bandages on Wang Yida's head, she hurried over, her face etched with concern. Yida, what happened? Wang Yida, meeting her gaze, averted his eyes slightly. It's nothing. I accidentally bumped into someone while driving. It's all sorted now. Let us head back. The young woman was named Jiang Qinming, the little princess of Qinming Pharmaceuticals. A year ago, Wang Yida rendered assistance to an elderly man who had collapsed in the park, summoning an ambulance that ultimately ensured the old man's safety. It was later revealed that this venerable individual was the father of Qinming, the chairman of Qinming Pharmaceutical, and thus the grandfather of the woman before him. In gratitude for Wang Yida's timely intervention, following his graduation, the elderly gentleman facilitated his entry into Qinming Pharmaceutical, securing him a position as a product manager in the marketing department. Due to Wang Yida's handsome appearance and his knack for charming young women, it wasn't long before he caught the attention of Jiang Qinming. Having finally garnered her affection, he was naturally reluctant to disclose the events of the previous day to her. As the sole heir to Qinming Pharmaceutical, Jiang Qinming was destined to oversee the entire company in the future. Being a product of elite education, she did not fully trust Wang Yida's words, though she refrained from voicing her skepticism. How careless of you. I will assist you in finding a private doctor when we return, she remarked, gesturing towards an assistant behind her as they prepared to depart. After they left, the assistant entered the Public Security Bureau. Chapter 26. Saving lives after leaving the Public Security Bureau, Bai Chu was driving along the road when suddenly traffic came to a standstill, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Bai Chu furrowed his brow and exited his vehicle to investigate. Ahead, a crowd had formed, with several individuals in black attire appearing flustered as they frantically made phone calls. What happened? Bai Chu inquired as he approached the throng. There has been a car accident. It seems someone has fainted, came the reply. Just then, an irate voice erupted from the front. Are you all incapable of managing this? If anything happens to my father, I will not let you off the hook. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Chu squeezed his way into the crowd. Upon reaching the center, he observed a luxurious vehicle nearby. With a blanket spread over the ground where a man in his 50s lay, his complexion pale. Two middle-aged men were attempting to administer aid, yet their perspiring brows suggested they were at a loss. Beside them stood a striking young woman, her anxiety palpable as she shouted at the two rescuers while urgently urging a black-clad assistant nearby. "Miss Shang, the situation is quite critical. We lack the necessary equipment," one of the middle-aged men explained, wiping sweat from his brow. "As long as we can transport Mr. Shang to the hospital within half an hour, we stand a chance of saving him." "Then why are you still dawdling? Hurry and get my father to the hospital," she exclaimed. "However, Mr. Shang's current condition cannot withstand being moved. It poses a severe risk to his life. We must wait for the ambulance, which carries the equipment needed to stabilize him." They responded. "When will the ambulance arrive?" She pressed. "Miss, we are making arrangements, but our company vehicle is too far away to arrive in time, and the nearby hospitals have reported no available ambulances. I care not for the methods you employ. My father must be delivered to the hospital within half an hour." Bai Chu grasped the gravity of the situation as his gaze scrutinized the man lying on the ground. The man's complexion was shifting from pale to a disconcerting shade of blue, indicating that the circumstances were dire. Furthermore, they found themselves at a crossroads, surrounded by an impenetrable sea of vehicles, rendering the arrival of an ambulance nearly impossible within a short span. More critically, given the man's current condition, even if he were to reach the hospital within 30 minutes, it might be too late. Although not a paragon of virtue, witnessing a life ebb away before him stirred a sense of urgency within Bai Chu that he could not ignore. After a moment of contemplation, he pushed through the crowd to the man's side, placing his fingers on the pulse to assess the situation. "Who are you? Step back immediately." He was met with shouts from two middle-aged men who appeared to be doctors. "I am a physician. If you wish to prevent his demise, kindly remain silent." Bai Chu replied calmly, focused on his task. Upon hearing his words, the two men exchanged incredulous looks, then scoffed inwardly. "A doctor? Which hospital do you hail from that you do not recognize us?" They were renowned figures in Jiangqing's medical community. Logically, these young doctors ought to be acquainted with their esteemed names. As Bai Chu continued, undeterred by their presence, their expressions shifted slightly as they realized he was indeed taking the man's pulse. "You practice Xiao medicine?" one of them exclaimed. Xiao medicine, shrouded in mystery and regarded as the pinnacle of healing arts, had seen its lineage wane due to years of conflict and suppression by certain individuals. In the eyes of most citizens of Xiao medicine was often equated with charlatanry. Despite a few notable practitioners, it could not hold a candle to Western medicine. Their anger escalated upon witnessing Bai Chu's application of Xiao medicine's techniques. "Nonsense. Leave at once." At that moment, the girl and the bodyguards also sprang into action, attempting to pull Bai Chu away. Yet, with one hand firmly gripping the arm of the businessman, they hesitated to act recklessly. In their agitation, Bai Chu gradually rose to his feet. "Do you possess silver needles?" The patient's condition was critically urgent, and immediate intervention was imperative. "What do you intend to do? Do you truly consider yourself a miracle worker?" The girl, her demeanor shifting from alarm to disbelief, confronted him. "The patient's situation is exceedingly grave. He has at most 10 minutes left. Even if he were transported to the hospital within that time, full recovery would be impossible. If more than 10 minutes pass, his life may well be lost." Upon hearing Bai Chu's somber assessment, the girl's visage paled dramatically. "No, this cannot be happening. No, my father must not come to harm." The stark reality of the situation rendered her momentarily paralyzed with fear. Not even 30 minutes would suffice for an ambulance to arrive. And Bai Chu's words felt like a death sentence. She paused for a few seconds, suddenly realizing that Bai Chu might possess the knowledge to help, which ignited a flicker of hope within her. Trembling, she grasped Bai Chu's hands as if clinging to a last lifeline, imploring, "You can save my father, can't you? Surely. You must have a way." "Yes, but I need you to procure a set of silver needles immediately. I must administer acupuncture at once." "Miss Shang, do not heed his nonsensical words. Even we, trained in Western medicine, are at a loss, let alone that charlatan of a traditional practitioner. Moreover, compared to Western medicine, traditional methods demand years of rigorous practice. How could someone so inexperienced possibly possess any real skill?" The girl's resolve faltered upon hearing this. "Do you have a better solution? Of course, you may choose to deny me the opportunity to treat him, but I simply cannot bear to witness a life extinguished before my eyes," Bai Chu said softly. If she were to refuse his assistance, he would leave without hesitation. Upon hearing his words, the girl gritted her teeth and commanded, "Silver needles. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and find this doctor a set of silver needles." Observing her decision, the two middle-aged doctors fell silent, secretly relieved. Recognizing their own helplessness, they believed that Mr. Shang had already reached a point of no return, and their failure to save him would surely incur the wrath of the Shang family. The emergence of this young man had shifted all responsibility onto him, and they were too grateful for their own reprieve to continue dissuading her. "Miss, we couldn't find any." Moments later, several bodyguards returned, visibly flustered. "Then what are you standing around for? Go buy some." Bai Chu shook his head, realizing time was of the essence. "It's too late now." With that, he knelt down, his fingers deftly navigating the acupoints on the patient's head. The crowd around them watched with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. 10 minutes later, the patient slowly opened his eyes. "Dad, you're finally awake. You scared me to death. What happened to me?" The girl began to speak, but was interrupted by a voice. "I've merely alleviated his condition temporarily. You must rush him to the hospital." Bai Chu stood up, visibly fatigued. "Thank you, divine healer." "I am no divine healer." Bai Chu waved his hand dismissively. "I merely possess some basic emergency techniques. Do not delay, or the patient may face further danger." Hearing this, the crowd sprang into action, quickly assisting the man into a vehicle and hastily departing after clearing the way for the accident. The two bodyguards, eager to express their gratitude, soon discovered that Bai Chu had vanished without a trace. At that moment, he had already returned to his vehicle. The effort exerted in saving the man had drained him significantly. Had he possessed a set of silver needles, the situation would have been far less arduous. It appeared that acquiring a set of silver needles had become imperative. Chapter 27. Please come back. Due to the severe suppression of traditional practitioners in this world, very few people were skilled in acupuncture, leading Bai Chu to scour the area in vain for a set of silver needles. Thus, he found it necessary to visit a jewelry store, commissioning the crafting of a pair of silver needles and a pair of gold needles according to his specifications. With these two sets of needles in hand, he would be far better equipped to handle similar situations in the future. Wang Yida, having surreptitiously undermined himself, would soon find his interest in women completely waning. Such occurrences as before would likely never transpire again. Furthermore, his health would continue to deteriorate, rendering him incapable of seeking vengeance. What lay ahead was the looming threat posed by the young master of the Lu family, as mentioned by Wang Yida. Bai Chu conducted an inquiry online, discovering that the Lu family was a prominent clan in Jincheng, with their Lu group boasting a market value exceeding 100 billion. Moreover, the Lu family wielded considerable influence in both military and political spheres. Lu Huihuang, the eldest son of the Lu family and a candidate for the next heir, was a notorious figure throughout Jincheng. Known for his debauchery and cruelty, he harbored a relentless desire for revenge. After perusing various online descriptions of him, Bai Chu understood that trouble was undoubtedly on the horizon. However, he felt no trepidation. Since the matter concerned Qin Qinyu, he would eventually seek out Lu. Whether or not Lu approached him first, he would not allow anyone to jeopardize Qin Qinyu's safety. In Jiangcheng, at the residence of the Shang family, the head of the family, Shang Wenkai, lay in bed surrounded by several doctors conducting examinations. Nearby, a group of anxious family members awaited news. Once the doctors completed their assessments, Shang Wenkai's daughter, Shang Yunrong, rushed over, asking, "Zhou, how is my father? Is he all right?" Behind her, the other family members looked on with eager anticipation. The doctors exchanged astonished glances with Shang Yunrong, and the eldest among them spoke, "Miss Shang, could you elaborate on what incident your father encountered?" Upon hearing this, Shang Yunrong's expression darkened. "Could it be that my father—" The doctor quickly shook his head. "Miss Shang, you have misunderstood. Your father's condition is remarkably stable, even better than during my previous examination. Thus, I find myself perplexed. Mr. Shang has been afflicted with a brain tumor for many years. Logically, such an incident should have exacerbated his condition. Yet, after my recent examination, I discovered that not only has his condition not worsened, but his tumor has significantly reduced in size. This is an occurrence I have never encountered in my decades of practice." "Really?" Shang Yunrong's face lit up with joy as she recounted the events leading up to this revelation. Upon hearing her account, Zhou Changming was further astounded. As Jiangqing's most renowned neurosurgeon, he had always viewed traditional medicine practitioners as mere charlatans, believing that their expertise paled in comparison to that of Western medicine. However, The current situation baffled him. The mere act of manual massage had seemingly revived a comatose patient and diminished his brain tumor, a phenomenon so extraordinary it defied belief. He then spoke. Miss Zhang, I wonder if you could locate this individual. I am quite curious about how he accomplished it. Zhang Yunrong hesitated, as she had been too anxious at the time to inquire about the person's details. Zhou Changming turned to an elderly man seated in a wheelchair, saying, Old Master Zhang, if this person truly possesses the means to reduce a brain tumor, perhaps there exists a possibility for your recovery. Upon hearing this, the entire Zhang family became exhilarated. The venerable patriarch, Zhang Maoxian, was a former battlefield hero who had returned to Jiangxing to establish the Zhang group after the war. His presence had ensured that the Zhang family remained the most prominent clan in Jiangxing for many years. However, at the age of 60, he suddenly fell into a coma, leading to the diagnosis of a brain tumor. Although they had enlisted the finest doctors in Jiangxing for his treatment, stabilizing his condition temporarily, his health deteriorated with each passing day, leaving him confined to a wheelchair. The family, having lost this pillar of strength, faced a decline within a mere decade. What was once the largest family in Jiangxing could scarcely hope to rank among the top 5. The despair deepened when they discovered that this ailment was hereditary, meaning that all descendants of the Zhang family would inevitably fall ill at a certain age, and the tumor's peculiar growth rendered surgical intervention nearly impossible. Thus, the prospect of someone potentially curing their affliction ignited a fervor among the members of the Zhang family. Moreover, should old Master Zhang regain his health, his connections and experience could feasibly restore the family's former glory in Jiangxing. A flicker of hope sparkled in his once dull eyes. Having slain countless foes on the battlefield, he had returned and single-handedly propelled his family to prominence. Yet now, he was relegated to a wheelchair, and in his pride, he had contemplated ending his life on more than one occasion, fearing the loss of his influence would leave his family vulnerable to adversaries. The mere thought of a potential recovery reignited the long-dormant spark within him. Rong, no matter what, we must find this person. Grandfather, rest assured, I will bring him back. Zhang Yunrong replied with unwavering determination. Zhang Maoxian cautioned, remember, we must not offend him. Grandfather, you need not worry. Given that he saved my father, he will forever be a benefactor to the Zhang family. I know how to proceed. At her words, the old man nodded slowly. He held great affection for this granddaughter, lamenting only that she was not a male, for she would have been the perfect heir to the Zhang legacy. After departing the room, Zhang Yunrong promptly contacted her 2 bodyguards, having instructed them to express her gratitude to the individual before leaving. However, upon hearing their response, she was incensed. The 2 fools had failed to locate him. Consequently, she summoned the butler and commanded him to ensure that this person was found by any means necessary. Meanwhile, within an office of the Qinming group, Jiang Qinming stood up in a fit of rage after listening to her assistant's report. What did you say? Yuta was assaulted? Who possesses such audacity to lay hands on my people at Qinming Group? Miss, it was a man named Bai Chu. He is the driver of Manager Wang's ex-girlfriend, Chen Qingyu. This incident stemmed from her. It is said that the driver harbors feelings for Chen Qingyu and, upon learning that Manager Wang had discarded her, sought vengeance on his behalf. Such audacity. A mere driver dares to strike? Chen Qingyu is truly arrogant. No wonder Yida holds her in disdain. Does she think being associated with the prestigious Chen family grants her the liberty to act as she pleases? This is Jiangxing, miss. It is rumored that Chen Qingyu has been disowned by the Chen family and is no longer one of them. Jiang Qiming's eyes brightened at this revelation, and she coldly commanded, Li Jie, immediately assist me in finding some formidable individuals. I intend to teach that scoundrel a lesson for daring to strike a man I have set my sights on. It is tantamount to courting death. Understood. I shall take care of it right away. That day, after Bai Chu had dropped off Chen Qingyu, he entered the general manager's office. Mr. Bai, what brings you to the company today? Zhang Yunhui quickly stood up with a smile. Bai Chu waved his hand dismissively and took a seat. Old Zhang, you are aware of the kidnapping incident involving Chen Qingyu yesterday, correct? Zhang Yunhui, upon hearing this, stood up again, his face filled with remorse. I apologize, Mr. Bai. It was my oversight. Bai Chu replied with a smile. I am not here to hold you accountable. This incident has served as a wake-up call. Our company's security is woefully inadequate. Therefore, old Zhang, I need you to arrange for surveillance cameras to be installed around the company within a 100-meter radius. And I want them to cover every angle. Additionally, hire more security personnel preferably retired military veterans, with salaries set at market rates. No, 5 times the market rate. Start with 20 recruits, and we can add more if necessary. Zhang Yunhui was taken aback. 5 times the market rate. That's nearly more than my own salary. And to hire 20 at once? Our total workforce is just over 100. Just do as I say. You need not worry about the finances. I will transfer 100 million to the finance department shortly. If it falls short, just let me know. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunhui gulped in astonishment. Such extravagance. With a boss like this, what do I have to worry about? Rest assured, Mr. Bai, I will ensure the task is completed. As Bai Chu left the company and drove away, he soon encountered several luxury vehicles blocking his path. He smirked coldly and retrieved the silver needles he always carried. These individuals must be sent by Lu Huihuang. Today, he was eager to see how they intended to confront him. He slowly halted his vehicle, observing as 2 men in suits and sunglasses approached. They reached his car, knocked on the window, and then bowed slightly, saying, "Mr. Bai, our young lady requests your presence." Observing the actions of the other party, Bai Chu found himself momentarily bewildered. "Who is your young lady?" he inquired. "The merchant, Shang Yunrong." "Merchant? Isn't it from the Lu family?" His interest waned immediately. He had never heard of this merchant and felt no inclination to pursue the matter, initially believing they were sent by Lu Huihuang. "I do not recognize you. Step aside. I have matters to attend to." Upon hearing Bai Chu's words, a flicker of anger crossed the eyes of the 2 individuals, but they quickly suppressed it. "Mr. Bai, you may have misunderstood. We are not here to trouble you. A few days ago, you saved the head of our merchant family on the road. Our young lady wishes for you to return to express her gratitude." It dawned on Bai Chu that he recalled someone calling the unconscious individual Shang Dong. Little did he expect such a significant figure was involved. His tone softened somewhat. "Oh, I see. No need for that. Please inform your young lady that it was merely a trivial act. No thanks are necessary." Mr. Bai, but at that moment, several black sedans sped toward them, screeching to a halt behind Bai Chu's vehicle. A group of intimidating youths emerged from the cars, encircling Bai Chu's vehicle. The 2 bodyguards from the Shang family quickly intervened. "What are you doing? None of your business. Clear off." The group disregarded their protests and continued to surround Bai Chu's car. The leader, a tattooed man with a buzz cut, casually held a cigarette in his mouth as he approached the front of Bai Chu's vehicle, placing his foot on the hood, his demeanor exuding arrogance. "Kid, get out here and face your doom." The 2 bodyguards' expressions turned icy at this sight, their gazes fixed coldly on the rowdy thugs. "Do you know who we are?" "Mr. Bai is our esteemed guest. We kindly ask you to leave immediately." One of the thugs scoffed at them. "I don't care who you are, get lost. Or I'll take you down too." Seeking death. Just as the 2 bodyguards prepared to take action, Bai Chu stepped out of the car. He addressed the eager bodyguards. "This is my own affair. You may leave." The 2 exchanged glances and stepped aside to make a phone call. An enraged voice came through. "Ensure Mr. Bai's safety. I am on my way." Bai Chu surveyed the unruly group surrounding him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is this the kind of crew Lu Huihuang sent? Seeing Bai Chu smiling amidst their encirclement, the thugs felt insulted. "What Lu Huihuang? Lu Huigreen, you're at death's door and still dare to smile?" "Smash the car." The leading thug delivered a powerful kick to the hood, and the group began to vandalize Bai Chu's vehicle with their clubs. Bai Chu did not intervene, a look of confusion crossing his face. Were these individuals not sent by Lu Huihuang? He felt he had done no wrong to anyone. Just as he pondered this, 2 women emerged from the car behind. The young woman stood tall, her long, slender legs shimmering with a radiant glow under the sunlight. Beneath her copper-colored hair, a beautiful face bore an expression of icy disdain. As she approached Bai Chu, she appraised him with a flicker of surprise in her eyes, taken aback by his unexpected handsomeness. Although she felt that he paled in comparison to Wang Yida in terms of looks, there was an inexplicable aura about him that compelled her to steal glances. Yet, in a mere moment, she concealed her astonishment. After all, he was just a driver, and his casual attire sparked a tinge of contempt within her. Without uttering a word, she lifted her chin and, with a queenly disdain, addressed Bai Chu. "You are Bai Chu, the one who struck Wang Yida?" Bai Chu was still pondering who she was when her words clarified that she had come seeking vengeance for Wang Yida. He nodded. "Humph. A filthy driver daring to lay a hand on someone from Qinming Pharmaceutical. Today, I, Jiang Qinming, shall make you aware of the consequences of offending my company." She glanced at the nearby ruffians, commanding, "Attack him fiercely." Instantly, A dozen thugs brandished wooden clubs and charged at Bai Chu. Nearby, 2 bodyguards were taken aback and shouted, "Stop!" as they rushed toward the scene. Yet, when they reached Bai Chu, they were astonished to witness the unfolding spectacle in mere seconds. Every single thug lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. Bai Chu dusted off his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The bodyguards halted, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and shock. This was beyond impressive. They prided themselves on their formidable strength, yet even they would find it exceedingly difficult to triumph against such a multitude of armed thugs. The ease with which Bai Chu had dispatched them left them dumbfounded. Even more astonished was Jiang Qinming, her eyes wide as if she had seen a ghost. Defeating 10 foes at once. Was he even human? As she stood there, stunned and speechless, Bai Chu slowly approached her. "What do you want?" Jiang Qinming managed to ask, her voice tinged with anxiety. "What do you think?" Bai Chu replied, raising his hand and striking her across the face. Jiang Qinming staggered back, one hand pressed against her stinging cheek, while the other pointed accusingly at him. You dare hit me?" At that moment, her shock surpassed even her disbelief at Bai Chu's earlier triumph over the thugs. How could he have the audacity to strike her? It was the first time in her life that anyone had dared to slap her, especially in front of so many witnesses. "What? You can hire someone to hit me, but I can't retaliate," Bai Chu replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "I am the little princess of Qinming Pharmaceutical. How dare you strike me? My father will undoubtedly seek retribution." Slap. Bai Chu retaliated with another swift slap. "Qinming Pharmaceutical, you say? I shall remember that. Let your father come find me. I shall be waiting. You dare to hit me again? I am a girl. Are you not a man? How can you strike a woman?" With another slap from Bai Chu, Jiang Qinming instantly collapsed, crying out in despair. Upon hearing her words, Bai Chu was momentarily taken aback. He then scoffed, "You are not my woman. Why should I refrain from striking you? Your gender has no bearing on me. A man who strikes a woman is no man at all. You dare to hit me, I shall retaliate." Jiang Qinming shouted as she lunged at Bai Chu. Slap, slap. With 2 decisive slaps, Bai Chu sent Jiang Qinming crashing to the ground. He placed a foot upon her face, his voice cold as ice. "Do not speak of striking. If you provoke me again, I shall end you." As she felt the sting on her face and gazed into Bai Chu's icy demeanor, Jiang Qinming's heart was a tumult of anger, fear, humiliation, and an inexplicable thrill. She finally understood that this man was unlike any she had encountered before. He truly dared to strike her, and so she obediently fell silent. Bai Chu then spared her, turning to the female assistant beside him and delivering a few slaps as well, before casting a sweeping glance around. "Begone. If you dare to return, fortune will not favor you." Upon hearing this, the group of ruffians scrambled to their feet in a panic. Jiang Qinming's assistant quickly helped the stunned Jiang Qinming to stand. Bai Chu gestured toward the damaged vehicle, reminding her, "Do not forget to compensate for this car." At that moment, a red sports car screeched to a halt nearby. Shang Yunrong emerged from the vehicle, rushing to Bai Chu's side, concern etched on her face. "Mr. Bai, are you unhurt?" Recognizing her, Bai Chu shrugged. "I am fine." Shang Yunrong sighed in relief, turning to her bodyguards. "Who are these people, miss?" "They are from Qinming Pharmaceutical. These ruffians were summoned by them." "Qinming Pharmaceutical? A small pharmaceutical group in the West District. How dare they lay hands on Mr. Bai? They shall pay dearly." The chill in Shang Yunrong's eyes was palpable. Bai Chu was their family savior. Should anything happen to him, it would spell doom for their business, a transgression that could not be forgiven. Sensing the coldness in her gaze, Bai Chu raised a hand. "Miss Shang, there is no need for such concern. This is my own affair, and I kindly ask you not to interfere." Shang Yunrong cast a steely glance at Jiang Qinming and the ruffians before breaking into a smile. "Very well, I shall heed Mr. Bai's wishes. Mr. Bai, you saved my father, and from this day forth, you shall be a distinguished guest of our family. I am Shang Yunrong, if you do not mind. Please call me Yunrong." Given her demeanor, Bai Chu felt it inappropriate to be overly distant, so he smiled. "Then please, refrain from calling me Mr. Bai. Simply use my name." "Indeed, Bai Chu, my father has now recovered his health. To express our gratitude for your life-saving assistance, we have prepared a banquet in your honor, and we sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence." Observing the other party's demeanor, Bai Chu understood that no matter how much he declined, they would not relent. Thus he nodded, "Very well." Upon seeing Bai Chu's agreement, Shang Yunrong's face lit up with joy. "Bai Chu, please ride in my car." He then turned to the bodyguard behind him. Ensure everything is in order here. After the two departed, Jiang Qiming's assistant spoke in a trembling voice. Miss, that woman is Shang Yunrong of the Shang family. What should we do? Upon hearing this, any lingering desire for revenge in Jiang Qiming dissipated entirely. Wasn't she merely a driver? Why does even a distinguished heiress like Shang Yunrong show such reverence towards him? The Shang family is a prominent clan in Jiangqing, far surpassing their small company, Qiming Pharmaceuticals. If even Shang Yunrong holds him in such esteem, what chance do I have for vengeance? For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, the image of Bai Chu's tall, imposing figure flashed in her mind, his cold yet magnetic voice, and particularly the profound gaze that looked down upon her. Her heart inexplicably quickened its pace. Within the Shang family's estate, the elderly patriarch, Shang Mao, was wheeled into the courtyard by the butler. Accompanying him were his eldest son, Shang Wenkai, and his younger son, Shang Wenbin, alongside a regal-looking woman, his daughter, Shang Wenxia. Shang Wenkai now presided over the Shang group, while Shang Wenbin had chosen a military career and was now a lieutenant colonel. His daughter, Shang Wenxia, had married into the Zhou family in Jincheng. Aside from the New Year celebrations, it was rare for the three siblings to gather. Eldest brother, are you all right? Upon hearing that their elder brother had collapsed on the road, Shang Wenbin and Shang Wenxia hurried back. Shang Wenbin smiled upon hearing their concern. I am fine. In fact, I feel better than ever. Eldest brother, what exactly happened? Shang Wenbin recounted the events. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Shang Wenxia's eyes. Brother, are you serious? Can that person truly resolve our issues? While it could not be confirmed just yet, he at least had the potential to alleviate our troubles. However, Shang Wenbin, clad in military uniform, frowned. Eldest brother, did you call me back just to have that so-called divine doctor treat me? This is absurd. I am well aware of my condition. I have consulted the best experts in the army, and they were all at a loss. You truly believe that a person in their 20s can surpass those seasoned experts? Huh. They say a few massages can provide relief. Well, I do not believe it. I have important matters awaiting me in the army, so since you are fine, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and walked towards the exit. Stop right there. Old Master Shang called after him. It was my decision to summon you back. Rongrong has already invited Dr. Bai, and regardless of your matters, you will wait until Dr. Bai has finished before leaving. Father, how can you also believe in such ludicrous things? At that moment, a servant approached and announced, Old Master Shang, Miss Rong has returned. Shang Mao nodded and glanced at his children, instructing them to accompany him to the entrance. Regardless of whether the white physician could cure them, he had, after all, saved the life of their elder brother and was thus a benefactor to the Shang family. They must show him the utmost respect. The group then made their way to the entrance. As Bai Chu descended from the carriage and beheld the array of individuals awaiting him, he felt a slight shock within. The grandeur of the Shang estate and the multitude of servants made it evident that the Shang family held a significant position in Jiangqing, and he was astonished by the grand reception he was receiving from such a prominent clan. Shang Wenkai stepped forward first and grasped Bai Chu's hand. White physician, I am immensely grateful for your assistance the other day. Otherwise, my brother Shang Wenbin would likely not be standing here now. He continued, allow me to introduce you to our family. He proceeded to introduce each member present. Please, Mr. Shang, you are overly gracious. It was merely a small effort on my part, and there is no need for such fanfare, Bai Chu replied modestly. Your modesty is amusing. While it may seem trivial to you, it is an immense kindness to us, white physician. Please, come inside. We have prepared a feast, Shang Mao. Despite sitting in a wheelchair and appearing pale and hoarse, could not conceal the spark of valor in his eyes. Bai Chu recognized that gaze from videos online, one that belonged to a seasoned hero tempered by the fires of war. Upon observing the military uniform worn by Shang Wenbin behind him, Bai Chu felt a surge of respect. You flatter me excessively, old master. I cannot accept such praise. Bai Chu responded humbly. Once seated in the living room, Shang Wenbin scrutinized Bai Chu for a moment before standing. Brother, I am grateful for your timely assistance to my elder brother, and I sincerely appreciate it. However, I have urgent matters to attend to in the army and cannot stay longer. With that, he turned to leave. His skepticism about Bai Chu's abilities as a physician only deepened upon meeting him in person. If Bai Chu was a renowned healer, it was as absurd as claiming one could achieve immortality through cultivation. Silence. Shang Mao rebuked angrily. He then turned to Bai Chu with an apologetic expression, saying, I have failed to educate him properly. I hope you can forgive him, white physician. In fact, the purpose of inviting you here is to seek your medical expertise for our family. He proceeded to explain the circumstances surrounding the Shang family to Bai Chu. Upon hearing this, Bai Chu's expression shifted slightly. Yet before he could respond, Shang Wenbin scoffed. So, Bai Chu, I appreciate your assistance to my elder brother and will offer you some form of compensation. However, should you harbor any ulterior motives towards our family, I advise you to abandon such thoughts at once, or I shall ensure you regret it. Bai Chu frowned at these words. Was there something wrong with them? It was they who insisted on inviting him. Was he to believe he had erred in saving a life? Initially, he regarded the other party as a soldier, harboring an inclination to take action. However, now, Bai Chu coldly rose to his feet, asserting, "Rest assured, I harbor no interest in your establishment. In that case, I had no intention of visiting your establishment either. Farewell." Shang Yunrong swiftly grasped Bai Chu's arm. "Bai Chu, do not misconstrue my intentions." She glared at Shang Wenbin, her anger palpable. "Uncle, what are you saying? Bai Chu is someone I painstakingly invited. How could he possibly harbor animosity toward your family?" Shang Wenkai also displayed irritation. "Wenbin, you have gone too far. Quickly apologize to Dr. Bai. Brother, one must always be cautious." "You," Shang Wenkai, exasperated, thought to himself that his younger brother was good in every regard, except for his bluntness and lack of discretion. Ungrateful wretch. Shang Maoxian's already pallid face drained of color due to fury. "Hasten to apologize to Dr. Bai. He is your elder brother's savior. How can you utter such nonsense?" Chapter 30. Apology. Humph. He has assisted my elder brother. I acknowledge his kindness to the Shang family. I, Shang Wenbin, am willing to owe him a favor. And should he require assistance, I shall not hesitate to oblige. However, I refuse to believe he is the so-called miracle doctor, and it is utterly inconceivable that I would allow him to treat me. Moreover, I advise you all not to trust him easily, as he may harbor ulterior motives. I even suspect he could have been involved in the incident concerning my elder brother. Uncle, you cannot slander Bai Chu. We have thoroughly investigated that incident. It has absolutely nothing to do with him. Shang Yunrong was infuriated by his uncle's words, stamping her feet in frustration. Bai Chu glanced at everyone, stating, "Very well. I have no interest in your family's affairs. Since you do not welcome me, I shall take my leave, and I hope you refrain from troubling me in the future." With that, Bai Chu forcefully shook off Shang Yunrong and strode toward the exit. "Ungrateful child, you are driving me to my grave." Upon witnessing Bai Chu truly angered and departing, Shang Maoxian felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing. "Father, what is wrong? Grandfather." The Shang family members were instantly thrown into a panic. "Quickly, summon a doctor." Shang Yunrong hurriedly pursued Bai Chu. "Bai Chu, I beseech you. Please save my grandfather." Bai Chu glanced back at the elder Shang, feeling a momentary hesitation. Just then, Zhou Changming entered with several doctors. Upon witnessing the scene, his expression changed drastically, and he rushed to Shang Maoxian's side to examine him. As he assessed the situation, he chastised the others. "Elder Shang clearly suffered from a fit of anger. I have warned you countless times not to provoke him. Have you all forgotten? I apologize, Zhou Lao. It is all my fault. Please, you must save my father." Shang Wenbin was consumed by regret, realizing too late how much his father valued that young man. He should have approached the matter more delicately. "Enough, everyone be quiet." Zhou Changming immediately commenced treatment, but as time passed, his countenance grew increasingly grave. Minutes later, he stood up with a despondent expression. "I have tried my utmost." No, Dr. Zhou, you are the finest neurosurgeon in Jiangxing. You must be able to save my father. You can do it." Shang Wenbin lunged at Zhou Changming as if driven by madness. Zhou Changming shook his head helplessly. "You are well aware of your father's condition. Even if I were to send him to the capital, it would likely be exceedingly difficult to save him." "No, that cannot be. Please, think of something else, I implore you." "Shang Wenbin, are you satisfied now?" Shang Wenkai glared at his brother, trembling with anger. Suddenly, Zhou Changming had a thought and turned to Shang Wenkai. "By the way, Wenkai, have you found the doctor who treated you last time? Invite him here immediately. There may still be a glimmer of hope." Although he had always looked down upon the traditional physician, it was not due to any shortcomings in their ancient craft. After all, the medical knowledge passed down through millennia could not be entirely without merit. Rather, it was because the contemporary practitioners had largely fallen into disrepute, leaving behind a cadre of charlatans. He reached out to a traditional doctor he knew, who, while acknowledging his inability, confirmed that throughout the vast history of traditional medicine, many capable individuals still existed. At that moment, he perceived Shang Maoxian's condition as utterly hopeless, almost insurmountable even for modern medicine. The only hope lay in whether this traditional physician could work a miracle once more. Yes, the renowned Dr. Bai. Upon hearing Zhou Changming's reminder, Shang Wenbin suddenly grasped the situation and hurriedly glanced towards the entrance, relieved to see that Bai Chu was still there, held back by Shang Yunrong. He rushed to Bai Chu, bowing deeply. "Dr. Bai, I beseech you to save my father." Zhou Changming also turned to Bai Chu, and upon seeing the young man's visage, his heart sank. He had not anticipated that this individual would be so youthful, causing his hopes to wane significantly. Nevertheless, he had no other viable options at present. "Young man, a healer's heart is compassionate. If you truly possess a remedy, I implore you to assist Mr. Shang. After all, he is a hero who has bled for our nation." Bai Chu gently shook his head. "It is not that I do not wish to help. I have already stated that I am not a miracle worker, and in this situation, I am powerless. No, Bai Chu, you must have a way. I apologize on behalf of my uncle for his previous words. I plead with you. Please save my grandfather." Shang Yunrong's eyes were already swollen from tears. She could not bear the thought of losing her grandfather, who had cared for her so deeply. Bai Chu felt an internal conflict. Despite Shang Wenbin's earlier demeanor, he truly lacked confidence. After all, even the best neurosurgeon in Jiansheng had declared the situation dire. If he attempted to intervene and failed, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. "I am truly unable to assist." However, to the others in the Shang family, it appeared that Bai Chu was still harboring resentment from earlier. Shang Wenkai glared at Shang Wenbin. "Wenbin, hurry and apologize to Dr. Bai." As Shang Wenbin remained frozen in place, Shang Wenxiao raised her hand and struck him across the face. "What are you still doing there? Do you truly wish to witness our father come to harm before you feel satisfied?" Shang Wenbin clenched his teeth and approached Bai Chu, saying, "I apologize, Dr. Bai. It was my fault before. Please, save my father. I have already said that it is not that I do not wish to help, but rather that I am genuinely unable to do so." Upon seeing Bai Chu's refusal to forgive him, Shang Wenbin bent his legs, preparing to kneel. Although he found such an act humiliating, it paled in comparison to the state of his father's health. Yet, just as he had knelt halfway, Bai Chu reached out and stopped him. Shang Wenbin was taken aback. Having joined the military in his teenage years, and having been the top soldier in his district for several consecutive years, he felt that even at over 40, few could surpass him in physical prowess. Yet, this seemingly delicate young man before him was effortlessly holding him up with one hand. How much strength must that require? Doubtful. He exerted more force to kneel further. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not descend even a centimeter under that firm grip. After the initial shock, instead of anger, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. It seemed he had misjudged this person. He was certainly no ordinary individual and might truly possess the means to save his father. With this thought, he abandoned the notion of continuing to kneel. Standing tall, he saluted Bai Chu with a formal military gesture, his tone earnest as he declared, "Dr. Bai, I implore you to take action. I spoke thoughtlessly earlier, and I am willing to cut out my tongue as an apology." As he finished speaking, he unsheathed a military knife from his waist and, without a moment's hesitation, aimed it toward his mouth. "No." The onlookers gasped, unable to react in time. Just as the knife pierced his tongue, a powerful hand firmly grasped his wrist. Chapter 31. The continuation of life with a slight exertion. Bai Chu knocked the knife from Shang Wenbin's hand. He had not anticipated such decisive action from this man. Had it not been for his own agility, Shang Wenbin would have rendered himself mute. Observing the bloodied visage yet unwavering expression of his counterpart, Bai Chu internally cursed him as mad. Though they had only just met, he had already grasped the essence of this man's character. If he did not intervene, Shang Wenbin might resort to even more extreme actions. "Very well," Bai Chu sighed, "I shall give it a try." With that, he swiftly approached the elder Shang. Placing his hand upon the pulse, his brow furrowed tightly. It seemed he would need to exert all his strength. Quickly, he instructed that the elder be carried to the bed and prepared a basin of hot water, alcohol, and fire. Shang Wenbin swallowed the blood pooling in his mouth and hurriedly lifted his father, striding toward the bedroom. Among all present, the group held the utmost confidence in Bai Chu. Soon, they arrived at the bedroom. Bai Chu glanced at the crowd and instructed, "Leave 2 individuals to assist in the room. The rest may step outside." Zhou Changming promptly replied, "I am a doctor. I shall remain to help. Bai Chu nodded and turned to Shang Wenbin. You shall stay as well. Everyone else is to exit. Remember, no one is to disturb me until I have finished my acupuncture. The group nodded, their hearts laden with trepidation as they filed out of the room. Bai Chu retrieved a set of golden needles and a set of silver needles, directing Zhou Changming. Disinfect them with fire. He then sanitized his hands with alcohol and washed them with warm water. Taking the sterilized golden needles, he grasped 9 of them, closing his eyes to take a deep breath before suddenly opening them wide. With deft precision, he inserted the 9 golden needles into the corresponding acupoints on Shang Lao's body. The tails of each needle vibrated incessantly. After several seconds, he withdrew all 9 needles simultaneously and took up another set of 9, proceeding to insert them into another set of acupoints. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Changming, who was in charge of disinfection, widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "The 9 yang resuscitation needles." Shang Wenbin, who had been watching with concern, turned to ask, "Zhou Lao, what are the 9 yang resuscitation needles?" Zhou Changming swallowed hard. "I once heard an old physician from the Xia dynasty speak of it. The 9 yang resuscitation needles are among the top 10 most powerful acupuncture techniques in ancient Xia medicine. This technique demands extraordinary control. It requires one to simultaneously insert needles into 9 different acupoints within a single breath. Each needle must penetrate to a depth of 9 parts, and after insertion, the tails vibrate concurrently for 9 breaths, totaling 81 vibrations. After 9 breaths, the needles are withdrawn, and after an interval of 9 breaths, the same technique is applied to another set of 9 acupoints. In total, there are 81 needle insertions. When I heard that old man speak of it, I thought he was boasting. Yet here is someone capable of such precise control. It's simply unfathomable." Shang Wenbin listened in bewilderment, unable to fully comprehend. Yet sensing the gravity of the situation, he could not help but ask, "Does this mean my father can be cured?" Zhou Changming paused for a moment, then replied slowly, "According to that old man, this technique possesses the power to bring the dead back to life. If he is not exaggerating, the chances of saving Shang Lao are quite significant." Shang Wenbin clenched his fists, his body trembling with excitement. If Bai Chu could truly save his father, he would willingly sacrifice his own life without a second thought. Minutes later, Bai Chu retracted the golden needles, exhaling deeply, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Observing Shang Lao on the bed, whose breathing had now acquired a rhythm, he realized they had passed the first hurdle. "Bai Shini, my father is going to be all right, isn't he?" Shang Wenbin inquired cautiously. Bai Chu disregarded him, washed his hands again, and instructed Zhou Changming, "Sanitize the silver needles." After a brief pause, he picked up the silver needles, his expression more focused than before, and slowly inserted one into an acupoint on Shang Lao's chest. The moment the needle penetrated, Shang Lao's body, previously calm, began to exhibit slight convulsions. Then came the second needle, followed by the third. With each needle's insertion, the convulsions of the elder Shang intensified. By the 5th needle, he was writhing violently, frothing at the mouth, as if he were on the brink of being taken away. "This is alarming." Zhou Changming's expression turned grave. He stepped forward, but was firmly restrained by Shang Wenbin, urging him to wait. Although his heart raced with anxiety, he recalled the physician Bai's prior admonition that no one must interfere until the acupuncture was completed. Zhou Changming glanced at Shang Wenbin and, upon meeting his tense yet resolute gaze, nodded slightly in agreement. As the 6th needle was inserted, the elder Shang's skin flushed crimson, and a trickle of blood seeped from his orifices. Even Shang Wenbin struggled to maintain his composure, yet he persevered in not interrupting. When the 7th needle was inserted, the elder Shang's violent convulsions gradually subsided, his complexion became rosy, and his breathing steadied. Zhou Changming observed the silver needles embedded in the elder's body. Each needle was positioned at varying depths, yet collectively they mirrored the constellation of the Big Dipper with remarkable precision. Though he could not comprehend the intricacies, he understood that this formation was undoubtedly as formidable as the previous 9 yang revival technique. Bai Chu placed his hand on the elder Shang's pulse for a moment before slowly withdrawing the silver needles. Despite the fatigue etched on his face, there was a glimmer of joy in his brow. "All right, hand me your phone." Bai Chu took Shang Wenbin's phone and quickly composed a prescription, instructing him to procure the necessary herbs immediately, ensuring they were administered to the elder as soon as he regained consciousness. "By the way, you must gather and prepare the herbs yourself." "Thank you, Physician Bai." Though Shang Wenbin was perplexed by Bai Chu's insistence, he dared not delay. Rushing outside with the phone in hand, Zhou Changming hurried to the elder Shang's side, picking up the medical instruments for examination. His eyes sparkled with astonishment as he realized the miraculous transformation. This was nothing short of a miracle. At that moment, everyone outside rushed in, inquiring about the elder's condition. Zhou Changming admonished them to be quiet and not disturb the elder's rest. He then turned to the crowd with a smile, announcing, "The elder Shang is fine." A chorus of cheers erupted, and they quickly expressed their gratitude to Bai Chu. Shang Yunrong, her eyes glistening with tears, grasped Bai Chu's hands. "Bai Chu, thank you so much. If it weren't for you." She broke down in tears again. Yet, seeing the exhaustion on Bai Chu's face, she understood the depth of his sacrifice to save her grandfather, filling her heart with even greater gratitude. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just find a room for me to rest for a while." Once in the room, Bai Chu said, "All right, you can leave now. I need some time alone. And when the old man wakes up, have him come to see me, along with a few others from your family, but only those who share similar symptoms. No one else is permitted to enter." Shang Yunrong was taken aback, but did not ponder further. Bai Chu rescued her grandfather, and now, regardless of any demands, Shang Yunrong will unconditionally support him. Everyone is quietly waiting for old Shang to awaken. The more Zhou Changming contemplates, the more he is struck with astonishment. He now regrets not having studied traditional Chinese medicine. Had he encountered such a miraculous healer, he could have learned a great deal. And who knows what advantages he might have gained. Alas, what a pity. After a moment of reflection, he let out a cold snort. "It seems this time you shall benefit, old fellow." With that, he hurried to a corner of the courtyard and dialed a number on his phone. Chapter 32. Opportunity in Jin City. Within a traditional Chinese medicine clinic named Jishir Tang, the proprietor, Wen Shichen, was currently tidying up his medical kit in the courtyard. He is renowned as a master of traditional Chinese medicine in Jin City. Although the overall reputation of traditional Chinese medicine is rather poor, through years of dedicated practice, he has earned the title of a miraculous doctor, gaining the trust and respect of many patients. Those he has treated are often very satisfied, and privately, they would say that if all practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine were like Wen Shichen, it would not be so severely suppressed, and it could stand on equal footing with Western medicine. Not only is Wen Shichen held in high esteem by the common folk, but he is also a distinguished guest among numerous families and leaders. After all, in certain areas of illness, he excels beyond Western practitioners. Wen Shini, the vehicle sent by the Liu family, is waiting outside. "You should hurry over," someone reminded him. "All right, I understand. I will head over once the medical kit is ready," he replied. After preparing, Wen Shichen slung the medical kit over his shoulder and headed outside. Just as he was halfway there, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, snorted coldly, and answered, "Speak quickly. I have important matters to attend to." "Haha, have you consumed gunpowder?" "Just so happens I have a remedy to cool your temper. Would you like it?" The voice on the other end exuded uncontainable excitement. However, upon hearing the other person's jovial mood, Wen Shichen's originally mild expression turned slightly displeased. "Keep it for yourself. I'm busy here. So let's not engage in idle chatter unless it's of great importance," he said, ready to hang up. "Wait. Of course, it's of great importance. And it's monumental for you. If I were to tell you, you would certainly be interested. Apologies, but I have no interest in your matters." "Oh, you're not interested in the Jiuyang life-sustaining needle?" At this, Wen Shichen's expression changed, and he let out a cold snort. "What are you, a Western practitioner? Know about the Jiuyang life-sustaining needle? Are you deliberately mocking me? If it weren't for the prolonged suppression of traditional Chinese medicine and the loss of many legacies, you wouldn't even have the right to speak in such a tone. Furthermore, even if traditional Chinese medicine has declined, I, Wen Shichen, am not inferior to you. Zhou Changming, if you're unconvinced, we can have a contest next time you come to Jin City. Don't think I'm trying to deceive you. The Jiuyang life-sustaining needle absolutely existed. Unfortunately, the formation has long been lost. If it weren't for that, my medical skills would undoubtedly surpass yours, and you would have to respectfully address me as Brother Wen." On the other side, Zhou Changming felt a twinge of hesitation upon hearing Wen Shichen's words. They had known each other since childhood, both sharing a common aspiration to pursue medicine and save lives. However, while Wen Shichen opted for traditional Chinese medicine, Zhou Changming regarded it as a relic of the past, fraught with deception, and chose Western medicine instead. This divergence had led to countless debates between them over the years. Despite Wen Shichen's diligent efforts, traditional medicine had suffered greatly and faced constant suppression, lacking the esteemed mentors that Western medicine boasted. Zhou Changming had become a sought-after expert in numerous hospitals, while Wen Shichen could only manage a small pharmacy on the street. Although he possessed superior skills in treating certain ailments and had garnered a respectable reputation in Jincheng, most who sought his services did so as a secondary option to Western medicine. Witnessing Bai Chu's miraculous techniques, Zhou Changming's perception of traditional medicine shifted dramatically. He felt he could not measure up. He had overshadowed Wen Shichen for years, yet if this old friend were to truly master the 9-yang life-sustaining needle, would he not then soar to great heights? Nevertheless, despite their habitual bickering, they held each other in high regard deep within their hearts, considering one another as close friends. This was why, despite their verbal disdain, they would invariably answer each other's calls without hesitation, no matter how busy they were. Whenever one required assistance, the other would rush to help without a second thought. Perhaps it was time for him to let Wen Shichen shine for a few years after having held him down for so long. Moreover, if Wen truly mastered his craft, Zhou could seek his aid for the more challenging cases he encountered. Would Wen dare to refuse? With a smile, Zhou remarked, "Would you believe me if I said I witnessed someone using the 9-yang life-sustaining needle? I don't believe a word of it. What is going on? Have you encountered an insurmountable problem?" Wen retorted, "Well, if you call me brother, I might consider helping you." Zhou laughed, "I'm not joking. I'm quite serious." He quickly recounted what he had just witnessed. Wen Shichen stood frozen, though still skeptical. However, when he mentioned the 9-yang life-sustaining needle, he only provided a brief overview. How could Zhou describe the process in such exquisite detail if he had not seen it with his own eyes? Not only Zhou, but even Wen himself had often stumbled upon many details in ancient texts that remained unclear to him. Why the silence? If you're truly uninterested, I want to continue. Wen finally responded, "Of course, I'm interested. Tell me how you know all this in such detail." Zhou insisted, "I witnessed it firsthand." "Oh, and there's another technique." He then elaborated on the second method used by Bai Chu. Upon hearing this, Wen Shichen was utterly agitated. The 7 stars soul-settling needle. It's the 7 stars soul-settling needle. Quickly, tell me where that person is. At this moment, he wholeheartedly believed Zhou Changming's words. The mere mention of the 9-yang life-sustaining needle was enough to drive him to madness, and now there was the 7 stars soul-settling needle as well. "Oh, now you're in a hurry, I see. Are you not busy with something important? Never mind. Go ahead with your tasks, and we can talk later." No, there's no need to delay. Speak quickly, or I shall grow impatient." Zhou Changming chuckled softly, suggesting that if I were to speak, I must henceforth address him as brother. "Very well, Ming Gu, from this moment onward, you shall be my dear elder brother. Now, please tell me where that person is." "This matter, dear brother, I shall disclose only to you. The individual is currently at the Jiangxing merchant. Whether you can seize the opportunity lies solely in your hands." As soon as the call ended, those waiting at the door pressed again. "Dr. Wen, are you ready? The Liu family has been waiting for quite some time." At that moment, Wen Shichen had no inclination to attend to the Liu family. "Tell them to return. I have pressing matters to attend to." With that, he called out to a busy disciple, "Shinqing, set aside your tasks and prepare the vehicle for Jiangxing, quickly." Shinqing looked puzzled. "Master, aren't we going to the Liu family today?" "Who cares about the Liu family? We are heading to Jiangxing, swiftly now. It is urgent." But Director Liu personally invited you. It may not be proper to decline." "Humph, what does it matter? Not even an invitation from the emperor holds more significance than my current affairs." In Jiangxing, Bai Chu had regained his vigor after a 2-hour respite, while Shang Maoxian was also slowly awakening. "Father, you're finally awake." Instantly, a crowd gathered around him. Shang Maoxian recalled previous events and inquired, "Was it Dr. Bai who saved me?" "Indeed, grandfather, you shall no longer have any issues henceforth." Shang Yunrong approached with a bowl of medicine. "Grandfather, this medicine is prescribed by Bai Chu. You must take it upon awakening." "Very well, I shall drink it." After consuming the medicine, Shang Maoxian assessed his body. His eyes glistened with tears. After so many years, he once again felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. He swung his legs over the bed and took a few steps, exclaiming, "I never imagined there would come a day when Shang Maoxian could stand again." His gaze swept around the room. "Where is Dr. Bai? Take me to express my gratitude in person." Shang Yunrong nodded. "Grandfather, Bai Chu is resting in the guest room. Follow me." "Father, aunt, and second uncle, you should all come along. Bai Chu has matters to discuss with you." They then proceeded toward the guest room. Upon reaching the door, Shang Yunrong instructed the butler and bodyguards, "You shall not enter." Remain here and ensure no one approaches within 20 meters of this room. Chapter 33. Fearing my girlfriend's misunderstanding, Dr. Bai. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Had it not been for you, I might never have had the chance to stand again. Shang Maoxian clasped Bai Chu's hands, overflowing with emotion. Shang Wenbin stood tall, saluting Bai Chu. Dr. Bai, I may not possess the eloquence for gratitude, but I assure you, should you ever require my assistance, I shall face any challenge without a moment's hesitation. Bai Chu waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for expressions of gratitude. He had summoned them for a specific purpose. Dr. Bai, please proceed, they urged. Bai Chu cast a sweeping glance over the group and began to speak slowly. During my acupuncture treatment for Elder Shang, I discovered that his ailment is not the hereditary disease you believe it to be, but rather poisoning. Poisoning. The revelation left them all in a state of disbelief. Dr. Bai, are you certain? Absolutely, Bai Chu affirmed with unwavering confidence. Your family, being a prominent clan, suggests that the perpetrator possesses remarkable cunning, managing to poison all of you while leaving the servants unharmed. I merely wanted to inform you of this. The investigation is now in your hands. They exchanged glances, a shadow of concern crossing their faces. Initially, they had resigned themselves to the thought of a hereditary illness, but now the truth of poisoning emerged. They had no reason to doubt Bai Chu's words. His medical expertise warranted their trust. What they now yearned for most was to unearth the identity of the poisoner. After delivering his message, Bai Chu intended to take his leave, but his gaze fell upon Shang Yunrong's chest. He recalled seeing a jade pendant around her neck while treating Shang Mao, a pendant that bore a striking resemblance to one he had encountered when saving Shang Wenkai. Now, noticing a similar pendant around Shang Yunrong's neck, he pondered the implications. As he contemplated, his eyes remained fixed on her. The Shang family, fully focused on Bai Chu, noticed his intense scrutiny. Elder Shang mused inwardly that it appeared the esteemed doctor had taken an interest in his granddaughter. He exchanged a knowing glance with his son, both sporting faint smiles. Shang Yunrong's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her heart swelling with quiet pride. Although she had yet to investigate Bai Chu's background and was unaware of his identity, his remarkable medical skills made him worthy of her attention. Moreover, Bai Chu's striking handsomeness only fueled her imagination. If he truly harbored feelings for her, then, in a fleeting moment, she envisioned the unfolding narrative. Just as she was lost in her daydreams, Bai Chu broke the silence. Shang Yunrong, may I see the item you wear around your neck? Huh. Startled, she hesitated momentarily before hastily removing the jade pendant and presenting it to Bai Chu. Feeling a pang of disappointment, she had mistakenly thought he was interested in her rather than the pendant. The pendant felt warm to the touch, its quality exquisite. Bai Chu examined it carefully, then nodded thoughtfully. He raised his gaze to the Shang family. If I am not mistaken, each member of your family possesses a similar pendant, and those who wear it exhibit the same symptoms. At this revelation, the group was taken aback. Shang Mao's expression darkened. Dr. Bai, are you suggesting that this pendant is problematic? Bai Chu nodded affirmatively. How is this possible? Clearly, Shang Maoxian found this outcome difficult to accept. This object was a gift from one of my dearest companions, blessed by the eminent monks of Nanliang Temple. Wearing it has brought me serendipity over the years. Since donning this talisman, my business endeavors have flourished remarkably, and it is precisely due to this that we have attained our current standing. Dr. Bai, could you possibly be mistaken? Bai Chu chuckled lightly. Shang, you are a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. How can you place your faith in such trinkets? Moreover, do you truly consider these years to be fortunate? Shang Maoxian was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, at just over 70, he had spent several years confined to a wheelchair. Had he not encountered Bai Chu, he might have faced grave peril at any moment. If this could be deemed luck, it was indeed absurd. Bai Chu continued. This jade is indeed a fine piece, but it has been tampered with. As for your ailments, simply refrain from wearing this object and diligently follow the prescription I provided. You shall recover within a year at the least. With that, the matter of belief was left to their discretion. Now, I must take my leave. With that, Bai Chu turned and exited the room. Rong, quickly see Dr. Bai off. After Bai Chu departed, Shang Maoxian sighed deeply, settling back with a trace of melancholy etched on his face. Shang Wenbin, in a fit of anger, tore the jade pendant from around his neck and hurled it to the ground. How foolish of me to have respected him all this time. He has betrayed our family. No, I must eliminate him. Stop. Shang Maoxian admonished sharply. He looked at Shang Wenxia. Immediately find someone trustworthy in Jincheng to craft an identical jade pendant and have it sent to us. Shang Wenxiao nodded and departed. Turning to Shang Wenkai, Shang Maoxian instructed, once the pendant arrives, we shall switch it out. For now, let no one know of this. I wish to ascertain his motives for treating me thus. Shang Yunrong escorted Bai Chu to the door. Bai Chu, you have aided my family immensely. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Here is a card with 10 million. You must accept it. Later, I will transfer one of our family villas into your name. Of course, saving my grandfather's life is worth far more than this. If you have any further requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I will gladly comply. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly. Bai Chu pondered for a moment. It was only fitting to accept remuneration for his medical services. Furthermore, should he refuse, this family might persist with their gratitude, potentially misconstruing his intentions. Thus, he extended his hand to accept the bank card. I will accept this 10 million as a consultation fee. As for the villa, let us forego that. 10 million is no trifling sum. I am not so avaricious. Very well, we have settled our accounts. This is where we part ways. Shang Yunrong self-deprecatingly remarked, realizing she had indeed overthought the situation. Your vehicle has been damaged. Allow me to take you home. No need, I must fetch my girlfriend shortly. With such a beautiful woman by my side, I fear she might misinterpret the situation. I can manage on my own. With that, he lifted his leg and departed. Originally, he had a girlfriend. Watching Bai Chu's departing silhouette, Shang Yunrong felt an indescribable sense of melancholy. Bai Chu stepped to the roadside and called Su Muyu. Could you drive over to pick me up? I happen to have something to discuss with you. Chapter 34. There's still hope. The Shang family members were deliberating on various matters when they noticed Shang Yunrong returning so soon. Shang Lao, surprised, inquired, didn't you accompany Dr. Bai? Why have you returned so quickly? He went back on his own. Upon hearing this, Shang Lao cast a disappointed look at Shang Yunrong. My child, how could you let Dr. Bai return alone? I wanted you to take him back to provide you both with more opportunities to interact. You really? Oh, Rong, you're 24 this year, at an age where thoughts of marriage should begin. It's rare to encounter a young man like Dr. Bai. You must seize this opportunity. Not only has Dr. Bai shown great kindness to our Shang family, but his medical skills are bound to lead him to extraordinary achievements in the future. Moreover, he is handsome and composed. Even if your standards are high, he is worthy of you. Shang Wenkai nodded in agreement, expressing that he would be immensely pleased if his daughter could forge a bond with Dr. Bai. Shang Wenbin directly added, Rong, your second uncle supports you in pursuing Dr. Bai. Not only is he skilled in medicine, but his martial prowess is formidable. Even I would not stand a chance against him. If you were to be with him, your safety would be guaranteed, far more reliable than all your bodyguards combined. Simultaneously, he secretly contemplated how beneficial it would be if someone like Bai Chu could join the military, excelling in both medicine and martial arts, enhancing any team he was part of. Unfortunately, judging by his character, he seemed disinterested in such pursuits. Feeling wronged by this conversation, Shang Yunrong, already in a foul mood, protested, Grandfather, please don't speculate. He already has a girlfriend. Dr. Bai has a girlfriend? Shang Wenkai sighed. What a pity. It seems our Shang family is not destined for this. Shang Lao furrowed his brows momentarily before relaxing them, smiling at his granddaughter. Young people dating is quite normal. They aren't married yet, so it doesn't count. We still have a chance. Upon hearing this, Shang Yunrong's face flushed slightly, and she shot a vexed glare at Shang Lao. Grandfather, what are you saying? Ha. Shang Lao chuckled heartily. I merely speak in jest, of course. It all depends on your feelings, Rong. If you have no interest in Dr. Bai, then let us forget what I said. Oh, by the way, Rong, did you give Dr. Bai any token of gratitude? He received 10 million, and I wanted to gift him the villa in the northern district, but he declined, stating that receiving the consultation fee settled everything. Shang Mao nodded thoughtfully. It seems he is not inclined to entangle himself too deeply with our Shang family. Although he was reluctant to ask for more, we cannot refuse him. After all, the lives of our merchants are incomparable to a mere 10 million. Since a direct offer is unfeasible, we must pay close attention to whether there are ways we can assist the esteemed physician Bai in a discreet manner. Rong, I entrust this matter to you. Regardless of the circumstances, we must find a way to strengthen our relationship with physician Bai. Very well, grandfather. It seems that Mr. Shang has recalled something, and he admonished the others, saying, Indeed, with such remarkable medical skills, physician Bai remains unrecognized. Had it not been for the fortunate encounter with Wenkai's fainting, he might not have intervened at all. It appears that Physician Bai prefers to keep his talents hidden. Henceforth, I command that the matter of Physician Bai visiting our merchant family must remain confidential. Let us no longer refer to him as Physician Bai, but rather as Mr. Bai. Meanwhile, after finishing his phone call, Bai Chu was soon joined by Su Muyu, who arrived in a car. Once inside, Bai Chu instructed, "Let us proceed to purchase a vehicle." Su Muyu assumed that Bai Chu intended to buy her a car, so she hastily declined. "Young Master Bai, it's truly unnecessary. My current car is quite satisfactory. It is my car that was damaged. I need to buy a new one." "Oh, very well." Over the next half-day, Su Muyu took Bai Chu on a tour of the major car dealerships in Jiangcheng, acquiring one of every luxury car brand. This experience granted Su Muyu her first tangible understanding of opulence. In total, they purchased 10 vehicles, amounting to over 50 million. Naturally, all these cars were registered under Chun Qingyu's name, thus replenishing his finances by over 400 million, enabling him to recover the 100 million he had just transferred to the company. His account now boasted over 630 million. In conclusion, Bai Chu spent an additional 3 million to buy Su Muyu a Mercedes worth over 3 million, although Su Muyu earnestly attempted to refuse, fearing that accepting Bai Chu's car might jeopardize her opportunity to continue accompanying him. Bai Chu's stance was resolute. "If you wish to assist me in the future, you must accept the car." Reluctantly, Su Muyu acquiesced. Bai Chu's rationale for purchasing the vehicle for Su Muyu stemmed from his recent visit to the merchant family, where he realized the necessity of possessing his own influence. Had he wielded the kind of power that the merchant family did, such unfortunate incidents involving Chun Qingyu would not have transpired. Moreover, during their brief stay with the merchant family, he intentionally slipped away unnoticed. Yet the merchant family could easily locate him with a mere word. Furthermore, even individuals from the merchant family, with their considerable influence, had important family members who could be poisoned, should adversaries truly wish to target him. While he might not fear for himself, he could not ignore the safety of Chun Qingyu and his own parents. After all, no matter how strong he was, he remained limited in his capacity to protect them all. Ultimately, to establish his own influence, he first required substantial wealth, and subsequently, trustworthy individuals. Among all the acquaintances he currently possesses, only Su Muyu inspires a sense of trust in Bai Chu. The primary reason for this sentiment is Bai Chu's perception of her ambition to transcend her present circumstances. Thus, he has resolved to enlist Su Muyu's assistance in establishing a company. However, prior to this venture, he requires substantial financial resources. Moreover, this serves as an opportunity to assess Su Muyu's capabilities. Bai Chu handed Su Muyu a bank card containing a sum of 100 million. Procure some luxurious items favored by women, adhering to one principle: not necessarily the best, but the most expensive. Should the funds prove insufficient, inform me, and I shall transfer additional amounts. I hope you can exhaust the entire sum within a week." Su Muyu, somewhat bewildered by his request, refrained from questioning further. After all, this was a task entrusted to her by Bai Chu, and she was determined to fulfill it. "Understood, Mr. Bai." After securing the card, she departed in her vehicle. Bai Chu harbored no concerns regarding her potential flight with the money. Even if she desired to escape, the vast sum would render her incapable of doing so. And should she manage to flee, he would simply consider it a misjudgment on his part. In the evening, Bai Chu arrived at the company's entrance. He surveyed the surroundings and noted Zhang Yunhui's commendable efficiency within a mere day. The vicinity had been equipped with numerous surveillance cameras. Additionally, it appeared that 2 more security personnel had been stationed at the entrance. Bai Chu felt a sense of satisfaction at this development. Upon spotting Bai Chu's vehicle, Chun Qingyu inquired, perplexed, "Why the change of car? The previous one was damaged in a collision. This is a replacement covered by the insurance," Bai Chu replied. "Ah," Chun Qingyu nodded, refraining from further inquiries. The employees of the company, upon seeing Bai Chu's car, solidified their assumptions about his identity. Indeed, the boss was a scion of a prominent family. It had only been a few days, and he had already acquired a more luxurious model. This bolstered their hopes for the company's future. Having just accompanied Chun Qingyu into the company, Bai Chu emerged to find a woman approaching him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the assistant to Jiang Qinming. His gaze turned icy. "What brings you here? Have you not learned your lesson from our last encounter? Do you dare to trouble me again?" The woman, still bearing traces of the slaps she had received from Bai Chu 2 days prior, felt a twinge of fear at his glare. She hastily explained, "Mr. Bai, I am here to deliver the compensation. She extended a bank card towards him, stating, "This contains 5 million, as instructed by President Jiang." After placing the card in by Chu's hand, she turned to leave. However, after a few steps, she hesitated and, after a moment's contemplation, spoke again. "Additionally, President Jiang asked me to convey a message. Be cautious in the coming days, as someone from Jincheng is approaching." With that, she hurried away. Bai Chu pondered internally. The individual from Jincheng she mentioned was likely dispatched by the Liu family. But why would Jiang Qinming caution him to be wary? Bai Chu pondered for a moment but found himself perplexed. Thus he chose to disregard the matter. As for the person Liu Huihuang might send, he felt not fear, but rather a sense of anticipation. Within the confines of Jincheng Company, Chen Qingyu was intently typing away at her keyboard, immersed in her work. The design department was now predominantly composed of newcomers. Although Qinming's failure to secure that significant contract was a setback, the marketing department had managed to acquire several smaller orders that kept them exceedingly busy. Furthermore, she had instructed all design department employees to promote advertisements online during their spare time, hoping to attract more business for the company. "Manager, perhaps you should take a break and have some lunch," one of the employees suggested, approaching her. This employee was Wang Yan, one of the two who had remained from the original design team. "Oh, go ahead. I'll just review this draft one more time," Chen Qingyu replied without raising her head. Wang Yan observed Chen Qingyu's relentless dedication and felt a twinge of confusion. "Manager, why do you work so hard when you have someone like Bai Chu, a wealthy heir, as your boyfriend?" Chen Qingyu glanced at her. "Who told you Bai Chu is a wealthy heir? Isn't he? He spent 200 million acquiring our company. How could he not be?" With a sigh, Chen Qingyu shook her head with a smile. "I wish he were a wealthy heir, but alas, he is not. The fortune he possesses is merely a result of good luck. Purchasing this company has likely depleted most of his funds. I must safeguard this company for him. So you all must not be lax. We must strive together to ensure the company thrives. Otherwise, when it comes time for salaries, do not blame me." "Understood. I will do my best," Wang Yan replied, though internally, she harbored skepticism towards Chen Qingyu's words. Despite her confusion regarding Chen Qingyu's assertions, she firmly believed Bai Chu belonged to a prominent family. After all, how could an ordinary person amass 200 million? Even if one could, who would willingly spend such a hefty sum on a small company like Jincheng? The company was certainly not worth 200 million. The most valuable assets were likely the modest building and the land beneath it, which, even combined, would scarcely exceed 100 million. Only someone indifferent to money, like a wealthy scion or a fool, would engage in such transactions. Did Bai Chu seem like a fool to her? Just as she was about to head downstairs for lunch, her phone suddenly rang. Wang Yan glanced at the unfamiliar number and answered it. Moments later, her expression transformed into one of excitement. Great. Our manager is right here. Let me pass the phone to her." She covered the receiver and, with a face full of enthusiasm, whispered to Chen Qingyu, "Manager, it's Rongxing Construction Company. They saw our advertisement online and seem interested in a collaboration." "Rongxing Construction? That's a renowned building firm in Jiangxing, valued at over 100 billion. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Chen Qingyu's eyes as she swiftly took Wang Yan's phone. "Hello. I am Chen Qingyu from Jincheng Culture." "Hello, Manager Chen. I am He Jin, the sales department manager of Rongxing Construction. I came across your promotional copy online and found your company's design style to be quite intriguing. We have a property that is about to be pre-sold, and if suitable, I would like to invite your company to design the promotional advertisement. How about this? When would you be available? I would like to visit your company and discuss potential cooperation." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu swallowed hard. "I am available anytime. If manager he wishes to come, I will be waiting at the company." "All right, I will come over at 2 o'clock this afternoon." After hanging up, Chen Qingyu embraced Wang Yan tightly. Yan, you are truly my lucky star. Let us hurry and grab a bite. After lunch, have everyone prepare. We must strive to secure this order from Rongxing Construction." After lunch, when Chen Qingyu shared the news with everyone, the entire office erupted in excitement. An order from such a large company like Rongxing would undoubtedly be significant. It was astonishing that their design department had landed it. Even Zhang Yinhui made a point to wait at the door for He Jin's arrival. This was the first collaboration with such a major corporation since the establishment of Jinyan Culture. If they could successfully close this deal, not only would they exceed their target plans, but it would also significantly elevate the company's profile. The design department stood in 2 rows, their faces beaming with joy. while the marketing department employees felt somewhat disheartened. They toiled daily, exhausting themselves to secure small orders for store openings, while these newcomers from the design department, having only recently joined, managed to attract a major company like Rongxing merely by posting advertisements online in their spare time. It felt disheartening, a stark reminder of the adage that comparison breeds discontent. Soon, a Mercedes-Benz came to a halt outside the company. A middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, stepped out of the vehicle. Zhang Yunhui rushed forward to greet him. "Hello, I am Zhang Yunhui, the general manager of Jincheng Culture. Welcome, Manager He, to our company for an assessment." He Jin nodded calmly in response, then scanned the crowd behind him. "May I ask who is Manager Chen Qingyu?" "Hello, Manager He. I am Chen Qingyu." She stepped forward to shake his hand. Upon seeing Chen Qingyu, a smile immediately spread across He Jin's face. "Manager Chen, since we have already been in contact, please show me around." "Me?" Chen Qingyu felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. After all, she had previously mishandled an order with Qinming Pharmaceuticals, and this was her first time hosting a client. She feared something might go awry. "Manager Chen, since Manager He has specifically requested you, please introduce him to our company," Zhang Yunhui interjected promptly. "Oh, all right, Manager He, please follow me." Chen Qingyu anxiously led He Jin inside the company. Observing the silhouettes of the two individuals, Zhang Yunhui's expression darkened slightly. He furrowed his brow and addressed Zhang Yan, instructing her to stay close to Manager Chen and report any developments immediately. His displeasure did not stem from He Jin's apparent disregard for him, but rather from the fact that Chen Qingyu was the girlfriend of his superior. He was concerned that He Jin, upon their first meeting, had expressly requested Chen Qingyu's company, fearing that he might covet her beauty. Should that be the case, he would prefer to forego any collaboration with Rongxing Construction. Regardless of the stature of the company, his employer was not short on funds. While he welcomed legitimate partnerships, he would not tolerate any ill intentions directed towards his boss's girlfriend. Fortunately, he was somewhat reassured as He Jin exhibited no signs of impropriety during their interaction. In fact, he scarcely lingered his gaze on Chen Qingyu, indicating a genuine desire to discuss collaboration. After a brief tour of the company and listening to Chen Qingyu's introductions, He Jin decisively opted to partner with Jincheng, even designating Chen Qingyu to oversee the project and making a prompt advance payment of 20% of the deposit. The process unfolded so smoothly that Chen Qingyu felt somewhat dazed. Once He Jin departed, the design department erupted in jubilant cheers. All the employees gathered around Chen Qingyu, exclaiming, "Manager, you are incredible. You managed to secure such a substantial deal with such ease. Indeed, I believe this is the largest contract we have ever received since Jincheng's inception, amounting to over 20 million, almost equivalent to our annual performance. Of course, just look at our manager Chen, a woman who can even captivate Chairman Bai. Securing a project worth over 20 million is merely a walk in the park for her. Sister Qingyu, would you share with us how you accomplished this?" Surrounded by curious gazes, Chen Qingyu felt a bit overwhelmed. I merely introduced the company's situation and briefly shared some of my design ideas. Honestly, I'm not sure what led him to choose to collaborate with us." The crowd paused for a moment before showering her with compliments once more. It seems the other party was truly impressed by our manager Chen's talent. I always wondered why Chairman Bai was willing to invest heavily in the company and appointed Sister Qingyu as the manager of the design department. Now it makes perfect sense. Not only does Sister Qingyu possess beauty, but her talent is unparalleled. Yes, indeed. I am confident that under Sister Qingyu's leadership, our company will thrive and expand immensely. As she listened to the accolades, Chen Qingyu felt a surge of joy within her. Perhaps it was indeed her extraordinary talent that had garnered such admiration. With this thought, her confidence soared in that moment. All right, enough flattery. Here is the information regarding the new project that Rongxing is about to launch. Please take a look and strive to present an excellent proposal within 3 days. This marks our team's inaugural challenge. We must ensure the client is satisfied, no matter what. Understood. The team immediately set to work with fervor. As the workday came to a close, Bai Chu noticed that the employees at the company appeared to be in exceptionally high spirits. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what had transpired, as it seemed everyone was rather cheerful. Can you guess? Chen Qingyu winked mysteriously at Bai Chu. Captivated by the unmistakable joy radiating from her face, Bai Chu was mesmerized. It was the first time he had witnessed such genuine happiness from her. Had she secured a significant contract? How did you know? Chen Qingyu inquired, her expression full of intrigue. Just a guess. I've always said that my Yuyo is incredibly capable and surely could land a big deal. Do you really think I'm impressive? She asked. Naturally. In my eyes, you are the best. Bai Chu replied, his face adorned with affectionate adoration. Upon hearing his words, Chen Qingyu leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek, then gazed earnestly into his eyes. Xiao Bai, I will definitely strive to help you make the company flourish. After returning home, Bai Chu prepared an abundant feast to celebrate Chen Qingyu's achievements. He eagerly anticipated some intimate moments after dinner, considering her jubilant mood might lead to a more proactive demeanor. However, to his bewilderment, after finishing her meal, Chen Qingyu immediately immersed herself in her computer, diligently working on her project, showing no interest in anything else. This continued for the next 2 days, leaving Bai Chu increasingly frustrated with the company that had contracted with Jincheng. Why choose Jincheng for such a significant deal? Was it not detrimental to his own happiness? After 3 days of relentless effort, Chen Qingyu finally presented a proposal she deemed satisfactory and promptly called He Jin. Upon hearing her recount the details, He Jin smiled and said, Manager Chen, the general manager is quite keen on this project. She would like to meet you. Do you have time to discuss it in person? After agreeing, they arranged a meeting location. Once off the phone, Chen Qingyu turned to Bai Chu, visibly anxious. Xiao Bai, the general manager of Rongxing Construction wants to meet with me to discuss the design proposal. I'm a bit nervous. This contract is vitally important to me, and I fear I might mess it up. Though Bai Chu thought to himself that a mishap might actually be preferable, he encouraged her verbally. Our Yuyo is so talented. You will undoubtedly succeed. Believe in yourself and go for it. Bolstered by his encouragement, Chen Qingyu took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and declared, All right. I will give it my all. Bai Chu gently stroked her hair and said, Let us go. I'll accompany you. Nodding in agreement, the two set off in their car toward the agreed meeting place. Bai Chu was curious to see who was collaborating with his company. If it was merely a one-time partnership, that would be acceptable, but if it were to become a regular arrangement, he would have to devise a plan to sabotage it. The Shinkai Grand Hotel was a luxurious establishment, regarded as one of the finest in the entire Jiang city. Upon arriving at the hotel, Bai Chu and Chen Qingyu were promptly greeted by a server at the entrance. After all, those who can afford luxury cars worth millions are seldom seen, even if they work as waitstaff at the Shinkai Hotel. Good afternoon. May I inquire if you have a reservation? The attendant greeted. We have an appointment at Fengxiao Pavilion. Chen Qingyu replied. Upon hearing this, the attendant's demeanor shifted to one of heightened respect. You must be Miss Chun. Please follow me. The attendant led Bai Chu and his companion to a private room on the 3rd floor. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by a large dining table adorned with a variety of exquisite dishes, while a young woman of striking beauty sat gracefully at the tea table nearby. Chapter 36. Now, there's no need to worry about misunderstandings. The woman turned slightly towards the door, and Bai Chu glanced up to behold her slender, graceful figure. Her lustrous black hair cascaded neatly over her shoulders, and she wore a loose-fitting white professional blouse that, despite its modesty, could not conceal her alluring curves. Her lower half was clad in a black skirt that elegantly grazed her knees, accentuating her long, fair legs, which were casually crossed. Bai Chu silently awarded her a score of 90 in his mind, reserving a perfect score for his girlfriend, Chen Qingyu. For beauty is indeed in the eyes of the beholder. Lost in his thoughts, Bai Chu was startled when the woman turned her face towards him upon hearing the door open. At that moment, he recognized her and was taken aback. It was she, and it was evident that she had made a special effort to look her best. The woman, noticing Bai Chu, paused momentarily before breaking into a radiant smile and gracefully approaching them. She extended her hand towards Chen Qingyu. Hello, I am Rongsheng's construction manager, Yin Rong. It is a pleasure to meet you, Manager Chen. Chen Qingyu quickly reciprocated the handshake, expressing her delight. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I did not expect the general manager of Rongsheng Construction to be so stunning. Yin Rong smiled warmly. You are even more beautiful, Manager Chen. As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Bai Chu, playfully winking, and then inquired, Manager Chen, may I ask who this gentleman is? He is. I am her boyfriend, Bai Chu interjected. Yin Rong's eyes flickered momentarily, yet she maintained her smile, saying with a hint of mischief, I truly envy Manager Chen. Having a boyfriend to personally oversee project discussions must be quite comforting. Chen Qingyu's expression turned slightly awkward as she hurried to clarify. You misunderstand, Ms. Rong. He is currently my assistant, Bai Chu. She discreetly pinched his arm, signaling him to refrain from speaking out of turn. Not to worry, Yunrong said, extending her hand towards Bai Chu. Good to meet you, Mr. Bai. It seemed she wished to keep their prior acquaintance concealed from Qin Qinyu. And Bai Chu similarly shook her hand. The touch was soft and smooth, and he couldn't help but acknowledge the pleasant sensation. Yunrong withdrew her hand with a gentle smile. Please, have a seat and let us converse. As Bai Chu approached the dining table, he settled casually beside Qin Qinyu. Leaning back in his seat, he began to understand why Jinsheng had swiftly secured a substantial order and why Qin Qinyu was specifically designated to liaise. It appeared that the merchants intended to express their gratitude towards him in this manner. Bai Chu harbored no objections. At least, he held a favorable impression of the merchants. Whether their intentions stemmed from gratitude or a desire to cultivate a closer rapport, it ultimately posed no detriment to him. The primary concern lay in their collaboration, which assuredly would not inconvenience Qin Qinyu. Given her demeanor over the past few days, it was evident that this arrangement had significantly uplifted her spirits. For Bai Chu, as long as Qin Qinyu was pleased, that was all that mattered. Noticing Bai Chu's relaxed demeanor, Qin Qinyu furrowed her brows slightly, regretting her decision to bring him along. What if his presence jeopardized their collaboration? With a hint of displeasure, she pinched his waist, causing Bai Chu to wince slightly before he grasped her small hand in response. Bai Chu, could you please be more mindful of the occasion? She whispered, casting an apologetic glance towards the merchant, Mr. Shang Yunrong. Please forgive him. It's his first time negotiating with a large company, and he might be a bit nervous. Mr. Shang Yunrong found her words amusing. Could Bai Chu truly be nervous? However, witnessing their affectionate exchange brought an inexplicable shadow to his eyes, though he maintained a smile as he replied, not at all. Shall we begin our meal? Qin Qinyu quickly retrieved the design drafts from her bag, handing them to him. Mr. Shang, perhaps you might review the proposal first? If it meets your approval, we can proceed to dinner. He nodded, taking the manuscript and perusing it swiftly. Qin Qinyu watched anxiously, fearing he might disapprove of her design. Within half a minute, Mr. Shang raised his gaze once more. I am exceedingly pleased with Manager Qin's proposal. I had not anticipated that not only was Manager Qin stunningly beautiful, but also remarkably talented. I have decided to proceed with this plan. With that, she clapped her hands. At that moment, He Jin entered the room with a contract in hand. Mr. Shang promptly signed his name on the document and handed it to Qin Qinyu. Manager Chun, please review it. If you find it satisfactory, do sign it. Upon completion, we shall transfer the remaining payment to your company's account. Thank you, Mr. Shang. Qin Qinyu exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. She hurriedly took the contract. Fearing he might retract his words, and without much scrutiny, she inscribed her name. Manager Qin didn't even take the time to examine the contract thoroughly. Are you not concerned we might have included something deceitful? Mr. Shang, you jest. I trust in your company's integrity, and besides, with such a beautiful and discerning leader, it's clear you are not one to engage in unscrupulous dealings, Qin Qinyu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Mr. Shang seemed to take great pleasure in her compliment, his smile widening once again. Stealing a glance at Bai Chu, she extended her hand towards Qin Qinyu. Thank you for your kind words, Manager Qin. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. After shaking hands, they both raised their glasses in unison. To celebrate our first collaboration, cheers. As a cup of wine was consumed, the relationship between the two individuals grew significantly closer, leading to an enthusiastic exchange of conversation, leaving Bai Chu momentarily neglected. Bai Chu, however, found delight in this scenario and proceeded to enjoy his meal. After the dinner, the two ladies began to refer to each other as Sister Yunrong and Sister Qinyu, and anyone unaware of their brief acquaintance might have assumed they were longtime confidants. Bai Chu reflected inwardly, pondering if this was indeed the phenomenon of beauty cherishing beauty. Eventually, he assisted the tipsy Qin Qinyu as they departed, passing by Shang Yunrong, who playfully winked at Bai Chu, suggesting that she and Qinyu had become close friends. Next time you ride in my car, there's no need to worry about misunderstandings, she teased. Bai Chu chuckled, realizing that his offhand remark from earlier had made a lasting impression on her. Nevertheless, he felt gratitude towards her, as he had long desired to see Qin Qinyu genuinely happy, something he had not achieved until now. Thank you, he expressed to Shang Yunrong. Observing Bai Chu supportively guiding Qin Qinyu away, a smile crept onto Shang Yunrong's lips. Initially, she had thought Bai Chu merely wished to avoid excessive interaction with her. She was surprised to discover that he was genuinely concerned about his girlfriend's potential misinterpretations. She couldn't help but admire such an admirable man, who was both gentle and devoted. Alas, he was not hers to claim. Yet, her grandfather's words rang true. They were not married, and she still had her chance. She secretly added to her thoughts that even marriage did not necessarily preclude opportunity. Divorce was always a possibility. She noted the tenderness in Bai Chu's gaze directed at Chen Qingyu, while the affection in Chen Qingyu's eyes appeared rather muted. This observation suggested that although Bai Chu held deep feelings for Chen Qingyu, the latter did not seem to reciprocate them to the same extent. Perhaps this was her opportunity. At that moment, He Jin entered, noticing Shang Yunrong gazing foolishly at the entrance. He cleared his throat. Ahem, Miss Shang, they have already left. Shang Yunrong awkwardly withdrew her gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, the wine had masked her telltale signs. Internally, she scolded herself for harboring such shameful thoughts. Could it be that she had genuinely developed feelings for that fellow? Well, let us return to the office, she declared. Miss Shang, you've had quite a bit to drink. Allow me to escort you home, He Jin offered. Shang Yunrong waved him off, insisting, I'm perfectly fine. He Jin could only nod in resignation, picking up the contract on the table. By the way, Miss Shang, I reviewed the design proposal. Are you truly considering utilizing this one? It seems rather inferior compared to the alternatives offered by other companies. Just adhere to the contract. The rest is not your concern. Understood. Chapter 37. Is there a thief? As Bai Chu placed the unconscious Chen Qingyu into the car, she was already inebriated, mumbling incoherently. Observing her endearing demeanor, Bai Chu felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. He pressed the accelerator and departed from the restaurant. Not far from him, two furtive figures swiftly slipped into a car, tailing Bai Chu's vehicle. As Bai Chu drove, he gently coaxed the inebriated Chen Qingyu, blissfully unaware that he was being pursued. It was only as he neared the entrance of the villa that he suddenly became alert. His previously calm demeanor shifted to one of cold intensity as he parked at the entrance, locking the car door behind him before stepping out. Bai Chu squinted towards the rear. The pursuing vehicle had also come to a halt. Come out, he said, his voice laced with a chill. He had been somewhat careless, allowing someone to follow him to his doorstep. Yet it was hardly surprising. Given the capabilities of the Liu family, uncovering his residence would be a trivial task. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what sort of individuals Liu Huihuang would dispatch to confront him. Not long after his voice fell, the door of the car slowly opened, and two figures emerged, one on each side. Upon seeing them, Bai Chu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why were there two elderly men? Had the Liu family really sent two old men to deal with him? This was Blue Star, not a realm of cultivation where age equated to power. Judging by their appearance, both men were well over 60. No matter how fit they might be, a moderately skilled young person could easily best them. He sensed that these two were unlikely to withstand even a couple of his kicks. Perhaps they were not sent to confront him, but rather to extort him. While Bai Chu pondered this, the two old men approached. The one on the right immediately donned a smile. White Doctor, what a coincidence, we meet again. Upon hearing his words, Bai Chu recognized him. It was Dr. Zhou, the one who had assisted him at the merchant's place that day. Damn, I thought you were assassins sent by the Liu family. What a waste of my anxiety, he muttered, rolling his eyes. Yes, quite a coincidence indeed. Considering you followed me all the way here. Zhou Changming chuckled awkwardly. What brings you here? Bai Chu inquired. Let us be clear, I am not a divine doctor. If you seek my help for medical issues, I must decline. White Doctor, allow me to introduce a friend, Zhou Changming began, but before he could finish, Wen Shichen stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Bai Chu. Student Wen Shichen has met Mr. Bai. Bai Chu furrowed his brow, an uneasy premonition stirring within him. Indeed, Wen Shichen continued, Mr. Bai, I have diligently studied traditional medicine since childhood, yet I have still not grasped the fundamentals. I wish to take you as my master, to follow you in all things, only seeking for you to impart the art of acupuncture to me. Moreover, I understand that you prefer to keep your medical skills discreet. Should you accept me, I would gladly undertake any responsibilities, thus alleviating many of your burdens. With that, he dropped to his knees with a thud, proclaiming, I bow to my esteemed master. Beside him, Zhou Changming stood agape, astonished that this old fellow could lower himself so. Yet, reflecting on it, he found a sense of understanding. If a renowned physician far surpassing him in skill were to appear, he might very well behave similarly. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Bai Chu swiftly sidestepped to a corner. Old man, I have already stated that I am no divine physician, nor can I accept you as my disciple. Please rise. At your age, kneeling before me is an endeavor that could surely shorten my days. Only if my master accepts me as a disciple is it only natural for me to bow in reverence. You. Bai Chu found himself at a loss for words. It is inconceivable for me to take you as my disciple. You should abandon this notion. If my master refuses to accept me, I shall remain in this position indefinitely. When Shichen declared, his weathered face resolute, Bai Chu rolled his eyes. Very well, kneel if you wish. With that, he disregarded the elderly man's fervent devotion and drove into the villa without a backward glance. Upon returning to the villa, Bai Chu promptly prepared a hangover remedy for Chen Qingyu, gently placing her onto the bed. 2 hours later, Chen Qingyu gradually awakened, and upon seeing Bai Chu steadfastly by her side, a warm sensation enveloped her heart. She had consumed alcohol many times before, yet never had she experienced such meticulous care in her inebriated state. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she asked apprehensively, "Did I appear unattractive while drunk?" Bai Chu chuckled, pinching her delicate face. "Not at all. You, my dear Yu, are always the most beautiful. Humph, you possess quite the silver tongue." Recalling the potential indiscretions that could accompany her intoxication, she quickly inquired, "By the way, what about the contract?" Bai Chu retrieved her handbag and extracted the contract within. "Here it is. This is the contract that you, Miss Yu, worked so diligently to secure. How could I possibly misplace it?" Chen Qingyu clutched the contract, examining it thoroughly several times before joyfully leaping into Bai Chu's arms. "This is wonderful, Xiao Bai. I truly signed the contract. Am I not impressive?" "Indeed. Our Yu is exceptional and will undoubtedly secure even more contracts in the future." Bai Chu chuckled. "Look, I've been toiling tirelessly for this contract. I may not have earned accolades, but surely my efforts deserve some recognition. Will you not reward me?" Tilting her head in contemplation, Chen Qingyu replied, "All right. How about I personally cook for you today? What would you like to eat?" Bai Chu's lips curled into a slight grin. "Well, might I request seafood?" Chen Qingyu's expression momentarily faltered, then her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She rolled her eyes playfully and hopped off the bed, heading towards the door. Please don't be upset. If not that, then anything else will suffice. As long as it is prepared by you, I shall relish it." Bai Chu quickly attempted to salvage the situation. As Chen Qingyu reached the threshold of the bedroom, she turned to Bai Chu, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "I never said it was unacceptable." Bai Chu's face brightened with delight. Chen Qingyu proudly raised her chin. "Xiao Chuzi, why are you dawdling? Hurry and prepare warm water for this princess. I wish to bathe." Coming right up, Bai Chu dashed to her side, lifting her effortlessly and racing towards the bathroom. You little rascal, put me down this instant." With Chen Qingyu's exclamation, the bathroom was soon enveloped in a billowing mist. After a brief moment, the two had been engaged in their evening tasks until darkness enveloped the sky. In just a couple of hours, Bai Chu exhibited no signs of fatigue, while Chen Qingyu, despite her body having been nurtured by medicinal elixirs and possessing extraordinary vitality, was already breathless and weary. "Xiao Bai, your pace is quite taxing for me," Chen Qingyu said with a weary expression. At that moment, Bai Chu suddenly held his breath, his ears perked up, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Noticing Bai Chu's dazed demeanor, Chen Qingyu, with a hint of reproach, remarked, "I asked you to slow down, not to freeze in place." "Shoo," Bai Chu whispered urgently. "It seems there is some commotion outside. There might be a thief." What should we do?" Chen Qingyu exclaimed. Bai Chu quickly straightened his clothes and leaped off the bed. "Stay here in the room, lock the door, and I'll go take a look." "Wait. Let us call the police instead. It would be rather inconsiderate to disturb the officers at this late hour. Besides, by the time they arrive, the thief might have already fled." "Don't worry, I can handle a mere thief." Chen Qingyu pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. She hastily retrieved a bottle of pepper spray from her bag. "Take this. If you encounter him, use it." It seemed the trauma from her previous kidnapping had left a significant impression on her, prompting her to prepare such defenses. Bai Chu, pleased with her vigilance, replied, "You should keep it. Hide behind the door. If that thief comes here, it could be useful." With that, he swiftly exited the bedroom, his speed surging as he darted outside the villa. "Master, you're still awake?" Bai Chu, having just leaped down from the wall, was startled by a voice that left him momentarily dumbfounded. The old man from earlier was still kneeling there. "Are you unwell? Why are you kneeling here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping at home?" "My master commanded me to kneel. I dare not disobey," when Shichen replied. his voice trembling. Clearly, he had been kneeling for hours, and at his age, his body was unable to endure such strain, relying solely on his willpower. Bai Chu sighed. Rise. If my master permits, I shall stand. I do not appreciate being coerced, Bai Chu said, a hint of displeasure in his tone. I acknowledge my mistake. Wen Shichen quickly apologized, attempting to rise. However, as he moved, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his legs having long since lost sensation after kneeling for so long. Bai Chu helped him up and checked his pulse, discovering the man's frail state. At that moment, he found himself admiring the old man. Had he encountered such a situation before acquiring his abilities, he would not have been able to endure it. Not to mention, this was a man over 60. Such resilience was indeed fitting for the practice of medicine. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Chu made a decision. Accepting him as a disciple would be beneficial. After all, he did not relish the idea of practicing medicine himself, and having someone to act on his behalf in times of need would be advantageous. He was about to escort Wen Shichen into the villa when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting across the distant wall. You promptly called for assistance to take you back for a good night's rest, suggesting that you would return to find me the following noon. Upon hearing this, Wen Shichen was filled with joy, exclaiming his gratitude to his master. Bai Chu paid him no further heed and pursued the direction from which the shadow had emerged. Witnessing Bai Chu vanish in an instant, Wen Shichen was once again astonished. Indeed, his master was no ordinary individual. He struggled to retrieve his phone and dial a number. Before long, a vehicle came to a stop beside him. Master, are you all right? Seeing Wen Shichen collapsed on the ground, Shen Qing hurriedly helped him up, concern etched on his face. Though Wen Shichen appeared exhausted, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It's nothing. I have never been so exhilarated in all my years. Shen Qing, quickly take me back to rest. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to your great-grandmaster. Great-grandmaster? Shen Qing felt a jolt of shock. His master was already a prominent figure in the medical realm of Jincheng, and yet there existed someone worthy of his master's apprenticeship. What kind of extraordinary being could that be? Though curious, he refrained from asking further questions and swiftly led his master away, knowing he would meet this remarkable figure the next day. Meanwhile, Bai Chu had scaled several walls to reach the rear of the villa, where he once again encountered the shadow, a figure clad in black with a masked face. Upon noticing Bai Chu, the figure turned to leave, but Bai Chu relentlessly pursued him until they arrived at a more secluded area. The black-clad individual halted, turning to face Bai Chu, his eyes glinting with a deadly mockery under the faint light. I never anticipated you would dare to follow me, he sneered. Bai Chu appraised his opponent and calmly inquired. You must be sent by Lu Huihuang, am I correct? The other seemed taken aback. Oh, you already know our young master intends to deal with you? Of course. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Bai Chu replied with a slight smile. The black-clad man narrowed his eyes, recognizing Bai Chu's audacity to remain instead of fleeing, despite knowing their young master's intentions. No wonder you dared to lay a hand on a woman favored by our young master. Originally, I came merely to ascertain the veracity of the information provided by Wang Yida, but I didn't expect you to have sullied that woman. Although our young master does not genuinely harbor affection for her, he has publicly declared his intention to marry her. Hence, she belongs solely to him, and no one else is permitted to touch her. Yet you have defiled her, which is tantamount to slapping our young master in the face. Do you comprehend the implications of this? How domineering. One might think your young master is the emperor of Xia, Bai Chu scoffed. His expression then turned cold. What do you mean by that? Humph, who is Lu Huihuang to dictate my relationship with my girlfriend? What is he to me? The black-clad man erupted in laughter. Allow me to enlighten you on the true nature of our young master. Before his words had fully dissipated, his body surged forward like a swift and agile cheetah, lunging at Bai Chu. His right hand, claw-like, aimed fiercely at Bai Chu's face. The opponent's strike was executed with remarkable speed and ferocity, accompanied by a faint rush of wind. Any ordinary person would have found it nearly impossible to withstand such an assault. Yet, Bai Chu remained motionless, a slight smirk gracing his lips. This speed is rather sluggish. Just as the black-clad assailant's hand was about to make contact, Bai Chu deftly sidestepped, extending his right hand with lightning speed. Before the adversary could react, he seized the man's wrist and forcefully yanked it backward. Thud! The black-clad figure crashed to the ground like a cannonball. Fortunately, they were on grass. Had it been on concrete, this blow would likely have resulted in several broken bones. Struggling, the black-clad man rose from the ground, his eyes filled with astonishment as he gazed at Bai Chu. He could scarcely believe that this seemingly delicate young man possessed such formidable skills. In an instant, he recognized his own inadequacy. "Come on. Let us see what your master is truly made of." The black-clad man squinted, his tone chilling. "Do not revel in your triumph. I was merely careless. Let us see how you handle my next move." With that, he hurled a dark object toward Bai Chu, fearing that the object might contain some toxic substance. Bai Chu swiftly retreated a step, grasping a branch from a nearby sapling. With a vigorous swing, he knocked the dark object to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was merely a black hood. He scoffed, "Is that all?" However, when he lifted his gaze again, he found that the black-clad man had already sprinted 100 meters away. "Damn it, daring to toy with me." Bai Chu seethed with anger, never expecting that this individual had feigned an attack with the true intention of fleeing. "You wish to escape?" "Humph." Bai Chu took off in pursuit. This man clearly aimed to kill him, while the mastermind, Lu Huihuang, deserved punishment. So did this lackey who would so readily trample upon life at a mere word from his master. He could not allow him to escape. The opponent's speed was already inferior to his own, and having just been thrown down hard, Bai Chu gradually closed the distance between them. However, just as Bai Chu was about to catch up, they reached the edge of the villa district, where the black-clad man swiftly scaled the barbed wire fence surrounding the area. This wall stood over 3 meters high, crowned with sharp spikes and electrified. It was evident that this individual had practiced a form of lightness skill, as it would have been impossible to scale it otherwise. Though Bai Chu's speed far surpassed that of the black-clad man, he hesitated to recklessly attempt to climb the wall. In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, the black-clad man had already vaulted over the barrier and was making his escape. With no other option, Bai Chu reluctantly hurled 3 silver needles, which he had prepared in advance, their glint flashing as they embedded themselves several inches into the fleeing figure's body. Chapter 39. Blaming myself for my loquacity, the figure clad in black staggered briefly before vanishing into the night. Bai Chu let out a sigh. Although the silver needle had struck its target, it had only inflicted a minor injury at best. He cursed his own arrogance for failing to subdue his opponent at the first opportunity. It seemed he must refrain from unnecessary chatter in future confrontations. Having allowed this individual to escape, he pondered how Lu Huihuang might retaliate against him next time. He also contemplated a pressing concern. After all, this was a society governed by law. Despite his wealth, he was not akin to those affluent families who could act with impunity, eliminating adversaries with ease and covering their tracks. He, however, could not afford such luxuries. Should he truly take a life, he would undoubtedly find himself apprehended by the authorities. While he might possess means to navigate such a predicament, it would be excessively troublesome and fraught with peril. He could not afford to gamble on that. Fortunately, he was now equipped with the finest ancient Xiao medical techniques. Such skills enabled him to heal, and when it came to lethal intentions, he held an advantage over others. Most notably, he could execute his plans with stealth and discretion. Bai Chu gazed at the silver needle in his hand, and after a moment of contemplation, a strategy began to form. When he returned to the villa, when Shichen had already departed, recalling the pressing matters at hand, he brushed aside his earlier vexations and rushed into the bedroom. Upon opening the door, instead of a warm embrace, he was met with a spray of pungent mist aimed directly at his face. "Goodness!" Bai Chu exclaimed, quickly retreating just in time to avoid the onslaught. Had it doused him, he feared he would have no inclination for any evening activities. "Oh, Xiaobai, you're back. I thought," she murmured, her voice tinged with embarrassment. The brief time he had been away had left her in a state of anxiety. "Oh, so the pepper spray I bought for self-defense has now been used on me. Just wait until I punish you for this," Bai Chu declared as he swept her into his arms. "Did the thief escape?" Chen Qingyu inquired hastily. Bai Chu shook his head. "Not a thief. Likely just a stray cat. I chased it away. I will speak to the security tomorrow to have them capture it," he replied. "Oh," Chen Qingyu sighed in relief, her taut nerves finally unwinding. As Bai Chu laid her down on the bed, preparing to resume his gaming, he noticed that she had already succumbed to a steady rhythm of slumber. He grimaced, feeling a twinge of anger over the escape of that dark figure. The following day, Bai Chu escorted Chen Qingyu to work and convened a celebration for all employees. Due to Chen Qingyu securing a significant order, he transferred 0.5 of the company's shares into her name as a reward. While the employees viewed this gesture with envy, they believed that Bai Chu's actions were merely a reflection of his affection for his girlfriend. Otherwise, it was unlikely he would grant such a substantial reward to anyone else. Bai Chu was well aware of their perceptions and chose not to clarify anything. He cared little for others' opinions. His foremost concern was ensuring his girlfriend's happiness. Indeed, while he may remain indifferent, Chen Xingyu cares deeply. Therefore, in an effort to garner her popularity, Bai Chu publicly declared that upon the completion of this order, he would allocate 50% of the profits derived from it as a bonus to all employees involved. From the general manager down to the security and cleaning staff, everyone would have a chance, and he would entrust the authority of distribution to Chen Xingyu. She would determine the amounts based on each individual's contribution. Upon hearing this, the employees, who had previously harbored some discontent, were suddenly filled with excitement. The order had garnered a payment exceeding 20 million. Given the high profit margins in this industry, if all personnel at the ceremony were company employees, the investment costs could be significantly reduced, potentially allowing the profits from this order to approach 50%. This meant the company could earn approximately 10 million. Thus, allocating 50% would amount to 5 million. With the addition of the newly recruited security personnel, the total number of employees would be around 150. Even with an average distribution, each individual could receive 30 to 40,000. Moreover, the boss had indicated that the distribution would be based on individual contributions. Hence, the security and cleaning staff, along with others from different departments, might receive only a few thousand, while some could be awarded hundreds of thousands. Such sums would certainly captivate not only ordinary employees, but even the general manager, Zhang Yunhui. Yet, at present, Zhang Yunhui would not contest this credit with the staff, especially since Bai Chu had just injected 100 million into the company's accounts. Although this funding was not for his personal use, Bai Dong had entrusted him with full responsibility, which significantly elevated his perspective on handling such substantial amounts. The other employees, however, differed. Many earned only a few thousand a month. If they could be recognized for their significant contributions on this order, the bonuses could rival their earnings for several years, an enticing prospect for anyone. At this moment, everyone was eager and ready to pour their utmost effort into their work. Hoping to gain manager Chun's recognition, Bai Chu was highly satisfied with the employee's performance. Of course, his approach was not solely to promote Chen Xingyu. He also had the merchants' interests in mind. While the merchants were inclined to assist him out of gratitude, he could not allow their interests to suffer due to his actions. Although he lacked expertise in design, he was acutely aware of his company's situation, especially regarding the design department, where both the employees and Chen Xingyu were inexperienced novices. Their creative and execution capabilities were undoubtedly not on par with those of established companies. Rongxing Construction's choice to collaborate with Jinsheng could be seen as a willingness to forfeit their own benefits to provide these fledgling talents with an invaluable opportunity for growth. In such circumstances, it is only when every employee channels their utmost concentration and dedication towards their work that the project can truly flourish, mitigating losses for the merchants while simultaneously providing the best training for all staff. Under the meticulous arrangement of Chen Xingyu, every employee wholeheartedly immersed themselves in their tasks. Particularly, Chen Xingyu radiated an aura of beauty, confidence, and nobility, akin to a proud peacock, exuding charm from every pore. Bai Chu silently admired her engrossment in her work. Perhaps it was her genuine passion and enjoyment for this role that shone through. As long as Chen Xingyu found joy in her work, Bai Chu was determined to lend his unwavering support. In that moment, Bai Chu secretly resolved to expand Jincheng Cultural Company into a formidable entity, intending to transfer all shares to Chen Xingyu when the company reached its zenith, allowing her to become a revered urban beauty and a formidable CEO. At that point, he could leisurely indulge in gaming and relaxation at home, a thought that brought him joy. A smile of contentment crept onto Bai Chu's face. Boss, the tasks you assigned have been accomplished. We have successfully recruited 20 security personnel, each robust and predominantly former military veterans. Since you rarely visit the company, I have gathered them for your inspection, Zhang Yunhui reported. Bai Chu nodded and followed Zhang Yunhui to the small square in front of the company. Chapter 40. Task assignment. At this moment, a group of men clad in specially designed security uniforms stood in 2 neat rows, their postures straight and dignified on the vacant lot beside the company. Upon noticing Zhang Yunhui and Bai Chu approaching, they turned their heads with curiosity. Zhang Yunhui smiled and introduced. This is our Jinsheng Cultural's esteemed owner, Bai Chu. The reason we have recruited so many of you is due to Bai Dong's vision. Of course, whether you remain here ultimately rests in Bai Dong's hands. Now, let us welcome Bai Dong to address everyone. As he finished, he led the applause. Although the crowd was taken aback by the youthful and handsome appearance of their boss, the generous compensation offered by the job was too enticing for anyone to wish to leave. In hopes of making a favorable impression, everyone forced smiles and clapped vigorously along with Zhang Yunhui. Bai Chu raised his hands to quell the noise. All right, I am not fond of superficialities. To be succinct, since General Zhang has chosen you, it signifies that each of you possesses exceptional qualities. I trust General Zhang's judgment, and I believe in you all. Therefore, welcome to Jincheng. A resounding applause erupted, genuine joy evident in their reactions. Bai Chu continued, now, I shall elucidate the reasons for your recruitment and outline your upcoming responsibilities. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Curiosity painted on their faces as they attentively regarded Bai Chu. Even Zhang Yunhui wore a look of intrigue, awaiting clarification, for in his perspective, the entire company comprised merely a 3-story building covering a few hundred square meters. Moreover, the company possesses few valuable assets. The presence of 2 security guards is entirely sufficient. Now, with the addition of 20 more, the total of 22 guards encircles a modest building, leading onlookers to mistakenly believe it to be a clandestine government facility. Naturally, Bai Chu, as the proprietor, dictates operations without concern for trivial matters. However, when he expressed his own interest in the situation, it piqued his curiosity. Bai Chu organized his thoughts and spoke. Not long ago, one of our employees was abducted downstairs, an occurrence I find utterly intolerable. Every employee, from the moment they join our family, deserves protection within our company. I may forego profits, but I cannot allow harm to befall my staff. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's eyes shimmered with fervor, deeply moved by the realization that they had found a commendable employer. In today's society, a boss who genuinely cares for his employees is indeed a rare gem. While some harbored doubts regarding Bai Chu's sincerity, the generous compensation he offered was unmatched in Jiangcheng, significantly surpassing industry standards. This led them to place their trust in him. Bai Chu continued, furthermore, I am confident that our company will only grow stronger. As we ascend, we will inevitably attract envy, leading to numerous challenges that will require your resolution. Most importantly, he paused, surveying the room. I have made some formidable enemies, and I fear for the safety of our employees. These adversaries are powerful, rivaling even the largest family in Jiangxing. At this revelation, many faces shifted in expression. Observing their reactions, Bai Chu calmly stated, I now present you with a choice. If you are fearful, you may leave at this moment. I will provide each of you with 1,000 yuan as compensation for your efforts over the past 2 days. After making this offer, he awaited their decision in silence. It became clear to them why the wages were so high. Indeed, one does not receive rewards without risk, as risk and reward are inextricably linked. Expressions of conflict appeared on their faces, and after a minute, 4 young men stepped forward. We apologize, but we wish to leave. Bai Chu nodded, signaling Zhang Yunhui, who promptly retrieved his phone and transferred 1,000 yuan to each of them. Once the 4 departed, Bai Chu turned to the remaining 16 with a smile, asking, Are you not afraid? Silence fell upon the group. While fear was certain, the dire reality of financial instability was far more daunting. The remuneration Bai Chu offered was sufficient to mitigate their concerns. After a moment, a somewhat gaunt middle-aged man turned to Bai Chu, his voice tinged with weariness yet resolute. I was once a soldier, having faced countless risks and dangers on the battlefield. In my heart, there is no fear, only resignation. If Boss Bai truly cares for his employees, even in the face of danger, I, Xiao Zhanyong, am willing to follow him. Bai Chu looked at this individual with some surprise. It was evident from his demeanor and speech that he was a man with a story. Bai Chu nodded at him, silently noting his presence. As silence enveloped the room, Bai Chu spoke again, expressing his gratitude for their decision to stay, regardless of their fears. I may not have articulated my earlier words clearly. I have indeed offended a powerful family, but rest assured, this matter will not involve the company, nor will it affect any of you. Upon hearing this, many individuals visibly relaxed. Bai Chu understood their reactions. After all, they were merely here to work, not to sacrifice their lives, and they had no obligation to face danger unflinchingly. Bai Chu continued, Now I shall outline your responsibilities. He raised a finger, emphasizing that the foremost duty is to ensure the personal safety of all employees and the security of company assets. Should a conflict arise between employee safety and asset security, the safety of life must take precedence. I do not concern myself with whether you choose to stand guard outside or lounge in the office. As long as the company remains secure, you may arrange your duties as you see fit. However, I hope you will take care to maintain your physical fitness. For your role is to safeguard the company, and a robust physique is your greatest asset. I do not wish for anyone to falter at a critical moment. Are there any questions? None. The crowd replied in unison. Bai Chu nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. He turned to see a group of menacing individuals gathered at the company entrance. The two original security guards appeared to be cowering and speaking submissively to them, occasionally being shoved to the ground. Bai Chu's brow furrowed. Zhang, go and see what is happening. Zhang Yinhui jogged over and returned shortly, looking somewhat flustered. Boss Bai. They are from Longgu. Longgu? Bai Chu was taken aback. What is that? Longgu is a local strongman. He bears a tattoo of a green dragon, hence the moniker. And then, Zhang Yinhui explained, our industrial park falls within Longji's territory. Each month, we typically pay him a management fee. Previously, this payment was covered by Mr. Su, but now that he has sold the company to you, Longgu has not received his payment this month and has sent people to collect it. Management fee? Bai Chu questioned, perplexed. Zhang Yinhui bit his lip. To put it plainly, it's a protection fee. They are involved in the underworld. We cannot afford to provoke them in our business dealings. So a small sum is seen as a way to avert disaster. Bai Chu understood. He found it somewhat amusing that in a modern society like this, the notion of protection fees still existed. Was there truly no one to intervene? Hadn't you ever reported this to the police? Zhang Yinhui gently shook his head. We have, but to no avail. As the security personnel arrived, the troublemakers promptly vacated the premises, only to return once the authorities had departed. They disrupted normal operations daily, vandalizing the company's property and assaulting employees, leaving the management utterly powerless. Furthermore, those who dared to report their misconduct quickly found themselves targeted, facing severe retaliation, ranging from brutal beatings to, in some tragic instances, death. More alarming was their ability to evade consequences, even for murder. Zhang Yinhui glanced at Bai Chu, implying that perhaps it would be prudent for Bai to acquiesce to their demands, as avoiding trouble is often preferable. Bai Chu's gaze was icy as he regarded the ruffians. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind as he turned to the 16 security guards before him. It was fortuitous indeed, for he was eager to assess their combat capabilities. With a surge of excitement, he announced, I am assigning you a task as your first assessment for entering the company. Please, President Bai, command us. Teach these miscreants a harsh lesson. I expect them to never dare to show their faces near my company again. Of course, you are free to engage them, and I will take full responsibility for the consequences. However, should you find yourselves incapable of handling them, then your continued presence here will be unwarranted. Can you accomplish this? Indeed, many of the security guards had previously endured bullying at the hands of these delinquents, but with Bai Chu's backing, their fears dissipated. Most among them were veterans, while the remainder had trained in martial arts since childhood. Dealing with these thugs would be a walk in the park. Bai Chu, pleased with their enthusiasm, turned to Zhang Yinhui and inquired, how much protection money did the company previously pay each month? 100,000. Bai Chu nodded, addressing the eager security team. From this day forth, our company shall no longer pay any protection fees. I will distribute the savings accumulated over the year equally among the 16 of you. My only requirement is this: instill fear and respect in them. Should they dare to return, they will face severe consequences. Do you have the confidence to achieve this? Absolutely. The security team, now driven by the prospect of financial reward, rallied with fervor, their spirits soaring as they shouted in unison. The immense roar startled the arrogant thugs in the distance, who, upon regaining their composure, approached Bai Chu with curses. Are you looking for death? Yelling like that in broad daylight. Do you know you scared me? Attack. Bai Chu coldly regarded the thugs and issued his command with unwavering authority. The group of security guards lunged at the ruffians like wolves. Damn it, seeking death, are you? Draw your weapons. The thugs, feeling gravely insulted by the guards' audacity to charge at them, brandished their clubs. However, upon making contact, they quickly realized something was amiss. Where had these remarkably strong security guards come from? Without granting them a moment for contemplation, a flurry of punches and kicks rained upon them. The ruffians, accustomed to their usual arrogance, had never endured such a brutal beating, and one by one, they curled up on the ground, groaning in agony. The battle concluded swiftly, within merely 2 minutes, leaving not a single one of the 20 able to remain standing. Bai Chu nodded in approval. It was commendable, particularly the one named Xiao Zhanyong, whose right hand appeared incapacitated, yet he effortlessly dispatched 3 adversaries with just his left. Such combat prowess would surely make him a standout even within the military ranks. As the defeated ruffians lay on the ground, groaning and casting furious glares at the security personnel, one of them proclaimed, "We are under Long Gu's protection. How dare you strike us? You will pay for this when Long Gu arrives, and he will ensure your demise." Silence. Xiao Zhanyong retaliated with a kick to the man's abdomen, causing tears to well up in his eyes from the pain. The remaining ruffians, perceiving the situation, wisely fell silent, refraining from further provocation. Bai Chu approached the defeated gang members, towering over them. "I am Bai Chu, the owner of this establishment. You are indeed Long Ji's men, correct? Return and inform him that you may forget about any protection money in the future. Should there be any grievances, you may address them directly with me. Remember, do not ever cause trouble at Jincheng again. Otherwise, we will retaliate each time you come here." Bai Chu then turned to the security personnel, commanding, "Listen closely. From now on, any of Long Gu's subordinates who dare to approach within 100 meters of Jincheng shall have their legs broken." Understood. The security team responded in unison. "Now, dispose of them outside onto the street." Bai Chu gestured with his hand. The security guards immediately seized the ruffians by their collars, dragging them away while ignoring their anguished cries. Some of the less severely injured ruffians hastily scrambled to their feet, limping away. And once they felt they had distanced themselves sufficiently, they dared to shout, "You better wait. I'll bring Long Gu here to deal with you." Zhang Yinhui observed Bai Chu with some concern. "Bai Dong, Long Gu is not a simple character. If he truly comes, I fear we may not be able to handle him with our current manpower." "No need for concern. I have my methods," Bai Chu replied nonchalantly. If he was unafraid of the Liu family, why would he fear a gang of ruffians? "By the way, Lao Zhang, you may set aside company matters and delegate them to your subordinates. I see that you are quite capable in your duties. Henceforth, focus your primary energy on the other tasks I assign to you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunhui's eyes brightened. It seemed Bai Dong had acknowledged him. "Rest assured, Bai Dong. I will commit fully to any tasks you entrust to me." Bai Chu nodded in agreement. He surveyed the surrounding small buildings, noting that some were vacant while others housed small businesses. After a moment as contemplation, he instructed, "Lao Zhang, please liaise with the Park's management and acquire all 5 of these buildings. Prepare one as a renovated dormitory for employees. Those who rent or live too far away may be accommodated here, pending their agreement. As for the other buildings, we shall reserve them for future expansion of the company." "All right, Mr. Bai, I shall attend to it immediately." Bai Chu halted him first. "Find someone to procure some rubber roller shields and pepper spray equipment to fully arm our security personnel. This way, if any trouble arises, we can significantly enhance our combat capability and reduce the likelihood of injuries." It seems Mr. Bai is intent on expanding the company. Zhang Yinhui thought excitedly as he departed with his task. Bai Chu turned his gaze back to the group of security guards. The recent skirmish had ignited their fervor, and they now appeared invigorated. Bai Chu commended, "I was quite satisfied with your performance in the recent conflict. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence. Previously, I promised each of you a reward of 100,000. I will notify finance to ensure it is deposited into your accounts along with your salaries by the end of the month." "Thank you, boss." Light sparkled in their eyes. "Although the assailants had been repelled, I suspect more will come. I trust you to defend the company and ensure no harm comes to any employee. Of course, if you feel overwhelmed, contact me immediately." Bai Chu shared his mobile number with them before driving back to the villa. Upon returning, he encountered an elderly man and a young one standing respectfully at the entrance of the villa. It was Wen Shichen and his apprentice, Xinqing. As Bai Chu stepped out of the vehicle, Wen Shichen hurried forward and bowed. Disciple Wen Shichen pays his respects to the master. Suddenly, he noticed Xinqing standing in a daze and, somewhat annoyed, exclaimed, "Why are you dawdling? Hurry and come over to pay your respects to your grandmaster." Although Xinqing was perplexed, upon hearing his master's command, he obediently approached and knelt before Bai Chu, ready to bow. "I pay my respects to my grandmaster," he stammered, his mind in disarray. This man didn't appear much older than himself. How could he be his grandmaster? Shouldn't a grandmaster be an old man with a white beard? Bai Chu was equally taken aback by Xinqing's gesture. "What is this? Why must you bow upon our first meeting?" He swiftly raised his hand to prevent Xinqing from lowering his head further. "Get up, what is going on here?" When Shichen chuckled, "Master, This is my disciple Shinqing. I brought him here specifically to pay his respects and to seek your opinion on his aptitude. He is your grand disciple, and it is customary to perform this great rite upon their first meeting. This is a tradition passed down through generations, so please do not feel burdened. Bai Chu waved his hand. Rise quickly. Ancestral customs do not concern me. If you wish to be my disciple, you must adhere to my rules. From now on, no more kneeling. Otherwise, you shall be expelled from my tutelage. Chapter 42. Instruction. Seeing Bai Chu genuinely upset, when Shichen quickly apologized. Disciple understands his mistake and shall certainly abide by the master's teachings from now on. He nudged Shinqing. Did you not hear your grandmaster? Hurry and get up. Oh. Shinqing muttered, dazed, as he clumsily stood. All right, come inside with me, Bai Chu said, leading them into the villa. Please share your circumstances with me. When Shichen promptly recounted his detailed background and his fervent admiration for Dr. Xia, Bai Chu listened intently, feeling somewhat satisfied, having devoted several decades to his studies. Were it not for the interruption of lineage and the absence of esteemed mentors, when Shichen's accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass his current state. You wish to learn the 9-yang life-sustaining needle? Upon hearing this name, when Shichen could not help but tremble with excitement. This was indeed the true reason behind his fervent desire to become Bai Chu's disciple. Yes, please, master, impart your teachings to your disciple. I assure you that I will study diligently, and upon mastering the technique, I shall heal the sick and uphold your esteemed reputation. However, Bai Chu shook his head, stating, It is not that I am unwilling to teach you, but even if I were to do so, you would find it impossible to learn. His words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly freezing when Shichen's fervent enthusiasm, leaving his complexion pale. It was akin to a weary laborer, having purchased a lottery ticket that won 10 million, only to be informed at the prize claim that the ticket had expired, a despairing scenario indeed. He staggered back a few steps, trembling lips forming the question, why? There is no need for such distress, Bai Chu reassured him. The Xia medical lineage has endured for thousands of years, and being recognized among the 10 great needle techniques. Each possesses its unique attributes that are not easily mastered. To learn the 9-yang life-sustaining needle, one must first possess a robust foundation in martial arts, adeptly mastering the techniques of hidden strength. Moreover, this technique is exceptionally taxing on one's stamina. You have long surpassed the optimal age for learning such a skill. Blindly practicing it would not only be futile, but could also be detrimental to yourself. It is the disciple's ineptitude that has let down the master's expectations. When Shichen sighed deeply, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant. Observing this, Bai Chu smiled gently. Each of the 10 needle techniques has its strengths. The 9-yang life-sustaining needle is not necessarily superior to the others. Why do you insist on learning it? When Shichen paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the implication behind Bai Chu's words. His eyes sparkled with renewed focus. Does Master intend to teach me the 7 stars soul-settling needle? Zhou Changming had indeed informed him that Bai Chu employed this technique alongside the 9-yang life-sustaining needle. Bai Chu shook his head. Neither of these techniques is suitable for you. Extend your hand. Bai Chu took when Shichen's pulse, momentarily furrowing his brow before relaxing. There is a technique that may suit you. It is called the reversal of the universe. The reversal of the universe. When Shichen swallowed hard, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had seen this technique mentioned in ancient texts, where its ranking among the 10 needle techniques even surpassed that of the 7 stars soul-settling needle and the 9-yang life-sustaining needle. However, the ancient texts only referenced its name, with no details on its application or effects. To his astonishment, Master intended to teach him the reversal of the universe. His breath quickened. Do not be overly excited. I shall impart this technique to you, but whether you can successfully learn and proficiently utilize it remains to be seen. Everything will depend on your own exploration. The disciple comprehended and expressed gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master. Your kindness is something I shall never forget. As he prepared to kneel in thanks, Bai Chu let out a soft grunt, prompting when Shichen to realize his oversight and promptly straighten up, cupping his fists and bowing. I acknowledge my mistake. Bai Chu nodded and continued. The technique of reversal of the universe comprises 108 needles, divided into 36 upper needles and 72 lower needles. The upper 36 needles primarily focus on resurrection, while the lower 72 are concerned with nurturing the foundation and enhancing vitality. The application of these needles demands steadiness, precision, and unwavering determination. Therefore, one must possess a solid foundation in acupuncture, a resilient character, and a robust physique. After all, to fully administer the complete set of techniques may take anywhere from 1 hour to 2 or 3 hours. Each needle must be steadily inserted into the corresponding acupoint without the slightest deviation. The depth and speed of insertion must be adjusted according to the patient's condition. Even a minor error could result in insufficient effects, or worse, exacerbate the patient's ailment. The process of needle application must be serene and unperturbed by external distractions. I observe that your temperament is commendable and your acupuncture foundation is adequate. The only thing lacking is your physical constitution. However, mastering this technique is not a matter of a single day. You may practice while simultaneously striving to enhance your physical condition. I shall now impart the technique to you. Your future accomplishments will depend on your own efforts. He then meticulously detailed the reversal of the universe technique and its precautions to Shichen. It took a full 2 hours for Shichen to memorize the entire set, diligently noting areas of confusion. He treasured his notes, safeguarding them close to his person. With utmost respect, he bowed to Bai Chu, saying, "Disciple thanks the master. There is no need for such formality. Since I willingly take you as my disciple, it is my duty to impart knowledge. If you truly wish to express gratitude, then practice diligently," Bai Chu replied before turning his attention to the quietly seated Shenqing. "Come here." Upon hearing Bai Chu's call, Shenqing respectfully approached, addressing him as Master Ancestor. At that moment, he finally understood why his master had chosen to regard this young man as a mentor. His master, having never married, devoted his entire life to the revival of traditional medicine, particularly in the field of Xia medicine. Regrettably, many lineages had been severed, especially in acupuncture, leaving few reputable practitioners in the realm of Great Xia. Occasionally, while perusing ancient texts, his master had learned of the existence of 10 great needle techniques, which subsequently became an obsession in his heart. Little did he expect to one day discover such divine art. Shenqing recognized the immense value of these techniques, and thus felt profound gratitude and admiration for Bai Chu. Bai Chu checked Shenqing's pulse and noted his excellent physical condition. Furthermore, he observed the clarity of Shenqing's gaze and his innate simplicity, which brought him great satisfaction. He pondered for a moment before speaking. "Shenqing, I possess a set of martial arts known as the 8 parts of the diamond. Though this practice may appear simplistic, with perseverance and long-term training, it not only enhances one's physique, but also holds the potential for cultivating inner strength. I shall impart this technique to you. From this moment forth, you are to practice it 9 times at dawn and another 9 times at dusk, without interruption unless circumstances are exceptional. When you truly attain inner strength in the future, not only will your master bestow upon you the ability to reverse the heavens, but I shall also share with you the 9-yang lifespan and the 7-star soul suppression." When Shichen's countenance brightened at these words, having no offspring of his own, he regarded Shenqing, who had accompanied him in the study of medicine since the tender age of 9, as akin to a son after a dozen years together. His intention in bringing Shenqing to meet Bai Chu was to seek guidance for him, and he was taken aback by the promise Bai Chu had made. This was indeed an unexpected delight. "Shenqing, do not delay in expressing your gratitude to your grandmaster." Disciple expresses gratitude to grandmaster. Shenqing exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. "There's no need for excessive formality," Bai Chu replied, rising to lead the two into the courtyard, where he imparted the 8 parts of the diamond technique to them. "Shichen, you should also practice this martial art. It may aid you in your acupuncture techniques." Disciple understands. After sending off the two, Bai Chu finished his meal and reclined on his bed for a brief respite. Meanwhile, outside the Jinshin company, a throng of tattooed men brandishing clubs approached with palpable fury, a dark mass numbering over 100. At the forefront stood a burly middle-aged man, bare-chested and wielding a baseball bat, his neck adorned with a thick gold chain and a tiger tattoo that nearly engulfed his torso, emanating an aura of intimidation. As indicated by his tattoo, this man was known as the Fearless Tiger, the foremost warrior under the command of Long Go. With a swift kick, the Fearless Tiger overturned a trash can before bellowing at the entrance of Jinshin Company. "Which one of you is Bai Chu? Come out here." Chapter 43. One-on-one. Hearing the ruckus outside, the employees in the office exchanged curious glances. At that moment, Chen Qingyu was engrossed in reviewing a proposal. She looked up and said, "Wang Yin, go outside and see what the commotion is about." Just then, the receptionist hurried over, exclaiming, "Manager Chun, it's bad news. A large group of people has come to the company to cause trouble, and they look quite menacing. What should we do? Should we call the police? Chen Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically at the mention of this. Fearing that the group might be sent by Lu Huihuang, she hesitated for a moment before rising. You all continue your work. I will go take a look. She hastened to the door. At that moment, Zhang Yunhui and 2 security guards stood anxiously at the entrance, engaged in a hushed discussion. Zhang, what is happening outside? Chen Qingyu inquired urgently. Seeing Chen Qingyu attempting to step outside, Zhang Yunhui instructed the guards to close the door. Feigning nonchalance. It's just a minor issue. Manager Chen, you can remain at ease in your office. I can handle this. He could not allow Chen Qingyu to emerge. If she were harmed by this crowd, he would surely face dire consequences from Director Bai. Chen Qingyu looked up in confusion, peering through the glass of the entrance, where she could see everything outside with startling clarity. A crowd had gathered at the company's entrance, their hostile expressions betraying their ill intentions. In stark contrast, her side was defended by only a handful of thinly stretched security personnel. Could they truly manage this? General Manager Zhang, what is happening? Are these people from Jincheng? No. They are merely local thugs. Manager Chen, it would be best if you refrained from inquiring further. He turned to the employees trailing behind Chen Qingyu and sternly commanded. What are you all doing here? Quickly return to work and take Manager Chen back with you. Until those outside have departed, no one is permitted to leave. The employees, too intimidated to resist, escorted Chen Qingyu back to the office. The 2 veteran security guards in the company were already ashen-faced, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Having worked as security for so long at Jincheng, they had never witnessed such a scene. They looked to Zhang Yunhui for guidance. General Manager, what should we do? We should promptly inform Director Bai. This group is terrifying. What if they come after us? Zhang Yunhui furrowed his brow, contemplating. What use would it be to have Director Bai here at this moment? If he were to be harmed, our company would be doomed. Let us call the police first. We can bring Director Bai once this rabble has dispersed. With that, he quickly dialed the emergency services. At the foot of the entrance stairs, a resolute group of 16 security guards, led by Xiao Zhanyong, stood their ground, blocking the thugs attempting to storm the company. Brother Yong, what should we do? We seem unable to handle so many, one teammate whispered anxiously. After spending the day together, they had clearly come to regard Xiao Zhanyong as their leader. We should notify the boss immediately, Xiao Zhanyong replied, shaking his head. No, we cannot. Given how they are behaving, even if the boss were to come, it would not help. It might only escalate the danger. Since we have accepted the boss's pay, we must protect the company. As long as we stand, we cannot allow them to enter. The others remained silent, evidently in agreement with this resolution. Brother Hu, having shouted for a while without seeing Bai Chu emerge, grew increasingly impatient. Humph, so you wish to play the coward, do you? Today, I shall smash this wretched company. Forward. Stop right there. Xiao Zhanyong bellowed. I dare anyone to step inside. Brother Hu scoffed at the small contingent of security guards before him. You think you can block my path with just a handful of you? Oh, and those yellow-haired fellows, weren't they beaten by you? Heh, I heard you're quite skilled. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If anyone among you can best me, I'll leave with my men. But if you cannot, you shall spend the rest of your lives bedridden. Very well, that's your word, Xiao Zhanyong replied, relieved, as long as they weren't all attacking at once. They still had a chance. He had never feared a one-on-one confrontation with anyone. Ha ha ha, how bold. With a wave of his hand, Master Hu commanded everyone to step back. The group of ruffians quickly cleared a space, their faces adorned with mockery as they observed the security personnel. Master Hu, once a follower of Dragon Lord in the turbulent underworld of Jiangcheng, was renowned for his formidable prowess within the Jianghai gang. None in Jiangcheng could confidently claim superiority over him. These oblivious security guards, in their naivety, dared to challenge Master Hu. It was akin to courting death. Master Hu beckoned the guards with a flick of his finger. With a composed expression, Xiao Zhanyong prepared to advance, but one of the guards beside him interjected, Brother Yong. Allow me. This guard, named Duan Fei, was also a veteran. Stepping forward, he positioned himself opposite Master Hu. With a sardonic smile, Master Hu taunted, Go ahead, lad. Strike first, or you may find yourself with no opportunity once I make my move. Duan Fei remained silent. His right fist clenched as he launched a straight punch at Master Hu's face, whose reflexes were sharp as he stepped back, raising his leg to kick Duan Fei in the abdomen. Duan Fei narrowly missed his target and quickly attempted to block, but at that moment, Master Hu let out a chilling laugh, swinging his baseball bat forcefully at Duan Fei. Bang! The heavy blow made Duan Fei cry out in pain as he staggered back. Yet Master Hu offered him no respite, following up with relentless strikes. Enough! Fearing for Duan Fei's safety, Xiao Zhanyong swiftly intervened, delivering a kick that knocked the bat away from Master Hu, rescuing Duan Fei. Master Hu's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, not bad. Come, let me see what you've got. As he finished speaking, he swung his bat down towards Xiao Zhanyong with one hand. Xiao Zhanyong evaded repeatedly, but ultimately, he had no choice but to absorb a blow with his already injured right arm. After enduring the strike, he rolled forward, closing the distance to Master Hu, and struck towards his ribs beneath the armpit. Master Hu, feeling the pain, dropped his bat and stood still for several seconds, struggling to contain his discomfort. With a cold gaze fixed on Xiao Zhanyong, he sneered, I didn't expect you to possess such strength, little fellow. It has been ages since anyone has managed to injure me. To express my gratitude, today I shall beat the excrement out of you. With that, he clenched his fists and charged towards Xiao Zhanyong, and the two became entangled in a fierce struggle. Although Xiao Zhanyong lacked Master Hu's imposing physique, his years of combat experience on the border had honed his skills and instincts far beyond what a mere thug like Master Hu could muster. Before long, Master Hu found himself at a disadvantage, realizing the tide was turning against him, his gaze turning venomous. Seizing a momentary lapse in the fight, he signaled to his subordinates with a glance. As the two clashed once more, a thug struck Xiao Zhanyong's leg with a bat while he was unprepared, sending him crashing to the ground. Witnessing Xiao Zhanyong fall, Master Hu raised his foot and began to kick him, causing blood to flow from his nose and mouth. Stop! We agreed on a fair duel. Why do you break your word? A furious security guard demanded. Tiger Yi cast a cold glance at them, questioning, What? Do you intend to teach me how to conduct my affairs? He turned to the group of subordinates behind him and commanded, Go forth and incapacitate these fools. Upon receiving Tiger Ye's orders, over 100 of his men brandishing clubs surged towards the remaining security personnel. Witnessing the imminent defeat of the security team, Zhang Yunhui felt a surge of anxiety. What was taking so long for the law enforcement to arrive? He, along with 2 security guards, had made several calls to the police, only to find the lines utterly unresponsive. Tiger Yi seemed to discern their thoughts, sneering, Are you hoping for the police to come? You shall be sorely disappointed. Today, no one can save you. He urged, Hurry up. Dispatch these security guards and then smash this wretched company to pieces. Drag out all the employees and give them a good beating. Those who dare oppose our Jianghai gang will experience true despair. At that moment, several black cars approached from the distance. In the lead vehicle sat a powerful urban beauty, resting with her eyes closed, while the driver was He Jin, the manager of Rongxing Construction. Manager Shang, we are approaching Jincheng Company, he announced. The woman in the back seat slowly opened her eyes upon hearing this, glancing forward with a furrowed brow. What is happening ahead? He Jin scrutinized the scene, his expression shifting. Manager Shang, it appears Jincheng Company is in trouble. If I'm not mistaken, those individuals are from the Jianghai gang. Their presence here bodes ill for Jincheng culture. The mention of the Jianghai gang caused Shang Yunrong's countenance to turn frigid. Drive closer. The car sped towards the crowd, and a series of blaring horns compelled the fighting individuals to halt abruptly. The thugs glared at the approaching vehicle, cursing vehemently. With a loud bang, the car door was kicked open. A pair of exquisitely long, slender legs adorned in black stockings emerged, followed by a stunningly beautiful face, now marred by an icy demeanor. Such beauty exists here? The thugs were momentarily taken aback by Shang Yunrong's appearance, their faces contorted into lewd grins. Who is this lovely lady? Has she come here seeking our company? One of the ruffians leered, unable to suppress a loud jeer. The others joined in with raucous laughter. However, before the laughter could subside, over a dozen burly men clad in black exited the car, each imposing and stern-faced. They swiftly formed 2 lines, shielding Shang Yunrong in their midst. These were the bodyguards of the Shang family. One of the bodyguards approached the lewd thug, his gaze icy. With a swift motion, he revealed a dagger in his right hand, pried open the thug's mouth with his left, and struck. The thug's tongue, along with a torrent of hot blood, erupted forth, falling to the ground. A scream of agony erupted from the thug as he writhed in pain. The other thugs were taken aback by the scene and instinctively retreated. However, they quickly regained their composure and surrounded Shang Yunrong and her group of bodyguards. You seek death. Brothers, let us charge. At that moment, Tiger, who had heard the commotion, turned to look back. Upon spotting Shang Yunrong, his pupils constricted. Everyone, stop this instant. He hastened to Shang Yunrong's side, forcing a smile. Ah, Miss Shang, I never expected to encounter you in this desolate place. My subordinates are simply ignorant. They did not recognize you. Please do not hold it against us. May I inquire what brings you here? Do you require assistance from Xiaohu? Shang Yunrong dismissed his pleasantries. What are you doing here? Oh, a small company was foolish enough to offend our brothers from the Four Seas gang, and I've come to seek an explanation. He added, we certainly did not intend to disturb you, Miss Shang. Please continue your business. We can resume our discussion afterward. He bellowed at his men. What are you all standing there for? Clear the way. Shang Yunrong let out a cold laugh, pointing towards Jincheng Culture. Is this the company you speak of? Indeed. Upon seeing Shang Yunrong's expression, Tiger was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, Shang Yunrong slapped him across the face. Jincheng Culture is our business partner. Are you attempting to hinder our enterprise? A fierce glint flashed in Tiger's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, refraining from retaliation. Shang Yunrong scoffed. Take your people and leave immediately. Go back and inform Fei Dehai that if he dares to trouble Jincheng Company again, the Zhanghai gang will no longer have a reason to exist. Tiger lowered his head, fists clenched tightly as he struggled to contain his fury. In a subdued voice, he replied, Understood. I will convey your message to Brother Long. We are leaving. Moments later, tranquility returned to Jincheng Culture, leaving only a group of security guards groaning on the ground. Zhang Yunhui exhaled deeply and hurriedly called Bai Chu, then swiftly approached Shang Yunrong. You are from the Shang family. Shang Yunrong shook her head. I am Shang Yunrong, General Manager of Rongxing Construction. I am here to discuss collaboration with Manager Chen. Zhang Yunhui immediately understood her intent and bowed respectfully, gesturing for her to enter. Please, General Manager Shang, allow me to escort you to Manager Chen. At that moment, Zhang Yunhui's heart raced. He could hardly believe that the esteemed figure he was collaborating with was none other than this formidable presence. Just then, Chen Xingyu finally emerged from the company. Upon seeing Shang Yunrong, her face lit up with joy. Yun. She instinctively began to call out, but quickly corrected herself. General Manager Shang. You didn't notify us of your visit in advance. We could have prepared a warm welcome. Feigning displeasure, Shang Yunrong responded. Oh, just yesterday. You were calling me Yunrong Jie, and now, within a day, I've become General Manager Shang? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Xingyu replied, I had indulged too much yesterday. So I ask for your forgiveness, General Manager. With a sigh, Shang Yunrong lamented, It appears I am unworthy of being your sister. Ah, that is not what I meant. Came the reply. Since that is not your intention, let us continue to address you as Sister Yunrong. Shang Yunrong smiled in response. Oh, very well, Sister Yunrong. Chen Xingyu said sweetly. By the way, Sister Yunrong, are you here to inspect our work progress today? Shang Yunrong shook her head. I merely passed by and thought to stop by for a visit. Speaking of which, Sister Yunrong, we made some optimizations to yesterday's proposal. Since you are here, it would be fitting for you to review its suitability. Chen Xingyu took Shang Yunrong's hand, leading her towards the office. However, Shang Yunrong halted her, saying never mind. I am not in the mood to discuss work today. Just show me around the company. I wish to see the atmosphere here. Thus, Chen Xingyu guided Shang Yunrong through the company, engaging in lively conversation as they strolled. Moments later, Bai Chu arrived in haste. Upon witnessing the bloodstains outside the company, a flash of anger crossed his eyes. Mr. Bai? The bodyguards stationed at the entrance bowed their heads in respect upon seeing him. Bai Chu nodded in acknowledgement before rushing inside. At that moment, Chen Xingyu and Shang Yunrong had just reached the front lobby. Seeing Chen Xingyu unharmed, Bai Chu breathed a sigh of relief. He approached Shang Yunrong, gratitude evident in his gaze. Miss Shang, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance this time. Shang Yunrong smiled softly. What does Mr. Bai wish to offer in gratitude? Miss Shang, please feel free to make any request. I shall not refuse as long as it is within my power, Bai Chu replied earnestly. The ordeal had been perilously close, and had it not been for Shang Yunrong's timely arrival, he could scarcely imagine the consequences. Shang Yunrong's eyes sparkled momentarily, but after a moment's contemplation, the light gradually faded. How about a meal, Mr. Bai? Certainly, Bai Chu nodded. Not just one meal, as long as Ms. Shang has the time. I would gladly accompany you for 10 or even 100 meals. As he spoke, Bai Chu took Chen Xingyu's small hand in his. At this sight, Shang Yunrong's previously radiant smile slowly faded. Chen Xingyu, oblivious to her change in demeanor, cheerfully suggested, Sister Yunrong, why not join us for a meal? I can have Xiao Bai cook for you. Shang Yunrong was taken aback, turning to Bai Chu. Oh, you can cook? I can manage a bit. Bai Chu replied with a smile. Chen Xingyu, excitedly looking at Shang Yunrong, added, Sister Yunrong, Xiao Bai is truly remarkable. He prepares an abundance of delicious dishes for me every day, and his cooking surpasses anything I've tasted at the finest hotels in Jincheng. Is that so? Shang Yunrong's gaze towards Bai Chu grew increasingly fervent. Bai Chu's medical skills were beyond question. He had brought her grandfather back from the brink of death, surpassing even the esteemed elder Zhou. Her second uncle had remarked that Bai Chu's martial prowess was superior to his own, and she knew well her uncle's formidable reputation within their special operations unit, where he commanded deep respect among the soldiers. Do not be deceived by the apparent ease with which the bodyguards of the merchant handle ruffians. They have all been meticulously trained by the esteemed second uncle. Among the entire cadre of bodyguards, none can rival his prowess. Even second uncle himself concedes that he falls short compared to Bai Chu, which speaks volumes about Bai Chu's formidable capabilities. Remarkably, he is merely in his 20s. It is almost inconceivable that one could attain such martial and medical skills without years of rigorous training from infancy. Moreover, this man possesses culinary talents as well, as evidenced by Chen Qingyou's expression, which clearly indicates that Bai Chu's cooking is truly delectable. While the ability to cook may seem simple, achieving culinary excellence is not an endeavor that can be mastered in a short span. She had encountered countless young men, whether from affluent families, the elite, or various prodigies. But Bai Chu stands unparalleled among those she knows, distinctly exceptional. She is genuinely intrigued by Bai Chu's true identity. Although she has conducted her investigations, the results are clearly implausible to her. Regrettably, it seems she has encountered him rather late in her journey. This thought brings a wave of melancholy to her heart. Yunrong, we'll be finishing up soon. Why don't you come back with us? Once you've tasted the meals prepared by Xiao Bai, you will undoubtedly crave them every day. Chen Qingyu cheerfully suggested. Seeing the happiness radiating from the two, Shang Yunrong concealed her own disappointment and responded with a smile. I was merely joking. I want to impose on your meal. I have some matters to attend to at the company, so I shall take my leave now. We can chat another time. With that, she turned and departed, unwilling to witness their affectionate display. Bai Chu and Chen Qingyu escorted her to the car, watching as she drove away. Once Shang Yunrong was out of sight, Bai Chu cast a reproachful glance at Chen Qingyu. You should have called me about such a significant matter. If you had been harmed in any way, you know how deeply it would have pained me. Chen Qingyu felt a twinge of guilt. I did not know what was happening. President Zhang assured me he could handle it and instructed me to stay in the office. I'm sorry, Xiao Bai, for worrying you. Bai Chu sighed. I do not blame you. But remember, if you encounter any danger in the future, you must call me immediately if I am not around. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Bai Chu then recalled the injured security guards and promptly called Zhang Yunhui. Old Zhang, where are you now? Director Bai, we are at the city hospital. A few of the security guards have broken bones and are preparing for surgery. Zhang Yunhui replied. Bai Chu quickly responded. Hold on. Treat those with less severe injuries first. Do not operate on the broken bones just yet. I will be there shortly. Without delay, Bai Chu hopped into his car and sped towards the city hospital. While driving, he dialed Wen Shichen's number. Shichen, please come to the city hospital. Several of my employees have sustained broken bones. I need your assistance with their treatment. His reluctance to allow the hospital to perform surgery stemmed from the fact that surgical procedures involving incisions and splints not only prolong recovery, but also pose risks of long-term complications. In this regard, Xia Yi's approach is significantly more prudent. Furthermore, he has unwavering confidence in Wen Shichen's medical skills. Entrusting him with the task brings a sense of reassurance. As for the reason he refrains from intervening personally, it is simply due to his disdain for the hassle. Should too many individuals become aware of his medical prowess, there would inevitably be requests for his assistance in the future. Before long, Bai Chu arrived at the municipal hospital, where Zhang Yunhui escorted him to the ward. Inside a relatively spacious room, all 16 security personnel were present, lying on the beds, while a group of nurses attended to their wounds. Upon noticing Bai Chu's arrival, they hastily rose to greet him. Boss, quickly lie down. Bai Chu approached the injured, taking their pulses one by one, finally exhaling in relief upon discovering that no internal organs were harmed and that the injuries were not too severe. The most grievously injured was Xiao Zhanyong, who suffered a severe fracture of the right arm, a broken left leg, and 3 fractured ribs. The brutality of the assailants was alarming. Fortunately, Shang Yunrong had arrived in time, or it could have resulted in a fatality. Bai Chu felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Old Zhang, once their injuries are treated, transfer them all to the finest recovery rooms. Additionally, inform the finance department to immediately deposit 100,000 yuan into each of their accounts as compensation. Furthermore, ensure that all medical care, dietary needs, and nutritional support during their hospital stay are of the highest standard. Hearing their boss express such concern for them, the security personnel felt a surge of joy, momentarily alleviating the pain of their injuries. Thank you, boss. Bai Chu felt a tinge of guilt, replying, I should be thanking you. Please rest for a while. The doctor I arranged will be here shortly. After speaking, Bai Chu turned to Zhang Yunhui, his expression somewhat irate, and said, Follow me. Noticing Bai Chu's displeasure, Zhang Yunhui apprehensively trailed behind him to the stairwell at the end of the ward. Zhang Yunhui, I recall mentioning this morning that if the other party sent individuals over, our security personnel would be unable to handle it and must call me immediately. Have you forgotten? Did you consider that if Shang had not come, you would have had to witness them being beaten to death? It was the first time Zhang Yunhui had seen Bai Chu so furious, and he could only mutter, I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, it's my fault. The sheer number of assailants intimidated me, and I feared for your safety. So Bai Chu looked at him with a mixture of exasperation and disappointment. You make it difficult for me to address this. Since I instructed you to call me, it implies that I certainly have a way to cope. Even if I couldn't handle it, do you really think I wouldn't be able to summon help? Zhang Yunhui realized the validity of Bai Chu's words. In that moment, his anxiety had clouded his judgment. I apologize, Mr. Bai, it's my mistake. All right, let us set that aside. Why didn't you call the police? At this, Zhang Yunhui became agitated. Mr. Bai, we did report to the police. We called as soon as those individuals arrived, but for some reason, they have yet to show up. I made several more calls, only to find that no one was answering. He huffed. These ruffians must be doing this deliberately. Bai Chu narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. It was no wonder the thugs dared to audaciously demand protection fees. It seemed they had connections with the local law enforcement. I understand now. Bai Chu nodded and turned to Zhang Yunhui. Let this matter go for now. I do not wish for a repeat occurrence. As he spoke, Bai Chu approached the railing of the staircase. Your boss is not as fragile as you might believe. With that declaration, Bai Chu clenched his right fist and struck the railing with force. A dull thud resonated through the air. Zhang Yunhui's mouth fell agape, staring in horror at the spot where Bai Chu had just struck. The railing was constructed from a hollow steel pipe, 15 centimeters in diameter, and now bore a significant dent. Such a sturdy pipe would require multiple blows with a heavy hammer to achieve such an indentation. Was Bai Dong's strength still that of a mere mortal? He swallowed hard, glancing at Bai Chu. Bai Dong, this. Bai Chu calmly replied. Do you understand now? Yes, Bai Dong. Rest assured, there will be no next time. Chapter 46. The Lost Daughter. At that moment, Zhang Yunhui was overwhelmed with astonishment. It seemed he had grossly underestimated this boss of his. Bai Dong's status was likely far more complex than he had imagined. Realizing this, he felt a surge of excitement. If Bai Dong was indeed extraordinary, perhaps his own future alongside him could reach heights he had never dared to dream of. Well then, go tend to them, Bai Chu instructed as he made his way towards the hospital room. At that moment, when Shichen arrived at the hospital with Zhou Changming, Master. When Shichen quickly bowed, Zhou Changming greeted, Bai Shini, good to see you. Bai Chu waved his hand dismissively. Do not call me Shini, just use my name. Follow me, he said, leading the two into the ward. Zhang Yunhui hurriedly brought over the x-rays of the patients. Bai Chu glanced at Wen Shichen. There are 9 individuals with fractures. Can you handle this? Rest assured, Master, this is a trivial matter for me, Wen Shichen replied confidently. Bai Chu nodded in approval. Wen Shichen turned to the nurses. Please prepare a private room. I need to set their bones. The nurses looked at him quizzically. Who are you? You think you can set their bones? This is absurd. What if something goes wrong? You need to leave this place and stop causing trouble. The nurse's words rendered Wen Shichen's face a mix of red and white. You. Zhou Changming quickly intervened. All right, old one, do not be upset. Being a physician from Xiai and coming from Jincheng, it's only natural they do not recognize you. Allow me to handle this. Zhou Changming confidently addressed the nurses. Hello, I am Zhou Changming. Could you please assist in preparing a larger empty room? Who are you? Leave now, or I will call security. The nurse replied, clearly annoyed, waving her hand dismissively. TSK, indeed, Dr. Zhou carries quite a reputation. I am impressed. Wen Shichen teased with a sidelong glance. Cough, cough. Zhou Changming's face flushed. Please wait a moment. With that, he took out his phone from his pocket and made a call. Director Fong, this is Zhou Changming. I am currently in your emergency room and would like to request your assistance, if you have a moment. Upon receiving a positive response, he contentedly pocketed his phone and raised an eyebrow at Wen Shichen. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man wearing glasses hurried in, accompanied by several doctors. Ah, Director Zhou, I have requested your presence numerous times, but alas, you were always unavailable. Now that you are finally here, you must stay with us for at least a couple of days. Director Fong exclaimed, his excitement evident as he clasped Zhou Changming's hand. Zhou Changming is undoubtedly the foremost expert in neurology in Jiangxing, and even in the entirety of Qianzhou Prefecture, he is a coveted figure among all major hospitals. Director Fong had invited Zhou several times, hoping he would share his expertise with the hospital staff, but had never succeeded until today, which filled him with joy. Zhou Changming cast a smug glance at the visibly displeased Wen Shichen before replying with a smile. It's no trouble at all. These individuals are employees of a friend of mine who have sustained minor injuries. I kindly asked Director Fong to prepare a space for us to assist them. Director Fong glanced at the group of doctors Zhou had brought, urging, hurry and prepare the operating room. Zhou Changming waved his hand, stating, we won't need an operating room. Just find a quiet ward. My old friend, the renowned Dr. Wen Shichen, will handle the treatment for these injuries. Dr. Xia? A flicker of disdain crossed Director Fong's eyes, yet he reasoned that if Zhou was friends with him, his medical skills could not be lacking. Thus, he responded with a smile, very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. He instructed the doctors to prepare accordingly, and then turned to Wen Shichen, saying, by the way, Dr. Wen, I have heard that Dr. Xia's bone-setting techniques are quite unique. Would it be possible for our orthopedic doctors to observe? Wen Shichen nodded in agreement. Offering no objections, Bai Chu, having seen the arrangements made, turned to Zhang Yunhui and said, Old Zhang, I appreciate your help here. I will head back now and return tomorrow. Upon returning to the villa that evening, to soothe Bai Chu, who was distressed with worry, Chen Qingyu went to great lengths, preparing her best dishes. Bai Chu feasted late into the night, only falling into a deep sleep once thoroughly satisfied. The following day, after dropping Chen Qingyu at her company, Bai Chu returned to the hospital. Yesterday, Wen Shichen had successfully reattached all the fractured bones, and now the patients were resting in their beds, appearing significantly improved compared to the previous day. A few of the less severely injured were even clamoring to be discharged and returned to work. Bai Chu admonished them, insisting they remain in the hospital for further observation. This prompted a wave of gratitude from the others. Bai Chu approached Xiao Zhanyong to check on him and was about to engage in conversation when suddenly his phone rang. He answered and listened for a few seconds, his expression transforming dramatically, panic flooding his eyes, an expression he had never displayed even when confronted by the fearsome Tiger Yi. Realizing something was amiss, Bai Chu quickly inquired, What happened? Boss, my daughter is missing. I must go back. Ignoring the pain in his body, he attempted to leap from the bed and rush outside, but stumbled and fell after just 2 steps. Bai Chu hurriedly assisted him. Calm down. I will take you back right now. Supporting him, Bai Chu helped him down the stairs and drove him away from the hospital. On the way, Xiao Zhanyong recounted the events to Bai Chu. It turned out that his wife had been in poor health and had suffered greatly after giving birth. In his efforts to secure treatment for her, he had exhausted all his savings, and ultimately, they lost their home, yet he could not save her. Alone, he returned to the countryside to raise their child. As he watched her grow day by day, he was determined to provide her with a better education, which led him to bring her to Jiangxing. To facilitate his job search, he rented a temporary residence in an old neighborhood. Yesterday, after injuring himself, he asked the landlady to watch over his daughter, but unexpectedly, she called to inform him that the child was missing, causing him to panic. Wen is so understanding. It's all my fault, my inadequacy. If anything happens to her, how will I live? Observing the redness in Xiao Zhanyong's eyes and his expression of sheer panic, Bai Chu sighed and offered reassurance. Rest assured, Jiangxing has excellent public safety. Your child will be fine. She may have just wandered off to play nearby. Before long, they arrived at the community. After inquiring with the landlady, Bai Chu checked several nearby surveillance cameras and soon discovered Wen's whereabouts. Following the direction she had taken, he drove ahead and in no time spotted a little girl in a blue dress near a kindergarten. It's Wen. Xiao Zhanyong was instantly elated. Pushing the door to exit the car, Bai Chu firmly restrained him, insisting, "Stay put. Any sudden movement could worsen your injury. I will go get her." Approaching Wenwen, Bai Chu found her leaning against the fence, her wide eyes fixated on the group of children playing inside. Sensing someone behind her, she quickly stood up and took a few cautious steps back, regarding Bai Chu with vigilance. Chapter 47. The teasing Bai Chu smiled and crouched down. "Little one, are you Wenwen?" Her eyes widened with curiosity, yet she remained silent. Bai Chu chuckled softly, appreciating her alertness. "I am a friend of your father's. He is just over there, and I will take you to him." Wenwen turned her gaze toward the direction Bai Chu indicated and immediately spotted her father's head peeking out from the car window. "Daddy!" she exclaimed, bursting into tears as she ran towards Xiao Zhanyou. Once inside the vehicle, she flung herself into her father's embrace, sobbing, "Daddy, why didn't you come back last night? I thought you didn't want me anymore." "Woo-woo. Wenwen, do not cry. Daddy has just found a job and returned home late. You are Daddy's treasure. How could he ever forsake you?" "Really?" Wenwen lifted her little head to gaze at Xiao Zhanyou, only to suddenly notice the injury on his face, which made her sob even more intensely. "Daddy, how did you get hurt?" "It's nothing. I merely had a little accident," Xiao Zhanyou quickly reassured her. Bai Chu seized the moment to impart some wisdom. "Your father learned that you had gone missing, and in his haste, he stumbled and fell. Wenwen must be obedient and never run off again. Do you understand?" "I'm sorry, Daddy. Wenwen was wrong. I won't run off again." After a considerable time, their emotions finally calmed. Bai Chu gently stroked Wenwen's little head. "Wenwen, how old are you this year?" "Uncle, I am 5 years old." "Oh, do you wish to attend kindergarten?" Wenwen softly acknowledged, turning her gaze toward the nearby kindergarten, her eyes brimming with longing. Suddenly, she thought of something, glanced at Xiao Zhanyou, quickly shook her head, and murmured, I don't want to go to kindergarten." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Zhanyou's eyes instantly reddened. He understood that Wenwen was concerned for him. Bai Chu's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. This child was far too perceptive. "Wenwen, you will need to go to school. Your father must work during the day and cannot care for you. If you do not attend school, he will worry about you while at work, which will affect his ability to perform well. Therefore, Wenwen should go to school during the day, allowing Daddy to focus without concern for you. Moreover, only by studying diligently can Wenwen earn a living to support Baba in the future." Wenwen's eyes sparkled like tiny stars, only to dim momentarily. "But they say kindergarten costs a lot of money. Daddy is earning money now. In the future, he will ensure that Wenwen can attend kindergarten, primary school, and even university. Is that all right?" Wenwen blinked her large eyes at Xiao Zhanyou. "Really?" "Indeed." Xiao Zhanyou nodded vigorously. "All right, then Wenwen will go to kindergarten," she exclaimed joyfully, her laughter ringing out. Seeing the child finally cheerful, Bai Chu took them out for a meal. Worried about her father, Wenwen had not slept all night. Now that she felt at ease, she nestled in Xiao Zhanyou's arms and drifted off to sleep right after finishing her meal. Observing the adorable little girl, Bai Chu felt a sudden yearning for a child of his own. If he and Qin Qinyu were to have a daughter, she would surely be delightful. However, this brought to mind his own health issues. Although he was an excellent physician, treating himself was somewhat inconvenient. It seemed a visit to the hospital was necessary, otherwise, he could not find peace of mind. Bai Chu shook his head, dismissing the thought, and turned to Xiao Zhanyou. "You need not return to your rented place. Firstly, you are injured, and secondly, it is too far and inconvenient. In light of recent circumstances, I propose that you and Wenwen stay at the hospital for the next few days. Once the company's dormitory is finished with renovations, you can move in there. It is conveniently close and will not hinder your ability to care for the child. Furthermore, you need not worry about Wenwen's schooling. I will arrange for Lao Zhang to find a nearby kindergarten, and in a few days, Wenwen can begin attending." Hearing Bai Chu's words, Xiao Zhanyou felt deeply moved. He never anticipated that his employer would consider his situation with such thoroughness. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Bai Chu with profound gratitude. "Boss, I, Xiao Zhanyou, am but a simple man and lack the eloquence to express my appreciation. Nonetheless, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. Even if one day you were to ask me to sacrifice myself, I would not flinch." Bai Chu rolled his eyes in response, thinking how this man was reminiscent of the boisterous second master of a merchant. "Why would I want your life? If you were to perish, what would happen to Wenwen? It is best for you to keep your life intact to care for her. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then focus on your work and take good care of yourself and the child." Xiao Zhanyou remained silent, as he found himself at a loss for words to convey his current emotions. He had never imagined encountering someone as considerate as Bai Chu. In his heart, he believed that the only way to repay Bai Chu's kindness would be to sacrifice oneself for a true friend. Enough of such thoughts, Bai Chu said, patting him on the shoulder. Once you have recovered, work diligently, save some money, and perhaps consider marrying and leading a good life. Xiao Zhanyong shyly smiled, responding, Boss, with my current circumstances, how can I even entertain such thoughts? What is wrong with your situation? Moreover, even if you do not think of yourself, you must consider one. She has grown up without a mother, and since you cannot be with her every day while you work, a child deprived of a complete childhood may face psychological issues. If that time comes, it will be too late for regrets. Listen to me. If you find a suitable girl in the future, let me know, and I will help you propose. Xiao Zhanyong nodded, feeling somewhat bashful. All right, I will heed your advice, boss. Bai Chu smiled, saying, now that's more like it. By the way, refrain from calling me boss. It feels too formal. You are older than I am, so just call me by my name. Xiao Zhanyong quickly shook his head. Absolutely not. Very well, then you may call me by Gongzi, like Sumuyu does. After a moment of consideration, Xiao Zhanyong nodded. Yes, Gongzi. Now let us return to the hospital. After ensuring that both were settled back in their hospital room, Bai Chu took his leave. He scanned the area, noting the absence of familiar faces, and quietly made his way to the male department. What brings you here? The doctor inquired, sizing him up. Bai Chu succinctly explained his situation. Oh, I will prepare a form for you. First, let us check the quality of your sperm. Moments later, Bai Chu entered the laboratory with a form in hand. Inside, he found two young nurses busily engaged in their work. Upon seeing them, Bai Chu felt somewhat bewildered. Why were they all female? He hesitated for a moment before finally asking, Excuse me, where can I get tested? The nurse, without turning her head, extended her hand and said, Give me the form. Bai Chu handed over the document issued by the doctor. The nurse glanced at it, then reached for a test tube from the side, instructing, Complete the sampling in the room and bring it back. Bai Chu, somewhat perplexed, asked, How do I do that? Of course, you do it yourself. Do you expect me to assist you? The nurse shot him a sidelong glance. However, when she caught sight of Bai Chu's visage, her previously narrowed eyes widened in surprise before squinting into a line. A slight smile graced her lips as she added, If you truly wish for my assistance, it wouldn't be out of the question. Another nurse, intrigued by her words, glanced over, and her eyes lit up upon seeing Bai Chu's handsome face. What a charming young man. Yet, Bai Chu felt a flush creep onto his cheeks. He couldn't believe he was being teased by a young nurse. In any other circumstance, it might have been amusing, but in this situation, did he not care for his dignity? He cleared his throat and said, I think I'll handle this myself. Grabbing the test tube, he hurriedly exited the room. And behind him, laughter echoed, reminiscent of geese honking. Chapter 48. Dislike for snacks. Upon entering the sampling room, Bai Chu noticed several small compartments. He stepped into one and, looking up, was surprised to see numerous pictures of beautiful women adorning the walls. Bai Chu inwardly marveled at the hospital's thoughtful approach. This would have been quite beneficial in his past, but now, he felt no interest whatsoever. After all, the girls in the pictures paled in comparison to his girlfriend. Turning away, he closed the door and began patiently preparing with the glass test tube in hand. Inside the lab, the nurse who had previously teased Bai Chu checked the time, puzzled. What is going on? It's been an hour, and that handsome guy still hasn't returned. He hasn't run off, has he? Another nurse scoffed. What's the matter? You're not actually interested in him, are you? He looks like a goody two-shoes. With your earlier antics, it's a wonder he didn't bolt. Oh, come on. With looks like that, I refuse to believe you're not intrigued. Besides, it's so dull at work. It's rare to see someone so handsome. Can't we indulge in a little jest? Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the entrance. She looked up to find Bai Chu standing there. With a hint of reproach, she remarked, Where have you been for so long? I thought you had run away. If you don't return soon, we'll be clocking out. Bai Chu, feeling a twinge of regret, replied, I'm sorry. I've been busy until now. Upon hearing this, the two nurses' eyes brightened. The bolder one, somewhat incredulous, asked, Are you saying you've been sampling all this time? Yes, what's the issue? Bai Chu replied, puzzled by her tone. With his affirmation, the nurse squinted her eyes and smiled. All right, just wait a moment. I'll take it to the lab right away. She reached for the test tube in Bai Chu's hand and, swaying her hips, walked into the lab. Bai Chu sat anxiously in the chair, awaiting the results, feeling a sense of unease for the first time since his arrival in this world. An hour later, a nurse approached him holding a piece of paper. With a peculiar expression, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Bai Chu's heart skipped a beat. Why was she asking this? Could it be that he had an issue? He swallowed nervously and replied, "Yes." "Oh, is she beautiful?" The nurse continued, her head tilting slightly to reveal her fair neck. Bai Chu, slightly puzzled, thought this inquiry irrelevant to the results. Instead of responding, he glanced at the examination report in the nurse's hand and asked, how are the results? Is there any problem?" As he posed the question, his heart raced. The nurse waved the report, a subtle smile playing at her lips. "Very good. In all my time working here, I have never encountered such lively tadpoles." Instantly, Bai Chu felt a wave of relief wash over him, and a smile finally graced his face. "Thank you," he said earnestly. The nurse gazed at him shyly and asked, "Handsome, would you be interested in a change of taste?" "What?" Bai Chu was taken aback, unable to comprehend her meaning. But upon seeing her teasing gaze, he realized she was flirting with him. "I'm afraid not," he replied, taking the report and slipping it into his pocket. The nurse, not easily deterred, added, "Even if you don't want to change, indulging in a snack occasionally wouldn't hurt." "I'm sorry, but I don't like snacks," Bai Chu replied coldly, turning to leave, not wanting to give her any opportunity. Behind him, he heard a disgruntled huff from the nurse, but he paid it no mind as he strode out of the hospital. As he walked, he touched his face, reflecting, "Is this the burden of being handsome? Though, I must admit, it does feel rather delightful." Sighing inwardly, he thought of Yu. "I have sacrificed so much for you. Tonight, you must make it up to me." Just as Bai Chu settled into his car, his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was Su Muyu. She had been away for several days and should be returning now. "Hello? Young master, I have completed the tasks you assigned. Where are you? I will deliver the items to you. Please send them to the villa," Bai Chu replied after a moment's thought. After all, the items were worth $1 billion, and it was more convenient to have them delivered directly. Upon returning to the villa, he found Su Muyu waiting at the door. "Young master," she greeted him respectfully. "Thank you for your hard work," Bai Chu smiled. "Where are the items?" He looked around, noticing only her car, with nothing else in sight. Just as Bai Chu was pondering, Su Muyu retrieved a safe from the trunk and, before Bai Chu, opened it to reveal 4 boxes and a handbag. "Young master, everything is here. The purchase contract, the institutional certification, and the payment records. Please take a look," she said, handing him several documents. Upon reviewing the records, Bai Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had anticipated Su Muyu would present him with a large assortment of items and was contemplating what reason he might use to gift Yu. Yet, this was all there was. He reached out to open the boxes, which contained a lady's watch, a necklace, 2 bracelets, and the handbag, totaling 5 items. 100 million for these 5 items? Bai Chu found it difficult to believe. Although he was wealthy, this seemed utterly extravagant, surpassing his previous understanding. He examined each item in turn. First, the handbag, bearing a brand he did not recognize, yet its design was exquisite. The conspicuous purple-brown checkered pattern caught his eye. He was unsure of the material, but he recognized the embellishments. There were 999 diamonds of varying sizes, with a diamond-shaped ruby at the center, no larger than a fingernail. Overall, it exuded a singular impression, exorbitance. Indeed, for a bag that couldn't even hold a pair of shoes, it commanded a staggering 16 million. Next came the diamond-studded gold watch worth 9 million, followed by the sapphire necklace valued at 19 million. Most astonishing were the 2 identical jade bracelets, purportedly of imperial green, which appeared to him indistinguishable from the base of a beer bottle. Yet, each was valued at 33 million, totaling 66 million for both. Had he been the person he was before his journey through time, he wouldn't have spent 33,000, let alone 33 million, on such a small bracelet. This minuscule item nearly equaled the price of his villa. It was undeniable that the wealthy had their peculiar tastes. Despite money now being within his easy reach, the price still left him in shock, revealing the limitations of his worldly experience. He smacked his lips and tucked the items away, then looked up at Su Muyu and said, "You've worked hard this time. It's no trouble at all. It is my honor to serve you, young master." Bai Chu nodded and inquired, "By the way, I am planning to start a new company, and I would like your assistance in managing it. Would you be interested?" Chapter 49. Manage a company for me, ah? Su Muyu's heart raced at Bai Chu's words. The surprise came so swiftly that it left her momentarily dazed. She struggled to contain her excitement, yet replied, "But young master, I have no experience in managing a company." "That's all right. One can learn," he reassured her. "I may not have much, but I certainly have ample funds to cover the tuition. The individuals I have encountered in Jiangcheng are few, and those I can truly trust are even fewer. If you are interested, I shall entrust this matter to you. If not, I can seek assistance elsewhere." As soon as Bai Chu's words fell, Su Muyu inhaled deeply, her gaze ardent as she looked at Bai Chu. "My lord, I am willing. Please rest assured. Muyu shall not disappoint you." This was a monumental opportunity for her. The very aspiration that led her to resign from her position in automotive sales to pursue a career at Jincheng. She never anticipated that her dream would materialize so swiftly. She understood that she could not afford to let this chance slip through her fingers. Coming from a humble rural background, her family had endured financial hardships. In her hometown, girls typically ventured into the workforce after completing high school. Despite societal judgment, her parents sacrificed and saved diligently to support her university education. Consequently, they faced ridicule from neighbors. During that time, she vowed to forge a successful path, not only to provide a better life for her parents, but also to prove the villagers who mocked them wrong. Yet, after years of graduation, she found herself merely selling cars, with no opportunities for advancement in sight. Despair enveloped her, as she felt she had let her parents down. She hadn't dared to return home for the new year in years. But now, she knew she had finally awaited her chance, one she had fought for. And she would not allow it to be squandered. Bai Chu observed Su Muyu's fervent response and felt quite pleased with her decision. Since she had declined his offer of gratitude, he recognized that Su Muyu was not one to settle for mediocrity. At this juncture, he required someone of her caliber. More importantly, not only had she rescued Chen Qingyu, but her character and qualities made her the ideal candidate for him. First, establish a company. I shall not interfere with its management. You need only report back to me periodically with an overview of its status. Keep the card I provided. Shortly, I will transfer 100 million to you. In the initial phase, feel free to be audacious. We are not afraid of losses. Should you require more, simply ask. However, I hope you can genuinely establish this company within a few years. Very well, my lord. May I inquire which industry you wish to pursue? Music and entertainment. Bai Chu replied. He chose this path because he possessed an abundance of musical knowledge from his past life, along with top-tier composition skills, allowing him to effortlessly create numerous high-quality songs. The music of this world, he had listened to extensively, in comparison to his past life. It was difficult to declare one superior over the other, as the difference was not substantial. Fortunately, there were no duplicates, enabling him to produce a vast quantity. If he were to import the best music from his previous life, he could single-handedly challenge the entire music industry of Blue Star, potentially even dominate it, as his output rate surpassed that of the entire Blue Star combined. Therefore, he harbored no concerns about the company's profitability. Yet, financial gain was not his true aim. It primarily served to mask his ability to effortlessly utilize the system for profit. Given that he currently engaged in no endeavors yet possessed such wealth, it would be difficult not to raise suspicions among others. He understood that the system possessed the capability to provide an impeccable explanation to anyone seeking to investigate. However, how could he articulate this to those close to him, like Chen Qingyu or his own parents? If he were to establish a company, everything would fall into place. Moreover, once his music company took off, the required promotion would undoubtedly be substantial. At that point, he could collaborate with Jincheng, entrusting all these matters to them. And with the backing of commercial support, could he really fear that Jincheng would not soar? Given that Chen Qingyu relished the sense of achievement in her career, he would personally elevate her to the throne of workplace royalty. Upon hearing Bai Chu's words, Su Muyu hesitated, saying, "Young master, there are numerous music companies in Daxiao now, and they are already quite established, with the market nearly monopolized. Entering this arena and competing with them may prove exceedingly challenging." Bai Chu waved his hand dismissively. "This is not an issue. If we cannot compete, we can simply throw money at it. Besides, it need not be complicated. Just focus on establishing the company. Once it's set up, we can scout for artists in the market. Even if we cannot poach anyone, it's all right. We can nurture our own talent, recruiting those with both exceptional abilities and character from major music academies. I have ways to obtain original songs. If those stars look down upon our company, we will cultivate our own. We need not bow to anyone and can raise our own kings and queens of music." After hearing Bai Chu's words, Su Muyu felt no further hesitation. "Very well, young master, I will set about this at once." After bidding farewell to Su Muyu, Bai Chu recalled the system. "System, come forth." "Ding, I am here." Bai Chu snorted and inquired, "Is this your doing?" I can't think of any other reason besides you, as neither I nor Qinyu have any issues. Ding, as the host of the system, even if there are descendants, they should be perfect offspring. To produce perfect offspring, the host must elevate the beloved's affection to a perfect score of 100. Bai Chu realized it was indeed this entity's machinations, and his frustration grew as he exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? You made me worry for so long. By the way, what constitutes a perfect offspring?" Ding. A perfect offspring perfectly inherits all the advantages of their parents while entirely discarding their flaws. In terms of personality, appearance, intelligence, innate constitution, etc., they would surpass their parents. A frog roast? How impressive! Bai Chu felt a surge of joy within him, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Considering the looks and personalities of himself and Qinyu, he could hardly fathom how adorable and well-behaved their future child would be. With these thoughts, his grievances against the system dissipated, and he could not help but begin to envision the future. That evening, Bai Chu presented to Qinyu the items that Su Muyu had helped him procure. "You have worked hard these past few days. These are for you. I hope you like them." As a former miss of the Chen family, Qinyu had encountered her fair share of fine goods, and upon receiving these items, she immediately recognized their exceptional value, although she did not fully comprehend their exact worth. Some voiced their grievances, questioning why he frivolously spent money again. Assuming these items must be quite expensive. "Not at all. I simply find them aesthetically pleasing," Bai Chu replied with a smile. "Besides, no matter how costly they are, they cannot compare to Yu in my heart. She is the most precious treasure, far beyond mere trinkets." Qinyu beamed at his words. "You certainly have a way with flattering. Do you like these things?" he inquired. "I do," Qinyu exclaimed joyfully, playing with them. With a playful grin, Bai Chu asked, "So, how will Yu thank me?" Qinyu turned and lightly kissed his cheek, saying, "Moi, that's your reward." "Is that all?" Bai Chu chuckled, an amused smile gracing his lips as he lifted Qinyu and made his way toward the bedroom. Simultaneously, a notification pinged in his mind. Ding. The system has detected that the host has spent 100 million yuan on a sincere object, with a return of 91 times, totaling 910 million. The rebate has been credited. After a couple of days of recovery, the less severely injured security guards began to be discharged from the hospital, while those with broken bones needed continued rest. A nearby small building had been renovated, and many employees had moved in. Bai Chu visited the hospital to bring Xiao Zhanyong and Wanwen to their dormitory. Xiao Zhanyong's injuries were more serious, and under normal circumstances, it would take 2 to 3 months for a full recovery. However, Bai Chu was not inclined to wait that long. The local thugs were manageable, but he was particularly wary of Lu Huihuang, who could strike at any moment. Elevating Xiao Zhanyong's strength would provide a safeguard for Qinyu's safety while he watched over the company. Among the security guards, Xiao Zhanyong exhibited the best skills, and Bai Chu found him trustworthy, leading him to prioritize his training. He led Xiao Zhanyong into a room and checked his pulse. "Old Xiao, what happened to your right arm?" He noticed a significant amount of stagnant cold energy in Xiao Zhanyong's arm, along with some damage to his tendons. Years ago, during a border incident, he had been shot twice, and due to a lack of timely treatment, it had become infected. Though his arm was saved, its functionality was severely compromised. "It was this incident that forced my retirement," he admitted, fearful that Bai Chu would look down on him. "But rest assured, even with just my left arm, I will not fall short compared to any of the security team." Bai Chu nodded, acknowledging his capabilities. "I know you possess that talent, but this is still inconvenient. I will help you heal it shortly." "Huh." Xiao Zhanyong was taken aback and quickly explained, "Young master, this arm has been useless for so many years. Even the military doctors in the capital could do nothing back then. It's practically impossible to heal it now. You need not waste your time on me." "What? You don't believe in me?" Bai Chu regarded him confidently. "That's not what I meant." Xiao Zhanyong hastily corrected himself. Bai Chu chuckled softly. "All right, lie down. You'll understand soon." Without hesitation, Xiao Zhanyong reclined on the bed. Bai Chu extracted a silver needle and employed the reverse qi needle technique, specifically the latter 72 needles aimed at solidifying the foundation and nurturing the essence. After dedicating half an hour, he successfully adjusted Xiao Zhanyong's physical condition to its optimal state. He then produced a vital essence pill obtained from the system. This pill could only be consumed once by each individual. Any subsequent intake would render it ineffective. However, its remarkable ability to significantly enhance one's constitution was nothing short of miraculous. For instance, Chen Xingyu had previously experienced a substantial improvement in her physical condition after Bai Chu administered merely a quarter of a pill. Initially, Bai Chu's slightest exertion would leave her drained the following day, making even the simplest tasks, such as going to work, a challenge. Since consuming the Vital Essence pill, although Bai Chu could not claim to have reached a state of complete euphoria, he was now able to indulge thoroughly each time without adversely affecting Chen Xinyu's work the next day. Xiao Zhanyong's physical prowess far surpassed that of Chen Xinyu, and Bai Chu felt no concern that he would suffer due to the potency of the medicine. Consequently, he directly retrieved a quarter of the Vital Essence pill, placed it into a cup, and presented it to Xiao Zhanyong, urging him to drink it. Xiao Zhanyong accepted the cup and tilted his head back, gulping down the contents. After a glass of water entered his system, he felt a series of warm currents emanating from his stomach and gradually spreading throughout his body. In a fleeting moment, this warmth enveloped him entirely. As time passed, his body grew increasingly heated to the point of feeling as though it were ablaze. Every inch of his skin, every single cell felt as though it were being gnawed at and torn apart by some unseen force. A tumult of intense pain, itching, and numbness assailed him, and he clenched his teeth tightly, stifling muffled groans from his throat. Beads of sweat began to seep through his skin, quickly saturating his clothing. He exerted every effort to endure the torment coursing through him. Despite not knowing the nature of what Bai Chu had given him, he bore no resentment towards him. As he had stated, he would not hesitate even if Bai Chu commanded him to face death. Moreover, he held a firm belief that Bai Chu would never harm him. Even though Xiao Zhanyong was not particularly eloquent, he possessed a keen sense of perception regarding people, and he was acutely aware of Bai Chu's genuine goodwill towards him. The young master's actions undoubtedly held profound significance, and he vowed not to disgrace himself before him. As the excruciating pain threatened to overwhelm him, he stubbornly kept his lips sealed, not allowing a single cry of anguish to escape. Bai Chu observed him with admiration. His own body had been enhanced by the system, and even he had cried out for a considerable time upon consuming the Vital Essence pill. Yet, this fellow remained utterly silent. Truly, he was worthy of being hailed as a king among soldiers, cultivated by the great Xia forces. His willpower was indeed extraordinary. As time progressed, an hour soon passed, and Xiao Zhanyong's tensed physique gradually relaxed. Only then did he part his lips, breathing heavily. Once tranquility returned, an unprecedented sensation of comfort flooded his entire being, nearly prompting an involuntary groan of pleasure. Observing the bewildered expression on his face, Bai Chu chuckled softly, rising to stretch and assess his surroundings. Xiao Zhanyong hastily climbed out of bed, moving his limbs to shake off the stiffness. However, in the next moment, he found himself frozen in place. How could this be possible? Not only had the injuries inflicted by those ruffians completely healed, but even his right arm, which had long been impaired due to past injuries, had returned to its former strength. To his astonishment, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within him. He had no doubt that he could now fell a bull with a single barehanded strike. He lifted his gaze to Bai Chu, his eyes brimming with awe. He understood that all these miraculous changes were a gift from Bai Chu, yet he could not fathom how this transformation had occurred. It was entirely beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, Xiao Zhanyong was principled. He could discern what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. Thus, suppressing his inner perplexity, he stood to attention, his body rigid, and executed a respectful military salute toward Bai Chu. Words of gratitude escaped him. In his heart, this salute represented the utmost reverence for Bai Chu. The rest would be repaid through actions in due time. How do you feel? Bai Chu inquired, looking at him. Thank you, my lord. My injuries have fully healed, and I feel stronger than ever. Xiao Zhanyong replied. Bai Chu nodded approvingly. That is splendid. Now, hurry and freshen up. With that, he turned and exited the room. Before long, a refreshed Xiao Zhanyong, cleansed of sweat and grime, stood before Bai Chu. Bai Chu looked up and nodded discreetly, finding him far more pleasing to the eye now. Standing approximately 175 centimeters tall, Xiao Zhanyong had a lean physique, and his sunburnt skin had transformed into a fair and delicate tone. Overall, though perhaps not conventionally handsome, his chiseled facial contours exuded masculinity and vigor. Even the faint sorrow that once lingered in his eyes had diminished significantly. Bai Chu patted him on the shoulder. With your current strength, you should have no trouble if you encounter that tattooed man again. Xiao Zhanyong nodded vigorously. If I meet him again, I am confident I can end the fight in 10 seconds. Excellent. In that case, the safety of the company will rest in your hands. From this moment on, you are the captain of the Jincheng security team, and you will be responsible for training the others. He continued, the current number of security personnel is somewhat inadequate. You should seek to recruit more. Ideally, we should expand to 100 members. As for the selection process, I leave that to your discretion. Is there any issue? None. Xiao Zhanyong replied firmly. After relaying his instructions, Bai Chu prepared to drive back to the villa. Just as he approached a turn, a black sedan suddenly surged out from the non-motorized lane, colliding directly with his vehicle. Damn it, can't they drive with their eyes open? Bai Chu cursed as he exited the car, inspecting the damaged headlights, intending to confront the other driver. Just as he reached the front of their car and was about to knock on the window, the glass unexpectedly lowered, releasing a noxious mist from within that splattered all over his face. Bai Chu was taken aback. He immediately retreated a few steps and discreetly retrieved several silver needles from his sleeve, deftly inserting them into various acupoints on his body. Just as he completed this, the door of a black sedan slowly swung open, and an elderly man with a distinct mustache stepped out. Simultaneously, several burly men surged forth from all directions, encircling Bai Chu. Narrowing his eyes, Bai Chu inquired, "Who are you, and what do you want?" "You are Bai Chu, correct? It is nothing serious. Someone wishes to meet you and requires your cooperation. Please come with us," the old man replied in a gentle tone that nonetheless carried an unmistakable air of authority. "You are sent by Lu Huihuang, aren't you?" Bai Chu remarked. "Quite astute of you. However, knowing that our young master intends to deal with you, yet still daring to remain in Jiang City is truly reckless," interjected a middle-aged man beside the elder, his voice cold. Ignoring him, Bai Chu calmly addressed the old man. "What if I refuse to go?" The old man chuckled softly, exuding confidence. "Ah, I am well aware of your formidable skills. However, having been struck by my bone-corroding powder, the choice of whether you go or not is no longer yours." "What is bone-corroding powder?" Bai Chu's expression shifted to one of alarm. The old man did not respond, instead counting down, 3, 2, 1 down. As his voice fell, Bai Chu's body slackened and he collapsed to the ground. "Master Ming is indeed impressive," the burly men exclaimed in praise upon witnessing this. The old man displayed a satisfied smile and stated calmly, "Very well, take him away." The burly men promptly lifted the unconscious Bai Chu and, as Master Ming remarked, "According to the Night Hawk, this individual possesses formidable martial prowess. Should we not bind him for safety?" Master Ming narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man. "Are you questioning my abilities?" "Not at all." "Humph." Master Ming scoffed before entering the vehicle. The burly men hastily shoved Bai Chu into the back seat and drove off swiftly. Chapter 51. Is it truly to be so? Within the Jinshin Company, Chen Qingyu was diligently refining a proposal when her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and noted an unfamiliar number from Jiang City. After a moment's hesitation, she answered. The moment the call connected, an enraged voice bellowed, "You filthy whore! How dare you put a green hat on me? Do you have any idea how enraged this makes me?" Hearing that voice, Chen Qingyu's complexion paled, and her body trembled involuntarily. "Lu Huihuang, cease your nonsense. I have no ties to you, and my actions are none of your concern." "Huh? No ties? I, Lu Huihuang, have declared my intention to marry you. Thus, you are destined to be mine. How dare you seek another man outside? This is a grave insult to me. Wait for it. I shall go and slaughter your lover, skin him alive, and feed his flesh to the dogs." Panic surged within Chen Qingyu at his words. "No, you must not harm him. As long as you promise not to hurt him, I am willing to return with you." "Return with me? Ha ha ha. Do you truly think you are worthy? Do you understand why I intend to marry you? Do you genuinely believe that I harbor any affection for you? Do you recall how you once berated me? I have not forgotten. Did you not claim that I was a deviant, that no one would ever associate with me? Initially, my intention was to bring you home to keep me company, to indulge in my whims before ultimately disposing of you. However, it appears that you are no longer worthy of even that. Rest assured, I promised your grandfather that I would grant your family a year's reprieve. If you can fulfill that condition after 1 year, I shall ensure your demise is merciful. Otherwise, your fate will be far more dreadful than that of your current companion." With that, Lu Huihuang abruptly ended the call. Chen Qingyu slumped in her seat, utterly despondent. "What happened, manager?" Zhang Yan rushed over, concerned. Yet, Chen Qingyu was already lost in despair. She had always believed Lu Huihuang genuinely wished to marry her, having witnessed his perverse acts. She understood that this man was fundamentally disturbed. Marrying him would lead to her eventual torment, which is why she had resolutely declined. However, the reality proved even more harrowing than she had imagined. This deviant sought to marry her solely for the purpose of inflicting suffering. This was disastrous. With the Liu family's formidable power, she stood no chance, especially with her own Chen family allied with them. And what of Bai Chu? I cannot endanger Bai Chu. Regaining her composure, she hastily dialed Bai Chu's number, but after several attempts, there was no answer. Panic set in as she turned to Zhang Yin, shouting, Bai Chu. You all must help me find Bai Chu. He needs to flee immediately. Someone is after his life. Hurry. The employees, bewildered, were unaware of what had transpired. As Chun Qingyu dashed outside, she was intercepted by Xiao Zhanyong, who attempted to restrain her. Zhang Yin, following closely, exclaimed, Be gentle. Manager Chun is Mr. Bai's girlfriend. At this, Xiao Zhanyong immediately released her grip. What is happening? He inquired. Zhang Yin recounted the events, and Xiao Zhanyong's heart sank. Manager Chun, do not worry. I will contact the young master at once. He took out his phone and dialed Bai Chu's number, but it too went unanswered. Could it be that something truly had happened to him? He clenched his fists. Zhang Yunhui arrived upon receiving the news, and upon learning the situation, his expression shifted dramatically. Yet, recalling Bai Chu's exceptional nature, he reassured himself that Bai Chu would surely be safe. He looked at Xiao Zhanyong and said, Take care of Manager Chun. I will seek out Mr. Bai. Have faith. Mr. Bai is no ordinary person and will certainly be unharmed. After Zhang Yunhui departed in his vehicle, Xiao Zhanyong observed Chen Qingyu, whose emotions were on the verge of collapse. He gently patted the back of her neck and instructed several female employees. Take Manager Chun to the dormitory and ensure she is well looked after. He then turned and dashed out of the company. Meanwhile, several individuals transported Bai Chu to a secluded, dilapidated building. They threw him onto a platform and, retrieving a smartphone, activated a video, positioning it not far from him. The video connected, revealing a young man. His appearance was somewhat handsome, yet his pale and gaunt visage, coupled with a gaze as chilling as a wolf's, rendered him rather eerie and menacing. Where is he? The young man spoke icily. Young master, he is on the ground. A subordinate pointed at Bai Chu, who lay there. The young man then grasped Bai Chu's hair, yanking his head up towards the camera. Young master, look. The figure on the screen was none other than Lu Huiwang. His eyes were filled with venomous resentment as he gazed at Bai Chu, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Heh, no wonder that wretched person betrayed me. Turns out he's just a pretty boy. Oof, wake him up. A burly man approached, taking a sip from a bottle of water before preparing to spray it onto Bai Chu's face. Just then, Bai Chu turned his head and slowly opened his eyes. Where's this? Lu Huiwang chuckled darkly. No wonder Yi Xiao said your skills were impressive. It seems he spoke the truth. To awaken so swiftly after being struck by old Ming's bone-corroding poison, you are indeed the first. Having said that, the burly man unleashed a mouthful of water directly onto Bai Chu's face. Bai Chu stared at him in disbelief. I'm already awake, and you still spray me? The man disregarded Bai Chu's dissatisfaction, coldly commanding, shut up and watch the screen. Bai Chu lifted his gaze towards the screen, where a pallid youth with hauntingly dark eyes stared back at him. Bai Chu's expression shifted as he remarked, You're unwell. Slap. The man holding Bai Chu delivered a resounding blow to his head, exclaiming, You're asking for death, daring to insult our young master. Bai Chu glared at him, then turned back to Lu Huiwang, asserting, I'm not joking. You truly are unwell. Bai Chu spoke with honesty, having immediately discerned Lu Huiwang's abnormality. The young man's condition bore a striking resemblance to a phenomenon documented in the medical texts of Xiaoyizhu, known as the soul loss syndrome, either missing a soul or suffering a defect in one. Upon hearing Bai Chu's words, Lu Huiwang's complexion paled further. Very well. I initially intended merely to torment you before ending your life, but now it seems I must ensure you regret ever entering this world. Do you realize? You dared to take my woman and insult me to my face. You are the first in this world to do so. If I do not thoroughly torment you, how can I live up to your audacity? Lu Huiwang hissed through gritted teeth. He turned to his subordinates. Bring that dog here. One subordinate hastily exited and soon returned, leading a famished, ravenous dog. Bai Chu looked at him in bewilderment, uncertain of his intentions. Lu Huiwang sneered maliciously. Dare to toy with my woman? First, I'll have his fifth limb severed to feed the dog. Upon concluding his statement, he leaned forward, propping himself on the table, bringing his head close to the camera. With a maniacal grin, He licked his lips with his tongue, his eyes reflecting a semblance of madness. Crush every bone in his body, and starting from his legs. Slice away his flesh piece by piece. Remember, employ the utmost precision. He must not die easily. Only 40 cuts per day, until I am thoroughly satisfied. His laughter echoed with a crazed fervor. Yes, young master. His subordinate immediately responded, drawing a dagger and advancing towards Bai Chu. Wait, Bai Chu called out, halting their advance. He turned to Lu Huihuang and said, Lu Huihuang, we bear no grudge against one another. I believe such actions are unnecessary. Given your stature, what sort of women can't you have? Chen Qingyu does not harbor any affection for you. Why persist in this obsession? Let us put an end to this matter. From now on, do not disturb us. Let us coexist peacefully. Coexist peacefully? Lu Huihuang erupted into laughter. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? Huh. Suddenly, his laughter ceased, giving way to a chilling tone. Negotiate with me? What do you think you are? Bai Chu sighed, sensing a hint of pity for Lu Huihuang. Initially inclined to avoid confrontation, he realized the man's mental state was irrevocably unstable. Very well, let us engage in this play. Are you certain? Bai Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. Attack, Lu Huihuang commanded. The burly man tightened his grip on the dagger, lunging towards Bai Chu. Just as the dagger approached Bai Chu's abdomen, he swiftly raised his hand, seizing the assailant's wrist with a firm grip. A sharp crack echoed as bones fractured, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Chapter 52, Orderly Aya. A cry of agony pierced the air. Bai Chu swiftly rose, retrieving the phone that was precariously balanced on the stand, now facing down against the floor. What is happening? What are you doing? With the image from Bai Chu's side lost, the phone erupted with Lu Huihuang's furious roar. Ignoring him, Bai Chu turned to face the several astonished men in suits, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Once they regained their composure, disbelief painted their faces as they regarded Bai Chu. How is this possible? You were struck by Ming Lao's bone erosion powder. Why can you still stand? What nonsense is this bone erosion powder? Bai Chu scoffed dismissively. It is merely a mild anesthetic. His physical prowess far exceeded that of an average individual. Even without any defenses, that trivial anesthetic would struggle to incapacitate him. Moreover, he had immediately expelled it from his system using silver needles. His feigned vulnerability was twofold: to gauge Lu Huihuang's intentions and to avoid drawing unwanted attention in a public setting. Upon hearing Bai Chu's words, the expressions of the men darkened. Even if you are indeed formidable, can you possibly contend with all of us at once? Attack together. With that, all but the man whose wrist Bai Chu had broken charged towards him. Since Bai Chu's body had been enhanced, he had yet to engage in a truly exhilarating fight. Today, he decided to practice his skills on these individuals. At that moment, a dagger was thrust towards his face. Bai Chu swiftly grasped his opponent's fist, forcefully redirecting the dagger's trajectory and pushing forward with considerable strength. The blade plunged deep into the opponent's throat, a torrent of blood gushing forth as the man crumpled to the ground, clutching his neck and convulsing before falling silent. Another assailant lunged at him, but Bai Chu deftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick to the opponent's groin. The impact felt akin to being struck by a vehicle, sending the man hurtling backward into a wall. Bai Chu then swiftly confronted two more adversaries, executing a pair of kicks that landed squarely on their chests, the sheer force shattering their hearts. In mere moments, for foes lay defeated, Bai Chu shrugged in mild disappointment, apologizing for his excessive force. Only one remained, frozen in fear, eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Bai Chu. The display of power was utterly beyond his capacity for resistance. He had heard tales of Bai Chu's prowess, but witnessing it firsthand was a revelation. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees, pleading for mercy. Bai Chu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, you, the lackeys of a ruthless master, fear death? Yes, I am sorry. We were merely following orders. We did not wish for this. Didn't he wish for this? Bai Chu scoffed, delivering a resounding slap to the man's face. Yet you still acted. Just moments ago, you were quite bold, tugging at my hair and striking my head. What has turned you so cowardly? Do you truly believe that begging for mercy will spare you? Had I lacked such formidable strength, would you have shown me any mercy? The man's gaze hardened, yet he maintained his facade of pleading. I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. With that, he swiftly produced a dagger from his sleeve and lunged at Bai Chu. Die, he shouted, aiming for Bai Chu's lower body. Pathetic, Bai Chu retorted, effortlessly kicking the dagger away, then following through with a swift strike to the man's neck. There was a sharp crack as his cervical bone shattered, causing him to collapse. The individual whose wrist Bai Chul had previously fractured was now in a state of shock, disregarding his pain as he scrambled to escape. Bai Chul exerted a slight force, sending the discarded dagger hurtling through the air, piercing the man's leg. He fell to the ground, incapacitated. Bai Chul approached him, coldly stating, "Do you understand why I ultimately chose to end you? No, please don't kill me." The man begged, panic evident in his voice. Bai Chul scoffed again, visibly irritated. "I was wide awake just now. Why did you still spray water in my face?" The memory incensed him. "Do you have any idea how foul your breath is? Do you comprehend how repulsive you make me feel?" Upon hearing this, the man was struck dumb, hastily apologizing. "I'm sorry. I will never do it again." Bai Chul nodded, acknowledging the possibility of repentance. "Very well, I forgive you." Upon hearing this, the man's face lit up with joy. But just as he opened his mouth to express his gratitude, Bai Chul continued, "In this lifetime, I shall let it go, but in the next, I must certainly rid myself of this vile habit." As Bai Chul's words fell, he reached out and snapped the neck of his adversary. The large dog, having been brought here by these men, was now barking frantically, desperately straining against its leash in a futile attempt to escape. Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Chul remembered the presence of the dog. Gazing into its emerald eyes, he surmised it was no innocent creature, likely having consumed its fair share of flesh alongside these men. He sighed. "Since you arrived together, you should depart in an orderly fashion as well." Without hesitation, Bai Chul ended its life. Once all was said and done, he dusted off his hands and retrieved the phone from the ground. Just as he picked it up, he was met once more with Lu Huihuang's furious bellowing. "What the hell are you doing?" Bai Chul smiled at him. "Apologies, young Master Lu, but it seems the individuals you dispatched are rather inept." Upon seeing Bai Chul unscathed appear on the screen, Lu Huihuang's eyes narrowed. "Where are they?" "They have come to realize their errors and have already sought repentance." "Ha ha ha. Very well. It appears I have underestimated you, but this is far more entertaining. Your name is Bai Chul, correct? I shall enjoy playing with you at my leisure." With that, he abruptly severed the video feed. Bai Chul surveyed the scene littered with corpses, his brow furrowing slightly. In his earlier rage, he had not fully grasped the weight of his actions, and now, in the calm that followed, he felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, it was his first act of killing. Yet, more pressing than his unease was the matter of disposing of the bodies. 7 corpses, if discovered by others, would inevitably lead back to him, and given his current predicament, a return to a normal, tranquil life would be out of the question. After much contemplation, he found no suitable candidate to assist him, and so, reluctantly, he dialed Shang Yunrong's number. At that moment, Shang Yunrong was in a conference room addressing her subordinates when her phone rang. Quickly glancing at the unfamiliar number, she contemplated hanging up but thought better of it. After all, few knew her number. "Who is this?" "Miss Shang, this is Bai Chul." Shang Yunrong's eyes brightened instantly. She quickly covered the mouthpiece and announced to her staff, "The meeting is adjourned." With that, she hurried to her office. "Oh, it's Director Bai. What a pleasant surprise to receive your call. Have you changed your number just to inform me?" "No, this phone belongs to someone else. I require your assistance with a rather delicate matter, if you would be so kind." Shang Yunrong's demeanor shifted slightly. "Bai Chul, I have stated before. Your affairs are our business. Speak plainly. There is no need for such formalities." Bai Chul nodded, forgoing further pretense. "I have just taken a few lives and would like your help in disposing of the bodies. Just provide me with the address, and I will dispatch someone immediately." Shang Yunrong did not even inquire about the identities of the deceased. After Bai Chul divulged the location, she replied, "Understood. You may leave the rest to my people." "Thank you." Bai Chul exerted a slight force, crushing his phone in his grasp before casually discarding it out of the window and turning away. Chapter 53. He cannot kill me. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhanyong hastened along the route Bai Chul had taken, and after traversing 2 intersections, he spotted Bai Chul's vehicle parked by the roadside. He rushed to the car, opened the door, and discovered the interior was empty, with Bai Chul's phone resting on the seat. No wonder his calls went unanswered. Casting a glance at the damaged front end of the car, a wave of unease surged within him. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging ominously. It was evident from the current situation that something had befallen Bai Chul, and he feared he might have been abducted or worse. He dared not dwell on the thought. As far as he knew, the only individuals harboring animosity towards Bai Chul were those from the Jianghai gang who had caused a ruckus at the company that day. He slammed his fist against the car door, vowing silently that if anything were to harm his master, he would annihilate the entire Jiang Hai gang to avenge him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunhui drove to the infirmary where the security personnel resided. Upon learning that Bai Chu had not been there, he proceeded to Bai Chu's villa, yet still found no trace of him. In truth, he did not know Bai Chu very well. His search was merely an attempt to quell his own anxiety. After all, Bai Chu's fate was intrinsically linked to his own future. He recalled Bai Chu's words during the reprimand of the security staff, mentioning that he had offended some powerful individuals. Could it truly be those people who had targeted Director Bai? What should he do? What should he do? Zhang Yunhui pondered anxiously when suddenly a thought illuminated his mind. He remembered the businesswoman Shang Yunrong, who had visited the company for an inspection. She was a member of the Shang family and appeared to have formed a pleasant rapport with Chen Qinyu, if she were to lend her assistance. Given the Shang family's influence in Jiang City, locating Bai Chu should not pose much difficulty. Thus, he promptly called Zhang Yin to inquire about the contact number for He Jin, the manager of Rongxing Construction. Once connected, Zhang Yunhui urgently implored, "Manager He, this is Zhang Yunhui from Jinqing Culture. Could you please assist me in reaching General Shang? I have an urgent matter to discuss." He Jin furrowed his brow. He had only met Zhang Yunhui once and was not well acquainted with him. However, recognizing that he was associated with Jinqing, he refrained from dismissing him outright. "What is the matter, Mr. Zhang? Our General Shang is currently in a meeting and unavailable. If you could share your concerns with me, I can relay the message." Zhang Yunhui gritted his teeth, disregarding formalities. "Manager He, Director Bai may be in trouble. I need General Shang to see if she can help locate him. We are willing to pay any price for her assistance." Upon hearing this, He Jin's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. "What did you say? Which Director Bai? Are you referring to Bai Chu?" "Yes. What has happened to Director Bai? Please clarify quickly." He Jin's heart raced as he inquired while hastily making his way towards the conference room. Being a trusted aide of Shang Yunrong, he was acutely aware of Bai Chu's significance to the Shang family and understood his mistress's sentiments. Thus, he felt no less anxious than Zhang Yunhui. Zhang Yunhui, though perplexed by the other party's reaction, had no time to ponder over it and swiftly recounted the entire incident. "I understand. I will immediately seek out General Manager Shang." He hung up and dashed into the conference room, only to find it empty, prompting him to hurry towards Shang Yunrong's office. At that moment, Shang Yunrong had just finished giving orders to her subordinates and was savoring her coffee with a smile. She recalled that she had merely shared her phone number with Bai Chu once, yet he had taken the effort to remember it. It seemed she held some significance in his heart after all. Just then, the door was forcefully thrust open, and He Jin rushed in, flustered. Shang Yunrong's expression soured as she prepared to reprimand him, but He Jin, panting, blurted out, "Miss, something is wrong. Mr. Bai seems to be in trouble." He hurriedly relayed Zhang Yunhui's words. However, contrary to his expectations, Shang Yunrong did not exhibit the anticipated alarm. Instead, an unusual smile graced her lips. He Jin was momentarily bewildered. Shang Yunrong's heart swelled with unexpected joy. The fact that Bai Chu reached out to her first instead of Chen Qinyu after his incident signified something, even if it held no profound meaning. It was, nonetheless, a delightful revelation. She smiled softly, instructing, "Call him and inform him that Bai Chu is fine and will return shortly." He Jin breathed a sigh of relief, reasoning that if Mr. Bai were truly in peril, their young mistress would not be so composed. After exiting the office, he conveyed the news to Zhang Yunhui. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhanyong remained by Bai Chu's vehicle, his gaze increasingly fierce. Just as he was about to succumb to his urge for vengeance against the Sihai gang, he felt a hand clap on his shoulder from behind. "Get lost." He spun around in anger. Upon recognizing the visitor, his previously dark eyes brightened with surprise. "Young master, you're unharmed. What could possibly be wrong with me?" Bai Chu replied, somewhat bemused. "Why are you here instead of at the company?" "Young master, Manager Chen." Xiao Zhanyong recounted the situation regarding Chen Qinyu to Bai Chu. "What?" Bai Chu's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the company, his speed leaving Xiao Zhanyong astonished. The young master is remarkably swift. At that instant, Xiao Zhanyong realized that perhaps Bai Chu was not the fragile individual he had presumed. Coupled with Bai Chu's assistance in enhancing his own physical capabilities, he came to the conclusion that Bai Chu was far from the delicate figure he had always believed him to be. Upon arriving at the company entrance, Bai Chu was met with a throng of employees standing in stunned silence. Having heard of Bai Chu's supposed misfortune, they found it difficult to focus on their work. let alone engage in conversation. What are you all doing standing around? Bai Chu inquired. Boss, you're safe. Several security personnel rushed forward with expressions of relief. Having recently secured such a promising job, they were unwilling to lose it, and witnessing Bai Chu's safety naturally filled them with joy. Are you all hoping for my misfortune? By the way, where is Manager Chun? Manager Chun is in the dormitory. Allow me to escort you there. Bai Chu followed the security guard to the dormitory, where he found Chen Qingyu quietly lying on the bed, surrounded by several female employees with grave expressions. President Bai. Upon his entrance, the employees quickly stood up, their solemnity dissipating in an instant. Bai Chu nodded in acknowledgement, approached the bedside, and gently checked Chen Qingyu's pulse, relieved to discover that she was not in serious danger. Thank you for taking care of Yu. She is fine now. You may all return to work. With that, he lifted Chen Qingyu and left the dormitory. At the entrance, Xiao Zhanyong had just driven his car back. Although the front was slightly damaged, it remained fully operational. Bai Chu placed Chen Qingyu in the vehicle and drove away. Shortly after his departure, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the entire Jin Chung cultural group. For them, President Bai's safety was the most uplifting news. Bai Chu returned to the villa with Chen Qingyu, massaging her for a while before allowing her to rest. After some time, he gently roused her. Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai. Upon opening her eyes, Chen Qingyu sat up abruptly and exclaimed loudly. Do not be afraid. I am here, Bai Chu reassured her. Seeing him, Chen Qingyu immediately threw herself into his embrace. Xiao Bai, where have you been? Why didn't you answer my calls? I thought something terrible had happened to you. Hush. Yu, I am safe. Bai Chu softly patted her back. After a moment of tears, Chen Qingyu looked at Bai Chu and said, Xiao Bai, I am so sorry for putting you in danger. You must leave Jiang City immediately. That person is a lunatic, and he wants to kill you. He truly will. Bai Chu smiled and nodded. I am aware he is deranged, but you need not worry. He cannot harm me. No, you do not understand him. He is not a normal person. He is capable of anything, Chen Qingyu insisted, shaking her head vigorously. I know, but he genuinely cannot touch me. Bai Chu said sincerely as he gazed into her eyes. In fact, aside from my culinary skills, my martial arts are quite formidable. Chen Qingyu looked at him with confusion. Without further ado, Bai Chu stepped to the windowsill, grasped the steel bar of the security window, and with a slight exertion, bent the bar effortlessly. With another forceful pull, the bar returned to its original shape. Chen Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Bai Chu flashed her a smile and kicked the ceiling with great force. Chen Qingyu instinctively covered her mouth, exclaiming, Xiao Bai, how can you? Chapter 54. Shadowless Needle. Chen Qingyu looked at Bai Chu in disbelief. Such techniques she had only seen in television dramas. I learned some self-defense from an old man living in seclusion on the mountain after being bullied as a child. Bai Chu fabricated a casual excuse. Today, that Lu Huihuang sent someone to capture me, but I easily drove them away. They should think twice before coming back. You can rest assured. He spoke with great confidence. Moreover, this is Jiang City, not a place where the Lu family can act with impunity. Is that true? Chen Qingyu's voice trembled with excitement. She truly did not expect Bai Chu to possess martial skills. Of course, you still doubt your dear Bai's words. Bai Chu reached out to gently wipe away the tears from her eyes. Ding! Detected an increase of 2 points in the affection of the heartfelt individual towards the host. Current affection, level 93. Ding! Congratulations to the host for once again moving the heartfelt individual. A mysterious gift package has been awarded. Would the host like to open it now? Upon hearing the long-awaited notification from the system, Bai Chu's heart soared with joy. He even felt a sense of gratitude towards Lu Huihuang for sending someone to deal with him. He did not hasten to open the mysterious gift package. Instead, he gazed affectionately at Chen Qingyu, reassuring her, Are you at ease now? Chen Qingyu nodded gently, her anxious demeanor gradually calming. Having successfully soothed her, Bai Chu finally smiled contentedly. You were quite worried just now, weren't you? Now let me help you with an acupuncture treatment to restore your energy. Without waiting for Chen Qingyu to protest, he scooped her up and nestled into the blankets. As a top-tier summer physician, acupuncture was indeed his specialty. There was nothing that a needle could not resolve, and if necessary, 2 needles would suffice. An hour later, after Bai Chu's acupuncture and massage therapy, Chen Qingyu's spirit had been completely rejuvenated. Bai Chu then turned to her and inquired, By the way, what is the story between you and Lu Huihuang? How did you come to attract such an individual? Until now, he had not paid much attention to the matter, but upon encountering Lu Huihuang, He realized that the man was not as mentally stable as he had previously presumed. Chen Xingyu pondered for a moment before gently shaking her head. To be honest, I am not entirely certain. Lu Huihuang is quite notorious in Jincheng, as he is the scion of the Lu family, one of the largest families in the city, often referred to as the Lu family's prodigy. I had heard of his name long ago, yet I had never truly encountered him until recently. A few months ago, after I graduated from school, I returned to Jincheng. That night, I went out for dinner with a close friend, and on our way back, we witnessed a horrific scene outside a bar, someone brutally beating a woman. I have never seen such cruelty in my life. A woman had her arms and legs broken, her teeth pulled out, and was bound to a tree, simultaneously whipped and forced by his subordinates to consume excrement. Even now, recalling it sends chills down my spine. Many bystanders were present, yet not a single person dared to intervene. When I asked them why they would allow such a heinous act against a woman to occur, I received a shocking explanation. It was merely because the man had accidentally stepped in dog excrement. In a fit of twisted imagination, he demanded his girlfriend to lick it off the ground, which she refused. Can you fathom this? My worldview nearly shattered. How can such perverse individuals exist in this world? Unable to contain myself, I uttered, "Someone like you does not deserve a woman in this lifetime." Chen Xingyu took a deep breath. Just as I finished speaking, my best friend pulled me away, informing me that the person in question was Lu Huihuang and advised me not to meddle. Though I felt a surge of indignation within, I soon forgot about the incident. However, to my astonishment, shortly after returning home and starting my new job, I received a notification from my family to return. Upon my arrival, I discovered that Lu Huihuang had come to my house to propose marriage. At this juncture, a flicker of terror passed through Chen Xingyu's eyes. How could I possibly consent to marry someone so deranged? I had never comprehended why he desired to marry me until today, when I realized it was solely due to my scathing remarks that he wished to take me as his bride to torment me. Bai Chu, upon hearing this, felt an icy chill envelop him. Initially, he regarded Lu as unwell, and considering that he had indeed utilized unscrupulous means to win over Chen Xingyu, he felt somewhat culpable and reluctant to confront him. However, upon discovering the malice harbored by this scoundrel, who sought to take Chen Xingyu's life, he resolved that Lu must face dire consequences. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed the fury within. There was no rush to act, as he currently possessed nothing. And if Lu did not seek him out, he would have no means to contend with him. Bai Chu nodded, assuring her, "I understand. Focus on your work. I will handle the matter with Lu Huihuang. I will ensure he does not harm you." After calming Chen Xingyu, Bai Chu recalled that he had yet to claim his system rewards. He hastily summoned the system to open the gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a physical enhancement of 20 and acquired the skill Ghost Hand, Shadowless Needle. In an instant, a warm current surged through his body, filling him with invigorating power. He glanced at Chen Xingyu beside him, feeling an impulse to administer another needle to her, yet he restrained himself. Next, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind. As he absorbed the information, a look of delight spread across his face. The Ghost Hand, Shadowless Needle is a unique technique for concealed weaponry. While its power is not particularly formidable, with an effective range of merely 10 meters, its greatest advantage lies in its stealth, silent and undetectable. When employed against foes, it can deliver death without a trace. Indeed, thoughts manifest into reality. This skill was remarkably timely for him. Although he had eliminated several of Lu Huihuang's henchmen, Lu's ominous tone indicated that he would not relent. Since he was likely to send more assassins after him, Bai Chu recognized the necessity of ensuring that those who came to confront him would not leave alive. Were he to employ conventional methods of killing, he would inevitably attract the attention of law enforcement. However, with the Ghost Hand, Shadowless Needle at his disposal, he was now free from such concerns. The following day, Bai Chu arrived at the company and sought out Zhang Yunhui. He handed over a blueprint, saying, "Old Zhang, please head north to a steel mill and have them manufacture a set of needles according to this design." Zhang Yunhui glanced at the blueprint, his expression subtly shifting. "How many pieces does Mr. Bai require? Perhaps 10,000? Mr. Bai, as far as I am aware, a steel mill must produce at least one furnace when operational. Given the dimensions of this needle, wouldn't 10,000 be rather insufficient?" The steel mill might be reluctant to accept such an order. Bai Chu regarded him with mild curiosity. Would a steel mill truly disdain a lucrative opportunity? That is unlikely, however. Bai Chu interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Old Zhang, I have told you countless times, I do not concern myself with expenditures. My sole focus is on the successful execution of tasks. Although 10,000 is a minimal quantity. If the price is right, who would refuse? Allow them to set their own price. I have but one stipulation. The products they deliver must adhere strictly to the specifications in my blueprint. If they meet my expectations, I may consider future orders. Zhang Yunhui nodded emphatically. Mr. Bai, I understand. Moreover, this matter must remain confidential. It would be preferable to conduct operations in a city distant from Qianzhou. Chapter 55. Disruption. Meanwhile, Shang Yunrong returned to the Shang residence and relayed the situation to her grandfather. Upon hearing her account, Shang Maoxian rose in anger. What did you say? Someone intends to harm Mr. Bai? Have we identified the perpetrator? The Liu family of Jincheng. The Liu family of Jincheng? Shang Maoxian's brow furrowed. Mr. Bai has been in Jiangqing. How could he have offended the Liu family? He then huffed coldly. Jiangqing is not Jincheng. Even the Liu family cannot act recklessly here. Regardless of the circumstances, Mr. Bai must remain unharmed. Dispatch individuals to protect him discreetly. If any members of the Liu family dare approach again, ensure their disappearance. I understand. Grandfather. Shang Yunrong nodded affirmatively. After several days of recuperation, the injured security personnel of Jincheng Company, aside from those with broken bones, had fully recovered. Xiao Zhanyong recruited over 10 more individuals, and the security team, including those still hospitalized, had grown to 30 members. Observing the spirited demeanor of the security personnel, Bai Chu was confident that it would not be long before he possessed a security force rivaling that of the Shang family. He called Xiao Zhanyong over and handed him several small bottles containing the specially formulated Peiyuan Dan from the previous day. This substance can enhance physical strength. I am entrusting it to you for distribution among the security staff. You understand the value of this item. I expect that all who consume it will remain loyal to Jincheng before departing. Even after leaving, they must not engage in actions detrimental to Jincheng. I refuse to witness any traitors among those I have diligently nurtured. Xiao Zhanyong took the bottle from Bai Chu's hand. Recognizing it as the very substance he had seen Bai Chu consume, he was acutely aware that if these items were sold, even a single small bottle could fetch an exorbitant price. Given that Bai Chu entrusted him with such a significant asset, it was evident that he held great faith in him, and he vowed not to disappoint. He gazed resolutely at Bai Chu, assuring him, "Rest assured, my lord. I will accomplish the task. If one day a traitor emerges, I will personally eliminate him." Bai Chu, satisfied, patted his shoulder and turned to leave. The next day, coinciding with the weekend, Bai Chu was at home resting with Chen Xinyu. Chen Xinyu had been busy with orders from Rongxing Construction and finally had a rare moment to relax. Bai Chu prepared a lavish spread of delicious food for him. Just as they were about to eat, the doorbell rang. Bai Chu and Chen Xinyu stepped out of the villa to find Wen Shichen standing respectfully at the door with Shen Qing. "Master, Grandmaster." Both of them greeted in unison. Bai Chu nodded. Wen Shichen noticed Chen Xinyu standing nearby and curiously inquired, "Master, who is this?" "This is my girlfriend, Chen Xinyu. The master's girlfriend. And they live together? That makes her the mistress, doesn't it?" Upon hearing this, Wen Shichen quickly bowed to Chen Xinyu. Disciple Wen Shichen pays respects to the mistress. The title of mistress startled Chen Xinyu, prompting her to step back a few paces with her hands raised. Turning to Bai Chu, "Xiao Bai, who is he?" Bai Chu smiled and replied, "Oh, he is a chef, learning to cook from me." He fabricated this lie, fearing that revealing his medical skills would lead her to overthink. After all, she already believed he was skilled enough. If she learned he could also heal, she might become suspicious, and he would find it challenging to explain. "Yes, indeed. I am learning culinary arts from my master." When Shichen, perceiving Bai Chu's desire to keep Chen Xinyu unaware of his medical abilities, played along. However, he was somewhat curious. Could it be that the master was also an exceptional cook? Chen Xinyu nodded, realizing that he was learning culinary skills from Xiao Bai. Given how delicious Xiao Bai's cooking was, it was entirely reasonable for someone to seek his tutelage. She thought it was rather humble of Xiao Bai to take on such a student. It was her first time learning that chefs also adhered to such traditional customs. With a smile, she said, "It's just the right time for a meal. Let us hurry in and eat together." Just as when Shichen was about to comply, Bai Chu cleared his throat. "What brings you here?" "Master, I have come to take my leave. There are matters in Jincheng that I must attend to, and I will return to visit you once I am finished." "Very well, you may go." At that moment, Shen Qing answered a phone call and then looked at Wen Shichen, saying, "Master, the Liu family is inquiring when you will arrive. Tell Tell them I am preparing to return now." Upon hearing this, Bai Chu's expression changed. "Qingyu, you go inside first. I have something to discuss with them." After Qingyu left, Bai Chu fixed a cold stare on Wen Shichen. "Which Lu family are you referring to?" Wen Shichen, puzzled by his master's tone, replied honestly, "It is the largest Lu family in Jincheng." "Humph," Bai Chu scoffed. "Is there not one called Lu Huihuang among them?" Sensing his master's displeasure, Wen Shichen quickly responded, "Yes, disciple is indeed going to treat this person." Bai Chu chuckled lightly. "Are you going to treat him using the acupuncture techniques I just taught you? Do you not recall that he dispatched someone to end my life just a few days ago?" "What? Such audacity is astonishing," Wen Shichen exclaimed, his heart racing with shock, quickly followed by an expression of indignation. "Master, I understand now. Rest assured, from this day forth, I shall never treat a single member of the Lu family. Offending you, Master, is tantamount to offending myself." Bai Chu nodded. "Very well, you may return now." Disciple takes his leave. Upon returning to his room, Bai Chu noticed Qingyu gazing at him with a hint of reproach. "Why didn't you invite him in for a meal before he departed?" she queried. "Humph. What is there to eat? He can cook for himself," Bai Chu retorted, still feeling a tinge of annoyance. Had he not inquired, Wen Shichen might have gone ahead and treated that scoundrel. Although he was aware that Wen Shichen could not possibly cure Lu Huihuang's ailment, the thought of his disciple attending to an enemy while employing the very techniques he had imparted was somewhat irksome. Qingyu pondered for a moment, conceding that as chefs, they likely did not place much importance on a single meal, and thus did not dwell on the subject any longer. "By the way, Xiaobai, the Rongxing construction project is opening tomorrow. Would you like to accompany me? This is my first time overseeing such an endeavor, and I feel a bit anxious." Bai Chu nodded. "All right." The following day, after breakfast, Bai Chu drove Qingyu to the entrance of the Rongxing property. A grand platform had been erected outside the sales office, adorned with colorful advertisements and ribbons, creating a festive atmosphere. Due to the promotional materials distributed a few days in advance, a crowd had already gathered at the entrance. As soon as Qingyu alighted from the car, Zhang Yan rushed over. "Manager, the host we had booked is unable to come at the last minute, and the ceremony is about to commence. What should we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Qingyu clenched her jaw. "I will do it." She was intimately familiar with all the segments of the ceremony, having devised the entire process. No one knew it better than she did. Even if they found a replacement host, there was no way they could memorize so much in such a short time. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up at her words. "All right, manager." Qinyu's eloquence and poise made her the perfect choice to take on the role of host. Bai Chu encouraged her. "You can do it, Yu." Taking a deep breath, Qinyu ascended the platform, welcoming everyone to the opening ceremony of Rongxing Huafu. As she spoke passionately, her initial nervousness dissipated, gradually replaced by confidence. Bai Chu stood among the crowd, admiring the radiant girl on stage, brimming with pride. Nearly leaping up to exclaim, "See that? She is my girlfriend, Bai Chu's." Soon, they reached the ribbon-cutting segment. Qinyu announced, "Next is the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Let us invite Ms. Shang Yunrong, the general manager of Rongxing, to the stage." As Shang Yunrong ascended the stage, the atmosphere in the venue reached a crescendo. The two stunning beauties complemented each other exquisitely, prompting the crowd below to murmur their admiration, with some unable to restrain themselves from whistling. Just as Shang Yunrong made the ceremonial cut, signaling the conclusion of the ribbon-cutting ceremony, a sudden uproar erupted from the back of the crowd, accompanied by raucous shouts of disdain. "Get out of the way! Don't block the path!" In an instant, the audience became a flurry of chaos. Bai Chu, who had been reveling in the sight of Qinyu on stage, turned to investigate the commotion from behind. There, he spotted a young man accompanied by dozens of followers, forcefully pushing their way through the crowd toward the front of the stage. "Huh, Shang Yunrong, you abruptly terminate our partnership only to bring in this bunch of useless individuals? Just look at this pathetic event. You can't even afford a decent host." The young man scoffed at the stage, but his gaze suddenly lit up as it fell upon Qinyu. Well, I didn't expect to find such a beauty here." Shang Yunrong's expression instantly turned frigid. "Wang Xingzhou, who gave you the audacity to come here and cause trouble?" Wang Xingzhou feigned indifference as he replied, "What a grandiose attitude. One might think the entire Jiangxing belongs to your Shang family." He continued, "Of course, I, Wang Xingzhou, am a reasonable person. The reason I am here today is that your actions have been utterly excessive. Though our Wang family does not concern ourselves with trifles like your meager funds, the market in Jiangxing is rather limited. Advertising is our family's domain, and now that you've entrusted the orders to such a small company, it is evident that you aim to bolster them up. Your actions are quite clearly an attempt to encroach upon our Wang family's territory. In response, Shang Yunrong chuckled derisively. What does your Wang family amount to? Do you think I would intentionally target you? It is my prerogative to choose whom to collaborate with, and I need not seek your approval. I offer you a chance to leave now. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Huh? Do you still believe your family holds the same sway as it did years ago? If it weren't for your grandfather's past achievements, do you think your family could still behave so brazenly? Wang Xingzhou's tone shifted, a grin spreading across his face. However, I have heard that your esteemed elder has not been in good health lately. You must take good care of him. Should anything unfortunate happen, well, and what of your father? It seems he is in a similar situation as your grandfather, yes? Just imagine if they both. What would become of you and your two foolish brothers? Shang Yunrong's gaze flickered. This matter had always been kept under wraps. How could a scion of the Wang family be aware? It seemed the Wang family had a hand in this affair as well. His expression grew increasingly frosty, and his fists clenched tightly. You are courting death. Several bodyguards from the Shang family began to advance toward Wang Xingzhou. Upon seeing this, Wang Xingzhou burst out laughing. Oh, come now, don't be angry. I'm merely expressing concern out of goodwill. I did not come here to create chaos, but simply to remind you that you have been rather overbearing of late. I have heard that just a few days ago, you publicly humiliated a member of the Jianghai gang, even boasting about their imminent disappearance from Jiang City. Miss Shang, you must be aware that the Jianghai gang is under the influence of young Master Kuan. Allow me to remind you, it is wise to consider the master before striking the dog. Shang Yunrong finally grasped the situation, a cold smile gracing her lips. So, it was young Master Fu who sent you here. I have said what needed to be said. How you choose to interpret it is entirely your affair. Farewell. With that, Wang Xingzhou turned to leave. Suddenly, he recalled Chen Qingyu, paused, and with a lewd grin, remarked, I didn't expect such beauty to exist in such a small company. Would you care to accompany me tonight, little beauty? Rest assured, if you align yourself with me, your future will shine brightly. Are you interested? Wang Xingzhou, shut your foul mouth. She is my friend. Dare to utter another word, and you will find out just how bold I can be. Shang Yunrong's voice was icy. Although she was uncertain whether Bai Chu had arrived today, she believed that if Chen Qingyu were to be bullied on her territory, the relationship between the Shang family and Bai Chu would be irrevocably severed. Ha ha. I was merely jesting. Let us go. Wang Xingzhou laughed heartily, turning with his entourage to leave the crowd. Yet, after a few steps, they were blocked by several figures, with the foremost being Xiao Zhangyong. Step aside, can't you see you're obstructing my path? Wang Xingzhou declared arrogantly. Instead of yielding, Xiao Zhangyong took a step forward. The person you just insulted is Manager Chen of our Jincheng. If you wish to leave, you must apologize to him. Xiao Zhangyong's tone was devoid of warmth. How dare this man insult Chen Qingyu? She is the beloved of the young master. To insult her is a grave offense. Were it not for the public setting, he would have considered more drastic measures. Wang Xingzhou appeared to have misheard, leaning closer to Xiao Zhangyong with a sneer. What did you just say? Repeat that to me. Apologize to Manager Chen. Xiao Zhangyong stared at him with an unflinching gaze. Ha ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. Even the likes of you think you can command me? Wang Xingzhou laughed for a moment before his expression turned menacing. Do you even realize who you are speaking to? You, a mere security guard, dare to address me in such a manner? Do you seek death? I will say this one last time. Apologize to Manager Chen. Xiao Zhangyong's tone remained unchanged. This only served to infuriate Wang Xingzhou, who laughed in disbelief. And what if I refuse? What will you do, you cur? Slap. Before he could finish, a resounding slap struck his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. He stared blankly at Xiao Zhangyong. Not only was he stunned, but the group behind him, including Shang Yunrong on the stage, were equally taken aback. Is the security of Jin Cheng this audacious? After Wang Xingzhou regained his composure, he became utterly enraged. You are courting death. Everyone attack. I will make him pay. His entourage, filled with fury, marched towards Xiao Zhangyong. However, before they could approach, the dozen or so security personnel behind Xiao Zhangyong confronted them directly. What transpired next was astonishing. The group of subordinates brought by Wang Xingzhou was utterly overwhelmed by the security guards of Jincheng, resembling helpless chicks, with no resistance offered as they were swiftly incapacitated. A look of shock filled Shang Yunrong's eyes. Just days prior, she had rescued these guards from the Jianghai gang and now, in such a short span, their combat prowess had surged dramatically. Even against her elite bodyguards, they would likely not be at a disadvantage. It was unfathomable. She realized that this must be the result of Bai Chu's influence. At that moment, she finally believed her uncle's words. To cultivate such formidable security personnel, Bai Chu's own abilities must be extraordinary. Seeing his subordinates so effortlessly defeated, Wang Xingzhou shot an angry glare at Shang Yunrong. What do you mean by this, Shang Yunrong? Do you dare to let them strike me? Are you intent on completely severing ties with the Wang family? He could not fathom that such strength could arise from a mere advertising company. It had to be the result of cultivation from a prominent family like the Shang. Shang Yunrong chose to ignore him, and to outsiders, this appeared as tacit acceptance. Apologize to Manager Chun, Xiao Zhanyong asserted once more. He was indifferent to the rivalry between the Shang and Wang families. To him, no one could offend Bai Chu. Fine, Shang Yunrong, just wait. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Kunso, I was attacked by Shang Yunrong's people here at Rongxing Huafu. I told her I was representing you. Yet she still assaulted me and prevented my departure. Clearly, she does not regard you with any respect. You must take charge. Put her on the phone. Came a calm voice from the other end. Wang Xingzhou glared menacingly at Shang Yunrong, clutching Kunso's call. Shang Yunrong shot him a disinterested glance. You! Wang Xingzhou exclaimed, furious. Fu Xiaoquan on the other line had evidently heard Shang Yunrong's words, and he replied coolly, put it on speaker. After Wang Xingzhou activated the speakerphone, Fu Xiaoquan's voice, laced with amusement, resonated. Miss Shang, this seems a bit excessive, does it not? It is his own foolishness that led to this. I am not to blame. Shang Yunrong replied nonchalantly. Very well, grant me this favor. Let this matter slide and allow them to leave. Shang Yunrong scoffed. Firstly, it was he who foolishly provoked my friend. For him to apologize and not do so, receiving a beating was already a lenient outcome. Secondly, your face, Fu Xiaoquan, holds no value in my eyes. Chapter 57. This man must not be killed. A brief silence lingered on the line before a cold chuckle emerged. Haha, understood. As the words fell, a busy tone echoed from the phone. Wang Xingzhou was taken aback. Kuan Xiao, you cannot disregard my plight. Are you calling for assistance? If not, hurry and apologize to Manager Chun. Xiao Zhanyong spoke again. Under the piercing gaze of Xiao, Wang Xingzhou trembled as if ensnared by a predator. He realized that without an apology, escape was impossible. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly uttered, I'm sorry. That lacks sincerity. Kneel and apologize. You. Just as he was about to retort, Xiao Zhanyong kicked him to the ground. Kneel. As the young master of the Wang family, he was not accustomed to such humiliation. Yet the current situation left him with no options. He never anticipated that Shang Yunrong would be so audacious as to disregard even Kuan Xiao's face. Summoning anyone would be futile. With no recourse, he knelt before Qin Qingyu, his face a mask of anguish. I'm sorry, I should not have spoken those words. Qin Qingyu hurriedly waved her hand. No, it's all right, please get up. This man was the young master of the Wang family. Although she was unaware of the family's significance, his audacity suggested formidable power. Following the incident with Lu Huiwang, she had developed a lingering apprehension towards the scions of aristocratic families. Having already offended Lu, now she had crossed Wang. It seemed trouble would abound in Jiangqing. Get lost. Xiao Zhanyong stated coldly. If you dare speak disrespectfully to Manager Chen again, you will not enjoy such fortune. Wang Xingzhou clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. He cast a cold glance at Xiao Zhanyong, etching his visage into memory, vowing silently to rend this scoundrel to pieces. Then, he departed with his injured subordinates, their tails between their legs. Once they left, Qin Qingyu instructed others to continue preparing for the next segment. With a furrowed brow, she approached Xiao Zhanyong, reproaching him. Captain Xiao, you were too impulsive just now. That man was clearly no good. Treating him this way, he will surely seek revenge on our company. Qin Qingyu felt quite troubled. Captain Xiao had not been with the company long, and she did not know him well, but he had always treated her with courtesy. Appearing quite earnest, why had he acted so recklessly today? Xiao Zhanyong lowered his head. Manager Chun, rest assured, with me, Xiao Zhanyong here, he would not dare trouble you. Oh dear, what am I to say? Qin Qingyu felt a mix of exasperation and concern. However, knowing he acted to defend her, she felt reluctant to scold him too harshly. Just then, Bai Chu approached. He reached out to pull Qin Qingyu aside. Do not blame Captain Xiao, this was my decision. He cast a glance at Xiao Zhanyong, who then turned to leave. Chen Xingyu looked at Bai Chu with a face full of reproach. Xiao Bai, we have already offended the Lu family, and now the Wang family as well. What shall we do moving forward? It's nothing, just a Wang family. I don't take them seriously, Bai Chu remarked with a dismissive smile. Seeing his demeanor, Chen Xingyu stamped her foot in irritation. Xiao Bai, these prominent families are quite complex. It's not merely about strength. They employ all sorts of tactics, and if you continue like this, you'll inevitably suffer. Observing Bai Chu, Shang Yunrong approached from a distance and commented on why the security guards dared to confront Wang Xingzhou. It was, in fact, Bai Chu's instigation. Rest assured, Yu, with me around, everything will be fine. Wang Xingzhou wouldn't dare to be reckless. I am quite satisfied with this ceremony. You can arrange the remaining matters. Understood, Sister Yunrong. I'll head over now, Chen Xingyu replied, shooting Bai Chu a glare before turning away. Shang Yunrong regarded Bai Chu. Bai Chu, it's wise to remain vigilant. Although the Wang family may seem insignificant, given today's circumstances, it is evident they have allied with the Fu family. The Fu family has recently ascended as a prominent clan, controlling nearly 30% of the market in Jiangxing's hotel, commercial, and entertainment sectors, thereby establishing themselves as an undeniable behemoth. Even we, the Shang family, cannot hope to compete economically with them. However, with our presence, you can rest assured, they wouldn't dare to confront you openly. My concern is that they may resort to underhanded tactics, so you must be cautious. Bai Chu nodded. All right, I understand. Shang Yunrong seemed to recall something and then asked, Bai Chu, how did you provoke Lu Huiguang from the Lu family? Bai Chu knew it was about the last incident when he had requested her assistance, which she had discovered. He chuckled lightly. It's merely a personal grudge. Shang Yunrong frowned. Bai Chu, offending anyone from the Lu family is one thing, but Lu Huiguang is particularly troublesome. Oh, why is that? Bai Chu inquired with curiosity. I recently sent someone to investigate in Jincheng. He is known as the Qilin son of the Lu family, and no one in Jincheng wishes to provoke him. The Qilin son? Bai Chu scoffed. Such a perverse individual can be deemed a Qilin's son? It seems the Lu family isn't all that impressive. Shang Yunrong sighed, her tone turning serious. Bai Chu, regardless of the circumstances, you must remember one crucial thing. Never, under any circumstances, should you take his life. Why? I am not entirely certain. But from what I've gathered, there exists an unwritten rule within Jincheng's elite society. No one is permitted to kill the Lu family's Qilin son. It is said that a once powerful family faced annihilation overnight for attempting to do so. And even more terrifying is that not a whisper of the event reached the outside world. One can only imagine the strength of those who acted. At this point, Shang Yunrong was still shaken by the revelation. Bai Chu's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated Lu Huiguang's sinister background. Thank you for the warning. I will be careful. Upon Bai Chu's agreement, Shang Yunrong finally revealed a smile. By the way, when will you have time? My grandfather wishes to invite you over for a meal. He is feeling much better now. You left that day without him having the opportunity to properly express his gratitude to you. There's no need for a meal. Please convey my regards to him instead. After all, the Shang family had assisted him in numerous matters, and outright refusing their invitation felt somewhat remiss. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved his phone and sent Shang Yunrong a new phone number. This belonged to his recently accepted apprentice, Wen Shichen. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to call him directly. You can rest assured of his medical expertise. Thank you. A slight smile graced Shang Yunrong's lips. Bai Chu's gesture indicated that the Shang family had genuinely earned his respect. Liu Jia Kolinzi? How intriguing, he mused. Chapter 58. Why are you still angry? In an office atop a skyscraper in Jiangcheng, a youthful man with a delicate appearance and gold-rimmed glasses savored coffee at his desk. Seated on the sofa beside him was a middle-aged man with a grim expression. Just then, the door swung open, and they glanced up to see Wang Xingzhou entering. Kun Xiao, he greeted, then noticed the middle-aged man on the sofa. Long Gu is here as well. Upon seeing Wang Xingzhou's demeanor, Fu Xiaoquan furrowed his brow. It seemed the woman had shown him no courtesy whatsoever. With a face of indignation, Wang Xingzhou exclaimed, Kun Xiao, not only did Shang Yunrong have me beaten, but she also forced me to kneel and bow in public. She knows full well that I represent you. It appears she is deliberately targeting you. Long Gu, seated on the sofa, rose to his feet. Kun Xiao, the Fu family has entrusted you with most of its affairs. You essentially represent the family's dignity now. What is Shang Yunrong that she dares to humiliate you so? I, Fei Dehai, shall be the first to object. Kun Xiao, he continued. With the current might of the Fu family, there is no need to fear the Shang family. Just give the order, and I shall lead a group to demolish their company. Fu Xiaoquan cast a calm glance at him, then turned to Wang Xingzhou and inquired, "Didn't you bring many people with you? How did you end up in such a state?" Wang Xingzhou replied, somewhat aggrieved. "The security of the Shang family is too formidable. My men were no match for them." Fu Xiaoquan looked back at Long Go. "Do you truly believe your men can contend with the Fu family subordinates?" Long Go momentarily found himself at a loss for words. His animosity towards the Shang family stemmed from the overwhelming strength of their guards, which had cost the Jiang Hai gang dearly. With a chuckle, Fu Xiaoquan remarked, "Old Master Shang has participated in national conflicts, while the second Master Shang is an active instructor of the Imperial Special Forces, Wind Wolf Battalion. Their guards have been trained in the Wind Wolf Battalion's methodology. Do you think your Jiang Hai gang stands a chance against them? It would be akin to courting death. But must we simply allow them to trample over us indefinitely?" Fu Xiaoquan waved his hand, indicating his awareness of the situation. Recently, they had been quite compliant. It was best not to provoke them unnecessarily. Although I do not fear the merchants, we must refrain from taking action until that old man passes away. Rest assured, considering the passage of time, the old fellow should be nearing his end. For now, you must bide your time. The two nodded in agreement. At Jinqing Company, after fulfilling the order for Rongxing, Chen Qingyou's standing among the employees significantly improved. This marked the company's first profit since being acquired by Baichu. Consequently, the morale and confidence of all employees surged. Observing this gratifying scene, Baichu felt a sense of satisfaction. The company was finally taking shape. At that moment, a call from Su Muyu interrupted his thoughts. "Young master, the company has been registered under the name Chufeng Entertainment, and the core staff has been recruited. The next step is to sign the singers. What do you think?" Baichu understood her implication and replied, "I'm at the company. Please come over. I have 2 songs for you to take with you." "Understood, young master." Su Muyu had secured an office for Chufeng Entertainment not far from Jincheng. Shortly after hanging up, she drove over. In that brief interval, Baichu had already composed 2 songs. He handed the completed pieces to Su Muyu. Lacking expertise in music, she could not discern their quality, so she merely glanced at them before tucking them into her pocket. Baichu smiled and said, "Once we sign the artists, let's release these 2 songs to gauge the response. If they resonate well, I have plenty more in this style. If not, I possess other genres as well. In any case, you need not worry about the music, and if funds become insufficient, do inform me promptly." "Understood, young master," Su Muyu replied. As Baichu contemplated further instructions, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small figure in the corner of the wall. He approached, curious, and indeed found Wenwen, the little girl. Baichu adopted a stern expression and asked, "Wenwen, weren't you supposed to be at school? Why are you crouched here?" Seeing Baichu, Wenwen lowered her head, fidgeting with her small hands, speechless. Noticing something was amiss, Baichu knelt down to lift her chin, revealing faint scratch marks on her face and her red eyes, indicating she had been crying. His expression darkened instantly, and he gently inquired, "Tell uncle, did something unhappy happen at school?" "Uncle, when doesn't he want to go to school anymore?" "Why not? Did someone bully you?" When suddenly burst into tears, collapsing into Baichu's embrace. "Don't cry, dear. Tell uncle, and I will help you reason with them." After sobbing for a while, she finally shared her grievances. They called Wenwen a wild child without a mother and even hit her. "Didn't you tell your teacher?" Wenwen remarked that the teacher had said her father, a security guard, was unworthy of her attending this school. If she wished to continue her education, she needed to behave, or else she would be expelled. "Uncle, I have not misbehaved," Wenwen sobbed. Baichu's eyes flickered with a hint of anger as he cautiously sought confirmation of Wenwen's words, ensuring she was not fabricating tales. "I promise, uncle, I am not lying. My father has told me that children must not lie." Baichu nodded. "Very well, I believe you, Wenwen. Come with me. I shall help you address this matter." At that moment, Su Muyu approached, inquiring, "Young master, and who might this child be?" "She is Xiao Wenwen, the daughter of the head of security. She has been bullied in kindergarten. We shall not initiate trouble, but we will not permit anyone to bully us." Su Muyu sensed the simmering anger within Baichu and hastily offered, "Young master, allow me to accompany you." As she spoke, she knelt to gently wipe Wenwen's tears away. "Would you like Annie to hold you?" Wenwen blinked her large eyes, nodded obediently, and replied, "All right." Su Muyu cradled Wenwen and, together with Baichu, they hastened towards the kindergarten. Upon arrival, As Bai Chu attempted to enter, he was halted by the security guard. "Who are you? No entry is permitted here. Leave at once." Bai Chu regarded him coolly. "I am the guardian of this child. How can you claim to be a security guard when you allow a child to roam outside during class hours? If anything were to happen to her, would you bear the responsibility?" The guard felt a surge of panic at Bai Chu's words. He intended to retort, but, upon noticing the luxurious vehicle parked nearby, his fear intensified. He recognized he was confronting someone of considerable means. At that moment, Wenwen whispered, "Uncle, please do not blame the security grandpa. I sneaked out on my own." Understanding the girl's intent to shield the guard from Bai Chu's ire, Bai Chu refrained from pursuing the matter further. Instead, he coldly inquired, "Where is your principal?" "The principal is in the office. I will fetch her immediately. You cannot enter." The guard attempted to obstruct him, but Bai Chu brushed past him, declaring, "Bring your principal here." He instructed the guard, leading Su Muyu towards the direction of the classrooms. Following Wenwen's guidance, he soon spotted her teacher in a lounge, a young woman in her 20s. As she glanced up and recognized Bai Chu and his companions, her previously cheerful demeanor transformed into one of indignation. "Who permitted you to enter? Do you not know that entry is prohibited? Leave at once." Bai Chu regarded her coldly. "You are the teacher who claimed Wenwen is unworthy of attending this school, are you not? How can you utter such words to a 5-year-old child? Is this how you conduct yourself as an educator?" The young teacher's face contorted with disdain at his words. Of course, the impoverished lack refinement. Besides, was I incorrect in my statement? If you disagree, then take your child and leave. I have no desire to teach. Dare you utter another word? Bai Chu narrowed his eyes. What does it matter if I repeat myself? I find individuals like you, who lack financial means yet act as if they own the world, utterly vexing. Begone, or I shall expel your child, ensuring she never sets foot in a school again," the female teacher declared with a fierce demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Wenwen, cradled in Su Muyu's arms, immediately burst into tears. In a fit of anger, Bai Chu slapped the teacher across the face. "You dare strike me?" she exclaimed. Smack! Another blow followed. "Ah!" the teacher shrieked, lunging at Bai Chu with flailing arms. "I will not let this go." Smack! A third slap rendered her momentarily dazed. A male kindergarten teacher, who initially intended to witness the spectacle, rushed over, fury etched on his face. "How could you hit her?" he admonished. "Why shouldn't I strike her? Did you not hear her insults?" Bai Chu retorted. "That does not justify violence. As a man, how can you stoop to such levels, striking a woman? Are you even a man?" Bai Chu's brows furrowed tightly. The last time he encountered such rhetoric was from Jiang Qinming, and now it was echoed by another man. He found it rather amusing. "So hitting a woman renders one less of a man?" Bai Chu countered. "Absolutely. Men should protect women." Taking a deep breath, Bai Chu replied, "Well, you certainly consider yourself a noble protector. If that is the case, why are you wasting your time as a kindergarten teacher? Billions of women worldwide await your protection." Bai Chu scoffed. "By the way, if this woman were to insult you, frighten children, or even desecrate your ancestors' graves, would you still remain passive?" The male teacher insisted. "No matter the circumstances, one must never strike a woman. Besides, I witnessed you hitting her, not the other way around. And what of her insults that terrified my child?" Bai Chu shot back. The male teacher continued, "Is it not possible for a grown man to possess some measure of tolerance? What harm is there in a few harsh words? Can that take a chunk out of your flesh?" Bai Chu nodded. "You are indeed magnanimous, but I, unfortunately, am of a lesser temperament. My anger has yet to dissipate. Since you are so generous, perhaps you should take a blow on her behalf." No sooner had Bai Chu spoken than a resounding slap landed on the male teacher's face, sending him to the ground. "Why did you strike me?" he fumed. "Humph! You dare hit me? I will call the police, and you shall find yourself behind bars." A smirk played on Bai Chu's lips. "Weren't you just extolling your generosity? It's merely a blow for her sake. Why are you so enraged?" At that moment, the kindergarten principal entered, exclaiming, "This is utterly outrageous. How dare you come here to cause a scene? Do you wish for your child to remain here?" Smack! Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Chu turned and delivered a swift slap her way. "You!" She glared at the security guard. "Call the police, immediately." Bai Chu remained silent, casting a knowing glance at Su Muyu. She nodded, retrieving a business card from her pocket to present to the principal. "I am the executive president of Chufeng Entertainment. And this is my superior, Bai Chu. We have recorded the entire incident, and you may alert the authorities. We will compensate you fully for any damages incurred." She then presented an asset certificate, revealing a staggering registered capital of 100 million. The principal's expression shifted dramatically. Sumuyu continued, however, should I choose to expose this footage, your kindergarten staff's blatant contempt for security personnel, their disdain for the impoverished, and their verbal abuse towards students, do you think your institution could sustain itself thereafter? Do you reckon you might find yourself in peril while walking home this evening? Upon hearing this, the principal's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Sumuyu smiled. Initially, our boss intended to donate 2 million to enhance the facilities of your kindergarten. But it seems we shall seek alternatives. At this remark, the principal's eyes brightened. 2 million would suffice to establish another kindergarten. The pain from Bai Chu's earlier slap seemed to vanish from her slightly swollen face. She turned to Bai Chu with a grin. Dear Mr. Bai, our kindergarten is the finest in this vicinity. Surely, it would be best for the children to remain here. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution to today's incident. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Chu nodded. If we are to stay, firstly, I do not wish to witness a repeat of today's events. Secondly, both of these individuals must be dismissed. Such individuals are unworthy to educate. Very well, Mr. Bai. As for the donation, rest assured, I will keep my word. She exclaimed. Haha, Mr. Bai, you are too kind. You can trust that your child will feel right at home here. She then directed her gaze towards the two teachers who had been struck by Bai Chu. You need not return tomorrow. The male teacher immediately panicked. This has nothing to do with me, principal. He looked towards Bai Chu. Sir, I did not insult your child. Could you reconsider my dismissal? The conditions here were quite favorable, and he was reluctant to leave. Bai Chu shot him a cold glance. Individuals like you, who blindly pander, are even more detestable. Your presence here will only distort the children's values. With the principal's enthusiastic farewell, Bai Chu departed the kindergarten. Upon arriving at the company, Xiao Zhanyong hurriedly approached, looking somewhat flustered. I apologize, young master. I have caused you undue worry again. Bai Chu replied with displeasure. You were aware of Wenwen's troubles, were you not? Xiao Zhanyong lowered his head in silence. Wenwen had confided in him about being ridiculed at school. Yet, fearing to trouble Bai Chu and concerned that his intervention might further isolate Wenwen, he had refrained from taking action. Bai Chu sighed. Enough. This must not happen again. If anyone dares to bully Wenwen, retaliate directly. I will take responsibility for any consequences. Yes, young master. Xiao Zhanyong responded with gratitude. Young master, may I ask who this is? He inquired, glancing at Sumuyu. This is Sumuyu, currently assisting me in managing a company, Bai Chu replied, introducing her. This is Xiao Zhanyong, the head of security at Jincheng. You two should become acquainted. Sumuyu smiled at Xiao Zhanyong and greeted him. Hello. Xiao Zhanyong approached her, embracing Wenwen, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Su, for taking care of Wenwen. It was my pleasure. Suddenly, Wenwen turned to Sumuyu, asking, Auntie, will you come to see Wenwen again in the future? Of course. Auntie will visit Wenwen in a few days, all right? Okay. Wenwen giggled joyfully. Wenwen, no mischief now. How can you trouble Auntie? Sumuyu quickly smiled and patted Wenwen's little head, saying, how could that be called a trouble? Wenwen is so adorable. I truly enjoy spending time with you. Bai Chu glanced at Xiao Zhanyong and then at Sumuyu, his eyes brightening slightly. He placed his hand on Xiao Zhanyong's shoulder and whispered, Old Xiao, Muyu is still single, you know. I have high hopes for you. Hearing this, Xiao Zhanyong secretly stole a glance at Sumuyu's exquisite beauty, his face turning slightly red as he shyly replied, You jest, sir. How could a rough man like me ever be worthy of her? Bai Chu shot him a look. What do you mean you aren't worthy? Be brave. How will you know unless you try? Wenwen also leaned close to Xiao Zhanyong's ear and softly said, Daddy, Wenwen likes Annie Su too. Ha ha. Bai Chu chuckled and patted Xiao Zhanyong's shoulder, encouraging him, go for it. He then turned his gaze towards a group of security guards diligently training not far away, his expression shifting. Later that evening, after Bai Chu and Chun Qingyu finished their tasks, they finally settled down for sleep. Before Bai Chu could drift off, he suddenly heard a sound and opened his eyes to see a red flash disappear outside the window. He swiftly turned over, got up to cover Chun Qingyu with her blanket, and quietly left the villa. He made his way to a corner outside the villa and gently cleared his throat. Who is there? Two shadows sprang from the bushes, startled. Upon recognizing Bai Chu, they quickly greeted him. Mr. Bai? Bai Chu nodded. Please keep an eye on this area for me. I'll be stepping out for a moment. With that, he vanished into the night. The two individuals hidden in the bushes were, of course, sent by Shang Yunrong to protect Bai Chu. They exchanged astonished glances, both shocked. They had always believed they were well hidden, unaware that Mr. Bai had known of their presence all along. Moreover, they were baffled by how Mr. Bai had approached them unnoticed. Even more alarming was the speed with which he departed. Was he even human? At that moment, Bai Chu was in hot pursuit of a shadow, racing through the city streets. Although he was significantly faster than his quarry, the shadow skillfully maneuvered through the terrain, making it difficult for him to catch up. After running for more than 10 miles, he finally closed the gap. Just then, the shadow leaped over a wall ahead and vanished from sight. Bai Chu scaled the wall and surveyed the surrounding area, but could not spot the figure. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he noticed a sanitation worker dragging a garbage cart approaching from the corner. The worker glanced at the restless Bai Chu with curiosity and asked, "Young man, what are you doing out here in the middle of the night?" "Oh, it's nothing, just taking a casual stroll," Bai Chu replied with a smile. "Old man, why are you cleaning at this late hour?" The old man sighed. "What can I do? If I don't clean at night, I can't do it during the day with all the cars on the road. The workload mandated by my superior must be completed, otherwise my wages will be docked." Just then, the trash can got stuck under the curb, and despite pulling twice, he couldn't budge it. "Come here, young man, lend me a hand." "Sure." Bai Chu hurried over, grasping the trash can. As he exerted force to lift it, a flash of white light appeared in the old man's hand, stabbing towards Bai Chu's chest without hesitation. "Humph." Bai Chu snorted coldly, retreating while flicking his right hand to strike the old man's wrist. The old man's arm went numb, causing the dagger to fall to the ground. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He hadn't anticipated Bai Chu's reaction would be so swift. He kicked the trash can towards Bai Chu, his previously slightly hunched body straightening in an instant. In a swift motion, he performed a backflip and dashed away without pause. "Think you can escape?" Bai Chu continued the pursuit, quickly cornering his opponent in an abandoned dead-end alley. "Why don't you run now?" The other man gazed coldly at Bai Chu. "Your skills are indeed surprising, but no matter how strong you are, this is where it ends." As the words fell, a gun materialized in his hand, and without any further ado, he unleashed a barrage of bullets at Bai Chu. Chapter 60. I adore your rebellious nature. Bai Chu's expression shifted in alarm, and he ducked, performing a roll on the ground just in time to evade several bullets. One bullet grazed his thigh, tearing a large hole in his pants, leaving him shaken. Although he considered himself strong, he knew he couldn't withstand bullets head-on. He truly hadn't expected the man to wield a firearm. The regulation of firearms in this building was even stricter than in Huaxiao on Earth. After all, the status of noble families here was exceptionally high. If firearms were to run rampant, the danger for these privileged offspring would increase exponentially. By strictly controlling firearms, even if these noble scions acted recklessly, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to attempt an assassination against them. Thus, if someone were discovered using a gun in public, all noble families would unite in righteous indignation to address the matter seriously. It was then that Bai Chu understood why the man had lured him to such a secluded place. In contrast, the assassin opposite him felt a deeper shock. He hadn't expected Bai Chu to evade his bullets with such ease. A handgun was most formidable at 3 meters, and within that distance, it was nearly impossible to miss. After firing a full magazine within 3 meters, even the most feared knight, king, might not evade all of them, right? What he thought would be a simple assassination task had turned unexpectedly complicated. Evidently, the information provided by the buyer was misleading. Realizing this, he dared not hesitate, tossing the handgun towards Bai Chu and swiftly scaling the wall. Having learned from the previous experience of letting someone escape from his grasp, Bai Chu was determined not to make the same mistake again. As his adversary scaled the wall, he swiftly released 2 silver needles from his hand. With the technique of the ghost hand and invisible needles, he could accurately strike any target at such close range. The assassin, halfway up the wall, suddenly felt a sensation akin to an ant's bite in his legs, followed by an immediate numbness that caused him to lose balance and tumble down. He cast a terrified glance at Bai Chu. With a flick of his left hand, the assassin grasped a dagger and aimed it at his own neck. Unfortunately for him, Bai Chu did not afford him the luxury of self-destruction. A swift kick sent the dagger flying, and with a series of sharp cracks, he dislocated the assassin's arm joints. He did not pause. Instead, he seized the assassin's chin, applying slight pressure until the jawbone was dislocated. Once he had completed this, Bai Chu crouched before him, retrieving the fallen dagger from the ground. "Ah, you truly are ruthless, even to yourself," he mused. Then he pinched the assassin's mouth, tapping the dagger against his teeth, and indeed extracted a false tooth. The base of the false tooth concealed a capsule of potent poison, which he examined for a moment, confirming its lethal nature. Grasping the assassin's hair, Bai Chu lifted his head to meet his gaze. The assassin's eyes were void of emotion. Bai Chu chuckled softly, remarking, "Your willingness to commit suicide rather than face the consequences of your failed assassination sets you apart from the previous two. It appears you are not from the Liu family, but rather a hired killer they engaged." Upon hearing Bai Chu's words, the assassin remained silent, not even a flicker of emotion crossing his features. Bai Chu was unperturbed, stating, "I understand that your desire is to die, and I share a similar inclination to end your life. However, I require information. If you respond truthfully, I shall grant you a swift end, which would be mutually beneficial. Now, tell me, did you come here alone, or do you have accomplices? Furthermore, are you affiliated with an organization or acting independently? Given your eagerness for self-destruction, I surmise you belong to an organization. What repercussions will follow your failure?" After posing these questions, Bai Chu regarded him in silence. Yet, after a considerable wait, the assassin showed no signs of response. Bai Chu let out a light laugh. "I believe you need not be so obstinate. Now that you are in my grasp, you have no chance of death, nor can you escape the necessity of confession. I possess numerous methods to extract the truth from you. Granting you the opportunity to speak is merely an act of kindness to spare you from suffering." At last, the assassin lifted his eyelids slightly, a hint of derision flickering in his gaze. Bai Chu found this expression irksome. "What? Do you doubt my ability to make you speak? Very well, if you relish in pain, I shall indulge you." With a swift motion, Bai Chu removed the 2 silver needles embedded in the assassin's legs. Instantly, the previously paralyzed nerves surged back to life, and the assassin felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his legs in a tormenting frenzy. Yet, the pain did not even cause him to furrow his brow. Instead, his gaze towards Bai Chu was laced with increasing mockery, as if to say, "Is this all you have? I fear not even death, so why should I fear you?" Bai Chu discerned the derision in his eyes, and replied playfully, "You do not think this constitutes my torment, do you? In truth, I am merely assisting you in shedding the anesthesia, allowing you to fully experience the pain that lies ahead." Upon finishing his words, Bai Chu gradually retrieved a set of silver needles from his pocket. Inspecting them carefully before nonchalantly selecting one and gently piercing a vital point on the assassin's body. The assassin's body trembled slightly as a wave of pain surged through him. Yet his expression remained unchanged. Bai Chu continued unhurriedly, inserting a needle every half-minute. His movements were delicate, akin to engaging in a most elegant activity. Conversely, the assassin's discomfort escalated rapidly with each needle Bai Chu inserted. By the 10th needle, his countenance had dramatically altered, veins bulging on his forehead. Upon reaching the 15th needle, a primal roar escaped his throat. By the 20th needle, he could no longer endure, exclaiming, "You bastard, kill me. Just kill me." He thrashed about, desperately banging his head against the ground. Observing this, Bai Chu swiftly inserted a needle into the assassin's neck, rendering him rigid and immobile. At this moment, the disdain that once resided in the assassin's eyes was wholly replaced by terror. "Do not be hasty. I still have dozens more," Bai Chu remarked, continuing his previous actions. By the 25th needle, the assassin had wholly succumbed. He felt as though every inch of his flesh, including his very soul, was being mercilessly torn and twisted. All his resolve dissipated under the weight of this agony. "Cease. I will tell you everything. Please, I beg you, stop," he rasped in desperation. "Not yet. We are only at 25. Let us proceed." "I rather enjoyed your previous defiance," Bai Chu replied with a faint smile. In that moment, his expression and tone appeared to the assassin as if they were emanating from a demon of the abyss, stirring a profound tremor within his soul. "No, please. I will reveal all. I implore you, do not continue." Only then did Bai Chu cease his actions. Isn't this much better? Why resort to such extremes? The assassin's heart was steeped in regret. He could never have anticipated that this seemingly harmless young man possessed such twisted methods. Chapter 61. A twofold gain. Bai Chu then slowly withdrew the silver needles from the assassin's body, speaking as he did so, "All right, now speak." As the pain gradually subsided, the assassin gasped for air, eventually regaining some strength. "What do you wish to know? Are there others who came with you?" "No, it was just me." Fearing that Bai Chu might not believe him, he pondered for a moment before continuing his explanation. "I am a member of the assassin organization known as Night Island. The mission to eliminate you has been classified as a B-level task within our ranks, primarily due to the target being within the territory of the Great Xia. Tasks of this caliber typically do not pique my interest, and I would never seek assistance from others. The reasons I accepted this assignment are twofold. I happen to be returning to the Great Xia, and the remuneration offered is rather satisfactory, which is why I took it on. He cast a glance at Bai Chu, his eyes betraying a deep-seated fear. He had not anticipated that someone like you could possess such formidable prowess. At this moment, he harbored a profound resentment towards the employer who had issued the task. Cursing under his breath, how could you possibly describe this as a mere ordinary driver? Bai Chu nodded in satisfaction, which alleviated his concerns significantly. What will happen to you if this mission fails? The objective of this mission, the assassin replied, is to subdue you within 10 days of accepting the task, leaving you with a breath to report back to headquarters, which will then contact the employer to arrange for the handover. 5 days have already elapsed. If I fail to report the completion of the task in the remaining 5 days, it will be deemed a failure. Headquarters will reassess the task's difficulty and adjust the remuneration accordingly by contacting the employer. Bai Chu raised an eyebrow, taken aback that Lu Huihuang desired a live capture. Indeed, such a perverse individual would not allow himself to perish so easily. Curiosity piqued, Bai Chu gazed intently at the assassin. If the employer wishes for a live capture, why did your attempts against me seem so lethal? The assassin paused momentarily before responding. When you pursued me, I understood that the intelligence regarding this task was flawed. Had you not chased after me, I would have opted to abandon the mission and contact headquarters to elevate its classification. Your pursuit, however, left me with no choice but to act in self-preservation. Understanding dawned on Bai Chu as he nodded. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. According to your implication, Night Island will continue to send individuals to deal with me? The assassin affirmed with certainty, if I were to perish, even if the employer abandoned the task, Night Island would relentlessly dispatch assassins to exact vengeance on your behalf until you are slain. Of course, this would only cease if your status were so formidable that Night Island itself would dare not provoke you. Only then would they abandon the pursuit. Upon hearing this, Bai Chu's expression darkened. These assassins were unlike Lu Huihuang. While Lu was deranged, his actions were still somewhat restrained by the laws of the Great Xia. In contrast, this cadre of assassins would employ any means necessary to fulfill their deadly intentions, making them exceedingly difficult to guard against, even if he himself felt unafraid. What if they targeted those around him to threaten him? With this thought, Bai Chu's gaze turned icy. What is your level of skill within Night Island? I am an A-level assassin. There are 12 A-level assassins in Night Island, along with 5 S-level ones, and the most formidable of all, the Night King. Bai Chu furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity as he fixed his gaze intently on the assassin. Under his unwavering stare, the assassin involuntarily recalled the agony he had just experienced, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. I have said all that needs to be said. I merely seek a swift resolution. Bai Chu inquired, somewhat perplexed, as to why one would earnestly desire death. Each assassin on Dark Night Island is infused with a venom by the Dark Night King, necessitating the periodic injection of a specialized serum to suppress it. Otherwise, they would succumb to a gruesome demise. Now that you have captured me, even if you do not kill me, I shall soon meet a far grimmer fate. Oh, then what if I were to assist you in eliminating the toxin within you? Bai Chu remarked with a smile directed at him. Upon hearing this, the assassin displayed a momentary shock, yet soon his countenance fell back into one of resignation. It is futile. Even the world's foremost physicians are powerless against this toxin. Moreover, he hesitated for a moment before continuing. The Dark Night King possesses extraordinary strength, far surpassing my own. Even without the toxin's influence, I would be unable to escape their relentless pursuit. Furthermore, I hold a certain leverage in his hands. Should I betray him, the consequences would be unbearable. What leverage? Bai Chu inquired with curiosity. The assassin initially hesitated to divulge, but recalling Bai Chu's capabilities, he felt compelled to reveal the truth. I was once a mercenary, and during a mission, I unexpectedly sheltered a woman out of compassion. She later bore me a child. As he recounted this, a tender gleam appeared in his eyes. I had planned to retire from mercenary life and return to the Greater Xia to start anew, but unexpectedly, I was captured by the Dark Night King during my final mission. Although I managed to secretly relocate the woman and child, the Dark Night King ultimately discovered my actions. His visage was marred by regret, Individuals like us have long since come to terms with life and death. Yet the child is innocent. He is my sole connection to this world, and I cannot allow any harm to befall him. Absolutely not. In that moment, desperation consumed him. I implore you, grant me a swift end. If the Dark Knight King learns that I have divulged the secrets of Dark Knight Island to you, he will undoubtedly endanger my child. I beseech you, end my life swiftly. Humph. Bai Chu scoffed, causing the assassin's eyes to widen in fear, rendering him mute, though his gaze remained imploring. Once he regained his composure, Bai Chu spoke. I wish for no further disturbances from Dark Knight Island, and I surmise you desire to live, as well as to protect your child. Therefore, why not consider a mutually beneficial arrangement? The assassin regarded him with skepticism. Bai Chu continued, I will allow you to return. You shall eliminate the Dark Knight King and seize control of Shadow Island. In doing so, you will no longer be shackled by him, and I shall be free from the worries of Dark Knight Island troubling me. Would this not be a win-win situation? The assassin paused, shaking his head vehemently. No, that is absolutely impossible. Even against those 5 S-rank assassins, I would struggle for victory, and as for the Dark Knight King, perhaps even all 12 of us A-rank assassins combined would stand little chance against him. He is far too powerful. The assassin's face was etched with despair. Even at my peak, I could scarcely last a few exchanges against him, and after all these years, I have accumulated numerous hidden ailments, not to mention the toxin coursing through my veins. Such matters are of little consequence, Bai Chu remarked calmly. If I were to assist you in purging the poison and enhancing your strength beyond his, what would you do? A surge of intense hatred flickered in the assassin's eyes. I shall slay the Night King. I will rend his body to pieces and annihilate the entire Night Island. Bai Chu was somewhat taken aback by the assassin's reaction, realizing that this individual had long harbored deep animosity towards the Night King. If that is the case, then it simplifies matters. Let us agree on this. I shall detoxify you and concurrently augment your power. In return, you will eliminate the Night King and take control of Night Island. His tone shifted abruptly, growing cold. I shall not exert control over you as the Night King does, but should I require your assistance in the future, you must obey my commands. Are you capable of this? The assassin gazed at Bai Chu in astonishment, sensing that he was not jesting. Contemplating Bai Chu's formidable methods, a desperate urge for survival welled up within him. Are you serious? Indeed, I have no inclination to jest with you. The assassin fell silent for a moment, his expression gradually solidifying with resolve. He looked at Bai Chu and declared, very well. If you can truly empower me, once I have slain the Night King and rescued the child, I, Xiang Tianxiao, vow to serve you as a slave and a servant for the rest of my life. Should I harbor any treachery, may heaven and earth conspire against me. Bai Chu nodded. I hope you keep your word. He swiftly restored the assassin's limbs and instructed, find a place to stay for the night. Wait for me here tomorrow. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Xiang Tianxiao was taken aback that Bai Chu had left so abruptly. He lingered in place for a long moment, hesitating, before finally stomping his foot in determination. He cast a glance in the direction Bai Chu had gone and vanished into the night. Chapter 62. A clever idea. The next morning, while having breakfast, Bai Chu reflected on Xiao Zhanyong's devotion to Wenwen, as well as Xiang Tianxiao's resolute willingness to risk his life for the sake of his child. He felt deeply the significance of children and family to a man. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him that could ensure the security staff's unwavering loyalty to the company. With so many young female employees at Jincheng, what if the security personnel were paired with them? Both partners would be employees of Jincheng, ensuring their loyalty to the company. Moreover, given the excellent benefits offered by Jincheng, it was unlikely they would resign. They might even be reluctant to leave. Bai Chu silently praised his own cleverness. He turned to Qin Xinyu and shared his seemingly perfect plan. Xinyu, don't we have many female employees in the design department who are single? Qin Xinyu looked at Bai Chu with suspicion, puzzled by his inquiry. Yes, most of them are recent graduates, and with the company's current demands, they hardly have time for romance. Why are you suddenly concerned about this? Her eyes narrowed, and she let out a small huff. You're not harboring intentions towards them, are you? No. Where did that thought come from? Bai Chu promptly raised his hand in assurance, declaring that in his heart, there was only Qin Xinyu, and he would not spare a glance at any other woman. Humph, that's more like it, Qin Xinyu responded, her head held high in satisfaction. Observing her happiness, Bai Chu continued, you see, many employees in your design department lack boyfriends, and likewise, the security personnel are devoid of girlfriends. Might we consider organizing a matchmaking event for them? Chen Qingyu, taken aback, gazed at Bai Chu in disbelief. Xiao Bai, what are you thinking? Do you really believe that is appropriate? Quite appropriate, indeed. Why let the fertile waters flow to outsiders? Besides, having partners could motivate them to work harder. Don't you think? I have a plan. With the recent opening of Rongxing Huafu, which is conveniently close to the company, I intend to purchase several apartments. Should they find a match, I shall gift them a home on the day they receive their marriage certificate. What do you think? Not a good idea. Chen Qingyu shot him a glare. How could you even conceive such a notion? Our design department's female employees are all graduates from prestigious universities, many of whom are postgraduates. Do you truly think they would consider those security guards? Of course. Those guards were meticulously selected by old Zhang. They are youthful, good-looking, reliable in character, and most importantly, each possesses commendable skills. Marrying them would ensure they are never bullied. Bai Chu asserted confidently. Chen Qingyu rolled her eyes at him, then firmly declared, Our Jin Cheng will not remain this way forever. I am determined to make it increasingly powerful. Bai Chu nodded, I believe in you. Chen Qingyu continued. When that time comes, the current members of the design department will be the company's stalwarts, occupying vital positions, while those security guards will remain merely that. By then, do you think a security guard would be a match for their elevated status? I will not assist you in this matchmaking endeavor. I advise you to refrain from meddling. Even if they were to unite now, they would likely regret it later, and you would bear the blame. Wait, I can accept other security guards. But our company's guards are different. Bai Chu attempted to argue further. Chen Qingyu stood up decisively. I have finished my meal. I must head to work. Very well. Bai Chu conceded, reluctantly closing the topic. After escorting Chen Qingyu to the company, he observed the group of spirited young security guards and scratched his chin. I initially intended to assist you, but it seems you must rely on yourselves now. His eyes sparkled as he approached the trainees. Upon seeing Bai Chu, the guards collectively shouted, Hello, boss. Their gazes toward him radiated fervor. Captain Xiao had informed them that their current physical condition was a result of the substantial investments made by their boss in procuring superior supplements from abroad. Their current salaries have surpassed those of all security personnel in Jiangxing, and the boss is willing to invest heavily in enhancing their physical fitness. Such a commendable employer naturally commands their respect. Xiao Zhanyong trotted up to Bai Chu. Young master, you have arrived. Would you like to assess their training results? Bai Chu shook his head. No need. I have faith in you. I came today to discuss a matter. Our company has not only offended the Jianghai gang, but has also antagonized the Wang family, making us enemies on all fronts. Boss, we are unafraid. If they dare to disturb us again, we will incapacitate them, no matter how many come. Yes, we'll beat them so badly they won't recognize their own mothers. The enhancement of their physical prowess had bolstered the confidence of these security personnel. Bai Chu smiled slightly. I believe in your strength. He then shifted the conversation. However, have you considered the safety of other employees, especially the female staff? What if they face retaliation from those individuals? He cleared his throat. Therefore, I am announcing a decision. For the safety of our female employees, effective immediately, whenever a female staff member is on business, she must be accompanied by a security guard for real-time protection. Old Xiao, please draft a schedule. This will be an important duty for you all moving forward. Is there any objection? Upon hearing Bai Chu's words, the security personnel's eyes widened slightly. Their excitement barely concealed. This was not merely a task. It was a remarkable benefit. None. They shouted in unison. Bai Chu could easily imagine the emotions swirling within this group of security guards, and he felt a swell of pride, thinking to himself that he was quite the commendable boss. He pulled Xiao Zhanyong aside and whispered, Later, tell them that our company does not prohibit employees from dating. If they have the ability to win the affection of our female staff, I will not only refrain from reprimanding them, but I will also reward them with a set of wedding housing upon their marriage. Xiao Zhanyong looked incredulous. Young master, you. Bai Chu laughed and interrupted. Of course, this must be based on the genuine affection of the women. I expect them to attract their interest through sincerity and talent. Any form of harassment or coercion towards female employees is absolutely forbidden. Xiao Zhanyong stood upright. Rest assured, young master. If such an incident were to occur, I will personally incapacitate him and ensure he is imprisoned. Bai Chu nodded in satisfaction, gently patting Xiao Zhanyong on the shoulder. Old Xiao, you must also strive. For one is still in need of a mother. With that, he smiled and left the company. Watching Bai Chu's departing figure, Xiao Zhanyong stood still, momentarily lost in thought. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he wiped them away vigorously, his resolve now even more steadfast. Returning to the security team, he conveyed Bai Chu's intentions, and instantly, the square erupted with enthusiastic cheers. Chapter 63. The newly established company after leaving the company. Bai Chu drove to the location where he had arranged to meet Xiang Tianxiao the previous night. The reason he chose to summon Xiang Tianxiao once again today was primarily to offer him a choice, serving as a form of trial. He wished to discern whether Xiang truly harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Dark Knight King and whether he genuinely desired to eliminate him, as well as if he possessed the courage to gamble on his ability to assist him, should Xiang decide to depart directly. It would simply reflect a misjudgment on his part. Nevertheless, he would incur no loss, for after the lessons learned yesterday, he was confident that Xiang would never dare to trouble him again in this lifetime. However, if Xiang did indeed remain, he would aid him in enhancing his strength, assisting him in seizing control of the Dark Knight Island. As for the possibility of betrayal, Bai Chu adhered to the principle of trusting those he employed. Moreover, should Xiang truly dare to betray him, he would undoubtedly ensure that Xiang endured a torment far greater than what he experienced yesterday. Upon arriving at the derelict alley, Bai Chu found Xiang Tianxiao waiting there as promised. Upon noticing Bai Chu's arrival, a myriad of emotions flickered in Xiang's eyes: nervousness, fear, reluctance, but predominantly an intense longing. "And Mr. Bai?" Xiang Tianxiao stammered, lowering his head. Bai Chu nodded, stating, "Congratulations on making the right choice. I believe that in the future, you will be grateful for today's decision." He beckoned, "Get in the car, follow me." Bai Chu then drove Xiang Tianxiao to the unfinished building where he had been captured previously. Upon entering a particular building, he casually pointed to an open space and instructed, "Lie down. I will first help you regulate your vital energy." With that, he took out a set of silver needles. Upon seeing the silver needles in Bai Chu's hand, Xiang Tianxiao's pupils constricted sharply, clearly indicating the psychological trauma left by Bai Chu's interrogation the previous day. "What's wrong? Scared?" Bai Chu scoffed. "If this is the extent of your courage, then perhaps it's best you reconsider, even if you grow stronger. You will not triumph over the Dark Knight King." Hearing Bai Chu's words, Xiang Tianxiao closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he reopened them, the fear had been replaced by determination. He removed his shirt, revealing a body marred by scars, and without hesitation, lay down. Bai Chu nodded slightly, crouching down to perform the foundational needle technique. As the silver needles penetrated, Xiang's previously tense body gradually relaxed. Once the acupuncture was complete, Bai Chu retrieved a vitality pill. Initially intending to administer half a pill to Xiang Tianxiao, he reconsidered, recognizing that Xiang's constitution was not superior to that of Xiao Zhangyong. Given that Zhao's reaction had already indicated that a quarter pill was his limit, administering half to Xiang could potentially ruin him. For safety's sake, he decided on half a pill. "Open your mouth," he commanded. This time, Xiang Tianxiao did not hesitate and obediently opened his mouth. Bai Chu flicked his finger, sending the vitality pill directly down Xiang's throat. "You may experience some discomfort, but as long as you endure, you will succeed," Bai Chu stated, settling down nearby to wait quietly. Before long, Xiang Tianxiao's mouth erupted with anguished cries. However, recalling Bai Chu's earlier words, he reached for the clothes he had discarded on the ground and bit down hard on them. Despite his efforts, he could not contain himself. He rolled and howled in agony for over an hour before the pain began to subside. Bai Chu observed Xiang Tianxiao, who lay gasping on the ground, his eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. Indeed, without comparison, one cannot grasp the extent of suffering. This fellow's performance was markedly inferior to that of Xiao Zhangyong. While Xiao Zhangyong remained silent, this man had howled throughout. Fortunately, he had refrained from administering a direct blow. Had he done so, given the current state, the likelihood of demise would have exceeded 50%. "All right, get up." Upon hearing Bai Chu's command, Xiang Tianxiao took a deep breath and turned to stand. As he stood upright, he was momentarily taken aback, clenching his fists in disbelief as he looked at Bai Chu. "Mr. Bai, this." Bai Chu replied nonchalantly. "How confident are you in facing the Night King now?" Xiang Tianxiao flexed his limbs, his excitement intensifying. He knelt on one knee with a thud, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master. If I were to face the Night King now, I would have at least a 70% chance of victory." Bai Chu nodded lightly. "Good, rise. I am unaccustomed to being called Master. Simply refer to me as Young Master." "Yes, Young Master." Xiang Tianxiao stood, gazing at Bai Chu with a look of reverence. Bai Chu's abilities had far surpassed his understanding. The capacity to enhance one's strength to such an extent seemed almost mythical, surpassing even the legendary gene therapies of the West. Coupled with the peculiar torment Bai Chu had inflicted the previous day, he now appeared to Xiang Tianxiao as both mysterious and formidable. Whereas his previous sentiments towards Bai Chu had been rooted in fear, they now encompassed a profound respect. The thought of betrayal never crossed his mind. He believed that one capable of effortlessly augmenting his strength must possess means to deal with disloyalty. If he were to betray, he was certain his fate would be even more tragic than the previous night. Bai Chu handed him his phone number, saying, "If you eliminate the Night King, you shall take control of Night Island. I will not interfere with your future actions. But I have one requirement. Do not act recklessly within the borders of the Great Xia. Understood? Furthermore, once you take over Night Island, please investigate Lu Huiwang, the one who hired you to deal with me. I wish to ascertain whether there are any powerful entities backing him." Understood. Bai Chu nodded. "All right, you may return now. I await your good news." "Yes, young master, I take my leave." Xiang Tianxiao bowed and leaped from the balcony. They were situated on the 3rd floor. Yet Xiang Tianxiao descended without losing any momentum, vanishing into the distance within mere moments. Bai Chu clapped his hands together. Done. The reason Lu Huiwang had sought assassins to deal with him was undoubtedly because he realized sending his own subordinates would be futile. As for why it would be futile, it was likely due to his awareness of Bai Chu's formidable strength and perhaps the covert assistance of merchants. As long as Xiang Tianxiao can conquer Dark Night Island, Lu Huiwang will undoubtedly refrain from harassing him for the time being. Finally, Bai Chu let out a sigh of relief. The next few days indeed passed without incident. Jinsheng Company gained a modicum of fame after completing the Rongxing Huafu project, resulting in an influx of smaller orders. One day, as Bai Chu and Chen Qingyu entered the company, he suddenly halted in his tracks. A familiar and melodious song resonated in his ears, evoking a sense of nostalgia as if he had returned to a time before his journey through the realms. Noticing the change in Bai Chu, Chen Qingyu inquired, "What is the matter, Xiaobai? Is this song?" Bai Chu replied. Chen Qingyu chuckled, "It's a new song that just came out recently. Don't you think it's lovely?" "It's indeed quite nice," Bai Chu nodded. "What do you mean by nice?" "This song has only been out for a few days and has already taken the entire internet by storm. I've seen countless online reviews claiming it to be one of the best songs of the past 2 years, and it's likely to be nominated as one of the top 10 hits of the year." Chen Qingyu appeared quite excited. "You know, Xiaobai, the music company that released this song is based in Jiangxing. I had someone look it up. It's called Chufeng Entertainment, a company that was just recently registered. Besides this song, they also have another track titled Courage, which has received similar acclaim. To release 2 songs of such high quality right after their registration, Chufeng Entertainment possesses immense potential. This presents an opportunity for us. If we can secure their promotional agency, our company will undoubtedly rise in prominence." Bai Chu cast a sideways glance, pondering how to persuade her to reach out to Chufeng Entertainment, only to discover she had already considered this possibility. It seemed his girlfriend was indeed quite capable. This was fortuitous, as it spared him the effort of further persuasion. Thus, he sincerely praised her. "You're truly impressive, Yu. No wonder you're my girlfriend. You certainly have an eye for talent." Chen Qingyu beamed at Bai Chu's compliment, but soon sighed. "What good is having an eye for talent? I exerted considerable effort to discover that the president of Chufeng Entertainment is named Su Muyu. Yet I still haven't obtained her contact information. If I can think of this, surely other companies can as well. I fear that if someone else gets there first, we will be finished." Tilting her head, she regarded Bai Chu with a hint of confusion. "However, the name Su Muyu sounds somewhat familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before." Chapter 64. A celebration. Rest assured, with our Yu being so exceptional, I firmly believe you will secure the order from Chufeng Entertainment, Bai Chu asserted with conviction. "What good is your belief when I can't even get in touch with the person in charge?" Chen Qingyu replied, somewhat despondent. "Let us have someone look again. We'll surely find it." "I know. I'm going to work now," Chen Qingyu remarked as she walked into her office. Bai Chu then retreated to a corner and called Su Muyu. "Muyu, how has the response been for those 2 songs?" Su Muyu, her voice filled with excitement, exclaimed, "My lord, I was just about to report to you. It's a complete sensation within just a few days. The 2 songs have garnered over 100 million streams across the internet. Major music platforms are reaching out to me for contracts. Which one do you think we should sign with?" Bai Chu nodded. "You may handle this as you see fit. By the way, Provide your contact information to Jinshin Company. If Yu Yu comes looking for you, entrust her with the promotion of all future artists to Jinshin. Rest assured. My lord, I will do just that. I will contact Miss Chen shortly. No, what I mean is, do not disclose that this company is mine, nor should you seek her out. Let Yu Yu approach you for discussions. This will bolster her confidence. I understand. After hanging up, Bai Chu glanced at Qin Yu, who was engrossed in her work, and silently praised her, thinking how her charm and elegance have blossomed. Once she truly evolves into a formidable female CEO, wouldn't he be her close confidant? Perhaps even a constant companion. The mere thought was exhilarating. After admiring her for a while longer, he departed, satisfied. Shortly after his exit, an employee burst into Qin Yu's office, exclaiming, "Manager, I have found the contact information for General Manager Su of Chu Feng Entertainment." Really? Qin Yu responded with excitement. She glanced at the phone number being handed to her and hastily input it into her device, her heart racing. The last collaboration with Rongsheng was initiated by them, but this time was different. It was her first time reaching out to a stranger, and a potential client that might surpass Rongsheng Construction. Her finger hovered over the dial button, hesitating. "What's wrong, manager? Hurry and call." Qin Yu, her face tense, replied, "I'm a bit scared." "Don't worry, manager. You are incredible. You handled the Rongsheng deal with ease. You can definitely do this." Encouraged by her subordinate, Qin Yu took a deep breath and dialed the number. The line rang for what felt like an eternity before it connected. A cool voice answered, "Hello? Hello. General Manager Su. I am Qin Yu, the manager of Jinshin Culture. I would like to." Upon hearing her introduction, the tone on the other end softened. "Oh, it's Manager Chen. My apologies. I am quite busy at the moment. If you are genuinely interested, you can come to our company tomorrow morning for a detailed discussion." Qin Yu's heart soared with joy. "Thank you, General Manager Su. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow." Overwhelmed with excitement, she realized that securing a meeting was a significant step toward success. "How did it go, manager?" her employee eagerly inquired. "General Manager Su has invited me to discuss matters at Chu Feng Entertainment tomorrow." "Wow, manager, you are amazing. I knew you could do it." The employee was ecstatic. Qin Yu herself had not anticipated such smooth progress, and her confidence for the impending meeting grew stronger. She instructed her subordinates to promptly notify everyone in the design department, urging them to compile their preparations from the past 2 days, so that she could present them to Mr. Su tomorrow. "Understood, manager." The employees cheerfully exited the office, and moments later, the design department erupted in jubilant cheers. Upon returning home after work, Bai Chu noticed that Qin Yu seemed to be in high spirits. He playfully asked, "So, have you managed to find Mr. Su's contact information?" "Guess what?" Qin Yu replied, feigning mystery as she looked at him. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Chu replied earnestly, "With our Yu Yu's capabilities, I'm sure you found it." "Humph, you're quite clever," she retorted. "Then hurry and get in touch." "I already have," she said. "What is the outcome?" Bai Chu gazed at her with eager anticipation. Qin Yu, noticing his curious expression, decided to tease him for a moment before casually announcing, "Mr. Su has agreed to meet with me for a discussion tomorrow." "Wow, Yu, you're incredible. You managed to secure an appointment with a company president so effortlessly." Bai Chu's eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Qin Yu. Seeing Bai Chu's adoring gaze filled her with a sense of pride, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Bai Chu moved closer, his gaze intense as he said, "Yu, with such wonderful news, I think we should celebrate in advance." "How should we celebrate?" she inquired. "What do you think?" He chuckled, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Qin Yu shot him an annoyed glare. "Humph. Is that all you think about? What, don't you want to?" "Not at all," Qin Yu replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Then I'll make you want to," Bai Chu declared, lifting her in his arms and heading toward the room. "Tonight, we shall celebrate properly." Qin Yu playfully twisted his arm. "But we haven't even had dinner yet. Why the rush?" "No worries, we can eat after we celebrate," he replied nonchalantly. "But I've been busy all afternoon, and I'm a bit hungry now." Bai Chu paused, pondering for a moment. Then his eyes lit up with a mischievous grin. "Then let us celebrate while we eat." With that, he carried Qin Yu to the dining table, extending his hand in a playful manner. The next day, Bai Chu accompanied Qin Yu to Chu Feng Entertainment Company, marking Bai Chu's first visit. Chu Feng Entertainment occupied an entire floor of a high-end office building in the city center as its workspace. As they stepped out of the elevator, Qin Yu suddenly halted. Bai Chu followed her gaze and spotted a young man blocking their path, Wang Xingzhou from the Wang family. Bai Chu was not the least surprised by his presence, as Wang Xingzhou's advertising company was undeniably the most formidable in Jiangxing. A newly established company like Chu Feng, with promising prospects, was bound to attract their attention. Humph, you really dare to show up. Wang Xingzhou sneered at Chen Qingyu. Chen Qingyu took a deep breath, her expression icy as she retorted, Chu Feng Entertainment is not a company belonging to your Wang family. Why shouldn't we from Jincheng come here? Humph. Do you really believe that merchants are eager to collaborate with you and think that makes you capable? To be frank, your pitiful company lacks the qualifications to compete with me. As for those merchants, it won't be long before they meet their demise. When that time comes, no one will be there to support you. Wang Xingzhou stepped forward, casting a sinister glance at Chen Qingyu. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a chilling gaze beside her. He glanced at Bai Chu, quickly retreating a step and swallowing his words. He realized that Bai Chu's glare was far more fearsome than that of the security guard who had struck him that day. It was evident that this person was also sent by the merchants. After all, Kunsheo had warned him that now was not the time to provoke the merchants. He had no choice but to suppress his anger. He was no match for the merchants' bodyguards, and if he were to be struck again, it would be in vain. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. Once the merchants fall, he would repay this humiliation 100-fold. Are you done? If so, get lost. Bai Chu stepped forward, gazing at him with indifference. Chapter 65. Come fight with me. Wang Xingzhou clenched his fists tightly, sneering as he stepped aside. He couldn't resist the temptation to mock. I advise you to save your energy. Chu Feng Entertainment will never collaborate with you. Bai Chu ignored him and led Chen Qingyu to the reception desk. Chen Qingyu politely addressed the receptionist. Hello, I am Chen Qingyu from Jincheng Culture. I have an appointment with your general manager Su to discuss a collaboration. The receptionist's eyes brightened. Oh, you are Manager Chen. Please follow me. I'll take you to see General Manager Su. Hearing this, Chen Qingyu let out a sigh of relief. As long as General Manager Su was willing to meet her, there was still hope. Bai Chu smiled and said, You should go in. I'll wait for you here. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Good luck. Chen Qingyu nodded and followed the receptionist into an office. Stop. Wang Xingzhou, visibly displeased, blocked their path. He glared at the receptionist. What do you mean by this? I arrived early and have to wait here, while she just shows up and is allowed in. Do you look down on me, Wang Xingzhou? I'm sorry, sir. But this is the will of our general manager Su. Please do not obstruct our work. If you have any objections, you can address them directly with General Manager Su. The receptionist replied calmly. Wang Xingzhou narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her for a moment before giving a cold snort. Fine. I won't hold it against you for the sake of General Manager Su. He then scoffed at Chen Qingyu. Even if you go in first, it won't matter. As long as Chu Feng Entertainment isn't foolish, they will undoubtedly know how to choose. Chen Qingyu remained silent, following the receptionist into the office. At that moment, Su Muyu was reviewing documents. Upon hearing the door open, she looked up, and, upon seeing Chen Qingyu, her face blossomed into a smile. She rose from her seat. Manager Chen, it's a pleasure to see you again. Chen Qingyu finally recognized Su Muyu, and she was taken aback. The first time she met Su Muyu was when she accompanied Bai Chu to purchase a car. Later, it was Su Muyu who introduced her to the villa they bought. Not long ago, Su Muyu had resigned from her job at the car dealership and had come to Jincheng to apply for a receptionist position. But she left after just a few days. Little did she expect that upon their next encounter, Su Muyu had transformed into the president of Chu Feng Entertainment. Hello, President Su. Chen Qingyu quickly extended her hand to shake Su Muyu's. I never imagined that the president of Chu Feng would be you. Su Muyu smiled lightly, attributing her success to fortunate circumstances and a timely opportunity. Manager Chen, please take a seat. After sitting down, Su Muyu's expression became more serious as she continued. Manager Chen, although we are somewhat old acquaintances, I will not let past familiarity influence our collaboration. Everything must prioritize the company's interests. Thus, if you wish to partner with Chu Feng, we will need to assess the strength of you and Jincheng. Chen Qingyu nodded. Of course, President Su, rest assured. If you are not satisfied with our proposal, we certainly will not impose ourselves upon you to collaborate. She took out a stack of documents from her bag and handed them over. President Su, these are some preliminary proposals we have compiled in recent days. Please take a look. Su Muyu accepted the documents and began to examine them carefully. For the next half hour, the two engaged in continuous discussion. After 30 minutes, Su Muyu looked at Chen Qingyu and said, Manager Chen, I am quite pleased with your proposal. However, I will need to review others before reaching a decision. Please wait for my response tomorrow. Thank you, President Su, Chen Qingyu replied. As soon as she stepped out, Bai Chu rushed over. How did it go? President Su said she would give me an answer tomorrow, Chen Qingyu replied with a hint of resignation. Bai Chu nodded, noting how adept Su Mu Yu was at creating anticipation. He had initially thought they would sign the agreement immediately, but this approach was better. Rushing could lead Chen Qingyu to uncover the truth behind the arrangement. If she discovered everything was orchestrated by him, her sense of genuine achievement would be diminished. Mr. Wang, President Su is ready to see you. The receptionist then called out to Wang Xingzhou. Wang Xingzhou nodded, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Qingyu. Tomorrow, you shall understand how laughable it is to compete with the Wang family in Jiangqing. He strode arrogantly into Su Muyu's office. Chen Qingyu pursed her lips, her expression darkening. Bai Chu took her hand gently, offering comfort. Don't worry. I believe Jin Sheng will surely succeed. Chen Qingyu sighed. I hope so. Upon returning home, Chen Qingyu's mood remained unsettled, her heart anxious about whether Chu Feng Entertainment would select them, to the point where she lacked the appetite to eat. Seeing her distressed demeanor, Bai Chu felt a pang of sympathy, and his discontent with Su Muyu's actions began to grow. All right, Yu, don't be anxious. Trust me. Chu Feng Entertainment will definitely choose us. Chen Qingyu, lost in her thoughts, pondered how she could remain calm when the potential signing with Chu Feng Entertainment was at stake, a matter that could determine the future of Jinsheng. Missing this opportunity would render any subsequent chances nearly impossible. Bai Chu was at a loss for how to comfort her when a sudden idea struck him. How about I help alleviate your tension? He suggested. Chen Qingyu turned to look at him with a hint of interest. Bai Chu grinned and extended a playful hand, only to be promptly pushed away by Chen Qingyu. Xiao Bai, I'm not in the mood today. I think I'll just head to bed early. Witnessing her lackluster demeanor ignited Bai Chu's frustration. This was unacceptable. All his efforts were aimed at securing a happy life, and now it was being jeopardized. Absolutely not. He pulled out his phone, angrily messaging Su Muyu. What on earth are you doing? Call Qingyu immediately and inform her about tomorrow's signing. At that moment, Su Muyu had just returned home after a busy day and was taken aback by Bai Chu's message. Realization struck her. She had misinterpreted the young master's intentions. Without delay, she called Chen Qingyu. Lying listlessly in bed, Chen Qingyu picked up the phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, her heart raced. Taking a deep breath, she answered. Moments later, she was bouncing excitedly on her bed. At that moment, Bai Chu feigned nonchalance as he entered the room, curiously asking, What is going on, Qingyu? Without hesitation, Chen Qingyu leaped from her bed and clung to him like a sloth, exclaiming, Xiao Bai, I did it. We finally succeeded. Succeeded at what? Bai Chu pretended to be puzzled. Chen Qingyu didn't provide an answer. A fiery glint sparkled in her eyes. I'm so thrilled right now, why don't we? Before Bai Chu could react, she leaned in and kissed him. As he savored the fervent tenderness in his embrace, Bai Chu felt an immense sense of pride. The night passed in silence. The following day, Chen Qingyu signed the contract with Su Muyu. While Bai Chu was celebrating the acquisition of Chu Feng Entertainment with Jin Sheng's employees, he received an urgent call from Su Muyu. Young master, there's trouble. Wang Xingzhou has brought people to the company to cause a ruckus. They are vandalizing the office facilities, and several employees have already been injured. Bai Chu's expression changed dramatically. Calm down. Let them destroy whatever they want, but ensure no one gets hurt. I'm on my way. After ending the call, Bai Chu arrived at the company in trance and shouted to Xiao Zhanyong, Old Xiao, gather half the team. We're going to fight. Chapter 66. Compensation. Xiao Zhanyong snapped to attention, yelling, Everyone, assemble. Within seconds, nearly 100 security personnel stood in 2 neat rows. Xiao Zhanyong, with a sharp gaze, regarded them. After days of training, it was time to put their skills to the test. The boss needed them to engage in a brawl, and no one was allowed to falter. Do you understand? Understood. The security personnel cheered enthusiastically. All right, the first row, follow me. The second row, stay back and keep an eye on the company. Xiao Zhanyong led dozens of security personnel into a fleet of cars, trailing behind Bai Chu as they made their way to Chu Feng Entertainment. Bai Chu's imposing vehicle paved the way, followed closely by a dozen sleek Mercedes, their opulent procession drawing the attention of passers-by. The building's security attempted to intervene, but upon witnessing the emergence of a group of robust young men from the vehicles, they wisely retreated to the sidelines. Chu Feng Entertainment occupied the 10th floor of the building, and Bai Chu, accompanied by several security guards, boarded the elevator, while Xiao Zhanyong led the remaining personnel up the stairs. Upon reaching the 10th floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal a burly man wielding a stick, who mistakenly assumed Bai Chu was merely a client of Chufeng Entertainment. He glared menacingly at Bai Chu, barking for him to leave, declaring that the company had already gone under. Without uttering a word, Bai Chu delivered a swift kick, sending the man flying several meters, crumpling to the ground in a heap. A group of individuals, previously engaged in menial tasks, were drawn by the commotion and rushed over. Upon witnessing Bai Chu's audacity in attacking one of their own, they erupted in fury, exclaiming their intent to retaliate. Armed with sticks, they charged at Bai Chu. Unmoved, Bai Chu stood his ground as his security personnel stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of him. Each held a can of pepper spray in one hand and a rubber baton in the other. They first unleashed the spray, incapacitating their opponents with its stinging effect, while the baton struck with precision against softer targets. The security team, selected for their prowess and enhanced by specialized training, far surpassed the capabilities of the Wang family's hired thugs. With their specially equipped weaponry, the latter stood no chance of defending themselves. In an instant, anguished cries echoed throughout the building. The frontmost assailants were all brought low, curled on the ground, one hand clutching their faces, the other protecting their midsections, groaning in pain. Bai Chu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This tactical approach was crafted by Xiao Zhanyong, designed to swiftly neutralize foes without inflicting severe harm. After all, causing serious injury or death in broad daylight would spell significant trouble, regardless of wealth. Amidst the chaos, Wang Xingzhou burst forth from within, flanked by a dozen men, eager to discern who dared interfere with the Wang family's affairs. At that moment, Xiao Zhanyong arrived with a contingent of security, and Wang Xingzhou collided directly with him. Upon recognizing Xiao Zhanyong, the once arrogant glint in his eyes morphed into sheer terror. He stumbled back a step, gritting his teeth. You. How could it be you? Your business is overstepping its bounds. His fear was warranted, for Xiao Zhanyong's previous ruthlessness had left an indelible mark on his psyche. Xiao Zhanyong remained silent, turning his gaze to Bai Chu, awaiting his command. Bai Chu surveyed the chaotic scene within the company, his gaze sweeping over the disarray of scattered items and the injured employees. His icy voice resonated. I shall grant you 1 minute, after which I do not wish to see a single one of you still standing. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Zhanyong kicked Wang Xingzhou to the ground. Wang Xingzhou's subordinates were swiftly overwhelmed by the onslaught of security personnel, collapsing like discarded dogs across the floor. The security team, relentless in their assault, unleashed a barrage of pepper spray upon the faces of their fallen adversaries, and even Wang Xingzhou was not spared. The air was soon thick with anguished cries echoing throughout the entire floor. It was not until a good 15 minutes had passed that these individuals could barely manage to open their eyes, gazing at Bai Chu and his companions with terror-stricken expressions. Bai Chu approached Wang Xingzhou, lowering his gaze to meet him. You are mistaken. We are not representatives of a business. We are all employees of Jincheng. Since Chufeng Entertainment has established a partnership with our Jincheng, your current actions are tantamount to severing our financial lifeline. Remember this. Should you choose to compete with us through legitimate business practices, we will not intervene. However, if you dare to disrupt us again, I shall respond with equal force. Wang Xingzhou, his eyes reddened from the pepper spray, gazed at Bai Chu with a mixture of fury and resentment. He opened his mouth, ready to utter a few harsh words, but the reality of his predicament forced him to swallow them. He could not fathom that Bai Chu and his companions belonged to the small company, Jincheng. In all of Jiangxing, there was no family capable of nurturing so many formidable individuals aside from the business conglomerate. It was evident that these individuals were, without doubt, agents planted by the business. His animosity towards the conglomerate intensified further. Rubbing his stomach, Wang Xingzhou struggled to rise from the ground. Fine, consider this my defeat today. We shall take our leave. Not so fast, Bai Chu called out to him. What more do you desire? Wang Xingzhou retorted angrily. Bai Chu chuckled. After causing such damage, do you think you can simply walk away? You must compensate. Wang Xingzhou inhaled deeply. All right, how much do you demand? At that moment, Su Muyu emerged from an office, accompanied by several employees from Chufeng. Bai Chu turned to her and inquired, Ms. Su, could you estimate the approximate damages? Su Muyu pondered for a moment. The company renovations cost a total of, 1 million. Bai Chu interjected nonchalantly. Then let it be 1 million from young Master Wang. Wang Xingzhou nearly choked on his own blood. Do not be unreasonable. How can this meager furniture be worth 1 million? Ignoring his discontent, Bai Chu directed his attention back to Su Muyu. Ms. Su, have you forgotten to account for the injured employees? Right? We have several employees who were hurt, Su Muyu affirmed. Bai Chu nodded. In that case, let us add 500,000. The total amounts to 1,500,000. Young Master Wang, please settle the payment before you leave. You. Wang Xingzhou seethed with indignation. Bai Chu coldly uttered a sound of acknowledgement. If there were no monetary compensation, young Master Wang would not be able to leave today. Of course, he could also choose to call for assistance or report to the authorities. Xiao Zhanyong stepped forward, gazing coldly at Wang Xingzhou. A bottle of chili spray firmly gripped in his hand. Wang Xingzhou understood that if he dared to utter another word, this scoundrel would not hesitate to spray him in the face. Fine, I will compensate. He made a call, instructing his company to transfer 15 million yuan to the account of Chu Feng Entertainment before leaving in frustration. Naturally, his willingness to part with the money stemmed from a belief that he would soon reclaim both the principal and interest. After Wang Xingzhou departed, Bai Chu looked at Su Muyu and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you, young master," she replied. "By the way, we have signed 3 new singers in the past few days, in addition to the 2 who just released songs. They are all at the company. Would you like me to call them out to meet you?" Bai Chu waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I have entrusted all company affairs to you, and I shall not interfere." Turning to Xiao Zhanyong, he added, "Old Xiao, I fear Wang Xingzhou will not let this matter rest easily. Please arrange for a dozen individuals to remain here. Additionally, aside from training the security personnel, keep a vigilant eye on this area." After a moment's thought, he continued, "For Muyu's safety, whenever she steps out for business, you must provide close protection." This. Xiao Zhanyong hesitated, but Bai Chu shot him a glare. "What? Do you have objections?" "No, young master, rest assured. I will absolutely ensure Su's safety." Su Muyu glanced at Xiao Zhanyong, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "Thank you, Captain Xiao." Chapter 67. Seizure of property upon returning to Jin Sheng Company. Chen Qingyu hurried over to him. "Xiao Bai, where have you been? Everyone in the company is waiting for you to speak." "I want to deal with some trouble at Chu Feng Entertainment," Bai Chu replied. "What happened at Chu Feng Entertainment?" Chen Qingyu inquired anxiously. "They chose to collaborate with us, but Wang Xingzhou was dissatisfied and caused a disturbance," Bai Chu explained. Chen Qingyu's expression turned grave. "How could they be so shameless? Is everything all right over there?" Bai Chu chuckled. "It's fine. The police were called, and they were driven away. I fear those individuals may seek further trouble, so I've arranged for some security personnel to keep an eye on the company. After all, Chu Feng was just established not long ago. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Chen Qingyu shot him a disapproving look. "How could I possibly mind? It's only right. Wang Xingzhou is too malicious. By the way, they won't cause trouble for President Su, will they? Wouldn't that put her in danger?" Recalling her own kidnapping ordeal, Chen Qingyu's worry surged. "There's no need for concern. I've sent old Xiao to protect President Su. You have witnessed his capabilities. You can rest easy," Bai Chu reassured her. Hearing this, Chen Qingyu finally relaxed. "That's good. Come on, Xiao Bai. All the employees are waiting for you, their boss, to speak." "Never mind. I am not well versed in the affairs of the company. Our progress hinges entirely on you, my dear boss. Henceforth, I shall refrain from meddling in company matters and entrust everything to you. I shall content myself with being a stay-at-home husband," Bai Chu languidly remarked. Chen Qingyu shot him an indignant glare. "How can a man of your stature possess such modest aspirations?" Bai Chu chuckled. "What can I say? I am fortunate to have found such an exceptional girlfriend. All right, you should hurry inside for the meeting. I will prepare a delicious meal for you." Chen Qingyu reluctantly conceded after a moment's contemplation. Bai Chu approached the entrance of the company just as Zhang Yunhui returned. His eyes brightened. "Old Zhang, is everything ready?" "Yes, Chairman Bai." Zhang Yunhui cautiously presented a small box from his coat. The box, crafted from metal, was roughly the size of a cigarette case. Upon opening it, Bai Chu discovered it filled with a mass of fibrous material, which turned out to be an array of densely packed metallic needles. Carefully, he extracted one for inspection. The needle measured about 2 centimeters in length, its silvery gray hue almost invisible to the naked eye. Testing its hardness, Bai Chu found it satisfactory. The needle's tip was exceptionally sharp, capable of piercing the skin with ease. He was thoroughly pleased. This would greatly facilitate his future endeavors. Such fine needles would go undetected even if embedded within the human body, and their slenderness would render them incapable of inflicting significant harm. Bai Chu's intention was not to utilize these for inflicting injury, but rather for subterfuge. He aimed to administer his concocted substances stealthily into his adversaries' bodies, achieving lethal outcomes without a trace. He named these needles shadowless needles, perfectly complementing his own shadowy expertise. With a satisfied nod, he remarked, "Excellent, I am very pleased. Thank you for your hard work." Upon returning to the villa, Bai Chu extracted the shadowless needles and practiced diligently for several hours, ultimately mastering the precision to strike any target within a 10-meter radius. The following day, he procured additional substances and concocted a bowl of liquid, immersing all the shadowless needles within. This liquid was not a potent toxin. Its primary effect was to anesthetize, rendering a small area inactive. Unlike other substances, its impact was minimal yet prolonged and not easily metabolized. After thoroughly soaking the shadowless needles, a slight smile crept onto Bai Chu's lips. From this moment forth, should he wish to take a life, he would do so without the slightest chance of detection, and no one would trace it back to him. At this juncture, he felt liberated from all reservations. As Bai Chu exited the villa, he sought a small creature for experimentation. Just as he entered the courtyard, he noticed a group of uniformed individuals approaching his residence. Frowning slightly, he made his way toward them. As they approached the villa, a middle-aged man stepped forward and inquired, "Greetings, I am Judge Pang Wei from the Jiangxing Court. May I ask if the owner of this villa is Ms. Chen Xingyu?" Bai Chu nodded affirmatively, "Yes." "What is the matter?" Upon receiving Bai Chu's confirmation, Pang Wei's expression grew solemn as he produced a document and handed it to Bai Chu. "Ms. Chen Xingyu has incurred substantial debts, and we are legally obligated to confiscate this villa for auction. Please inform Ms. Chen that she must vacate within 3 days. Should she fail to do so, we will be compelled to take enforcement measures." With that, the bailiff behind him proceeded towards the window with a seal. "Wait," Bai Chu called out to them. "Judge Pang, I am Chen Xingyu's boyfriend. May I see her debt documents?" "Certainly," Pang Wei replied, handing over a file. Bai Chu examined it closely. After reading, he inhaled sharply, realizing the staggering truth. The family owed a total of 1 billion yuan in debts, which needed to be repaid within a year. Any individual would likely succumb to despair under such circumstances, though he did not grasp the reasons behind the debts. The court had issued a ruling, indicating that Chen must have been aware and accepted the situation. It was no wonder that Xingyu was so intent on expanding Jincheng. She was likely striving to repay her debts. Sighing, Bai Chu thought to himself, why hadn't she mentioned this sooner? A smile involuntarily spread across his face. Pang Wei, noticing Bai Chu's smile, felt perplexed. "Excuse me, is there an issue?" "No, everything is splendid," Bai Chu replied with a smile. "So it's 1 billion, correct? If I repay it now, will the villa be spared from confiscation?" "Of course," Pang Wei responded, somewhat skeptically. "Are you certain you wish to settle her debts?" "Absolutely. Please send me the account details. I will transfer the funds immediately." His conviction was palpable, almost bordering on eagerness. 1 billion yuan. He was already contemplating how to acquire more funds, and this opportunity seemed to present itself fortuitously. With Chen Xingyu currently holding a 93 favorability rating towards him, that translated to a 93-fold return. By settling this debt, he could instantly elevate himself to a billionaire status. The group before him was taken aback by Bai Chu's declaration. Surely, he could not be serious. His attire hardly suggested affluence, and he seemingly lacked comprehension of the magnitude of the situation. Pang Wei reiterated, "You truly are not jesting with us." "How could I dare jest with your honor? I was unaware of the extent of her debts, which is why I troubled you all. My apologies." He then urged, "Let us proceed to the bank for the transfer, so you need not make further trips." The group exchanged glances, skepticism evident, but ultimately followed Bai Chu to the bank. Chapter 68. The amount is quite significant. The group arrived at the Jiangxing branch of Dasha Bank. Although in previous instances he could effortlessly transfer 100 million directly to the company account, this occasion involved a transaction with a court, necessitating a more formal approach at the bank. Additionally, he wished to ascertain the privileges associated with his bank card. "Hello, could you kindly summon your manager? I wish to conduct a transaction," Bai Chu remarked, producing his bank card and addressing the reception lady. The young woman, named Tang Wei, served as the lobby manager of the Jiangxing branch, having attained this prestigious position in her early 20s due to her intellect and capability, though her striking appearance played a significant role as well. After all, This position afforded ample opportunities to meet affluent clients seeking to conduct their banking affairs. Tang Wei glanced at the bank card in by Chu's hand and smiled politely. Sir, you can process the transfer directly at the ATM. I believe the amount I wish to transfer is rather substantial. The machine may not facilitate such a transaction, Bai Chu replied earnestly. Tang Wei examined the bank card once more and, confirming it to be a standard card, responded with a smile. May I inquire how much you wish to transfer? 1 billion. Pardon? Tang Wei thought she might have misheard. 1 billion, Bai Chu reiterated calmly. Are you certain you are not jesting? Do you comprehend the magnitude of 1 billion? Tang Wei found the situation somewhat amusing. With such a deposit, one would undoubtedly occupy the highest tier of VIP status at any bank. Not only did Bai Chu's attire and demeanor seem incongruous with the possession of such wealth, but were he to possess it, it would not be encapsulated within an ordinary bank card. Cards capable of holding such vast sums are custom-made and easily distinguishable. Bai Chu, somewhat exasperated, replied, I am not joking. He gestured towards the imposing figure of Judge Pang Wei, who was accompanying him. How could I dare jest in the presence of a judge? Pang Wei himself harbored doubts, yet he nodded and said, Please call your client manager. However, Tang Wei hesitated. Realizing that a transfer of such magnitude typically exceeded the authority of a standard client manager, likely necessitating the involvement of the bank president, who was currently unavailable. She feared that if this individual did not possess such wealth, she would incur the wrath of her superiors for summoning the president unnecessarily. Seemingly perceiving her concerns, Bai Chu extended his bank card towards her. If you harbor any doubts, feel free to check the balance. She accepted the card, inserted it into the machine, and upon Bai Chu entering his password, the displayed balance left her momentarily breathless. It was her first encounter with a standard account revealing such an astonishing string of numbers. Cold sweat broke out on her palms, and she hurriedly returned the card to Bai Chu with both hands. I apologize, sir, for my earlier demeanor. Please forgive me. I shall summon the president immediately. A client of such magnitude was beyond the capacity of an ordinary client manager to accommodate. Tang Wei hastened to the inner office to contact the president. At that moment, President Gung Bo was engaged with a client, and upon receiving Tang Wei's call, he found himself momentarily bewildered. A substantial sum of billions rests within an ordinary bank card? When did such opulence emerge in Jiangxing? It is essential to note that Jiangxing's annual GDP barely reaches several hundred billion, and there are very few companies with a market capitalization exceeding 10 billion. Even the prestigious Fu family, the wealthiest in Jiangxing, though their corporations exceed 1,000 billion in valuation, would surely feel the pinch if asked to part with 10 billion casually. Furthermore, these affluent conglomerates utilize specially crafted gold cards in their banking transactions, rendering the notion of a common bank card holding 10 billion utterly implausible. He instantly realized that this might be a significant client from another region. If he could host them well, they could very well become a fortuitous ally. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly returned to his vehicle. After concluding her call, Tang Wei hurriedly invited Bai Chu and several leaders from the court into the reception room. Upon witnessing Tang Wei's sudden shift in demeanor, Pang Wei's eyes flickered with intrigue. It seemed this young man truly possessed the financial capability to repay 10 billion. He comprehended the magnitude of 10 billion well, as it was the first time in his tenure at the court that he encountered a sum of such enormity. This matter was initially a commission from the Jinsheng court to seal the properties of the debtor, and he had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. Should this debt be repaid, the court would receive a considerable fee, and more importantly, it would enhance his own credentials, benefiting his future prospects significantly. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 40s entered the room. He surveyed the surroundings before his gaze settled on Bai Chu, extending his hands with warmth. Hello, you must be Mr. Bai Chu. I am Gung Bo, the president of the Jiangxing branch of Daxiao Bank. It is a pleasure to meet you. Bai Chu rose to shake his hand, replying, Greetings, President Gung. Please, could you assist me with the transfer? Gung Bo nodded. Of course, I will handle the procedures right away. He took Bai Chu's bank card and, after a few moments of operation, his expression shifted from surprise to shock as he stared at Bai Chu. What is it? Bai Chu inquired, somewhat perplexed by his gaze. I am merely astonished that Mr. Bai has achieved such success at such a young age. What began as mere enthusiasm for Gung Bo transformed into a semblance of reverence. Half an hour later, as 10 billion was transferred into the court's account, Bai Chu's phone buzzed with a notification of 93 billion received. Elated, he grasped Pang Wei's hand with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Thank you, Judge Pang, for your efforts in traveling such a distance. I wish you a future filled with success and advancement." His gratitude was heartfelt, considering the substantial sum delivered to him. Pang Wei found himself momentarily flustered by Bai Chu's gesture. "Mr. Bai, you jest. We should be the ones thanking you for your support." After bidding farewell to Pang Wei, as Bai Chu was about to depart, Gung Bo, with a beaming smile, intercepted him. "Mr. Bai, due to the elevated status of your bank card, we are unable to access your transaction information, which hindered our ability to provide you with optimal service. I hope for your understanding." Bai Chu's gaze momentarily blanked. Realizing why transferring funds was so effortless for him, it was indeed due to the superior level of his bank card, a testament to the formidable capabilities of the system. Pang Wei continued, "May I inquire, Mr. Bai, are you in Jiangxing temporarily for business, or do you intend to reside here for an extended period?" Bai Chu shook his head. "I have been working in Jiangxing for several years now, and barring unforeseen circumstances, I will likely settle here permanently. Is there something specific you wish to discuss?" Pang Wei's expression brightened. "Mr. Bai, although your bank card boasts an impressive level, its design is rather conservative. This could lead to unnecessary inconveniences during routine transactions. If you would not mind, I could arrange for you to receive our branch's highest tier gold card, which would grant you the most esteemed services from our bank throughout Jiangxing, facilitating your future transactions significantly." Bai Chu considered this and nodded in agreement. "Very well, then. I appreciate your assistance, Director Gung." Gung Bo's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Soon, he approached Bai Chu with a resplendent purple gold bank card in hand. "Mr. Bai, thank you for becoming our bank's most esteemed client. I have configured this card with the highest privileges I can offer. Even if it contains not a single cent, you may overdraw up to 50 million. Should you find this insufficient, I can make a call to request additional limits." Chapter 69, Recruiting Company Artists? Quite freely, Bai Chu discerned the implications of his words and smiled. "There is no need for such trouble, Director Gung. I shall transfer a few billion into the account shortly." Gung Bo was elated at this prospect. "I am exceedingly grateful, Mr. Bai." Although Bai Chu was a client of Daxia Bank, his card was directly managed by the headquarters, unrelated to Gung Bo's branch. However, if Bai Chu were to deposit funds into the card he had procured, it would be a different story entirely, contributing significantly to Gung Bo's performance metrics. He gestured to Tang Wei. "From now on, let Tang Wei be your personal client manager, Mr. Bai. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to her." "Thank you." Bai Chu nodded and turned to leave. "Please, do not forget to see Mr. Bai off," Gung Bo signaled to Tang Wei. She nodded and hurried after him. As she observed Bai Chu's luxury car, worth millions, Tang Wei hesitated before saying, "Mr. Bai, it's almost mealtime. May I treat you to a meal?" "No, thank you." Bai Chu firmly declined, preferring the comfort of his own home-cooked meals. Tang Wei's expression dimmed briefly, but she quickly regained her composure, extending her business card with a smile. "Mr. Bai, here is my number. Should you have any needs, feel free to contact me at any hour. I am always available." She paused and added, "Not just for business matters, anything else as well." Bai Chu regarded her with mild surprise before nodding and smiling. "Thank you, Miss Tang. I will reach out if necessary." With that, he entered his car and drove away without looking back. Internally, he sighed, reflecting on the notion that wealthy individuals often succumb to moral decay, primarily due to the incessant temptations surrounding them. However, he resolved never to grant them the opportunity, convinced that he would always remain an unattainable figure in their eyes. Upon returning to the villa, Bai Chu received another call from Su Muyu. "Young master, something terrible has happened." Bai Chu furrowed his brow. "What is it? Does Wang Xing Zhou still dare to cause trouble?" "It is not Wang Xing Zhou, but Xinghua Media. Several artists we have just signed have been poached at exorbitant prices. Even the performers of the two recently released songs have terminated their contracts with us." Su Muyu's voice was filled with urgency. The company had just begun to show some promise, yet now all the artists had been lured away. A company devoid of signed artists could hardly be considered an entertainment enterprise. This was even more ruthless than Wang Xing Zhou's actions yesterday. However, upon hearing this, Bai Chu chuckled. A music company's essence lies in its works, not its artists. There are countless talented singers in the Great Xia Kingdom. They simply lack opportunities. With quality works and capital promotion, even an ordinary person plucked from the street could achieve fame. Moreover, having listened to those two songs, I can't say they were exceptional. They were merely average at best, especially when compared to original artists from Earth. I was never particularly satisfied with them. So their departure is fortuitous. In fact, it is the departing artists who are rather laughable. They seem to have forgotten that their fame stems from the songs themselves, not their vocal prowess. Let them leave. Bai Chu continued nonchalantly. From today onward, let's amend the contracts. The penalty for breach will be abolished. Any signed artist wishing to leave the company may do so at any time. However, all departing artists will be placed on a blacklist, and we shall never cooperate with them again. They will not be permitted to cover any songs from our company, nor utilize any of our branding. That might not be wise, Su Muyu hesitated. There is nothing unwise about it. We are not lacking in songs or funding. If they wish to poach talent, let them. I am curious to see how many they can actually take. Bai Chu declared with confidence. Thus, I will send you 10 songs to your email shortly. Starting today, every artist who signs with us and passes our evaluations will receive a new song each month, and the quality will be assured. Hearing Bai Chu's words, Su Muyu felt a surge of joy within her. With such support from Bai Chu, all her worries dissipated. In the realm of music on Blue Star, it was not the singers who sought songs, but rather the songs that were sought by the singers. Many popular artists would humble themselves in pursuit of a good song. Her previous concerns were merely fears that Bai Chu would not be able to provide enough songs, as the entire Great Xia Empire produced very few outstanding songs each year. After hanging up, Su Muyu's anxious expression transformed into one of relief. Go fetch Xin Fengling, she instructed her secretary. Before long, a strikingly beautiful girl, unadorned with makeup, entered the office. Su Muyu smiled as she looked at her. They have all left. Why do you not follow suit? The company has signed a total of 7 artists, yet 6 of them have departed, leaving only this young woman behind. Ironically, she believed that this girl should have been the first to leave. After all, the other artists had signed contracts proclaiming their commitment to their ideals and love for music, while she explicitly stated her motivation was financial gain. The absurdity lies in the fact that when Spark Media poached talent, they merely offered a higher salary, resulting in the passionate musicians betraying their values, while the one motivated by money remained. This struck her as both comical and unexpected. Xin Fengling calmly regarded Su Muyu, remarking, I am not as foolish as they are. Oh, how so? The reason Spark Media offered a higher salary was merely to undermine Chufeng Entertainment. Even if they joined that company, they would not be utilized. Regardless of whether Chufeng faltered, after the initial hype, Spark would find ways to expel them, leading to a dead end. More importantly, I have faith in Chufeng Entertainment. Having just been established, they have already produced 2 excellent songs, which far surpass what Spark has accomplished. Su Muyu nodded appreciatively upon hearing this. Congratulations on making the right choice. In the coming days, I will present several new songs, and as a reward, you may select one that you prefer. After a pause, she added, moreover, starting this month, I will provide you with 1 new song each month. Thank you, Xin Fengling replied in a calm tone. Observing her expression, Su Muyu was further astonished. Under normal circumstances, any artist would be overjoyed with such an opportunity. Yet this girl remained remarkably composed, her tone and even her gaze devoid of any excitement, as if this stroke of good fortune had no bearing on her. The reason she initially agreed to sign with Xin Fengling was her exceptional vocal quality, which even someone like herself, who had limited knowledge of music, could recognize as extraordinary. Logically, such a remarkable voice should have been discovered by talent scouts long ago. Yet she had been performing on the streets. Upon reflection, it seemed that everything about this girl exuded a sense of uniqueness. Within the villa, Bai Chu spent an hour selecting 10 songs and promptly sent them to Su Muyu. After some thought, he transferred 200 million to her. Now that he was financially secure, he aimed to elevate Chufeng quickly. As Chufeng thrived, it would also propel Jincheng's growth, allowing their family to become the admired, domineering female CEO. The next day, with songs and funding in hand, Chufeng Entertainment released an announcement online, outlining the company's stance and the treatment of future signed artists. In an instant, young dreamers across the nation, eager for musical opportunities, flocked to Chufeng Entertainment, vying to sign contracts. In a top-floor office of a skyscraper in downtown Jiang City, Fu Shaoquan listened grimly to his subordinate's report. After hearing the news, his brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, his associate Wang Xingzhou, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Quan Xiao, these businesses are becoming increasingly outrageous. It seems they are deliberately targeting the Fu family. In merely 2 months, they first dealt a blow to the Zhanghai gang, subsequently establishing Jinxing Company to compete with our Wang family for advertising business. Now, they have introduced Chufeng Entertainment, directly targeting Xingho Media. This is a gradual probing of your boundaries. Although at present they appear to be insignificant in size and seem to pose little threat to us, such aggressive momentum, if left unchecked, will inevitably lead them to set their sights on the restaurant and hotel industry. Are you truly willing to allow their audacity to go unchallenged? For my part, I can no longer endure it. Fu Xiaoquan lightly tapped his fingers on the table. After a moment of silence, he spoke coldly. Initially, I had intended to let them linger for a while out of respect for the old merchant. But since they are so eager to court their own demise, I shall not be held back from being ruthless. The next day, Bai Chu received a call from Shang Yunrong. Bai Chu, next month is my grandfather's 74th birthday, and I hope you can attend. Taken aback, Bai Chu replied, does your grandfather particularly enjoy celebrating birthdays? Such a number seems rather unusual. Not that this age cannot be celebrated, he added, but it is indeed not particularly auspicious. Shang Yunrong chuckled wryly. My grandfather has never hosted a grand birthday banquet throughout the years. This time, it is not his desire, but rather someone else's wish for him to do so. What do you mean? Bai Chu inquired, puzzled. Do you remember those jade pendants? The person who wishes for my grandfather to hold a birthday banquet is the one who gifted them. I suspect the recent conflict between me and the Fu family has made them somewhat impatient. I just never expected this person to be connected to the Fu family. Upon hearing this, Bai Chu began to grasp the situation. It turned out that the one who poisoned the merchant was indeed from the Fu family. No wonder Wang Xingzhou had mentioned multiple times that the merchant could not protect Jinxing for long. They had evidently been planning to take action against the merchant for quite some time. Bai Chu found it somewhat amusing, considering how they would feel if they knew that the merchant's poison had been entirely resolved by him. All right, I will certainly attend, Bai Chu agreed. For the Fu family's urgency in dealing with the merchant also had its own reasons. He would go and see for himself. In the following days, Chufeng Entertainment signed 9 artists in succession. The quality of this batch far surpassed the previous ones, having been meticulously selected from hundreds of applicants nationwide. Xingho Media ceased its efforts to poach talent. Once Chufeng Entertainment's announcement was released, their methods had lost their effectiveness. They now awaited Chufeng Entertainment's next moves, curious to see if it could truly deliver on its promise of providing each signed artist with a high-quality original song. If Chufeng succeeded, Xingho Media would have no hope of suppressing them through conventional commercial competition. Conversely, if Chufeng failed, they would not need to intervene. Public opinion on the internet would surely drown them. A week later, Chufeng Entertainment officially announced the simultaneous release of 10 original songs across major music platforms, igniting a fervor across the internet. After listening to these tracks, Chufeng Entertainment swiftly became a sensation, as each song possessed the potential to contend for the coveted title of Song of the Year. Alongside the rise of Chufeng Entertainment, their 10 remarkable artists garnered attention, affectionately dubbed the 10 Sons of Chufeng by netizens. Among them, the most renowned is the illustrious elder sister, Shen Fengling, whose ethereal beauty and enchanting voice captivated a substantial fanbase with the mere release of a single song. Equally bustling is Jinxing Culture, having entered into an exclusive agency contract, taking charge of the branding and promotion of all Chufeng artists. The moniker 10 Sons of Chufeng is also a creation of Jinxing Culture, as their rising popularity translates to greater financial gains for the agency. With the increase in business, Chen Qingyou's spirits have soared during this period, inadvertently benefiting Bai Chu, as her elevated mood leads to her being particularly proactive every evening, a treatment Bai Chu has never experienced before. During dinner, Chen Qingyou excitedly discussed matters pertaining to Chufeng Entertainment, and suddenly, a thought struck her as her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Oh, Bai, I remember you sang a song for me last time. Why not sing it again? Assuming Chen Qingyou had taken a genuine interest, Bai Chu readily obliged, retrieving his guitar and strumming as he sang The Mouse Loves Rice once more. Chen Qingyou became utterly entranced, and upon his cessation, she joyfully grasped his hand. Bai, you sing beautifully. I think you sound even better than the 10 Sons of Chufeng. How about I speak to President Su and suggest you sign with Chufeng Entertainment as a singer? I believe you would surely become a sensation. Bai Chu's smile abruptly faltered as he decisively shook his head. No way. The idea of becoming a singer is preposterous. I find being a behind-the-scenes boss far more appealing. Chen Qingyou grew slightly vexed. But you currently have no job. What is so wrong with becoming a singer? You could earn money and not waste your immense talent. It's certainly better than languishing at home day after day. I refuse. My songs are meant solely for you. Others do not have the privilege. Besides, I am the boss of Jincheng. It would be highly inappropriate for me to become a singer. Humph, you still remember you're the boss of Jincheng. Yet you hardly ever step through the company doors. Moreover, who says singers cannot be bosses? Many stars own their own companies. Chu Feng has only just begun. It is destined to become one of the leading entertainment companies in the Great Xia. If you join now, there is a chance you could become a top-tier singer. I refuse. Bai Chu insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Qingyu, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Given that Chu Feng has just been established, and you believe they will achieve great heights, they must be in need of funds. What do you think about me investing in Chu Feng? Chen Qingyu's expression brightened upon hearing this, but she soon furrowed her brow and asked, do you still have money? She assumed that Bai Chu had exhausted all his funds after purchasing Jincheng last time. A little remains, but given the recent downturn in the stock market, I withdrew all my money. Now, I am contemplating how to invest wisely. If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have thought of it. You truly are my lucky star, Bai Chu replied with evident delight. Chen Qingyu nodded. If that's the case, it is certainly possible. However, how do you know that Chu Feng is in need of funds? Given his current prominence, there must be many eager investors. What if they refuse to let you join? He's undoubtedly short on cash. Otherwise, how could he afford to hire security? Bai Chu replied confidently. I will inquire with General Manager Su tomorrow. After all, I assisted them greatly last time, and our Jincheng has an ongoing partnership with them. They should prioritize me when seeking investors. The next day, Bai Chu called Su Muyu to discuss their plan. He then approached Chen Qingyu, feigning excitement. Qingyu, it's done. I've invested 20 million in Chu Feng Entertainment and acquired 10% of the shares. Really? Chen Qingyu's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The future of Chu Feng Entertainment is limitless and could potentially become a company valued at over 10 billion. At that point, Bai Chu, with his 10% stake, would be a billionaire. Of course, you can verify with General Manager Su. You are quite astute. Investing in Chu Feng is indeed a stroke of luck. Chen Qingyu praised him with evident joy. Bai Chu chuckled. This is all due to your influence, Qingyu. If you hadn't mentioned Chu Feng's promising future, I would never have thought to invest. Luckily, they are currently in need of funds. Had I waited any longer, I might have missed the opportunity. Then I don't have to become a singer now, right? Suit yourself. I know you wouldn't actually go, Chen Qingyu replied. No longer pressing Bai Chu to pursue a singing career, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and found a reasonable explanation for his future financial source. Chapter 71. This person is rather peculiar. While Jincheng and Chu Feng were enveloped in an atmosphere of joy, the mood on Fu Xiaoquan's side was considerably grim. They could not fathom how Chu Feng Entertainment could casually produce 10 chart-topping songs. It's unexpected that this business has found such an outstanding composer, Fu Xiaoquan thought darkly. Then, a slight smirk crept onto his lips. Let you bask in glory for a while longer. Soon, all of this will belong to me, Fu Xiaoquan. He dialed a number on his phone. Grandfather, how are things progressing with the business? They have agreed. Just ensure that the remaining arrangements are flawless. An elderly voice responded on the other end. Thank you, grandfather. Rest assured, I have everything prepared. This time, I will ensure their complete destruction. After hanging up, a chilling glint flickered in Fu Xiaoquan's eyes. On this day, Bai Chu found himself rather bored at home. So he decided to listen to the 10 newly released songs from Chu Feng Entertainment. He wished to assess the caliber of the artists signed under Chu Feng. After listening to several tracks, he felt they were rather mediocre, neither particularly poor nor exceptionally good. When compared to true powerhouse vocalists, there remained a significant gap in talent. However, upon hearing Shen Fengling's voice, his eyes instantly lit up. Her timbre was exquisite. The depth of her lower register was haunting, while her ethereal high notes evoked memories of a certain diva from Earth. The only shortcoming was her vocal technique, which was still quite lacking, and her voice seemed to lack a touch of emotion. Suddenly, he felt a spark of admiration for her talent. With a bit of nurturing, she could undoubtedly become a legendary figure in the music world, thus providing an auditory feast for the people of Blue Star. Consequently, he drove to the Chu Feng Entertainment Company. Upon entering the building, he fortuitously encountered Su Muyu returning from outside, followed closely by the keen-eyed Xiao Zhanyong. Bai Chu waved at them, and they hurried over. Young master, you've arrived, they greeted. Bai Chu smiled at them, inquiring, how have you been getting along during this time? Su Muyu glanced at Xiao Zhanyong and replied, With Brother Yong accompanying me, I feel much safer, though the only downside is that he seems rather reticent. Bai Chu looked at Xiao Zhan Yong with a playful smile. Not bad, old Xiao. And you've even taken to calling him Brother Yong after just a few days? Xiao Zhan Yong's face turned crimson, fumbling for words. Bai Chu chuckled, patting his shoulder. Then he turned to Su Muyu and asked, "There's a singer named Shin Fengling at the company, right? I've heard her timbre is quite remarkable. Take me to meet her." "Of course, young master. She is currently in the recording studio. Her voice is indeed the best among the signed artists. I was planning to have her sing the previous 2 songs as well." Su Muyu responded. Bai Chu shook his head. "No need for that. Those 2 songs do not suit her. I have other arrangements." Su Muyu led Bai Chu to the recording room, where Shin Fengling was engrossed in her sheet music. Hearing the door open, she did not even lift her head. "Shin Fengling, let me introduce you," Su Muyu called out. "This is Bai Chu, the mastermind behind Chufeng Entertainment." Shin Fengling glanced at Bai Chu and replied coolly, "Hello, boss," before returning her focus to the sheet music. Bai Chu was somewhat taken aback by her demeanor, but chose not to dwell on it. He spoke up. "This song is not suitable for you. No need to look at it. I will write a new one for you." With that, he picked up the paper and pen on the table and swiftly began to sketch out a melody. Su Muyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. She had always assumed the songs provided by young master were sourced from his family, never imagining they were penned by him personally. It was astonishing to discover that young master not only possessed wealth, but also such remarkable talent. In a matter of minutes, Bai Chu completed a full song, one he particularly cherished, titled Agreement. He handed the manuscript to Shin Fengling. "Give this one a try." After a brief moment of contemplation, Shin Fengling cast a peculiar glance at Bai Chu, yet her gaze swiftly returned to a state of tranquility. Bai Chu furrowed his brow, sensing that this girl exhibited an unusual demeanor. He had deliberately revealed a hint of his abilities to astonish her, but her reaction was far from what he had anticipated. Did she not appreciate it? No, she affirmed. The song was indeed quite delightful, more fitting for her than the previous one. Upon finishing her statement, she gently began to hum a tune from the manuscript. Bai Chu found great satisfaction in her voice. It indeed possessed a hint of the regal quality reminiscent of a queen. The sole drawback was her slight stiffness. Infusing her performance with more emotion would enhance it significantly. Nevertheless, Shin Fengling's behavior was evidently peculiar. Bai Chu turned his attention to Su Muyu, inquiring if she had been mistreated at the company. Su Muyu shrugged in resignation, explaining that from the moment she first encountered Shin Fengling, she had maintained this demeanor, seemingly uninterested in anything, even signing with the company, which she had only agreed to for the sake of earning money to support her father's medical expenses. "Is that so?" Bai Chu queried, directing his gaze towards Shin Fengling. "Is your father unwell? I happen to know an excellent doctor who could assist him." "Thank you. I will cover any costs," Shin Fengling replied with her characteristic calmness. Bai Chu was increasingly perplexed by her demeanor. "Are you troubled by something?" "There is nothing that warrants either happiness or sorrow," Shin Fengling responded in a tone devoid of emotion. Bai Chu narrowed his eyes at her words, placing his hand on Shin Fengling's pulse. Her current behavior appeared rather odd. In the eyes of Xia Yi, any psychological irregularity often stemmed from physical ailments. After conducting a brief examination, he found himself further confounded. Aside from a slight excess of liver heat, Shin Fengling's health showed no signs of concern. Moreover, the symptoms of excessive liver heat should not align with her current state. It was exceedingly strange. Noticing Bai Chu's expression of confusion, Shin Fengling remarked calmly, "I am not ill. I merely perceive life as a fleeting existence of mere decades, where everything is but an ephemeral illusion. What is there to feel happy or sad about? One should accept fate and live in tranquility." "Stop," Bai Chu interjected, unwilling to engage in such discussions that might plunge him into melancholy as well. He could not decipher the underlying issue with this girl and decided to dismiss it from his mind. "Since you are inclined to accept fate, then focus on singing well at Chu Feng in the future. As for your father's health, I will arrange for a doctor to visit him." With that, Bai Chu departed from the company without a backward glance. Initially, he had intended to personally guide Shin Fengling in her vocal techniques, but it seemed wiser to enlist someone else for that purpose. Time swiftly passed, and a month later, Bai Chu received a call from Shang Yunrong early one morning. Today marked the birthday celebration of Shang Maoxian, and he hoped Bai Chu would honor the invitation. Not only had Shang Yunrong reached out, but even Shang Maoxian had personally called to invite him. Bai Chu gladly accepted the invitation. regardless of the methods employed by the Fu family. Today's birthday banquet is destined to be anything but tranquil, and the merchants will undoubtedly side with the businesses. Bai Chu delivered Qin Xingyu to her company before driving to the merchants. Upon arrival, the venue was already adorned with festive decorations, and he was promptly ushered into the living room. There stood Shang Mao Xian, Shang Wenkai, a woman in her 40s, and a visibly frail young man, all awaiting his presence. Upon seeing Bai Chu, everyone hurried to greet him. "Mr. Bai, you have finally arrived. Your presence today brings me great comfort," Shang Mao Xian expressed gratefully. "Mr. Bai, this is my wife and my son," Shang Wenkai quickly introduced, glancing at the woman and the young man. "Do not forget to pay your respects to Mr. Bai." The two immediately bowed in acknowledgement. Bai Chu quickly waved his hand. "There is no need for such formality. I am merely here for a meal." Shang Mao Xian sighed. Wenbin is currently occupied with a military assignment and cannot return, while Wenxia has her own matters to attend to. Such unfortunate coincidences. If anything unexpected occurs, I sincerely hope Mr. Bai can lend a hand. I would be eternally grateful. As he spoke, he bowed deeply. Bai Chu promptly assisted him upright. "You are being too humble, Mr. Shang. If it were anyone else, I might remain indifferent. However, given my own conflicts with the Fu family, should the need arise, I certainly will not stand idly by." With Bai Chu's assurance, the Shang family members finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Bai Chu's prowess surpassed even that of Shang Wenbin, and as a skilled physician, his presence ensured a significant safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. "Now, you may continue with your preparations. Do not mind me," Bai Chu stated, finding a place to sit and casually engaging in a game while quietly awaiting the Fu family's arrival. As noon approached, luxurious vehicles gradually rolled into the Shang estate. This was the first grand birthday celebration hosted by the Shang family in decades, drawing the attention of various prominent families and business magnates from Jiangqing. Shang Wenkai and his daughter stood at the entrance to welcome the guests. Soon, the courtyard was filled with an array of opulent cars, each guest being ushered into the banquet hall. Just as all the guests were nearly accounted for, the Fu family's convoy arrived belatedly. The lead vehicle discharged a middle-aged man and a young man, Fu Shaoquan, and the head of the Fu family, Fu Ruohai. Shang Wenkai offered a perfunctory nod towards Fu Ruohai. "Ah, the head of the Fu family has arrived. Please, come inside." Fu Ruohai clasped Shang Wenkai's hand with enthusiasm. "Ah, Wenkai brother, it has been a while. You seem to be looking a bit worse for wear. Do take care of your health, for the Shang family will be relying on you in the future." As he spoke, he applied slight pressure, causing Shang Wenkai's expression to contort in discomfort. Witnessing this, Fu Ruohai could not help but smirk inwardly, realizing that Shang Wenkai was indeed nearing his limits, just as he had presumed. Shang Wenkai let out a cold snort, disdainfully withdrawing his hand and wiping it on his clothing. There was no need for the head of the Fu family to concern himself with this. "Please, enter at your leisure." With that, he chose to disregard him. Fu Ruohai's lips curled into a mocking smile as he strode toward the banquet hall. Behind him, Fu Shaoquan paused momentarily as he passed by Shang Yunrong, presenting what he deemed a gentlemanly smile. Indeed, as the saying goes, a woman transforms significantly by the age of 18. After several years apart, Yunrong had become increasingly enchanting. Shang Yunrong scoffed, retorting, "Well, I never imagined that the young Master Fu, after spending a few years in Japan, would become even more lewd. It seems you have truly assimilated." Her expression then turned icy. "Do stow away that hypocritical smile of yours, and please refer to me as Miss Shang. You lack the right to call me Yunrong." Fu Shaoquan's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he maintained his smile. "My dear Yunrong, you are being rather unfeeling. My feelings for you remain unchanged from those of years past. I can only hope one day you might be moved by my sincerity. In this lifetime, you may never have that opportunity. Is that so? That remains to be seen. Perhaps by the end of today, you might change your mind." He laughed heartily as he entered the banquet hall. Shang Yunrong gazed at his retreating figure, her heart brimming with murderous intent. Shortly after Fu Shaoquan and his entourage entered, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, leaning on a cane and limping, approached. Upon seeing him, a flash of sorrow crossed Shang Wenkai's eyes. This man was Zheng Guoming, a fellow townsman of his father's, who had served alongside him in the military for many years and was his father's most trusted friend. Until now, he had always regarded him with the respect one would afford an uncle. Yet it was astonishing to discover that the very person who wished to bring ruin upon his family was he. Shang Wenkai exchanged a glance with his daughter, and they both stepped forward. Uncle Zheng, you have arrived. Wenbin and Wenxiao are unable to return due to prior commitments, and with not enough hands at home. I could not personally come to greet you. Please do not hold it against me. Zheng Guoming chuckled heartily. Am I the sort to take offense? Your father's health is failing. Though my old bones are frail, I am still quite robust. There was no need for you to trouble yourselves to come greet me. Grandpa Zheng, Shang Yunrong called out sweetly, dutifully offering her arm for support. Zheng Guoming looked at her with great satisfaction, remarking, Rong girl, you are becoming ever more exquisite. Any lad fortunate enough to marry you will be truly blessed. You flatter me, Grandpa Zheng. Let us not delay any further. You have been on my mind all day. Shang Wenkai led Zheng Guoming to the main table in the banquet hall. At the head table sat Shang Maoxian alongside several guests, all of whom were prominent figures in Jiangqing, heads of families or founders of enterprises, with the youngest among them being of Shang Wenkai's generation. Even Fu Shaoquan had not been granted a seat at this table. Upon Zheng Guoming's arrival, everyone, except for Shang Maoxian and a young man beside him, rose to their feet. Good day, Elder Zheng. Although Zheng Guoming may not be considered a prominent figure, it is well known among the crowd that he shares a close bond with Shang Maoxian, having fought side by side on the battlefield. Therefore, the respect he deserves is undeniable. Shang Maoxian gestured to the seat beside him, inviting, Come, Guoming, sit here. After taking his seat, Zheng Guoming cast a curious glance towards the other side of Shang Maoxian. The table was filled with notable figures from Jiangqing, yet seated beside Shang Maoxian was a young man in his 20s. Even Shang Wenkai occupied a position beneath this young man, leaving everyone bewildered. Zheng Guoming furrowed his brow and inquired, Maoxian, who is this young man? Oh, a friend of Yunrong, Shang Maoxian replied, seemingly disinclined to elaborate. His demeanor sparked intrigue among the onlookers. All eyes turned towards the young man, who was none other than Bai Chu, engrossed in a game on his phone, showing no interest in the prominent figures surrounding him. Speculations about his identity began to swirl among the crowd. At that moment, an elderly gentleman chuckled, Old Shang, could this young friend possibly be Miss Shang's boyfriend? Shang Maoxian merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. His reaction only solidified the crowd's assumptions. Miss Shang had always been exceptionally astute, managing the family business even during her school years, her acumen surpassing that of many men. Moreover, she had never been rumored to have any romantic entanglements, leading many to believe that the Shang family intended to groom her as their successor. After all, it was common knowledge that among the younger generation of the Shang family, there was one daughter and two sons, the latter of whom were both unfit for business, one frail and the other simple-minded, leaving only the daughter capable of shouldering the family's legacy. Seeing her today, it was evident that the Shang family indeed intended to cultivate her, even going so far as to invite a potential son-in-law. This thought prompted many to cast hostile glances at Bai Chu. Being the son-in-law of the Shang family was the pinnacle of dreams for countless young men in Jiangqing, as marrying into the Shang family not only promised swift ascension, but also came with the allure of the stunning Miss Shang. Zheng Guoming regarded Bai Chu with displeasure, pondering that even if he were indeed Yunrong's boyfriend, his lack of decorum was rather alarming. How could he possibly be worthy of Yunrong? Shang Maoxian chuckled, Oh, Guoming, do not be upset. This child is simply a bit reserved and not fond of conversation. Let us not mind him. Everyone, please take your seats. Zheng Guoming's expression grew even more sour, clearly recognizing Shang Maoxian's considerable regard for this young man. Just as he was about to express his frustration, he reconsidered and found himself somewhat at ease. At a nearby table, Fu Shaoquan fixed a penetrating gaze on Bai Chu, whispering a few words to his attendant before approaching Shang Maoxian with a box in hand. Chapter 73. Were you frightened? Fu Shaoquan bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, stating, I, Fu Shaoquan, on behalf of the Fu family, extend my best wishes to old Shang on this occasion. Upon hearing that Mr. Shang's health had deteriorated, the younger generation took the initiative to invite the renowned physician, Mr. Inoue Chuan, from Japan, hoping that his expertise would restore Mr. Shang's vitality. With a wave of his hand, a man with a sparse mustache stepped forward, introducing himself in broken Chinese. Hello, Mr. Shang, I am Inoue Chuan. Allow me to examine you. Upon seeing this individual, Mr. Shang's expression darkened considerably. No need, he retorted. I have slain countless beasts from your country and know them all too well. I cannot trust them. A glint of coldness flickered in Inoue Chuan's eyes. Yet his face remained adorned with a warm smile. It seems, Mr. Shang, that you harbor some misconceptions about our Japanese empire. Mr. Shang waved his hand dismissively. I have no misconceptions about you, nor any interest. This matter ends here. Henceforth, no person from Japan shall be welcomed into the Shang family. Depart. With a huff. Inoue Chuan's two diminutive companions, exuding an ominous aura, took a step forward. Bai Chu sensed an intense killing intent and glanced at the pair. A faint smirk gracing his lips before he resumed his focus on his phone. Inoue Chuan gestured for his companions to halt, bowing slightly before retreating with them. Fu Xiaoquan smiled slightly. Since Mr. Shang disdains this gift, I have another token of goodwill for you to accept. As he spoke, he opened a box and revealed a white floral wreath. Mr. Shang, this is a wreath of cherry blossoms handpicked from Japan. It symbolizes life and hope. Wishing you vitality and optimism akin to these blossoms. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the white wreath. Presenting such a gift on a birthday was hardly a gesture of life and hope, but rather an ominous send-off. Mr. Shang's hands trembled with fury, his already pallid face turning even more ashen. You. Shang Yunrong stood abruptly, glaring angrily at Fu Xiaoquan. Fu Xiaoquan, are you courting death? Oh dear, a misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. Fu Ruohai interjected with a forced smile. Mr. Shang, my son has been studying in Japan for years and has grown accustomed to their way of thinking. Perhaps there is a cultural clash at play. Nonetheless, he genuinely wishes for your well-being. I hope you can understand. Zheng Guoming patted Shang Maoxian's shoulder. Calm yourself, Maoxian. On this joyous occasion, it is unnecessary to let a trivial misunderstanding upset your health. Indeed, Fu Xiaoquan continued, I truly did not realize that Mr. Shang would disfavor this gift. Allow me to take it back. I hope you will not be angered, lest your grand celebration turn into a lamentable affair. I take my leave. With a cold smile, he returned to his table, bemused by the resilience of the elderly gentleman. Was he truly so difficult to provoke to rage? After several deep sips of tea, Mr. Shang finally managed to quell his indignation. Had he not had further plans, he would have certainly ordered the man's legs broken and thrown him out of the Shang family. Subsequently, a multitude of families presented their congratulatory gifts, all of which adhered to conventional standards, and there were no further incidents akin to those that had transpired previously. After all, within the entire Jiang city, the only family audacious enough to openly oppose the merchants was none other than the Fu family. At this juncture, a plump middle-aged man approached Mr. Shang Maoxian, cradling an exquisitely ornate wooden box. Mr. Shang, I am Peng Fuguei from Yucai Building Materials. It is thanks to your patronage over the years that I have reached this point. Hearing of your fondness for a particular item, I have gone to great lengths to procure a rare specimen for you, hoping it meets your approval. With that, he eagerly placed the box before Mr. Shang, his face alight with anticipation. Mr. Shang recognized this individual. It was his keen and reliable nature that had led him to choose to collaborate with him in the past. Thank you. Mr. Shang harbored no doubt regarding his sincerity. He reached out and opened the box. Upon the lid lifting, a large golden toad croaked loudly and leaped towards Mr. Shang. Ah! Mr. Shang exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock, his body stiffening involuntarily, before he spurted a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto his chair. Mr. Shang, father! The crowd turned pale in unison. Zhou Changming rushed over, examining the situation before shouting to the bodyguards, quickly, get Mr. Shang to his room. Several individuals promptly lifted Mr. Shang and carried him away. Peng Fuguei was rendered utterly dumbfounded, falling to the ground in disbelief. How could this happen? He had made inquiries and learned from Mr. Shang's closest friend, Zheng Guoming, about Mr. Shang's fondness for the golden toad, a belief he held steadfastly, having recently discovered from a friend in Vietnam that the Vietnamese toad was of superior quality. He had gone to great lengths to procure it, intending to curry favor with Mr. Shang, but now, Shang Wenbin glared at him with fury. Peng Fuguei, our family has treated you well, yet today you dare to harm my father? Do you not realize that my father despises this wretched toad above all else? No, it's not like that, it was he. Peng Fuguei pointed at Zheng Guoming. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was struck on the back of the neck and fell unconscious. Uncle Shang, this man is utterly despicable. Please, go check on the old master. I will take care of him, said Fu Xiaoquan, his face etched with concern. Shang Wenbin regarded him with a knowing look, nodded, and turned to leave. Shang Yunrong surveyed the gathering with a frigid gaze and declared, "Today's event is clearly a deliberate attack on the Shang family. Therefore, I request that everyone remain temporarily to witness this matter on behalf of the Shang family." With a wave of her hand, a throng of bodyguards encircled the banquet hall. The guests exchanged glances, astonished that such an incident had occurred. Simultaneously, they grew increasingly perplexed by what Shang Yunrong meant by witness. Did she intend for them to witness that Mr. Shang was frightened to death by a mere toad? In the entire banquet hall, only Bai Chu remained seated, unmoving. He held in his hand a toad of resplendent purple-golden hue, a smile gracing his face. The purple jade golden toad was indeed a remarkable treasure. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he discreetly stowed the toad into a box and then into his bosom. Once the merchants had departed, Fu Xiaoquan approached Bai Chu with a frigid expression. "You little brat, Shang Yunrong is a woman I have my eyes on. Do you aspire to be a son-in-law of the Shang family? Huh? Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Bai Chu cast a nonchalant glance at him and uttered two words, "Get lost. You seek death. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe I could ensure you do not see the light of another day?" Fu Xiaoquan seethed with rage. "How noisy!" Bai Chu gestured to a nearby Shang family bodyguard, who promptly approached along with several others. "Mr. Bai," they addressed him. Bai Chu calmly regarded Fu Xiaoquan and stated, "If you dare to prattle on, I shall break your legs." "Yes," the bodyguards responded, their gazes icy as they turned toward Fu Xiaoquan. Fu Xiaoquan took a step back, a chill creeping into his smile as he nodded. "Fine, you have some guts. I shall allow you to bask in your bravado a little longer." Bai Chu paid him no heed, for he understood that Fu Xiaoquan would likely not leave the Shang family unscathed that day. At that moment, Zhou Changming entered the banquet hall, his eyes heavy with sorrow as he looked at Zheng Guoming. "Old Zheng, old Shang, he is beyond saving. You should go bid him farewell." A flicker of complexity crossed Zheng Guoming's eyes before he sighed, taking Zhou Changming's arm as they made their way toward old Shang's room. Upon entering, Zheng Guoming beheld Shang Maoxian, whose labored breaths indicated his frailty, and his eyes reddened slightly. "Guoming, you have come. It is fitting that you, my old friend, see me off on this final journey," Shang Maoxian said weakly. "Everyone, please leave us, so that we two old men may have a moment alone." The others promptly exited the room, closing the door behind them to grant this pair of old friends some privacy. Chapter 74, He is your grandson? Shang Maoxian erupted into a fit of violent coughs, grasping Zheng Guoming's hand. "Guoming, my brother, after I depart, the Shang family will be entrusted to you. You know well that many in Jiangqing envy the Shang family's accomplishments. While I am here, they dare not entertain any thoughts, but without me, Wen Kai will struggle to protect the Shang family. After all, our old leader remains. With him backing you, those in Jiangqing will think twice and grant you some respect. This is my only request. Can you promise me?" Zheng Guoming gently shook his head. "I am sorry, I cannot comply." After a brief pause, he continued, "I can assure the safety of Rong Girl, but regarding others, I cannot make such promises." An expression of disbelief flickered in Shang Maoxian's eyes as he struggled to sit up, but after a moment of effort, he failed. Moreover, the agitation triggered another fit of coughing, droplets of blood splattering across his chest, a sight most harrowing. "Why? I saved your life once. I have treated you like a brother all these years. This is the one thing I ask of you in my lifetime, and you cannot grant it?" Upon hearing those words, Zheng Guoming's expression gradually twisted into one of anguish. "Huh, you saved my life. But it is precisely because you did so that you have ascended and achieved all that you possess today. In a certain sense, everything you have now is a result of saving me. It is all due to what I have brought upon you. And what of me? I have not only become a cripple, but also bear the burden of disgrace. Why should all the benefits accrue to you while I am left to endure the miseries?" His gaze toward Shang Maoxian was devoid of any emotion, instead brimming with animosity. Shang Maoxian felt as if his very worldview was collapsing. The brother he had risked his life to rescue from the clutches of death harbored such contempt for him. "Huh? Do you believe that you have treated me well over the years? I scoff at that. Those in Jiangqing may feign politeness towards me. Yet every time they mention me as your comrade, I ask, why? We enlisted together, and I am no less than you in any regard. Why must I now grovel at your feet? And the marriage you arranged for me, do you have any idea how I have survived these years? Simply because it was your introduction, I am shackled to a woman who cannot bear children, forced to feign a loving facade while I accompany her through a life devoid of heirs, All because of you. He gasped for breath, striving to temper his emotions. Ha! And today you claim to treat me as a brother? What utter absurdity! You have never wished for my well-being. A smirk of triumph suddenly crossed his face. But let me disappoint you. Back then, I secretly took a concubine while burdened by that woman, and I fathered a daughter. Though she is no longer with us. She left me a grandson, which can be seen as a stroke of fortune amidst my miseries. You mean that lad from the Fu family is your grandson? No wonder. No wonder, Shang Maoxian uttered weakly. Zheng Guoming cast him a scornful glance. At least you are not entirely oblivious, but it is too late to grasp the truth now. Not only will you perish, but your entire Shang family, save for Rong Yadu, will share your fate. Rest assured, I shall take good care of Rong Yatu. I will make her my granddaughter-in-law, allowing you a semblance of legacy in this world. Consider it my repayment for your life-saving grace. You are ruthless. Shang Maoxian coughed up a mouthful of blood. How foolish of me to have trusted you for all these years. I never imagined that you would. He coughed again. Laughter mingling with his words. Zheng Guoming suddenly erupted in laughter. To express my gratitude for your misplaced trust, allow me to share one more revelation. He leaned close to Shang Maoxian and whispered, in truth, what you have is not a brain tumor, but rather poisoning. Indeed, it was I who poisoned you. And your entire family shares the same fate. Shang Maoxian's pupils dilated in shock. Why? What is the reason for this? Why? Alas, there is no alternative. I do not wish to be so ruthless, but my grandson's ambition is overwhelming. He aspires to be the foremost figure in Jiangcheng, and as his grandfather, it is my duty to assist him. You merchants are the greatest obstacle. Moreover, your conservatism is astounding. Despite the cordial relations between the Great Xia and the land of the rising sun, you merchants vehemently oppose them. My grandson desires to welcome investments from Japan, and regrettably, I find myself compelled to eliminate all of you. I finally comprehend the situation. How laughable it is that my years of kindness have nurtured such an ungrateful wretch. Shang Maoxian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly rose from the bed. At that moment, he bore no trace of his previous perilous condition. You. How can this be? Zheng Guoming's face instantly transformed into a mask of panic. It was clear that Shang Maoxian had been on the brink of death. How could he suddenly? He quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. How could I still be alive, you wonder? Perhaps even heaven could not bear witness to your shameless deeds, thus sending Mr. Bai to my aid. Shang Maoxian advanced step by step towards Zheng Guoming. I have always treated you with fairness. It was you who acted recklessly in the past, nearly losing your life and causing the deaths of several comrades. I held no grudge against you. After your discharge, I humiliated myself to ensure you had a stable home, and this is how you repay me? With a swift motion, he struck Zheng Guoming, sending him sprawling to the ground. Bring him. The door burst open, and several bodyguards rushed in, lifting the pale Zheng Guoming from the floor. You have schemed against my family. Today, I shall show you the absurdity of your actions. Take him away. Meanwhile, in the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the room, with everyone staring in disbelief at the Fu father and son. The large screen in the banquet hall was broadcasting the recent events live. It became clear what the young lady of the Shang family meant by witness. They could scarcely fathom that the Fu family had audaciously plotted to harm the venerable Mr. Shang and sought to annihilate the entire Shang lineage. Zheng Guoming was truly despicable. The entire upper echelon of Jiangcheng was aware of how the Shang family had treated him. Yet the outcome was. Fu Shaoquan's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that his meticulously crafted plans would be turned against him by the Shang family. Zheng Guoming, that old fool, had proven to be more of a liability than an asset. Fu Shaoquan, Fu Ruohai, and Jing Shangchuan exchanged a glance, a frenzied glint igniting in their eyes. At this juncture, they could no longer concern themselves with whether Shang Maoxian had powerful allies. The only course of action was to utterly decimate the Shang family and silence all the factions of Jiangcheng, for otherwise, the Fu family would surely face annihilation. Soon, the members of the Shang family, accompanied by a throng of bodyguards, entered the banquet hall. The bodyguards unceremoniously tossed the lifeless form of Zheng Guoming into the center of the room, their expressions dark as they regarded Fu Ruohai and his son. Fu Shaoquan did not even cast a glance at his grandfather. Instead, he directed a fierce glare at Shang Maoxian. I never anticipated that your family possessed such cunning tactics. I had underestimated you. Shang Yunrong coldly remarked with a mocking smile. Fu Shaoquan, shouldn't you express concern for your grandfather first? Grandfather? Huh. What qualifications does a worthless individual, who can't even manage such a trivial matter, have to be my grandfather? Upon hearing this, Zheng Guoming trembled, his eyes filled with sorrow. Zheng Guoming, do you see this? This is your esteemed grandson, the one for whom you committed unspeakable acts. Do you not find it laughable? Shang Maoxian sneered. Zheng Guoming opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed helplessly. Huner, I am sorry. It is your grandfather who has brought you trouble. A burst of laughter erupted from Shang Maoxian. Zheng Guoming, even at this juncture, you remain completely oblivious? If that is the case, allow me to share something even more ludicrous. Yunrong, present the item to him. Shang Yunrong opened a brocade box and retrieved a hospital diagnosis report, handing it to Zheng Guoming. Upon reading it, Zheng Guoming's eyes widened in disbelief. This cannot be. Shang Maoxian scoffed, cannot be? You heartless wretch. Did you truly believe that the absence of heirs was solely Xiaowan's fault? She merely took on this humiliation out of fear that you could not bear it. But how did you treat her? You schemed to destroy your own family while attempting to ruin ours, all to assist your so-called grandson? No, it is not like that. It is not like that. Zheng Guoming trembled, his lips quivering as he looked at Fu Xiaoquan. Huner, tell them you are my grandson, my true grandson. Chapter 75. A backup plan. Fu Xiaoquan glanced at him with indifference and retorted, silence, fool. It was evident that Fu Xiaoquan had been aware of everything all along. Zheng Guoming fell into utter despair. He staggered to his feet, laughing maniacally. How absurd. Ha ha ha. Absurd, absurd indeed. Tears streamed down his face as he looked at Shang Maoxian. Maoxian, I was wrong. He then forcefully collided with the door frame, meeting his demise. Shang Maoxian sighed, and the others made no attempt to intervene. Such a death was, in fact, quite dignified for Zheng Guoming. Shang Maoxian turned to Fu Ruohai and his son. His voice icy. Do you have anything you wish to say? Fu Xiaoquan glared venomously at Shang Maoxian. You old fool. Wouldn't it have been better for you to die quietly? Why must you push me to this extent? Since you are unwilling to depart peacefully, then allow me to send you on your way. With that, he suddenly drew a gun from his pocket, aiming it at Shang Maoxian's head. At that moment, a chopstick shot through the air, piercing through his wrist, causing the gun to clatter to the ground. Ah! Fu Xiaoquan screamed, shouting to his subordinates, attack. Leave no one from the Shang family alive. Suddenly, dozens of robust men surged from the group of guests, charging towards the merchants. Protect the head of the family. The merchants' bodyguards drew their weapons to confront the thugs from the Fu family. Instantly, the grand banquet hall descended into chaos. Evidently, the Fu family had come prepared, as the strength of their hired muscle was on par with that of the merchants' bodyguards, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Some guests, frightened, attempted to flee, only to be sternly reprimanded by Fu Xiaoquan. Whoever dares to leave this place will meet their end, he shouted, picking up a fallen pistol from the ground, threatening loudly. The guests immediately abandoned their escape plans, seeking refuge behind tables and chairs, paralyzed with fear. Only Bai Chu remained seated at the table, casually crossing his legs and quietly observing the scene unfold. Fu Xiaoquan, infuriated by the piercing wound in his arm, scanned the surroundings cautiously, realizing that the merchants still had hidden experts lurking in the shadows. Had it not been for that chopstick, he would have been almost certain to eliminate Shang Mao in one swift blow. When his gaze fell upon Bai Chu, he paused momentarily, then approached him with a sinister grin. Kid, since that old fool values you so much, I shall first take your life as interest. He slowly raised his gun. Perhaps you should keep your eyes wide open for the rest of your life. The elite circles are not a playground for a pauper like you. Whoosh. But Bai Chu was swifter. As Fu spoke, another chopstick pierced his other wrist. It was you. Fu Xiaoquan's face turned pale with terror, astonished that this seemingly delicate youth possessed such formidable skills. Don't you understand that villains perish due to excessive chatter? Just fight. Why burden yourself with superfluous words? Bai Chu retorted disdainfully. Ever since that last encounter where he had let an opponent slip away, he had developed a profound disdain for the habit of excessive talking during combat. As his words fell, several silver needles shot forth, directly incapacitating Fu Xiaoquan's ability to move and speak. Bai Chu lifted Fu Xiaoquan from his chair. I want to kill you, but your incessant prattle is tiresome. Sit quietly and watch. That's the right approach. Subdue your opponent before engaging in dialogue. Is it not far more prudent? In the distance, Fu Ruohai observed his son seated beside Bai Chu, mistaking their interaction for a casual conversation. Although puzzled, he paid no heed. He turned to Jingshang Chuan beside him. Mr. Jingshang, I implore you to intervene. Jing Shangchuan signaled to his two attendants, who slowly advanced towards the merchants. Meanwhile, he remained stationary, his demeanor vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. He too possessed the ability that had pierced Fu Xiaoquan's wrist, but his attention had been focused solely on the merchants, preventing him from discerning the identity of the assailant. He intended to wait for the hidden figure to strike again before making his move. Jing Shangchuan's subordinates moved like phantoms among the crowd, poised to deliver lethal strikes to the merchant's bodyguards at the opportune moment. In a brief moment, several bodyguards had fallen to their hands. They advanced steadily, clearly targeting the position of Shang Maoxian. Oh, is this the legendary ninja? Indeed, they are sufficiently sinister. Bai Chu remarked with a hint of disdain. At this moment, the Shang family stood in a corner of the banquet hall, surrounded by a group of protectors. Shang Yunrong, his complexion pale, said, "Grandfather, we are surrounded outside by the Jiang Hai gang. We cannot escape." Shang Wenkai solemnly added, "The signals have also been cut off. Even if we wanted to seek outside help, we could not. I never expected the Fu family to be so thoroughly prepared. There is no need to panic. I have faith in our Shang family's bodyguards. Besides," Shang Maoxian glanced towards Bai Chu, "Mr. Bai is here as well. Since he has promised to take action, we should trust him." At his words, everyone turned their gaze towards Bai Chu, who was seated face-to-face with Fu Xiaoquan, wearing a smile as he observed the ongoing fight. What does Mr. Bai mean by this? Does he know the Fu family? Shang Wenbin's wife could not help but voice her doubt. Silence. I trust Mr. Bai's character. Shang Wenkai rebuked sharply. Shang Yunrong quickly added, "Mother, I believe in Bai Chu. He would never bring harm to our Shang family." At that moment, two ninjas from the land of the rising sun had approached the Shang family members. Bai Chu also stood up and slowly walked towards them. The Shang family soon noticed the two Japanese individuals. Shang Maoxian's gaze sharpened. "Japanese ninjas, this is bad, Wenkai." Shang Wenkai immediately retrieved a finely crafted handgun from his pocket and handed it to Shang Maoxian. Upon receiving the firearm, Shang Maoxian felt a surge of vitality. He had survived countless battles and was all too familiar with guns. Although he had not touched one in many years, in that instant, he felt as if he had returned to the battlefield of his youth, his face resolute and his eyes glinting with fierce intent. The two ninjas had now approached within mere meters of Shang Maoxian. With malevolent gazes, they sneered, "You, pig of Xia country, dare to insult our great Yamato empire. Die." As their words fell, they waved their hands, and two pieces of black cloth soared into the air, descending upon the Shang family. The two ninjas leapt high. Hiding behind the black fabric, daggers poised to strike at Shang Maoxian from both sides. "Be careful." The Shang family members were alarmed. Just as the daggers were about to pierce Shang Maoxian, several nearly invisible silver needles shot into the bodies of the two ninjas. They suddenly felt their limbs stiffen and lost control, crashing to the ground with a thud. Several bodyguards from the Shang family swiftly ended their lives with practiced efficiency. "It's you." Despite Bai Chu's discreet actions, the ever-watchful in no way Chuan discerned the truth. "Baka!" he shouted furiously, producing several azure-hued hidden weapons, charging towards Bai Chu with haste. As he drew near, he raised his hand to unleash a concealed weapon. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole manifested on Jing Shangchuan's forehead. His eyes, filled with unyielding resentment, closed as he fell. The shooter was none other than Shang Maoxian. After dispatching a few from the Japanese faction, Bai Chu covertly intervened several more times, swiftly subduing the fighters from the Fu family. Fu Ruohai's face was a mask of terror as he glanced at Fu Xiaoquan, who remained composed at the side, and he secretly exhaled in relief. If he could remain so unflustered, it seemed he still had a trump card up his sleeve. He hastened to position himself behind Fu Xiaoquan. "Xiaoquan, our men are nearly defeated. Do you have any plans to reveal?" Chapter 76. Unreasonable Fu Ruohai approached Fu Xiaoquan from behind and tugged at his shoulder. "Xiaoquan, do you still have any tricks up your sleeve?" As he pulled, Fu Xiaoquan's body leaned back and collapsed onto the ground. It was then that Fu Ruohai beheld his son's dire situation. Fu Xiaoquan had chopsticks lodged in both hands and was rendered completely immobile, save for his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Fu Ruohai's strength waned, and he crumpled to the ground, realizing it was over. "Find them," Shang Maoxian commanded coldly. A group of bodyguards advanced to tie up Fu Ruohai and his son, dragging them outside. The courtyard was teeming with ruffians from the Jianghai gang, each brandishing weapons and exuding arrogance as they awaited commands from Fu Xiaoquan. when they saw Fu Xiaoquan and his father being dragged out like limp dogs. Their expressions collectively changed. Shang Maoxian's sharp gaze pierced through them as he declared, "The Fu family has fallen. You are to lay down your arms immediately, or face certain death." All eyes turned to the leader, Long Gu, whose gaze was filled with defiance. Observing their lingering desire to resist, Shang Maoxian raised his gun and fired into the sky. Bang! The crowd of Zhanghai gang members erupted into chaos. "Lay down your weapons and surrender," Shang Yunrong bellowed. The onlookers fell silent, fear etched on their faces. They looked again to Long Gu, only to see him and Hu Yi, without hesitation, push through the crowd and flee. The members of the Zhanghai gang were momentarily stunned, but then they hastily discarded their weapons and scrambled to escape. If the boss is running, why should we stay behind to die? The Shang family did not impede their retreat, for they were vastly outnumbered, and their own bodyguards had suffered considerable casualties. Wen Kai, call the Public Security Bureau and ensure they eradicate the Zhanghai gang entirely, Shang Maoxian instructed, finally allowing himself to relax. He gazed gratefully at Bai Chu. "Mr. Bai, you have once again saved this old man. If you have any requests in the future, I shall." "Enough," Bai Chu interrupted. "Eliminating the Fu family benefits me as well. There is no need for such formality. Please resolve the remaining matters on your own. I shall take my leave," Bai Chu declared before turning to depart. However, after taking a few steps, he halted, casting a glance back at the banquet hall where Wang Xingzhou trembled beneath a table. With an indifferent tone, he added, "By the way, let us also deal with the Wang family." Shang Mao, addressing Bai Chu's retreating figure, exclaimed, "Rest assured, Mr. Bai. From this day forth, there shall be no place for the Wang family in Jiangxing." He then turned to Shang Yunrong and instructed, "Yunrong, you shall take care of this matter." Nodding in compliance, Shang Yunrong proceeded towards Wang Xingzhou, accompanied by several bodyguards. Upon returning to the villa, Bai Chu discovered Qin Qingyu at home. Curiously, he inquired, "Yuyo, why are you home from work so early today?" "I came back to collect a few items," Qin Qingyu replied absently. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Bai Chu quickly asked, "What is troubling you? You seem upset. Is there an issue at the company?" "Just a minor matter," she replied. "Do you require my assistance?" "No, it's all right," Qin Qingyu said, her gaze evasive. "By the way, Xiaobai, where's my ID? I need it for a contract." Bai Chu, without suspicion, retrieved her ID and handed it to her. "Are you returning to the company? I can drive you." He drove Qin Qingyu back to the office, and shortly after returning to the villa, his phone rang. It was Su Muyu. "Young master, I have a contract I wish to discuss with Manager Chan, but her phone is off, and she's not at the company. Is she with you?" Bai Chu found this perplexing. "Not at the company? That's impossible. I just dropped her off." "All right, I understand. I'll have her call you once I reach her." After hanging up, Bai Chu attempted to dial Qin Qingyu's number. "Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable." Hearing the recorded message, Bai Chu's heart sank. Qin Qingyu shouldn't have her phone off, and Su Muyu had just mentioned she was absent from the office. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. He hastily called the design department. "Wang Yin, where's your manager?" Wang Yin sounded bewildered. Didn't she go home?" "Home? Which home?" "Jinsheng. I even helped her book a high-speed train ticket." "What?" Bai Chu's expression turned alarmed. "How long has she been gone?" "Her ticket is for 1:20 p.m. Without delay, Bai Chu dashed outside, declaring as he ran, "Immediately send me her train details." After hanging up, he glanced at the time. It was already 1 p.m., leaving only 20 minutes until departure. He feared something was amiss with Qin Qingyu, given her earlier demeanor. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. Upon arriving at the high-speed train station, only 3 minutes remained until departure. Bai Chu rushed through security, sprinting past the staff's attempts to stop him, leaping over the ticket barrier, and ultimately managing to board the train mere seconds before the doors closed. He had made it just in time. Bai Chu Song let out a sigh of relief as he made his way toward Qin Qingyu's compartment. Upon arriving, he overheard a heated argument among several individuals gathered nearby. As he drew closer, he recognized Qin Qingyu standing in the aisle, while an arrogant-looking elderly woman occupied her seat. "Excuse me, could you please stand up?" "This is my seat," Qin Qingyu softly reminded her. The elderly woman cast a cold glare in her direction, remarking on the lack of manners displayed by today's youth. "At my age, you should naturally give way to me. How dare you ask me to rise? Hasn't your family taught you to respect your elders? You. How can you be so unreasonable?" Qin Qingyu's eyes reddened with indignation. "What do you mean I'm unreasonable? Am I mistaken? You are the one lacking in upbringing. Move away now. I'm telling you, I have a heart condition, and if you continue to bother me, I might just collapse. Nearby passengers began to voice their disapproval of the elderly woman, but she remained unabashed, sitting there as if it were her right. She shouted back at the crowd. What business is it of yours? Be quiet. Bai Chusong narrowed his eyes and reached out to pull Chen Qingyu closer. Xiao Bai, how did you end up here? She exclaimed, surprised. Bai Chusong smiled at her, assuring her that they would talk later. He then turned to the elderly woman. This is my girlfriend's seat. Would you kindly return to your own seat? I have no seat. If I had one, would I be sitting here? The woman retorted defiantly. Even without a seat. You should seek assistance from the staff instead of occupying someone else's place, Bai Chusong replied, his gaze growing colder. Her composure shattered. The elderly woman snapped back. Who are you calling an occupier? Explain to me what you mean by that. Don't you know to respect your elders? What harm is there in letting me sit for a moment? She scoffed. You young people are increasingly devoid of civic virtue. Get away from me. If I fall ill from anger, you will be accountable. Bai Chusong was nearly amused by her audacity. Taking a deep breath, he decided against further argument and coldly stated, I will ask you one last time. Will you get up or not? What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Go ahead and try to make me get up. I won't budge. If you dare lay a finger on me, I will ensure you pay dearly. The elderly woman appeared to think she had the upper hand. Bai Chusong nodded. Very well. Since you are so determined to remain seated, then you may never rise again. He turned to Chen Qingyu. Let South find another place. The two of them walked toward the end of the compartment. The elderly woman disdainfully spat in Bai Chusong's direction, scoffing, Uncultured wretch, how dare you provoke me? In a moment that went unnoticed by others, Bai Chusong discreetly flicked his finger and an unseen needle silently pierced the woman's neck, mistaking it for a mosquito bite. She swatted her neck and scolded a passing attendant. Is this how you maintain hygiene? There are mosquitoes on the train. Do you believe I want to file a complaint? Chapter 77. You should break up with my sister. Bai Chu disregarded her and led Chen Qingyu to a table in the dining area. Yu, has something happened at home? Why didn't you say anything when you returned? Chen Qingyu's eyes reddened as she gazed at Bai Chu for a moment before her voice trembled. Xiao Bai. My brother has been beaten and is in the hospital. What? Your younger brother was attacked, and you didn't inform me? What could you possibly do by going home alone? Bai Chu gently wiped away her tears, assuring her, do not worry. I am here. Nothing will happen. Anyone who dares to bully my sister's brother is simply courting disaster. The distance from Jiangxing to Jincheng was merely 3 stops. And soon the high-speed train arrived at Jincheng Station. Bai Chu and Chen Qingyu entered the same carriage again, where the elderly woman who had occupied their seats was just about to disembark. Upon seeing Bai Chu and Chen Qingyu, she disdainfully huffed, but as she stood up, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Ah, someone has fainted. Panic ensued in the crowd, and the attendants rushed to check on her condition. It seems she has suffered a stroke. We must get her to the hospital immediately. Chen Qingyu, surprised, glanced over and asked, Xiao Bai, what happened to her? Perhaps it is just retribution for her despicable behavior. We need not concern ourselves. Let us hurry and disembark, Bai Chu replied, not bothering to look back. He understood that this ill-mannered old woman would never have the chance to rise again. If she enjoyed sitting so much, let her sit until the end. After purchasing another ticket, Bai Chu followed Chen Qingyu out of the train station. Where is your younger brother now? At the 3rd hospital of Jincheng. The two immediately took a taxi to the hospital. In a hospital room, a young man lay on a bed with a bandaged head, his dull gaze fixed on the ceiling, motionless. Just then, the door swung open. The young man turned his head in surprise, quickly replacing his expression with a smile. Sister, what brings you here? Upon seeing her brother's condition, Chen Qingyu's tears streamed down her face as she examined his injuries, crying, Mingzhi, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Chen Mingzhi smiled as he pushed her hand away and sat up, patting his chest. It's just a minor injury. I'm fine. Look, I'm doing well, aren't I? His gaze fell upon Bai Chu standing behind Chen Qingyu, and he frowned, asking, Sister, who is he? Bai Chu waved at him with a smile. Hello, little brother. I am your sister's boyfriend. You can simply call me brother-in-law. Chen Mingzhi was momentarily taken aback. You are Wang Yida? You haven't broken up with my sister? Ahem, that Wang Yida is merely a former. I am the present and will be your true brother-in-law in the future, Bai Chu replied with a smile. Chen Qingyu quickly interjected, Mingzhi, this is Bai Chu. Chen Mingzhi stared intently at Bai Chu. What is your background? Huh? Bai Chu was somewhat surprised. Why does it matter? Chen Mingzhi replied earnestly, "You must answer me first. I am just a working-class individual. My parents are from the countryside," Bai Chu answered truthfully. Upon concluding his statement, Chen Mingzhi's gaze instantaneously dimmed. He shook his head and said, "For your safety, you should part ways with my sister." Bai Chu's expression hardened. "You little rascal. I heard you've been bullied. And I hurried all the way from Jiangcheng to seek revenge for you. Yet you advise me to break up with your sister? Is this how a good brother-in-law behaves?" Chen Mingzhi, feeling somewhat exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair. "I am doing this for your own good. Do you not realize that being with my sister could lead to your demise?" He then turned to Chen Qingyu. "Sister, did you not clarify our family matters to him?" I mentioned it," she replied. "Mentioned it?" Chen Mingzhi looked at Bai Chu in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Knowing this, you still dare to be with my sister? Don't you fear for your life?" Bai Chu raised an eyebrow. "Your statement is flawed. Your family is not a den of tigers and dragons. Being with your sister will not cost me my life." Chen Mingzhi inwardly lamented. It was evident that this fellow was blinded by love. "Here's the deal. You must first break up with my sister. If, after a year, our family has weathered this crisis, I will not oppose your reunion." "Absolutely not." Bai Chu resolutely declined. "You." Chen Mingzhi was instantly driven to frustration, roaring at Bai Chu. "Do you genuinely think I am jesting? Do you know who we are up against? This is the Lu family, a force more formidable than the largest clan in Jiangcheng." Bai Chu nodded. "I am aware." "And then? Then what?" Chen Mingzhi regarded Bai Chu as if he were a fool. "Do you not comprehend the consequences of offending such a powerful family?" Bai Chu smiled as he approached Chen Mingzhi, grasping his wrist to assess his condition. Finding no significant injury, he then patted his shoulder. "Enough of this. I am not made of clay. Why fear them? You seem to be fine. You can be discharged tomorrow. Take me to your school then. I shall avenge you. Those who dare bully my sister's little brother cannot be let off so easily. You are on the brink of death, yet you speak of revenge," Chen Mingzhi said, somewhat helplessly. Bai Chu ignored him and turned to Chen Qingyu. "Qingyu, do you want to return home for a visit?" Chen Qingyu shook her head. "My parents have gone to Modu, and we have been expelled from the Chen family. Now, in Jincheng, my only relative is my brother." Bai Chu nodded. "All right, it's getting dark. Let us find a nearby hotel for the night. I will accompany you," Chen Mingzhi declared, jumping off the hospital bed. Bai Chu shot him a glance. "Your health is not yet restored. Remain here. Besides, your presence would disrupt our little world." "Your little world?" Chen Mingzhi paused. "Bai Chu, you and my sister are not involved in that sort of relationship, are you?" Bai Chu nodded. "Indeed. We are in a romantic relationship, and we shall certainly marry in the future. What is wrong with cohabiting?" Upon hearing those words, Chen Mingzhi nearly collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Bai Chu. It was over, he thought. You must flee at once. That lunatic will surely kill you if he learns of this. No, perhaps that madman is already aware. I have been wondering why those troublemakers have been persistently bothering me lately. This is truly disastrous. Observing Chen Mingzhi on the brink of emotional collapse, Bai Chu replied nonchalantly. "The lunatic you speak of is Lu Huihuang, correct? You know?" Chen Mingzhi stammered. "Of course, I not only know, but he has already dispatched individuals to Jiangshan to deal with me on several occasions. However," Bai Chu paused, a smug expression crossing his face. "I have taken care of them all." Chen Mingzhi stared at Bai Chu incredulously. "How did you manage that?" Bai Chu clenched his fist and gestured in front of him. "Your brother-in-law is quite formidable, you know. Now, rest easy. You will find out tomorrow." With that, he took Chen Qingyu by the hand and departed, leaving Chen Mingzhi alone in the hospital room, questioning his very existence. Chapter 78. Your brother-in-law will avenge you as they walked. Chen Qingyu cast a worried glance at Bai Chu. "Xiaobai, is this truly wise? We are in Jincheng. What if that lunatic discovers you are here?" Bai Chu tightened his grip on her hand. "Fear not. Your boyfriend is quite capable. Even if he comes, he will not be able to harm me." In truth, Bai Chu secretly hoped that the man would indeed come, as it would provide him the perfect opportunity to deal with him discreetly. However, he hesitated, recalling what Shang Yunrong had mentioned about Lu Huihuang's peculiarities. He could not afford to disregard that. It mattered little to him. But if this led to calamity for Chen Qingyu's family, he could not bear the consequences. He wondered about Xiang Tianxiao's current situation. Perhaps he should wait until he clarified which forces were backing Lu Huihuang. The following day, Bai Chu and Chen Qingyu picked up Chen Mingzhi and headed toward Jincheng University. As they neared the campus, Chen Mingzhi grasped Bai Chu's arm. "I say, big brother, you aren't actually serious, are you? Call me brother-in-law." "All right," All right, brother-in-law, Chen Mingzhi exclaimed. Do you even realize what you are doing? The people bullying me are all little tyrants at school, many of whom come from affluent and influential families. There are so many of them. Can you really just walk in like that? Why not? Bai Chu replied nonchalantly. They're merely a bunch of kids. A good thrashing will put them in their place. Chen Mingzhi's expression was one of deep conflict. Are you certain you're not joking? I'm afraid that you might get beaten to death. And then I would have no choice but to flee. Bai Chu draped an arm over his shoulder and took Chen Qingyo's hand, striding toward the school gate. Stop overthinking. Today you shall witness your brother-in-law's prowess. Barely inside the campus, a student spotted Chen Mingzhi, shot him a cold glance, and swiftly turned to flee. Witnessing the retreating figure, Chen Mingzhi wailed, "This is it. You are truly going to get me killed." Bai Chu smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Soon enough, when the time came to act, Chen Mingzhi would realize whether Bai Chu had been boasting. By the way, where shall we find those people now? Chen Mingzhi let out a deep sigh, declaring that there was no need to search any further. They should head directly to the playground, for their adversaries would come to them. Bai Chu nodded in agreement and leisurely made his way toward the playground. It was class time, and there were not many people present. So the trio found a secluded corner to await their foes. Before long, 5 aggressive young men approached with a menacing air. As they drew near, their leader sneered. Chen Mingzhi, I didn't expect you to be discharged so soon from the hospital. It seems my previous attempt was rather lenient. He cast a glance at Bai Chu, a smirk playing on his lips. Ah, have you brought a helper? You could have chosen someone more formidable, with such a delicate figure. One might mistake him for a flower delivery. At these words, Bai Chu's expression darkened. If you have nothing constructive to say, perhaps you should remain silent. The Tanta laughed heartily in response. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? With that appearance, what else could you do besides delivering flowers? You'd barely suffice as a punching bag. Oh, you seem quite confident? Bai Chu retorted with a cold smile, stepping forward and slowly raising his foot. The student before him scoffed. What do you think you're doing? Do you intend to strike first? Go ahead, I dare you. Yet, before he could finish his challenge, Bai Chu's foot had already connected with his abdomen. A sharp gasp escaped the young man's lips as his body arched and was propelled backward, landing in a heap over a meter away. The expressions of the other 4 students shifted dramatically. You're courting death. They shouted in unison as they charged at Bai Chu. A series of heavy thuds echoed as they fell to the ground, one by one. Watching the fallen 5, Chen Qingyo's mouth fell agape. Although she was aware of Bai Chu's prowess, witnessing him engage in battle for the first time revealed just how formidable he truly was. Chen Mingzhi gazed at Bai Chu with newfound admiration. Is he really that strong? Any one of those 5 could have easily overpowered me, yet he dispatched them so effortlessly. Meanwhile, a few other students, drawn by the commotion, began to gather around to witness the unfolding spectacle. The leader of the fallen group, feeling the pain in his abdomen subside slightly, lifted his head and barked at the onlookers. What are you staring at? Scram. He was used to being the authoritative figure at school and did not wish to be seen in such a humiliating predicament. Recognizing the identities of those on the ground, the students quickly dispersed. The leader glared at Bai Chu, his eyes ablaze with rage. So you think you can fight? Just wait. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Hey, Pingu, that dog Chen Mingzhi is back, and he has found a tough guy to back him up. We're at the southwest corner of the playground. Bring a few more people. After hanging up the phone, he struggled to rise from the ground, coldly fixing his gaze on Bai Chu. Just you wait. If you dare to act today, you won't be leaving Jin University on your own 2 feet. Chen Mingzhi gently nudged Bai Chu, saying, Hey, brother-in-law, are you up for this? There may be quite a few coming our way. Peng Peng is the president of our school's judo association, and he is the 2nd strongest fighter in Jin University. I have spent quite a bit of time with him, and if things go awry, we can still make a run for it. Isn't that obvious? If we were in trouble, how could I possibly take such good care of your sister? Goodness, even at this moment, you still have the energy to joke around. I'm being serious here. If we don't leave now, it might be too late. Chen Mingzhi gazed at Bai Chu in disbelief. I am being serious as well, Bai Chu replied lightly. Chen Mingzhi shrugged. Fine, you win. After all, getting beaten up is a daily affair. I might as well accompany you for another round. He turned to Chen Qingyu. Sister, stand back. If things go south, run first and call the police for us. Soon, a group of people rushed towards them, numbering around 20 or 30. The leader stood nearly 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and robust. He glanced at the few individuals on the ground, who were wincing in pain, and looked at Bai Chu with some surprise. Did you do this to them? Bai Chu nodded affirmatively. Yes, I am Chun Mingzhi's brother-in-law. You assaulted my brother-in-law. And I am here to support him. The leader's expression hardened at once. Let me make it clear. If anyone dares to bully him again, I will make them pay dearly. Peng Peng looked at Bai Chu with disdain. You? Huh. Let me tell you, starting today, I want this kid lying in the hospital. The moment he gets discharged, I'll be sure to send him back. Oh, then there's nothing left to discuss. Fine, let us settle this directly. Will you come at me one by one or all at once? As soon as Bai Chu finished speaking, laughter erupted around them. Everyone looked at Bai Chu as if he were a fool. You think you can command us to come at you together? There's no need for Brother Peng to intervene. With just one hand, I could incapacitate you. A similarly robust student from Peng Peng's side stepped forward confidently, reaching out to grab Bai Chu's chest. He was also a member of the Judo Association, and though his skills were slightly inferior to Peng Peng's, overpowering an ordinary student would be like catching a small chick. He was certain that once he laid hands on this kid, he would subdue him in an instant. However, as he reached out, Bai Chu also extended his leg. Unsurprisingly, the judo student was sent sprawling to the ground. Although Bai Chu did not exert his full strength, the kick caused excruciating pain in the opponent's abdomen, nearly making him vomit his breakfast. Witnessing this scene, Peng Peng narrowed his eyes, while the other students were utterly astonished. This kid appeared to have an ordinary physique, yet he possessed such remarkable skills. Let us go all together. There's no time to waste, Bai Chu said calmly. His physical prowess had long surpassed human limits, and with his recent enhancement, dealing with these students was astonishingly easy for him. Yet, to the ears of the students, his words sounded like the utmost provocation. You're asking for it. A student charged forward in anger, only to be kicked away effortlessly. I'll take my turn. Peng Peng prevented others from advancing. He sensed a palpable threat emanating from Bai Chu, a feeling reminiscent of the one he experienced with that brash youth from the Sando Association. Peng Peng's gaze was fixed intently on Bai Chu's legs, fully aware that this young man excelled in leg attacks. Fortunately, the aforementioned brash youth also favored using his legs. And although Peng Peng had suffered defeat in their encounters, he had consequently dedicated himself to mastering countermeasures against leg strikes. He was confident that if he could seize his opponent's legs and transition to ground combat, even the most formidable adversary would face a significant challenge. Bai Chu, noticing Peng Peng's unwavering focus on his feet, playfully taunted, "Why are you staring at my feet? Are you enamored with my shoes?" Taking a deep breath, Peng Peng replied, "I'll give you a chance. You can strike first." "Very well," Bai Chu responded, then swiftly delivered a slap across Peng Peng's face. The blow left Peng Peng momentarily stunned, his anger flaring as he glared at Bai Chu. Yet, Bai Chu retaliated with a powerful kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Damn it, that kid ambushed me." A student behind Peng Peng shouted, "How shameless to resort to an ambush. Let us confront him together. Surely we can overpower him with our numbers." Bai Chu chuckled at their naivety. Truly, they were a step above mere delinquents, even seeking a legitimate pretext for a group assault, not one to indulge them. Bai Chu charged into the fray. "Ah, damn it. That hurts." Cries of agony erupted. 2 minutes later, over 20 individuals lay prostrate on the ground. Brother-in-law is formidable. Brother-in-law is amazing. Chun Mingzhi gazed at Bai Chu with admiration, marveling at the prowess of his sister's companion. Bai Chu cast a triumphant glance at Chun Mingzhi before approaching Peng Peng, placing his foot upon his chest and coldly declaring, "Consider this a minor lesson. Should you dare to bully my brother-in-law again, the consequences will be far graver." He was not merely issuing empty threats. Should these individuals persist in their misbehavior, he would not hesitate to escalate his response. Enough. At that moment, a student with a buzz cut approached. He was robustly built, clad in a tank top, with bulging muscles that suggested considerable strength. He regarded Bai Chu with discontent and remarked, "You're not a student of Jin University, are you? A mere outsider dares to assault someone here, thinking Jin University is easy prey?" Bai Chu looked at him indifferently, suddenly finding his face somewhat familiar, and smiled. "Oh, are you with them?" I am Shang Yunfei, the president of the Sando Association. While I am not allied with this group, I cannot stand idly by while you assault a fellow student of Jin University." Upon hearing his name, Bai Chu was taken aback. What a coincidence. "So, you're here to uphold justice? If that is the case, why didn't you intervene when they were bullying my brother-in-law?" Shang Yunfei cast a disdainful glance at Chun Mingzhi, his eyes brimming with contempt. "Humph, this fellow can casually abandon his own girlfriend. He is clearly not a good person. It's only fitting that he gets beaten up." Chen Mingzhi, immediately incensed, retorted, Shang Yunfei, you know nothing of the situation, so refrain from making wild assumptions. Do you think I wanted it to be this way? Stop with the useless chatter. That girl treated you so well, and you just cast her aside. No matter the reason, you deserve a beating. Chen Mingzhi's frustration peaked. Shang Yunfei waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Your presence annoys me. Bai Chu observed the two with a raised eyebrow, realizing that these two were acquainted. However, he understood the predicament of his brother-in-law without needing any explanation. He turned to Shang Yunfei and asked, So, what do you intend to do now? Shang Yunfei cracked his knuckles ominously. Let's have a fight. If you win, you can leave. Otherwise, prepare to endure some pain today. Shang Yunfei, you are no match for my brother-in-law. Do not seek your own misery, Chen Mingzhi advised. Fully aware of Shang Yunfei's capabilities. Yet, his brother-in-law was exceptionally formidable. Even Peng Peng had been felled by a single kick. Shang Yunfei was merely slightly stronger than Peng Peng, and surely could not compare to Bai Chu. Shut up. Shang Yunfei shot back at Chen Mingzhi. He glanced at the groaning crowd on the ground, his gaze igniting with fervor. You are indeed powerful, but that is what makes this interesting. Prepare yourself. He lifted his leg and aimed a kick at Bai Chu. Bai Chu deftly sidestepped, grabbing a pendant from Shang Yunfei's belt as he did so. Observing the pendant, he smiled and inquired, This jade looks exquisite. Why aren't you wearing it around your neck? Goodness, this thing is cold. I would never wear it. Shang Yunfei retorted, only to suddenly realize the implication. He glared at Bai Chu. That is my property. Return it to me immediately. Bai Chu, taken aback by the unexpected assertiveness, chose not to return the item. Instead, he crushed it in his hand and tossed the fragments to the ground. If it is not valuable, then it is better off discarded. Ah, you scoundrel, that was a gift from my grandfather. Shang Yunfei fumed, raising his fist to strike Bai Chu. Bai Chu effortlessly evaded the blow. Face me directly if you dare. Shang Yunfei demanded, his glare fixed on Bai Chu. Bai Chu chuckled lightly. You are from Jiangqing, aren't you? Yes, so what of it? I've heard that the second son of the Shang family has a foolish disposition. It must refer to you. Bai Chu remarked. Shang Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury. You're talking nonsense. Who dares to call me foolish? Chen Qingyu, puzzled by the exchange, turned to Bai Chu. Xiao Bai, do you know him? He is the younger brother of Shang Yunrong. Ah, Chen Qingyu expressed surprise. Upon closer inspection, she indeed noticed the resemblance to her sister, Yunrong. What a remarkable coincidence. Bai Chu regarded Shang Yunfei and said coolly, You are clearly no match for me. Out of respect for your sister, I shall spare you from a beating. Now, go amuse yourself elsewhere. Shang Yunfei furrowed his brow and then let out a cold laugh. What are you? Do you even deserve to know my sister? Humph, after ruining my jade pendant, you think this will just be forgotten? Dream on. Chapter 80. Immediately apologized. Bai Chu looked at him helplessly. Since you are so eager to be beaten, come at me. Without the slightest hesitation, Shang Yunfei retorted. Who will be beaten is still uncertain. He swung a right whip kick toward Bai Chu's waist. This time, Bai Chu did not evade. He mirrored the same posture and delivered a kick of his own. In the next moment, their legs collided with a resounding impact. Shang Yunfei's expression suddenly twisted in disbelief. How can this bastard's leg be so hard? He felt as though he had kicked a steel pipe, his bones nearly shattering from the force. Yet, he did not show any sign of weakness. Come again. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his left leg. Hiss. In the next instant, Shang Yunfei gasped sharply. What on earth is this guy? How could he possibly train his legs to such an extent? He felt as though both his legs were swollen. Standing was already a challenge, let alone kicking again. He had always been confident in his leg techniques, yet this was the first time he had suffered a setback. Internally, he mused that this brute must have dedicated all his time to leg training, but surely his punching skills could not surpass his own. Watching Shang Yunfei's distorted visage, Bai Chu smiled faintly. Are you convinced yet? Not at all. I may not be able to match you in leg techniques, but I refuse to believe you can best me in punches. Shang Yunfei took a deep breath and launched a straight punch toward Bai Chu's face. Bai Chu's expression remained unchanged. Only when the fist was nearly upon him did he strike swiftly, seizing Shang Yunfei's fist with ease. With a slight twist of his hand, a sharp crack echoed, and Shang Yunfei's arm fell limply to his side. Bai Chu's motion had dislocated his right shoulder. Shang Yunfei stood there, utterly astounded. Clutching his right arm with his left, he was frozen in place. To effortlessly dislocate an opponent's arm in combat, what kind of hellish skill is this? Are you convinced now? Bai Chu inquired once more. Shang Yunfei fell silent for a moment, his gaze gradually turning wild. Not a chance. So what if I can't win? The word surrender does not exist in my vocabulary. Bai Chu frowned and, before Shang Yunfei could react, stepped forward with a cold snort, seizing his neck and lifting him off the ground with ease. No wonder the people of Jiangxing say you're foolish. Being brave is one thing, but refusing to retreat when you know you cannot win. Now that's truly foolish. Bai Chu's voice was icy. Seeing this, Chen Qingyu hurried over to Bai Chu. Xiao Bai, be gentle, don't hurt him. After all, he is Shang Yunrong's brother. If he gets injured, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, I know my limits. Just giving this lad a lesson. Otherwise, he'll surely suffer in the future when he enters society, Bai Chu explained with a smile. Chen Qingyu finally felt a sense of relief. You scoundrel, put me down if you dare. Suspended in the air by Bai Chu, Shang Yunfei's face remained resolutely defiant. Bai Chu held him aloft with one hand while reaching for his phone with the other, dialing Shang Yunrong's number. Do you have a younger brother studying at Jinqing University? Yes, why do you ask? Shang Yunrong replied, puzzled by Bai Chu's inquiry. Suddenly recalling her brother's temperament, she grew anxious. Bai Chu, that rascal hasn't caused you any trouble. Has he? You dare to put me down. Shang Yunfei, with 2 swollen legs and 1 injured arm, relentlessly pounded Bai Chu's arm with his remaining limb, his expression a mixture of fury and frustration. On the other end of the line, Shang Yunrong clearly heard his voice and her heart sank. Her initial hunch had proven correct. However, since Bai Chu had reached out to her, it was evident he was not entirely without mercy. Bai Chu, hand the phone to him, she urged. Bai Chu set Shang Yunfei down and passed him the phone. Answer the call. Why should I answer your call? Shang Yunfei glared at Bai Chu with indignation. On the phone, Shang Yunrong became increasingly anxious, reprimanding him loudly. Shang Yunfei, are you itching for a fight? Although the phone was not on speaker, the proximity allowed Shang Yunfei to hear her voice, causing him to hesitate before reluctantly taking the phone from Bai Chu. Sister? He ventured cautiously. Humph. Shang Yunrong scoffed. I don't care how you've offended Bai Chu. You must apologize to him immediately. Or do you want me to drive over and deal with you? Hearing this, Shang Yunfei's expression fell. Sister, I am your brother. Is it fair to side with a stranger without even asking what happened? I'm the one who has been hurt. Be quiet. He is not a stranger. Not a stranger? Shang Yunfei was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Bai Chu. Could he be my brother-in-law? He inquired tentatively. With no unmarried women in his family except for his sister, this was the only plausible explanation. A sense of understanding washed over him. No wonder his sister had scolded him right away. This was the nature of their relationship. Yet, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He hadn't anticipated that his sister could be so easily swayed by a boyfriend, forgetting her brother. But then again, wasn't this fellow the brother-in-law of that scoundrel Qin Mingzhi? Was he perhaps straddling 2 boats? In a matter of moments, Shang Yunfei felt utterly overwhelmed. Enough. What nonsense are you spouting? Shang Yunrong admonished. He is our family's benefactor. He saved both Grandpa and my father's lives. I won't elaborate further. You must earn his forgiveness, or it will be a light punishment if I deal with you. If Uncle finds out you've offended Bai Chu, he will undoubtedly break your legs. Shang Yunfei was left utterly bewildered. Shang Yunrong continued. Do not mistake my words as advocacy for him. In truth, I am aiding you. Bai Chu's skills surpass even those of my second uncle, should you choose to confront him. You are merely courting disaster. The fact that he has called me signifies his intent to avoid engaging with you on such a level. Thus, you must promptly adopt a sincere attitude and acknowledge your missteps. Should you fail to earn his forgiveness, henceforth, do not address me as sister. By the way, you should dispose of that jade pendant. It is cursed, and my grandfather's illness stemmed from it. After hanging up, Shang Yunfei found himself momentarily bewildered. How had this individual before him suddenly transformed into a benefactor of his family? Yet, his sister would not deceive him. He inhaled deeply, recalibrating his mindset as he turned to Bai Chu, sincerely expressing, thank you. Bai Chu smiled. What is this? Are we not going to fight? Shang Yunfei scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. My sister informed me that I was being foolish earlier. I apologize to you. I'm truly sorry. He now comprehended why this person had shattered his jade pendant. It was for his own good. Furthermore, this individual had rescued both his grandfather and uncle. Regardless of his own capabilities, it would be utterly unthinkable to raise a hand against him. Very well, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, that is good. Chen Qingyu remarked with a smile as she looked at Shang Yunfei. Hello, I am Chen Qingyu, the sister of Chen Mingzhi. Since you are Yunrong's brother, you may simply call me Qingyu. All right. Qing Yu Jia, Shang Yunfei replied earnestly, his demeanor a stark contrast to the obstinate bravado he had previously displayed. Chun Mingzhi's eyes brightened as he rubbed his hands together and raised an eyebrow at Shang Yunfei. And what about me? Shang Yunfei shot him a glare. You can scram. Evidently, his attitude towards Chun Mingzhi remained unchanged. Bai Chu grasped Shang Yunfei's arm, giving it a firm upward push to reset his dislocated shoulder. He then patted him on the shoulder and said, I am unaware of the conflict between you and Mingzhi, but I sincerely hope you can become friends. Shang Yunfei glanced at Chun Mingzhi, clearly displeased, and replied, becoming friends with him is beyond my capacity. However, rest assured, Bai Gu, I guarantee that no one at school will dare to lay a hand on him again. Bai Chu nodded, that is good to hear. Upon hearing this, Peng Peng, standing behind, glared at Shang Yunfei with fury. Shang Yunfei, I warn you, Chun Mingzhi is someone Lu De Xiao has instructed us to discipline. Do you not fear the repercussions of defying Lu De Xiao? Shang Yunfei disdainfully regarded him. Do you think I am as spineless as you lot? I care not for that pretentious Lu De Xiao. Let him come find me and see what happens. In Shang Yunfei's eyes, fear was a foreign concept. At that moment, several security guards approached, wielding rubber clubs.